Gao Yuan's entrepreneurial venture had met with failure. In a mere fortnight, he had plummeted from a net worth exceeding 100 million to utterly destitute. Just 2 weeks ago, he was a rising star in the entrepreneurial realm. Yet a single rumor could render his company worthless in an instant. Investors withdrew their funds, banks recalled their loans, and suppliers demanded immediate payment. It felt as though the entire world had turned against him overnight. In despair, Gao Yuan announced his bankruptcy. He arrived with nothing and departed without a trace. Over the past 3 years, he had accumulated nothing but a mess of shattered dreams. Those so-called friends distanced themselves following his downfall, and the once dependable girlfriend transformed into someone utterly unrecognizable. Gao Yuan resolved to return to his hometown, the place that had nurtured him. Dragging a suitcase, he embarked on an 8-hour train journey, followed by a 2-hour bus ride, and concluded with a half-hour rickshaw trip, finally arriving at his village, Muzha, nestled at the foot of the Great Daqing Mountains in southeastern Xia country. The term Muzha in ancient Chinese means wooden pieces, a name derived from its history as a lumber mill where wooden shards once floated through the air. As Gao Yuan approached the village, his heart grew heavier with anxiety. The long-abandoned ancestral home now stood as his only refuge. He pondered what his life would be like in the days to come. He envisioned a simple existence, raising a dog, cultivating a garden, where the grandeur of the metropolis would no longer concern him and his future would be rooted in the pastoral life of the countryside. Soon, he entered the village. At the entrance, elderly villagers basked in the sun, their curious eyes fixed upon him. "Young man, who are you looking for?" "Uncle, I have returned home." "Whose child are you?" "The youngsters these days are so unfamiliar. We hardly recognize them." Gao Yuan smiled. "I am the grandson of old Gao." The elders exchanged puzzled glances. "Old Gao." Suddenly, one elder's eyes lit up with recognition. "Ah, old Gao. It comes back to me now. Are you not the owner from Longjing? I heard that old Gao's grandson is quite wealthy." Gao Yuan forced a smile. "That would be me." Upon realizing that Gao Yuan was indeed the fabled wealthy grandson, the elder's interest peaked. "Are you back to make an investment?" Gao Yuan shook his head. "I have returned to stay for a while. I am now bankrupt." "How could that be? We were hoping for your investment." "Indeed, it seems I only return when I am broke." The eagerness in their voices waned. However, one elder cleared his throat, and the surrounding chatter ceased. The elder regarded Gao Yuan thoughtfully. "Ah, it's good to be back, but your old house is likely uninhabitable." "Indeed, I passed by your old home a few days ago. The grass is taller than man, and the windows are broken. Nowadays, the youth rarely return. It is just us old folks left in the village." As Gao Yuan walked through, a sense of desolation enveloped him. Before long, he beheld his ancestral home. Having graduated high school, he had not returned in nearly a decade. Gao Yuan stared at the rusted padlock, picked up a stone, and struck it. With a click, the lock opened. As he pushed the door, it creaked and groaned, the heavy metal door scraping against the ground due to its deformation. Upon entering, he took a step back. It was no exaggeration. The grass towered over him, and small trees had sprouted in the yard, likely blown there by the wind. The dense overgrowth enveloped the house, shrouding it from view like a primordial forest. With a sigh, Gao Yuan set down his belongings. He moved to the storage room, seeking a hoe or sickle, and soon discovered one, albeit heavily rusted. He attempted to cut the grass, but it was unyielding. After a moment's hesitation, he steeled himself and approached a neighbor's house, knocking at the door. A young woman appeared, regarding him curiously. Do you have a sickle or a hoe I might borrow?" The woman hesitated, then suddenly pointed at Gao Yuan. "You are Gao Yuan? You returned from Longjing?" "Yes." "And you are? Have you forgotten? We were classmates in middle school. I married and moved to Muzha." Feeling slightly embarrassed, Gao Yuan struggled to recall her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he borrowed the tools and began to clear the yard. After several arduous hours, his clothes were drenched in sweat. He managed to tidy up the front yard, revealing the dilapidated old house within. The red bricks of the old house had weathered over time, and several windows were shattered. When he opened the door, a musty odor assaulted his senses. Indeed, it was uninhabitable. Fortunately, the weather had warmed, and Gao Yuan planned to sleep in the yard tonight, intending to procure some essential supplies the following day. After clearing the front yard, he was utterly exhausted. He lacked the courage to confront the overgrown rear yard, fearing it would be even worse. After a brief rest, Gao Yuan drew a bucket of water from the old well in the yard and washed his face. The icy well water invigorated him, restoring his spirits. Thus, he pushed open the door to the backyard. One step across the threshold, and he was taken aback. It was pristine and orderly, exactly as he remembered from his childhood, not a single fallen leaf in sight. No, something was amiss. It was not entirely the same. In the center of the backyard stood a peculiar box, approximately 3 meters tall, with a door. Gao Yuan curiously pushed open this door, revealing an astonishing world. Where is this? A parallel universe? Gao Yuan was stunned as he beheld towering skyscrapers, bustling streets filled with people, and an array of flying vehicles in the sky. He noted the peculiar attire of the pedestrians, many clad in jumpsuits made from unusual materials. Stepping through the door, he glanced back to find it still there, and he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he could return. The streets of this world were filled solely with pedestrians. There were no cars, only low-flying vehicles overhead, each uniquely designed, yet all exuding a sense of advanced technology. Gao Yuan also observed a plethora of shop types lining the streets, far exceeding those of the modern world. As he passed several eateries, his stomach began to protest. Having traveled by vehicle since yesterday and spent the day cleaning the yard, he was famished. Spotting delicious food, he found himself unable to move. Coincidentally, he noticed a stunning woman selling food. Synthetic roast chicken. Tastes just like the real thing. Special price of 100. Synthetic roast chicken? 100? Gao Yuan, starved, could not resist the enticing aroma and approached. I'll take one. He reached for his phone to make the payment, only to realize he could not find the QR code. Chapter 2. This is an ancient currency. A beautiful woman, having prepared a roast chicken, said, "Sir, our establishment accommodates any payment method. You may utilize iris recognition, fingerprint scanning, or even brainwave transactions." Iris recognition, fingerprint scanning, brainwaves? Gao Yuan was bewildered. Regardless of the nature of this world, it was evident that he could not possess the currency here. He rummaged through his pockets, hoping to find something of value to exchange. A red bill, half a pack of chocolate, a half pack of cigarettes, and a lighter. Gao Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed. None of these items held any real worth. I'm sorry, but I've suddenly lost my desire for this," he declared, preparing to leave when he heard an exclamation from behind. "Is that an ancient banknote? I wonder if it's genuine." Ancient banknotes? In an instant, Gao Yuan comprehended that he must be in a future world, although he was uncertain of the exact year. He turned around to see a middle-aged man. "Brother, are you selling that banknote?" The man inquired, eyeing the note in Gao Yuan's hand. Gao Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, looking steadily at the middle-aged man. "Are you interested in purchasing it?" "Indeed, brother. Your attire suggests you are affluent. The impoverished typically wear temperature-regulating clothing, while only the wealthy don garments made from pure plant fibers. Your outfit is quite valuable, although the items presented by you affluent individuals should be genuine. I must still verify." The middle-aged man scrutinized Gao Yuan. "Oh, how will you verify?" Gao Yuan asked. "Haha, the banknote you possess is an ancient currency, highly sought after by collectors and in excellent condition. However, there are many forgeries nowadays. Naturally, I have my own means of verification." Saying this, the middle-aged man produced a small currency verification machine. "This is my treasure. Ancient currency is quite popular in the collecting world, provided it is authentic." Gao Yuan felt momentarily stunned by the verification device, but he quickly regained his composure. "Can you tell me which era this ancient currency belongs to?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's interest was piqued. "Haha, you have indeed asked the right person. There is an abundance of ancient currency types. In antiquity, numerous nations existed, each with its own banknotes. However, the valuation and authentication methods vary. The banknote in your hand features Chinese characters and bears a date, 2018. It is evidently a banknote from the Xia Kingdom, dated 1006 years ago." Gao Yuan inwardly marveled. 1006 years ago? Then, calculating backward, the current year must be 3024. Isn't this a millennium later? Why, after 1,000 years, has the world not yet achieved true harmony? Gao Yuan sought a place to better understand this world. "Brother, what do you think this banknote is worth?" The middle-aged man conducted his examination and soon beamed with delight, confirming his initial assessment. It was indeed authentic. "Brother, I assure you, this banknote, when sold in Longjing, can fetch the highest price, and I will not deceive you. My offer is straightforward. 10 million. 10 million? Gao Yuan silently pondered. If the price of a roasted chicken was 100, then this banknote was worth a staggering 100,000. Excluding inflation and taking into account the era in which Gao Yuan resided, a roasted chicken cost approximately 50. Thus, 100,000 equated to 5 million, akin to winning the grand prize in a lottery. Is this a fair deal? Are you interested in acquiring anything else? Gao Yuan inquired. Anything else? Do you possess something of value? The middle-aged man proposed. Let us discuss this in a different location. Soon, the two found themselves seated in a restaurant. A lavish spread of dishes adorning their table. The middle-aged man, displaying a sense of pride, remarked, "Today, I have truly splurged, ordering you an authentic roasted chicken, not a synthetic one, nor merely a nutritional paste. This chicken cost me 50,000, and that plate of vegetables is genuine as well, worth over 20,000. How much? Is dining this extravagant?" Gao Yuan was taken aback. 50,000 for a chicken? 20,000 for a plate of vegetables? That is indeed exorbitant. I myself would never indulge in such luxuries. This is merely a treat for you. My usual meals consist of nutritional pastes and synthetic dishes. But I cannot bear to consume such pristine food. Brother, what should I call you? Gao Yuan. Gao brother, I am Qin Mugu Tan. You may call me Brother Tan. The middle-aged man continued. Indeed, I was not mistaken. You are truly affluent, with a two-character name that signifies wealth. Unlike me, burdened with a laborious fate. However, I fare better than those with 8-character names, who endure the harshest conditions, surviving on free nutritional paste, clad in complimentary thermal garments, and relegated to playing free, subpar online games. Brother Tan, does a name truly correlate with wealth? Gao Yuan queried. Qin Mugu Tan raised an eyebrow. Naturally. Brother, have you seldom ventured out alone? You must understand that the global population has reached 5 billion, all adopting names in Chinese characters. Consider this. There are fewer than 2,000 surnames and around 3,000 commonly used characters. Even with rare characters included, the total is merely over 10,000. If everyone were to have a two-character name, it would be utterly impossible without duplication. Is the entire world using Chinese characters? Gao Yuan felt bewildered. It appeared that this world diverged significantly from his expectations. Could it be that 1,000 years later, the Xia kingdom had dominated the globe? Therefore, only those of the highest social standing are bestowed with two-character names, the next tier with 3, followed by 4, while those at the lowest rung possess 8-character names. Gao Yuan's expression reflected astonishment. In the eyes of modern individuals, the world 1,000 years hence should be one of global unity and a communist society where resources are distributed according to need. Yet, the implication from this man suggested that the divisions had become even more pronounced over the millennium. From names to food and clothing, everything signified a disparity in social class. Brother Tan, do those at the bottom not feel discontent? Qin Mugu Tan smirked with irony. Discontent? What do they have to be dissatisfied about? They are neither starving nor freezing, with food and shelter provided, alongside free games and transportation. What grounds do they have for complaint? Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. If that were the case, there indeed seemed little cause for discontent. Then, Brother Tan, if this is so, why engage in commerce? Is it uncomfortable to remain at home? Qin Mugu waved his hand dismissively. Brother Gao, your words are misplaced. I too yearn to don garments woven from natural plant fibers, to indulge daily in authentic roast chicken rather than synthetic poultry and nutritional paste. I also wish to bestow upon my son a name of 2 or 3 characters. Gao Yuan grasped the reality. In a world a millennium hence, even those at the lowest echelons could lead a life of relative comfort, provided they harbored no ambitions and were content with their lot. Yet, human nature has always been one of insatiability. Centuries ago, during the Great Famine, mere survival was deemed a blessing. In modern times, having a roof over one's head without the burden of mortgage, alongside a spouse and children, constituted happiness. Fast forward 1,000 years, and the measure of joy has been reduced to bestowing a two-character name, savoring a true chicken, or wearing a garment of pure cotton. Enough of this, Brother Gao, let us eat, he insisted, for Gao Yuan was famished and could hardly wait. Upon hearing this, he promptly grasped his chopsticks and began to eat. He momentarily refrained from the expensive chicken and greens, opting instead for synthetic chicken and synthetic fish. As he took a bite, his brow furrowed in dismay. The flavor was indeed reminiscent of the real thing. Yet the texture was difficult to describe. It felt as though strands of thread had been woven into wax. After several attempts to chew, he found it impossible to swallow, feeling it lodged in his throat, which caused him considerable embarrassment. Chapter 3. The obvious affluence across the table. Qin Mu Gyutan discreetly observed Gao Yuan, noticing his expression. Brother, it appears you have neither tasted nutritional paste nor synthetic food before. Gao Yuan decided to drop the pretense and spat out the mouthful he had just taken. Brother Tan, I beg your pardon. I truly have not experienced such fare. The taste is passable, but I simply cannot swallow it. Indeed, a person of privilege. Qin Mu Gyutan mused, intrigued by Gao Yuan's identity, feeling as though he had struck gold by encountering a newly emerged scion of wealth on the street. Seizing this opportunity could lead to great fortune. Brother Tan, why is there such scarcity of natural food nowadays? Gao Yuan inquired. Scarcity? Has it not always been this way? Oh, indeed, it began 800 years ago. Back then, the majority of the world's population was concentrated in urban areas, while the outskirts were dominated by factories. With the vast population expansion, land resources became strained. It is said that from that time onward, natural meat sources dwindled sharply, leading people to consume synthetic meat. Initially, synthetic meat was costly and flavorful. However, as natural food became increasingly scarce, mass production of synthetic food ensued, and to control costs, the taste began to decline year after year. Although natural food was once in short supply, it was nothing compared to the current situation. Following a nuclear war, many lands were rendered barren, exacerbating the scarcity. This is the state of affairs now, Brother Gao. You might want to try nutritional paste. There are two types. One is free, and the other is self-funded, with the latter being somewhat more palatable. As for the free version, well, let us just say, you'll want to swallow it with your eyes closed. During the meal, Gao Yuan gleaned much about the future world. He had scarcely indulged in synthetic meat, having consumed only a bit of roast chicken, some greens, and a bowl of synthetic rice, which finally settled his stomach. Even the exorbitantly priced roasted chicken and vegetables seemed merely edible in Gao Yuan's eyes, their flavor decidedly mediocre, even inferior to modern fast food fried chicken. However, Qin Mu Gyutan relished the meal, thoroughly enjoying his fill. Gao Yuan then retrieved a few trinkets from his pocket and placed them alongside the previously displayed banknotes. Tengu, take a look at these. Qin Mu Gyutan's gaze first fell upon a membership card, but he quickly shifted his attention, his eyes alighting on the chocolate, revealing his delight. Chocolate? Pure chocolate? Gao Yuan nodded. Such a fine item. Qin Mu Gyutan cradled the chocolate in both hands, opened the packaging, and inhaled deeply, his face alight with ecstasy. If unopened, this entire piece could fetch 200,000. Only 200,000? Gao Yuan felt a twinge of regret. Yet, the next moment, Qin Mu Gyutan's gaze fell on the cigarettes, his excitement palpable, wanting to scream but restraining himself for fear of being overheard, his fingers trembling slightly. Real cigarettes? Indeed, Gao Yuan replied. Qin Mu Gyutan held the cigarettes to his nose and took a deep breath. How fragrant. This is a remarkable item. Natural tobacco. So rare. Genuine cigarettes still exist. Brother Gao, I can scarcely guess your origins now. You must understand, we have only seen cigarettes in ancient texts. The existing ones are far too scarce, reserved for the elite. That you have managed to procure cigarettes, albeit opened, is fortunate. However, for this half pack, I would offer 10 million. Next, Qin Mu Gyutan's attention turned to the final trinket, a lighter. He wore a look of confusion. What is this? Gao Yuan casually picked it up and flicked it, igniting a bright orange flame that startled Qin Mu Gyutan. Let me think. I've seen this in ancient texts. I must have seen it. Fire, fire, a lighter. Gao Yuan announced. Yes, a lighter. Qin Mu Gyutan affirmed. Brother Gao, I have never handled such a lighter. I cannot ascertain its worth, but it should not be inexpensive. Gao Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Why is a lighter so expensive? I can understand the rarity of cigarettes. Qin Mu Gyutan paused. This item is primarily scarce. Since 800 years ago, open flames have been prohibited in cities, and many people have never seen an open flame in their lifetimes. Ah, well, Gao Yuan mused, unfamiliar with this world, surprised that a lighter could hold value. He directly pushed the lighter towards Qin Mu Gyutan. What is this for? Tangu, it's a gift for you. Gao Yuan nonchalantly stated. Having never purchased a lighter worth a mere yuan, needing 2 for dining, 2 for purchasing alcohol or cigarettes, and often borrowing 2 when dining with friends, Gao Yuan had already resolved to remain in this world, and individuals like Qin Mu Gu Tan, well-connected and capable, were essential for him to acquire a legitimate identity. Qin Mu Gu Tan was the most suitable candidate. This is inappropriate. Perhaps this trinket is worth over 100 million, and you simply give it to me? That's not right. Despite his verbal protests, Qin Mu Gu Tan clutched the lighter tightly, his eyes gleaming with greed. Tangu, we have an instant rapport. I offer you a small gift, and I have matters in need of your assistance as well. What is it? In Longjing. As long as one does not break the law, I can assist you with anything, Qin Mu Gu Tan declared confidently. It is not a significant matter. You know my situation. This is my first visit to Longjing, yet my identity is rather peculiar and unsuitable for public disclosure. Therefore, I wish to procure a new set of identification documents. It is easily said. However, names comprising of 2 or 3 characters are too conspicuous, reserved for top-tier talents. Moreover, my abilities are limited. Since Brother Gao is adept at concealing his identity, why not acquire a name with 4 characters instead? Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. A name of several characters poses no issue. The crux lies in obtaining a legitimate identity in this world. I will entrust this to you, Brother Tan. No problem at all. And regarding this cash, cigarettes, and chocolate, Gao Yuan casually handed everything to Qin Mu Gu Tan. Brother Tan, as promised, I will sell these to you and not to anyone else. The chocolate is merely a taste for you. I feel quite embarrassed. You have already gifted me a lighter. This is unnecessary. As you said, since you have given me a lighter, would I truly concern myself over a mere piece of chocolate? Gao Yuan replied. In that case, I will add you on Brain Link, so we can stay in touch. Brain Link. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow. I forgot. Brain Link requires real names. If you are unwilling to reveal your identity, it cannot be added. Let us meet tomorrow, at this very shop. I will wait for you. By then, I will have your identity information ready. I will take a picture of you with Brain Link, and you can log in with your new identity, linking your bank account. The money for these cash and cigarettes can be directly transferred to your account. Gao Yuan nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Brother Tan. Chapter 4. An opportunity bestowed by heaven after parting ways with Qin Mu Gu Tan. Gao Yuan wandered around for a bit before returning to the place he had exited from. Seeing the door still present, he pushed it open and, indeed, it yielded. Stepping inside, he found himself once again in the backyard of his old house. Sitting on the sofa in the familiar setting, Gao Yuan's mind was tumultuous. His own backyard unexpectedly led to a world 1,000 years into the future. This was an opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. If he could not seize such an opportunity, he deserved to languish in poverty for a lifetime. In modern society, even trivial items hold immense value in the future, particularly food, clothing, and all things natural and organic. Even certain crafts will be considered antiques in the future world. Likewise, there would undoubtedly be numerous items in the future that possessed significant worth in contemporary society. Gao Yuan's heart surged with enthusiasm. Although bankrupt, he still had several tens of thousands in savings. Exiting, he noted that the wooden plaque was only 5 kilometers from Linhai County. He planned to procure a means of transportation to haul items from the county's supermarket back home. At the entrance, Gao Yuan spotted a young girl riding an electric bike. She was intently observing him. Hello, Gao Yuan greeted. Brother Yuan, you don't remember me? She asked. Gao Yuan felt a bit awkward. After scrutinizing her for a while, he found her somewhat familiar, but could not recall who she was. The girl noticed Gao Yuan's discomfort and giggled, covering her mouth. I'm Lin Mei. My nickname is Little Morocco. I used to follow you around when we were kids. It's you. It's been so many years. I hardly recognized you. You've grown so much. Gao Yuan exclaimed. He recalled how, as a child, Lin Mei always trailed behind him, climbing mountains to catch birds and wading through rivers to catch fish. He never imagined that the little girl with a perpetually runny nose would grow into such a graceful young woman. I'm only 3 years younger than you. Lin Mei retorted. In my eyes, you will always be that little girl with a runny nose. By the way, what brings you home? I hardly see any young people in the village. My mother is ill, so I returned to care for her, Lin Mei replied, gazing at Gao Yuan. And where are you headed? I'm going to the county town. How about you? Gao Yuan answered. I'm also headed to the county town. Shall we go together? How will you get there? Gao Yuan felt a bit awkward. His car had been liquidated during his bankruptcy, and he had just returned home without even a bicycle. I plan to call a cab, he said, trying to mask his embarrassment. Lin Mei chuckled. What cabs are there around here? Ride-hailing services don't come this far. Come on, I'll give you a ride. You'll take me? Yes, hop on. Gao Yuan hesitated as he looked at Lin Mei's small electric scooter. Is this really all right? What's there to be afraid of? You're a grown man. Why be shy? I saw you on the news when you were a big boss in Qingjing. My company went bankrupt. I saw that news too. Your bankruptcy was just a stroke of bad luck. If you're really worried, I can push you along. We'll go together. With Lin Mei's words hanging in the air, Gao Yuan felt that further refusal would be unmanly. It's fine, no need. Let's go? He said as he settled onto the back seat of Lin Mei's scooter. The scent of her hair filled his nostrils, awakening a flood of childhood memories. Throughout the journey, Lin Mei recounted many amusing anecdotes from their childhood, while Gao Yuan felt increasingly uncomfortable, sensing the peculiar gazes of passersby upon him. Although only a brief 10 minutes had passed, it felt to him as if much longer had elapsed. Finally arriving at the county town, Gao Yuan exhaled in relief as he dismounted from the scooter. You go on with your business. I need to buy some things. When will you be back? Should I wait for you? Lin Mei asked. No need, it's all right. You go ahead and do your thing. Oh, all right then. I'll be off. Lin Mei walked away with a striking confidence, her figure exuding a vibrant energy, a true testament to how much she had transformed since childhood. Gao Yuan could hardly fathom that the little girl who once had a runny nose had blossomed into such a beautiful woman. He then purchased an electric tricycle for convenience in transporting goods, followed by a visit to the supermarket where he stocked up on essentials. He also gathered various items he believed might be needed in the future, including packaged roasted chicken, beef, donkey meat, several boxes of instant noodles, fresh vegetables, small crafts, lighters, and cigarettes. After a moment's thought, he also added 2 cases of Fingio liquor, reasoning that while cigarettes were valuable, there was no reason for alcohol to lack worth. After several trips, the tricycle was filled to capacity, and Gao Yuan had spent nearly 10,000. As the day wore on, he prepared to return home when he spotted Lin Mei in the distance, smiling at him from her scooter. Yuan Ge, are you coming back? Why haven't you left yet? Waiting for you. How did you know I was here? Are you out of your mind, Yuan Ge? How small can Linghai County be? Do you think it's like the capital? Gao Yuan chuckled, acknowledging the truth that it was indeed easy to find someone in such a small county. Shall we proceed then? Lin Mei inquired, glancing at the electric tricycle Gao Yuan had just purchased. What purpose does this vehicle serve? She asked. It can carry a few things. Gao Yuan replied nonchalantly. Upon returning home, Gao Yuan did not tidy up the front yard. Instead, he opted to stay in the back courtyard, replacing the items on his bed with new purchases. After a brief organization, it appeared as though someone resided there. While he was arranging his belongings, Lin Mei's voice resonated from outside. Yuan Ge, are you there? A jolt of anxiety surged through Gao Yuan. Lin Mei had entered the back courtyard. Would she discover the door in the center of the yard? What would happen if she did? He stepped outside to find Lin Mei already in the back courtyard. Yuan Ge, you've tidied up this place quite well, she remarked. Gao Yuan, visibly tense, responded, Yes, what brings you here? I thought I would check if you needed anything. Having just returned, I imagine you might be lacking some essentials. Plus, I picked some vegetables from my home for you. She offered. Thank you, but I'm fine, I don't need anything. Gao Yuan observed Lin Mei's expression closely, noticing that she seemingly had not seen the square and the door at the center of the yard. However, his unease persisted. Lin Mei, did you notice anything in the center of the yard? Lin Mei looked perplexed. What? There's nothing there. Really? Are you sure you're not suggesting I look at the tiles? It's nothing. Well, I must be going. My mother is waiting for me to prepare dinner. Lin Mei departed. Gao Yuan approached the square box in the middle of the yard and touched it, pondering whether Lin Mei truly could not see it. Perhaps outsiders were oblivious to it? Contemplating this, Gao Yuan took out his phone and snapped a photo of the square, only to be astonished that the image revealed nothing at all. How extraordinary! Having confirmed the box's mysterious properties, Gao Yuan felt a sense of relief. At least he need not worry about being discovered or pursued. Chapter 5. Pure grain brewing. After a long day, Gao Yuan felt fatigued and hastily prepared a meal before retiring for the night. The next morning, he locked the courtyard gate and re-entered the future world. This time, he brought along some trinkets. Although Qin Mugu Tan had promised to assist him, Gao Yuan was not inclined to place all his hopes in him. What if he absconded with his belongings? Gao Yuan had contingencies. Rather than recklessly purchasing items, he strolled along the street, keenly observing this world. The air quality here was noticeably poorer than in the modern world. The sky was entirely gray, devoid of any blue. Eager to understand this world more thoroughly, Gao Yuan recognized that the best approach was to consume news and information about it. Fortunately, There was a large screen on the street broadcasting news. To be precise, it was not a screen but rather a square projection emanating from a device. Unlike the modern world, this projection was a three-dimensional area, and the images were in 3D. Gao Yuan decided to sit by the street and watch the news. Today, joyous tidings arrive from the lunar base 1. Rare niobium ore has been discovered at a depth of 30,000 meters beneath the moon's surface, with reserves ample enough to sustain humanity for 3,000 years. Today, the employees of the asteroid mining facility initiated a strike, with the head of the Asteroid Miners Union demanding the repeal of air and water restrictions on the asteroid. The Earth's Supreme Federation has announced the opening of 12 sectors to all personnel, effective immediately, with the aim of elevating the living standards of all humanity. The Earth Food Council has declared a further decline in the supply of natural foods, recommending that the populace consume synthetic alternatives while urging producers of these synthetic foods to enhance their taste and flavor. Gao Yuan remained seated for a full 2 hours, absorbed in wonder until the news concluded. Humanity's footprints have now scattered across the solar system, with individuals traveling to the moon, mining metals on asteroids and Mars, and harvesting energy from Jupiter. Present-day Earth serves merely as a habitation, devoid of factories, which are instead abundant on Mars, the asteroid belt, and celestial bodies such as Europa and Titan. Factories continuously manufacture vast machines, launching them into the boundless cosmos, while the aspirations of humanity's elite lie in venturing beyond the solar system. However, Gao Yuan was indifferent to these grand visions. His sole concern was what personal benefits he could derive from this situation. This time, he had brought several bottles of Fingio, some modern artisan porcelain, and a selection of food. He intended to seek another partner beyond Qin Mu Gu Tan for collaboration. His gaze turned towards an antique shop, and he confidently stepped inside. Immediately, a beautiful attendant adorned with a collar approached him. "Sir, how may I assist you?" As Gao Yuan walked through the shop, he noticed that many of the staff wore collars, which struck him as peculiar, though he chose not to dwell on it. "Is your owner present? Do you accept items for sale?" he inquired while surveying the treasures within. What he saw left him in awe. The shop was a veritable cornucopia of items, ranging from antique vases and paintings to a black and white television from the 1980s, bamboo water bottles, stamps, currency, and even a primary school Chinese textbook published in 1993. The price tag for that textbook, however, was astonishing, 660,000. Based on his discussions with Qin Mu Gu Tan the previous day, he understood that in this future world, a typical meal for an ordinary person costs several dozen units of nutritional paste, while the middle class enjoys slightly better synthetic foods. Only the true elite can afford natural food. In contrast, in modern society, a meal also costs several dozen units, suggesting that the consumer levels are not vastly different from those of contemporary times. Viewed through this lens, the price of 660,000 for a primary school textbook seemed nothing short of extortion. "Sir, we do accept items for sale. Please follow me to our dedicated acquisition department," the attendant said. Gao Yuan followed her to the second floor, where he was greeted by a man who did not wear a collar. "Sir, are you looking to sell something?" "Yes. Please show me what you have." The man produced a tray and placed it before Gao Yuan. From his pocket, Gao Yuan retrieved several items: currency, cigarettes, an exquisite metal lighter, and a plate. He had chosen these particular items to ascertain whether Qin Mu Gu Tan had deceived him. After placing the items on the tray, a glass cover was immediately raised to encapsulate the distinguished objects within. The man retrieved an instrument to scrutinize the glass enclosure. 10 minutes later, his face lit up with excitement. "Sir, your banknotes are in pristine condition, of exceptional quality, confirmed to be genuine currency printed in the summer of 2018. The cigarettes are from the summer of 2020, produced by the Nantian Cigarette Factory, preserved impeccably without any damage or oxidation. The lighter's production year remains uncertain, but it should date back approximately 1,000 years. Likewise, the plate is in excellent condition, crafted with techniques from a millennium ago." Gao Yuan, of course, was aware that his possessions were indeed authentic. "I understand. Please provide the quotation." For a one-time purchase, the banknotes are valued at 10 million, the cigarettes at 32 million. Although the well-preserved lighter is relatively rare, its value is estimated at 3 million. The plate is priced at 5 million. Should you have any objections, feel free to voice them. Gao Yuan pondered the figures. The banknote's valuation was comparable to that offered by Qin Mu Gu Tan, while the cigarettes, having previously provided only a half pack to Qin Mu Gu Tan, lacked a basis for comparison. The lighter's price, estimated at merely 3 million, suggested its worth was not overly substantial. What surprised Gao Yuan was that the plate was valued at only 5 million. What if I opt for a different arrangement? Are there alternative options? Certainly, we also offer consignment. We can draft a contract, and within a month, we will take responsibility for selling the items. From the sale price, we will retain a 20% service fee. However, we guarantee the consignment price will not fall below the buyout price. Yet, the actual selling price is quite uncertain. Understood. Gao Yuan sat in contemplation. The man before him inquired, "Sir, do you intend to sell? Are you satisfied with the price? Will it be consignment or buyout?" Gao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "Take another look at this." As he spoke, he retrieved a bottle of light yellow-capped Gao Yuan liquor from his bag. This liquor is a staple for many in the real world, a finely crafted, fragrant white spirit. The man stared at the item in Gao Yuan's hand, momentarily stunned before suddenly widening his eyes. "Is that liquor?" Gao Yuan nodded. The man shook his head in disbelief. "While rare, this liquor is not entirely unheard of. I can offer you a price of 1 million. 1 million? Gao Yuan chuckled. "This is pure grain distillation. It is impeccably preserved and exceeds 1,000 years in age." The man, visibly astonished, leapt up. "Are you serious? Pure grain distillation? Wait a moment. Let me see that. 10 years ago, we auctioned a bottle of 800-year-old grain liquor for 60 million. Yours appears to be in better condition, older, and likely preserved in a special sterile, constant temperature environment. I believe its value exceeds 80 million. How many do you have?" "Just one bottle. I have 6 bottles. Please hold on. I will consult with my boss." Chapter 6. Do you understand what this means? Gao Yuan nodded thoughtfully, unhurried. He could easily procure countless similar items from modern society, with cases of liquor costing merely a few hundred in convenience stores. However, Gao Yuan was not motivated by money. He recognized that every world has its privileges. This antique shop, the most opulent establishment on the street, captivated his attention as he stepped inside, keenly observing. The initial small trinkets served merely as a probe to gauge the pricing, and Gao Yuan found himself quite satisfied with the results. Having completed his assessment, it was time to engage in serious discourse. What he sought was not wealth, but rather resources. He intended to exchange the modest items he had brought from the future for a batch of high-tech products to transport back to modern society. Only through the circulation of products and capital between the two worlds could Gao Yuan reap the greatest benefits. He aimed to acquire funds from both the future and modern realms. Before long, a middle-aged woman clad in a form-fitting outfit entered, exuding a captivating allure. "Greetings. I am Li Qingmei, the proprietor of Gao Yuan Antique Shop." Gao Yuan stood and extended his hand. "Boss Li, I am Gao Yuan." Upon hearing his name, Li Qingmei displayed a flicker of surprise. "Mr. Gao, you seem unfamiliar. You are not from Longjing, are you? With so many people in Longjing, do you expect me to know them all?" Gao Yuan countered. "Mr. Gao, you jest. Longjing possesses a population of 50 million, yet there are scarcely 100 names." She replied. Gao Yuan chose to remain silent. "Boss Li, let us discuss business." "Very well. I have heard from Manager Lu that you are involved in a significant transaction." "Indeed, take a look at this." Gao Yuan presented the liquor bottle in his hand. Li Qingmei refrained from accepting it, her expression a blend of amusement and skepticism. "The liquor has already been inspected by our appraiser, who confirmed it to be pure grain alcohol with impeccable quality, as if just leaving the factory. How much do you possess? How much do you desire?" Gao Yuan retorted. Li Qingmei's excitement surged. His response implied that he had more than just these few bottles. "Mr. Gao, to be candid, this liquor is exceedingly new. Although the appraiser assured me of its authenticity, I suspect it could be old bottles filled with new wine. Might this new liquor be a blend of alcoholic beverages? Please do not take offense, Mr. Gao. After all, the challenge is quite minimal." Gao Yuan paused, realizing her implication. He unscrewed the lid of the bottle, and instantly, a distinctive aroma of alcohol enveloped the room. Li Qingmei inhaled deeply, her face alight with ecstasy. "Indeed, this is the very scent I encountered at a national banquet." Gao Yuan capped the bottle. "What do you think? Any lingering doubts?" "None. I apologize, Mr. Gao. We would gladly accept such a flawlessly preserved item." "Surely, you possess more than just these few bottles, correct?" Li Qingmei inquired, her keen observation suggesting that with such optimal storage conditions, there would undoubtedly be at least a warehouse full. "How much do you wish for?" Gao Yuan replied. Li Qingmei scrutinized Gao Yuan's expression, confirming his earnestness. 20 bottles. Do you have them? And the price? 50 million per bottle. As you know, purchasing in bulk naturally reduces the unit price. Agreed. Gao Yuan hesitated momentarily before responding. Li Qingmei was taken aback by his acquiescence. She had merely intended to test the waters. While liquor was abundant in this world, high-end grain alcohol was indeed a rarity, given the preciousness of natural grains, let alone those crafted into wine. For 5 centuries, the United Government has prohibited the brewing of alcohol from grain, rendering all alcoholic beverages on the market as mere concoctions. Mr. Gao's ability to procure such an abundance of ancient grain liquor is indeed remarkable. Is it perhaps a special supply from the upper echelons? You need not concern yourself with the source. Li Qingmei chuckled lightly. Very well, let us conduct a transaction. Money for goods. No, I insist on a tangible exchange. Tangible? I cannot procure contraband. If Mr. Gao is contemplating illicit goods, this deal may not come to fruition. I am a person of integrity. How could I possibly desire contraband? While this liquor could be loosely categorized as an antique, it differs from other antiquities. Liquor is a consumable, and our collaboration will not be limited to this instance, correct? Bossly? Li Qingmei raised an eyebrow and cast a flirtatious glance. You are quite perceptive, Mr. Gao. Do share your terms, as long as they are lawful. I shall acquiesce to any condition, including. Gao Yuan did not respond, tapping his fingers on the table. What I seek is rather simple. Certain fundamental technological products and production lines, such as chips. Since arriving in this world, Gao Yuan aimed to maximize his benefits, trading elements from the present for technological advancements of the future. Li Qingmei frowned. Chip equipment is regulated and difficult to obtain. The production of current biological chips is monopolized by the state. No, not biological chips, silicon-based chips, Gao Yuan clarified. Observing Li Qingmei's reaction, Li Qingmei's expression brightened. Silicon-based chips? That is easily arranged. These chips are typically used in toys. What purpose do you have for them? That is of no concern to you. I require equipment for 5 nanometers and 3 nanometers silicon-based chips. Do not speak of 5 nanometers. Even 1 nanometer and 0.1 nanometer lithography machines are available, but such technology has long been obsolete. Only a few toy manufacturers have adopted silicon-based chips to reduce costs. In fact, 5 centuries ago, silicon chips were essentially phased out, only to be revived by toy companies discovering that silicon waste could efficiently serve their needs at a lower cost. Gao Yuan felt a surge of astonishment, though his demeanor remained composed. Very well, by this time tomorrow, I shall bring 20 bottles of liquor. You prepare a variety of technological products and production lines worth 10 billion, but the lithography machine for silicon-based chips is non-negotiable. That poses no problem. Li Qingmei replied with a smile. Gao Yuan glanced at the time. His appointment with Qin Mu Gyutan was approaching, and it was time for him to depart. I bid you farewell. As Gao Yuan stood, Li Qingmei rose and approached him, her figure alluring. Now that business is concluded, shall we dine together to strengthen our rapport? That is unnecessary, Gao Yuan said, gently pushing her away, a frown creasing his brow. Noting his expression, Li Qingmei subtly stepped back, laughing. Oh, why the tension? Are you afraid I might devour you? Gao Yuan regarded her seriously and nodded. Indeed. Upon exiting the antiquities realm, Gao Yuan arrived at the restaurant where he had arranged to meet Qin Mu Gyutan. He did not enter immediately, as it was still early. Instead, he found a seat across the street from the restaurant, observing the scene before him. Meanwhile, the owner of Jiyuan Antiquities, Li Qingmei, wore a serious expression as she instructed. Investigate this individual named Gao Yuan. A person with a 2-character name should be easily traceable. Standing before Li Qingmei, the young man clad in a black suit inquired, Li, what if this individual is using a false name? Perhaps he is not a person of significance, but merely an ordinary individual. While the name may not be genuine, his identity cannot be fabricated. This Gao Yuan undoubtedly belongs to the upper echelon. He exudes the aura of someone in power at such a young age. Have you not noticed the attire he wears? All crafted from natural plant fibers, including his undergarments and even his socks. Moreover, there is not a hint of nutritional paste on him. Do you comprehend the implications of this? It suggests he has consumed only natural food since childhood and donned garments made from organic fibers. Furthermore, did you observe the expression on his face when he uncorked the wine bottle? A flicker of disdain crossed his features. I find the aroma of the wine intoxicating. Yet he expressed aversion. This indicates that he hails from an environment where such grain-based wines are abundant, so much so that he frequently encounters inebriated individuals. Only then would such a reaction manifest. Chapter 7. Are cigarettes really that dominant? All these factors point to his true identity. In a world populated by 5 billion humans, the number of those at the top is exceedingly rare, fewer than 50,000, a mere fraction of 1 in a million. Conducting a background check on 50,000 individuals would pose little challenge for you, correct? Approximately 25 years of age, standing at 180 centimeters, male. With an average physique, does this suffice? The young man in black nodded repeatedly. You are right, Lee. I shall commence my investigation immediately. However, would probing into the upper echelon not be too sensitive? Some identities are classified, and if we attempt to pry, it may attract unwarranted attention from higher authorities. Li Qingmei paused momentarily. Go ahead and investigate. If you can uncover information, splendid. If not, there is no need to pursue it further. Those who cannot be traced likely hold an even higher status. From a distance, Gao Yuan spotted the restaurant where Qin Mu Gutan was, approaching it alone. His demeanor relaxed and tinged with a hint of joy. Gao Yuan felt at ease. It seemed that Qin Mu Gutan harbored no ill intentions at this moment. Unbeknownst to Gao Yuan, wherever he roamed, he would be perceived as a figure of stature. In this world, a millennium hence, the class structure had become utterly entrenched, and ordinary individuals dared not challenge those at the pinnacle. The reason for this rigid class hierarchy, coupled with the absence of rebellion, lies in the fact that even the most marginalized can lead a content life if they do not aspire for more. With comprehensive nutritional paste, temperature-regulating clothing, subsidized housing, complimentary games and transportation, as well as free healthcare, one could even apply for a complimentary robotic caretaker if needed. Gao Yuan lingered for another 10 minutes before finally rising to head toward the restaurant. Upon entering, Qin Mu Guting greeted him with a broad smile. Ah, my dear Gao, I thought you might not show up. Haha, Tan, I was delayed on the road. So, have you taken care of everything? Absolutely, everything is in order. Since it's your matter, I made it a priority. He produced a chip and handed it to Gao Yuan. Brother, this is your identity chip. Knowing individuals of your caliber, I assumed you would not opt for implantation, hence I shall refrain from elaborating further. This chip has been activated with a bank account. I have transferred 30 million into it. Why 30 million? Gao Yuan inquired. I encountered a wealthy individual who offered 20 million for the cigarettes. Are cigarettes truly that scarce? Gao Yuan questioned. Certainly, this is natural tobacco, exclusively provided by the leaders. Ordinary individuals, regardless of their wealth, may find it exceedingly difficult to procure cigarettes. Gao Yuan has discovered yet another lucrative avenue. He has entrusted Li Qingmei's antique business with the sale of liquor. Is it not plausible for Qin Mu Gutan to establish a similar line of business? At present, Qin Mu Gutan appears quite dependable. Brother Tan, are you interested in a grand venture? What grand venture? If I were to provide you with 100 packs of cigarettes, would you be able to sell them? Qin Mu Gutan was taken aback, his face lighting up with excitement. Gao Yuan, however, felt a pang of sorrow. 100 packs of cigarettes, a mere 10 cartons. Was it truly that significant? Are you serious, Brother Gao? Of course. Qin Mu Gutan was overwhelmed with elation. He had waited for years for such an opportunity. Earlier that day, he had hesitated to transfer an additional 10 million to Gao Yuan. Considering his current income of merely a few million annually, 10 million was indeed a substantial sum. As for the lighter that Gao Yuan gifted him, he cherished it as a family heirloom. Now, hearing that Gao Yuan would provide him with 100 packs of cigarettes was monumental. This meant that Qin Mu Gutan could become the largest tobacco merchant in Longjing, dealing in genuine natural tobacco. In such an enterprise, profit was secondary. The primary advantage lay in expanding his network and elevating his status. With a face full of excitement, Qin Mu Gutan grasped Gao Yuan's hand. Brother Gao, no? Boss Gao, how can I express my gratitude? I would have nothing to offer in return, but if I had a daughter, I would certainly arrange for her to marry you. By the way, Brother Tan, what shall we call this identity of mine? Hehe, a 4-character name for convenience. Your name shall be Gao Yuan Yuan Gao. Although this name was already in use, I acquired it for a modest sum. Gao Yuan Yuan Gao? That name is indeed memorable, Qin Mu Gutan thought to himself. However, the rewards for him were also substantial. Boss Gao, you can now log into your brain signal. I have already added you as a friend. We can interact virtually at any time. Brain signal? Yes, it's the platform we ordinary folks use to chat. Qin Mu Ten explained. All right, understood. Brother Tan, tomorrow I will bring you the cigarettes, charging you 20 million per pack. Half will be settled with goods, and the other half through direct transfer. Qin Mu Tan pondered briefly. Brother Gao, 20 million per pack. Honestly, that feels like taking advantage of you. This price. I am aware that current cigarette prices exceed 20 million, and those are for ordinary brands. I will offer you various categories of cigarettes, allowing you to classify them based on taste, tar content, and brand, thereby maximizing your profits. However, you must understand that the high prices are primarily due to scarcity. Should a surplus flood the market, prices will undoubtedly plummet, and at that point, do not lament the lack of profit. Upon hearing Gao Yuan's words, Qin Mu Ten waved his hand dismissively. No, brother. If I am the sole supplier, I will certainly not lower the price. Furthermore, you must realize that there are fewer than 1,000 individuals capable of enjoying special supply cigarettes in this world, while the number of billionaires exceeds nearly 1 million. Who among these wealthy individuals does not desire to possess natural tobacco rather than electronic cigarettes? Aside from the affluent individuals who are financially unrestrained, there exist millions of billionaires. While these individuals may not indulge in extravagant purchases regularly, it is indeed necessary for them to occasionally flaunt their wealth with a pack of cigarettes. Thus, there is no shortage of buyers for tobacco. Gao Yuan widened his eyes in astonishment. Is tobacco truly that formidable? Of course, you are a person of wealth, accustomed to exclusive offerings from a young age, so you might not comprehend. Presently, there are virtually no suitable lands for cultivation on Earth. Brother Gao, do you have any idea how much a pound of soil for cultivation costs? You do not know. It is 50,000 per pound, and seeds are even more expensive. Even if someone were inclined to cultivate tobacco leaves, the seeds are a significant barrier, compounded by the stringent regulations above. Brother Tan, are cigarettes regulated? Gao Yuan inquired. Not exactly. While cigarettes themselves are not, tobacco leaves are. This means you cannot cultivate them. However, if you possess wealth and connections, you can acquire cigarettes, which is a testament to your capabilities. This is essentially a pathway for individuals like you to generate profit. Generally speaking, individuals of your stature typically disdain earning money in such a manner, Qin Mu Ten stated, suddenly feeling a sense of discomfort. He quickly added, Brother Gao, I did not mean you. What I meant to convey is that even an average wealthy person cannot obtain such quantities of cigarettes. Chapter 8. Are you interested in acquiring this store? Gao Yuan paid no heed to the remarks. How you choose to sell is your concern. The rest is of no consequence to me. At that moment, Qin Mu Ten asked, Brother Gao, earlier you mentioned exchanging half of it for goods. What goods do you desire? In truth, Gao Yuan had no specific objectives in mind. He merely understood that the future world would undoubtedly surpass the present in terms of technology. Therefore, he sought technological products. Brother Tan, as long as it is a technological product, be it mainstream, niche, fundamental, or cutting edge, I'm interested in all of it. Are you certain? These items hold little value for you. Do they? The goods I can procure are mere trifles in comparison to your stature. Gao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Leave that to me. Just prepare what I need. Understood. Moreover, Brother Tan, if I wish to purchase a store, what procedures are required? Qin Mu Ten nodded eagerly. This is a trivial matter, Brother Gao. I happen to have a store that I can give to you. Gift it to me? Gao Yuan looked at Qin Mu Ten, aware that in such a grand city, a store's worth is considerable. Brother Gao, the location is not ideal. It mainly sells nutritional paste and barely makes a profit. However, with the financial pathway you have provided me, what does a small store matter? Let us keep our dealings separate. Gao Yuan's desire for a store had only just emerged. He had recently carved out 2 avenues in this world. Qin Mu Ten selling cigarettes, and Li Qingmei from the antique shop selling liquor. However, Gao Yuan harbored grander ambitions. He did not intend to confine himself to selling mere trinkets. He aspired to become a global sovereign in both the present and future realms. Thus, Gao Yuan sought more. He aimed to establish his own influence in this world. Now, with a legitimate identity, albeit a modest one, he could be regarded as part of the middle class in this realm, which sufficed for the time being. His real name, Gao Yuan, was too conspicuous in this world. He did not plan to use Qin Mu Ten or Li Qingmei to stake his claims for future endeavors. In this world, the more wealth one accumulates, the greater the need for formidable power. Only with strength can one maintain their status and financial empire. And the process is rather straightforward. Acquire natural materials and food from the real world, while obtaining advanced technology from the future realm. This constitutes the most lucrative business, benefiting both worlds, exchanging trifling items for urgently needed resources. Qin Mu Gyutan observed Gao Yuan's expression, convinced that he truly did not desire his shop. Soon, he grasped the situation. Those at the upper echelons are often quite proud, perceiving acceptance of gifts as a diminishment of value. Moreover, Gao Yuan likely harbored reservations about utilizing his own establishment. Since Gao, the younger brother, was not interested, it was of no consequence. Purchasing a shop is a simple affair on Earth, akin to acquiring a commodity, with no need for reporting, and ordinary small shops are free from taxes. Understood. Gao Yuan watched Qin Mu Gyutan depart before returning to his previous position. The portal he referred to as the time-space gate was of utmost importance to him. Thus, if one were to establish power in both realms, the most advantageous location would be in proximity to this gate. Fortuitously, a vacant plot lay just outside the time-space gate. And after walking a few hundred meters, he came upon a solitary shop, desolate and forlorn. He stepped inside and inquired, "Owner, is the shop for transfer?" A weary young girl emerged, her face lined with fatigue. "You wish to buy the shop?" she asked. "Indeed, for how much?" 1,000. No, 8 million. "Do you have that amount?" Upon hearing this, the girl suddenly noticed the fabric of Gao Yuan's clothing, her face awash with astonishment. "You wear fiber clothing. You must possess wealth, at least 10 million. Are you the owner?" "My mother is the owner." "What of it?" "Nothing much, but does your mother consent?" "Of course. How else could I transfer it?" Gao Yuan regarded the girl. "I wish to speak only with the owner. Please have your mother come out." The girl's expression faltered slightly. "It's fine to talk to me as well," she retorted. Gao Yuan chuckled. "Could it be that your mother disapproves? Or are you planning to use the money for some nefarious purpose?" "Don't speak ill of me. I only wish what's best for her. What can we achieve by managing this shop? It's better to sell it for cash. We too wish to experience the taste of real meat. To don clothing such as yours," the girl exclaimed passionately. Gao Yuan found amusement in her indignation. "Do you harbor significant animosity towards me? How could someone of your privileged status comprehend our struggles? We, the downtrodden, are treated like livestock by the government, provided with mere scraps of food and clothing, ensuring our survival without concern for our dignity. We consume the most inferior nutritional paste, wear temperature-regulating garments, and reside in cramped high-rise pigeon coops. Even our leisure is limited to a handful of trifling games," the girl continued, her anger intensifying. "The government guarantees your basic existence. Should one not strive for happiness?" Gao Yuan countered. "Strive? What can we possibly do? Those elevated positions are beyond our reach. We lack the skills and have never received the education for them. All fundamental jobs are now performed by robots. Who would employ us? We lack resources and connections, unable to find employment. The only individuals who can secure jobs are from the middle class, bearing prestigious 4 or 5 character names. As for us, those with names of 6 characters or fewer, we are left to exist in a state devoid of meaning. No, our sole significance lies in casting our votes for you during elections." Gao Yuan never anticipated the existence of such a rigidly stratified future society. Although it appears that the lower classes have their basic needs met, human nature has always been prone to discontent stemming from inequality. Some indulge in organic food, while others are left with mere nutritional paste, fostering inevitable dissatisfaction. "What is your name?" "Lin Yiming Jiang Nanwu." "Very well, Lin Nanwu. What if I could fulfill your wishes?" Gao Yuan found it cumbersome to address a 6-character name, opting instead for a 3-character simplification. "Fulfill me in what way?" "By providing you with authentic organic food and genuine cotton clothing." "Are you deceiving me?" Gao Yuan gazed into Lin Nanwu's large eyes, countering, "Why would I deceive you? You are of noble birth. And what of that? Does being affluent equate to being deceitful? You too could aspire to wealth. Do you not wish for your child to have a 2-character name? Do you not desire to consume organic food daily?" Lin Nanwu was left speechless. "I wish to." "Then join me. What must I do?" "First, assist me in managing this store." Half an hour later, Gao Yuan remained oblivious to how Lin Nanwu had persuaded her mother. He had now signed a contract with the middle-aged woman before him, the contract amounting to 10 million. In addition to the transfer agreement, there was an employment contract, wherein Gao Yuan hired Lin Nanwu and her mother as his initial employees, entrusting them with the management of the store. This establishment previously specialized in selling temperature-regulating clothing, a prevalent garment in the future world. Equipped with an internal energy reactor, these clothes maintain a constant internal temperature, impervious to water and fire. And even in temperatures as low as -50 degrees, wearing such attire feels akin to basking in spring's warmth. Chapter 9. Delicate brows like autumn waters in the future world. Most individuals don temperature-regulating clothing, differing only in style. The lowest tier of society dons government-issued, standardized garments, characterized by loose, gray, one-piece suits. To acquire alternative styles, one must purchase them, with prices ranging from 1,000 to 10,000, catering to those who are not destitute. And, of course, the middle class may also make purchases. However, middle-class patrons typically do not frequent Lin Wu's modest shop. Gao Yuan has now procured the inventory of several hundred temperature-regulating garments from this store. He intends to use this establishment as a stronghold in this world, conveniently located near his exit point. Lin Nanwu's first task is to register a company under Gao Yuan's elevated identity. Lin Nanwu and her mother will be the first wave of employees. In this world a millennium hence, one requires a minimum of 100 million in registered capital to establish a company. Gao Yuan currently lacks this amount, but Lin Nanwu can initiate the paperwork. The capital infusion will take several days, by which time Gao Yuan will ensure that his account is sufficiently funded. At present, Gao Yuan must return to the modern world, and he intends to bring along these several hundred temperature-regulating garments as his inaugural step towards ascendance in the contemporary realm. Nanwu, assist me in transporting these items over there. By the way, I also need you to help me find a batch of loyal and reliable employees. Gao Yuan remarked. Lin Nanwu raised an eyebrow. Boss, the most loyal and reliable employees are undoubtedly robots. Robots? What kind? Gao Yuan had yet to witness the robots of this world. Boss, you can't be serious. Haven't you seen them? There are robots working on every street, indistinguishable from humans, except for the collars they wear. Without those collars, one might not even be able to tell the difference. Gao Yuan was taken aback. He had indeed seen many employees in shops wearing collars, previously thinking them to be peculiar accessories, unaware that the collars signified their robotic nature. Why do robots wear collars? Gao Yuan inquired. The collar functions like a human identity chip, containing the robot's model and serial number. The owner can check the robot's status at any time via the collar. Gao Yuan understood. So what is the price of these robots? The price for assembly line robots is relatively low, around 100,000. The robots that serve human customers in shops are slightly more expensive, generally around 300,000. Specialized robots in fields such as healthcare, particularly those used for surgeries, can cost about 800,000, Lin Nanwu replied. After listening, Gao Yuan deemed it not overly expensive. He had observed the robots in shops, and whether in appearance, movement, or conversational mannerisms, they resembled real humans. He had never realized that they were robots before. In a future world, 300,000 for such a robot seemed reasonable. In the modern world, the price could easily multiply tenfold or even 100-fold, and there would undoubtedly be demand. More importantly, even at the original price, Gao Yuan would not incur a loss, considering he could exchange a pack of cigarettes here for dozens or even hundreds of lifelike robots. It was irrefutable that robots were more reliable than humans. Gao Yuan believed that frequently traveling between the present and future worlds would be exhausting if he relied solely on himself for tasks. Hence, he planned to bring back a few robots to modern society. Nanwu, I will give you 3 million. Go and purchase 10 robots. 5 will be for your use, and 5 I will take with me. Buying robots? No problem. Lin Nanwu exclaimed with excitement. How long will it take? Half an hour. I will arrange for delivery through the neural contact now. Each robot can only recognize one owner, and once established, it cannot be changed unless destroyed. All right, I will wait. Indeed, half an hour later, an unmanned delivery vehicle arrived with 10 boxes. Lin Nanwu beamed with excitement. Boss, would you like to take a look? These are all models of beautiful women I specifically selected for you. Each one is unique. Gao Yuan gazed at the young woman, grateful for her thoughtfulness, and felt an unexpected thrill at the thought of 10 beautiful figures awaiting him in the boxes. Although they were robots, they were indistinguishable from real women. Perhaps the only difference was that real women ate, while robots required charging. With trembling hands, Gao Yuan opened one of the boxes, his mind conjuring images of action movie scenes from a certain island nation, where beautiful women were delivered in boxes to the male protagonists. Gao Yuan now stands as the protagonist, akin to a magician unveiling a treasure. He tears open the seal and gradually lifts the lid. revealing a statuesque beauty whose striking visage captivates the senses. Lying within the confines of the box, she resembles a slumbering princess, her curled lashes framing her enchanting eyes. Is this a robot? What do you think, boss? Isn't it astonishing? Lin Nanwu inquired, her cheeks tinged with shyness. Gao Yuan surveyed the beauteous form. Although 2 buttons were present, he hesitated to press them, especially under Lin Nanwu's watchful gaze. He awkwardly glanced at her. How do I activate it? How should I know? I'm just a pauper. Not only have I never purchased a robot, but I used to despise them. Without robots, we would certainly have jobs. Those with jobs are the middle class, entitled to names of 4 or 5 characters, he lamented. With a moment's hesitation, Gao Yuan extended his hand towards one button. Yet it elicited no response. He pressed the other, to no avail. At that moment, Lin's mother, observing from the side, suggested with a blush, "Boss, why not try the collar?" All right. Gao Yuan rummaged through the collar for a button, but found none. Suddenly, it illuminated. The 056 model simulation robot is booting up. Please wait. Fingerprint verification in progress. Approximately 30 seconds later, the beauty within the box opened her eyes and, upon seeing Gao Yuan, bestowed upon him a sweet smile. Greetings, master. Her voice, sweet and clear, enchanted him. A bold notion sparked in his mind. Could such a lifelike robot be marketed to reclusive men? The beauty robot gracefully stood, bowing to Gao Yuan. 056 model, serial number 77857A, lifestyle robot. Please bestow a name upon me. At that moment, a line from Li Bai's poetry floated into Gao Yuan's mind. Delicate brows like autumn waters, jade skin accompanied by gentle breezes. You shall be called Dandan. And henceforth, do not address me as master, call me boss. Yes, boss, I shall be called Dandan from now on. Lin Nanwu, overhearing the chosen name, burst into laughter. Boss, your naming skills leave much to be desired. Gao Yuan shot her a sidelong glance. What do you know? Delicate brows like autumn waters, jade skin accompanied by gentle breezes, Dandan, Mei Mei, Ru, Chio Chio, Foam Foam. It does seem rather unappealing, but it matters not. After all, robots do not protest. Gao Yuan, accompanied by 5 beauties, each carrying a thermal garment, made his way towards the nearby door. The remaining 5 robots were left behind to assist him in managing the newly acquired boutique. Chapter 10. The simulation robot, of course. The notion of management was merely a facade. There was little to oversee, as he had taken the sole inventory with him. Boss, now that you are leaving, what are we to do? Lin Nanwu asked, her face brimming with hope. Are you not assisting me in registering the company and handling the paperwork? That will be swift. It's simply a matter of filling out forms on the Interstellar network, submitting the application, and awaiting approval. The capital injection will be reviewed promptly. And there are those eager to take on more work. Gao Yuan could perceive her yearning for employment in her eyes. Such aspirations from oppressed employees are often the hallmark of a diligent worker. Yet, at present, Gao Yuan found little work to be done aside from registering the company. He pondered for a moment. Dear Nanwu, please take the time to thoroughly clean the shop, both inside and out. Dispose of everything. I shall return shortly. Gao Yuan had previously inquired with Lin Nanwu about that door, which she could not see at all. This reassured Gao Yuan. Upon returning to his backyard, Gao Yuan felt as though he had traversed through time. Initially, he believed he had failed in his entrepreneurial endeavors and would spend his life aimlessly in his hometown. To his astonishment, the backyard led to a world of the future. This time, he returned with robots and hundreds of temperature-regulating garments. In the future world, these items were commonplace, particularly the temperature-regulating clothing, which were akin to street market goods. Yet, in modern society, they represented undeniable technological marvels. Regardless of the season, whether scorching hot or frigidly cold, a single garment sufficed. Moreover, they maintained a constant temperature, were impervious to water and fire, and resisted dirt, truly miraculous attire. Though the temperature-regulating clothing was exceptional, it was not yet suitable for public sale. The lifelike robots were undoubtedly formidable assets, appealing to both men and women. Each individual possesses an ideal partner in their heart, yet the reality often presents obstacles to such encounters. Should one meet their ideal, they may not reciprocate the feelings. Lifelike robots could fulfill everyone's fantasies, remaining eternally youthful, requiring no financial investment, offering no complaints, needing no rest, and always exuding kindness and consideration. However, Gao Yuan had no intention of selling the robots. as he needed them to assist with his work, given his financial constraints in hiring employees in the real world. In the future, Gao Yuan had already established 2 lines of development. One involved trading wine for lithography machines, and the other trading tobacco for production lines of temperature-regulating clothing. As a former entrepreneur, Gao Yuan understood the importance of foresight. To expand his enterprise, he required a base of operations, and his only option was Muzha. Thus, he envisioned transforming the entire Muzha into a large-scale production hub, which necessitated policy support. Fortunately, Gao Yuan had a classmate who had become a civil servant at the Investment Promotion Bureau in Daqing County. He searched for Bai Moyu's contact number on his phone and dialed. The call was quickly answered, revealing an enthusiastic voice. Gao Yuan, is that you? Long time no see. You've returned? Yes, I'm in Muzha. How have you been? I'm doing well. As a junior officer, I focus on investment promotion, but Daqing County is quite remote, making it difficult. I'm nearly ready to give up. Gao Yuan chuckled. This was fortuitous. Moyu, let us have a chat. I wish to establish a production base here in my hometown. Really? I knew you were starting a business in Qingjing. I saw news about you a few years ago. Big boss. Welcome back to invest. All right, let us meet at noon. I'll call you when I arrive. After hanging up, Gao Yuan noticed a news alert pop up. Heavy rains had caused widespread flooding in Shannan. He sighed, acknowledging the misfortunes. Donations were currently beyond his reach. However, Gao Yuan had temperature-regulating clothing available, so he decided to donate 200 pieces to the relief workers. These garments would help maintain their physical condition in optimal state. He instructed sisters Dan and Mei to pack the 200 pieces and place them by the door, intending to send them to the disaster zone when he traveled to the county. Just as I was about to step out, the phone rang. A voice on the other end inquired, Gao, have you left Qingjing? Yes. Please send me your address. I will come to see you tomorrow. What do you want to see me for? Didn't you start working at Xiaowei's company? Nonsense. I'm tired. I just want to unwind with you. After hanging up, Gao Yuan felt a twinge of emotion. The caller was Zhang Bai, his former capable assistant and partner, as well as a close friend from university days. When Gao Yuan faced bankruptcy, others shunned him like the plague, fearing he might ask for loans, yet Zhang Bai never complained. It's worth noting that the funds Zhang Bai had invested were meant for purchasing a home for his marriage. With the company now defunct and the money lost, naturally, the wedding plans were also dashed. Gao Yuan had heard that Zhang Bai had broken up with his girlfriend. After a moment's hesitation, Gao Yuan sent Zhang Bai his location. He genuinely needed a competent assistant, and this venture was destined for success. Previously, he felt he had let Zhang Bai down. Now, he would help him soar. After the call, Gao Yuan drove his electric tricycle back to Linhai County, first dispatching the thermal clothing intended for the disaster-stricken area. He then parked the tricycle by the roadside and dialed Bai Moyu's number once more. Little fish, I've arrived. Huh, where are you? Wait for me. I will be there shortly. Gao Yuan shared his address, and just as he lit a cigarette, he spotted a girl across the street waving at him. Bai Moyu, clad in a fitted black jacket with a white t-shirt beneath, her hair styled in a bun, exuded both intellect and playfulness as she sprinted towards him in high heels. However, as she reached him, she stumbled, nearly falling onto the road just as a taxi sped by. Bai Moyu turned pale with fright, but Gao Yuan, quick on his feet, grasped her firmly and pulled her towards him. She fell into his embrace, a delicate fragrance wafting through the air. Unconsciously, Gao Yuan tightened his hold around her. After a brief moment, Bai Moyu regained her composure, smoothing her tousled hair. Where shall we go to sit? Huh. Gao Yuan quickly released her. To the bookstore? Bai Moyu nodded. Gao Yuan and Bai Moyu were high school classmates, both frequent visitors to the bookstore at the entrance of their school, which they fondly referred to as Sanwei Bookstore. As they walked there, it felt as if they had returned to the innocent days of their youth. Gao Yuan reminisced about their past antics, a smile curving his lips. Little fish, do you remember that time you got a book dirty at the bookstore? Of course. You were the one who saved me by buying that book. It wasn't that I didn't have money. I had lost it. I know. Chapter 11. This is my sister. How could you know? Bai Moyu asked. Because I saw you in front of me on the way to school this morning. Your wallet fell into the drain. Bai Moyu paused. Then why didn't you tell me? Would it have been useful? Could you have retrieved it? Well, that does make sense. Gao Yuan chuckled softly. For that day, he had specifically pursued Bai Moyu to assist her in a predicament. Although they had been classmates prior, their acquaintance had not been particularly intimate. However, following that incident, the bond between Bai Moyu and Gao Yuan grew significantly closer. By the way, I returned your money. Yet you refused to accept it and secretly tucked it into my textbook. It was only during the holidays that I discovered it. Gao Yuan, with a nonchalant demeanor, replied. It was merely a matter of feeling that if I accepted your money, the sentiment would be lost. Ah, so that was the case. No wonder. On several occasions when you failed to complete your assignments, I felt too embarrassed to inform the teacher. When the teacher inquired if I had collected all the assignments, I responded affirmatively. Once, the teacher discovered your absence and reprimanded me for half an hour. Is that so? How did you handle it? I explained that I had misplaced your work and consequently faced the teacher's ire, as they reminisced about amusing incidents from their high school days. The years of estrangement swiftly faded away. Seated in the bookstore, the barriers dissolved completely, and their conversations soon turned to more pressing matters. Boss Gao, how much are you planning to invest? 20 billion, perhaps? I intend to relocate the residents of Muzha and establish a base there. Does your investment bureau have policies regarding this? Mou's eyes widened. 20 billion? That's a significant sum. This would be the largest investment our Jinghai has ever seen. Gao Yuan, are you jesting? Do I appear to be joking? Such an investment, if our leaders were to learn of it, they might be utterly thrilled. Hold your excitement. First, assist me with the matter at hand, and then we can discuss the specific policies. Mou elaborated extensively, but Gao Yuan interjected. Have you not eaten? You haven't either? Haha, let's go have a meal and converse as we dine. After their meal, they continued to stroll until the clock struck 4 in the afternoon. Mou then remarked, Gao Yuan, this endeavor is monumental. I need to report it to my superiors first. Afterwards, we can schedule a time for our director to personally accompany you in discussing the project. Very well, do what you must, and call me if anything arises. After parting ways with Mou, Gao Yuan proceeded to the supermarket, acquiring several cases of Huanggai Baifun and a dozen packs of cigarettes, thereby utilizing a portion of his credit card limit. He then drove his tricycle back to Muzha. Upon arriving home, he was greeted by Lin Mei waiting at the door. What brings you here? Yuan Ge, you're back. What is the matter? Gao Yuan inquired. Yuan Ge, I made some pastries myself. Since you're home alone and there's no one to cook for you, I brought you some to try. Lin Mei lifted the tray in her hands. How thoughtful of you. Yuan Ge, what have you been busy with these past few days? Business, Gao Yuan replied casually. Lin Mei's eyes sparkled. Yuan Ge, are you embarking on another entrepreneurial venture? I studied advertising design in college, but since my mother is unwell, I cannot leave. Perhaps I could assist you? Design? Do you know how to do UI? Can you handle photography? Of course. Lin Mei replied proudly. Gao Yuan displayed a look of surprise. His company was still uncertain, yet he had already hired a designer. However, it mattered little, as many materials had been prepared in advance. Lin Mei would handle the artwork, while Zhang Bai was tasked with marketing and programming. Their client base was secure, and everything was in order. You're hired, he declared, opening the door. At that moment, the 5 sisters of Dan Mei were busily tidying up the front yard, which they had already made spotless. The lingering scents from the previous days had nearly dissipated. Gao Yuan planned to move into the front yard, reserving the backyard as his secret warehouse, a place he would not share with others, robots excluded. Lin Mei, initially brimming with excitement, was taken aback upon seeing the 5 sisters. Yuan Ge, who are they? She asked, her expression becoming somewhat awkward as she furtively glanced at the sisters, feeling increasingly inferior. How could these beauties possess such impeccable figures and stunning looks? Why were there so many attractive women around Gao Yuan? A hint of disappointment crept into Lin Mei's heart. Unbeknownst to her, Gao Yuan continued, Lin Mei, if you need anything, just let them know. Don't hesitate. They are all part of our team. Part of our team? Lin Mei thought to herself, feeling like an outsider. Just then, the sound of a car pulling up outside caught Gao Yuan's attention, and a look of delight crossed his face. A new member has joined our team, he exclaimed as a young man entered through the door, clad in a well-fitted suit and sporting a meticulously styled hairdo. Upon seeing Gao Yuan, he rushed over. Old Gao. What the hell? This place is quite remote, but the scenery is nice. Gao Yuan playfully punched Zhang Bai on the shoulder. How did you arrive so quickly? I only called you this morning, and it's still light out. Spare me the nonsense. I was worried you might lose hope and do something drastic. I even gave up my wedding house for you, so I'm definitely sticking around. Gao Yuan understood that this was merely an excuse. Zhang Bai was simply concerned for him. This guy was exceptionally skilled. Though a programmer, he was unlike any other, possessing a flair for marketing as well. Old Zhang, It seems we are to fight side by side once more, Gao Yuan said, to which Zhang Bai responded with surprise. Are you starting a new venture again? I knew you could never settle for a regular job, even in this remote area. Gao Yuan was touched. Why on earth would you want to come find me when you could be comfortably working as an executive? Enough chatter. I resigned from a six-figure executive position to join you. Don't forget that you owe me a favor, Zhang Bai replied. However, his words were cut short as he noticed the five sisters standing in the yard. He pulled Gao Yuan closer. Old Gao, you're doing well. With so many stunning women around, I can take care of my romantic pursuits. Gao Yuan shrugged nonchalantly. Feel free to choose. Whichever one catches your eye, she's yours. Zhang Bai's eyes lit up. Really? Do they listen to you? Of course. Dan, come here. From now on, you will assist Manager Zhang. Fulfill any of his requests. Understood? Yes, boss. Dan replied with a respectful bow. Zhang Bai was overjoyed. Good buddy, but the name is a bit peculiar. How can such a beautiful girl be named Dan? Not Dan, but Dan, the Dan from Dan Mei, as clear as autumn waters. How did you know which egg I was referring to? Zhang Bai expressed his discontent, saying, the moment you lift your backside. I can already guess what you're about to say. We know each other too well. Zhang Bai chuckled and remarked, indeed, you understand me well, Lao Gao. What are your entrepreneurial plans this time? Oh, is there a little sister here? Lin Mei, feeling somewhat ignored, thought to herself. I was quite the belle of the class back in university, so why am I overlooked here? It's all because the other women are too stunning. Old Zhang, this is my sister, Lin Mei, our graphic designer. Ah, a graphic designer. You're living the good life here, surrounded by beauties. That evening, the atmosphere was lively until midnight, and Zhang Bai was quite inebriated. Chapter 12. I want to buy this piece of land. The following morning, Gao Yuan woke up, drank a glass of water, and ate a piece of bread. He once again ventured into the backyard and stepped through the time portal. Accompanying him were Ru, Qiu, and Shui, three beautiful robotic companions, who were dragging a small cart laden with alcohol. Gao Yuan held 10 packs of cigarettes in his hand. Upon passing through the portal, Gao Yuan found himself in the future world once more. He first visited a nearby shop, which was spotless yet desolate, containing only a few smart massage chairs. Gao Yuan instructed the three sisters to set down their cargo, and then called for Lin Nanwu. How is the company registration progressing? We've already submitted the application, and it should be reviewed within 24 hours. After the review, there will be a capital verification within 3 days. That is excellent. I brought you a gift, Gao Yuan said, handing Lin Nanwu a paper bag. Inside were delicacies Gao Yuan had packed from Lehigh County for dishes, including a fragrant beggar's chicken, a steamed base, a plate of stir-fried greens, and a platter of fried mushrooms. Lin Nanwu received the bag and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, Wow, boss. It smells amazing. What is this? These are the natural foods you've been longing for, Gao Yuan replied. Really? Lin Nanwu's mouth watered as she opened the containers, her eyes glistening with tears at the sight of the appetizing food. I've never had such food in my life. I haven't even tasted synthetic food. Every birthday, my mother would buy me the best nutritional paste, but no matter how good it was still just paste. As I grew up, I vowed to experience natural food at least once. Boss, did these cost a fortune? Will I ever be able to repay you in this lifetime? Lin Nanwu asked, her big watery eyes looking up at Gao Yuan. Don't worry about it. It's just a meal for the boss to take care of. Don't overthink it. Gao Yuan replied, feeling a pang of sympathy. Although people in the future world were free from hunger, they were indeed quite pitiful for never having seen or tasted natural food. All right, enough with the sentimentality. Let us taste the food. Lin Nanwu stood up and suddenly hugged Gao Yuan, gazing into his eyes. Boss, I like you. Gao Yuan was taken aback. Are you of age? Almost. Lin Nanwu blinked her big eyes. This left Gao Yuan somewhat troubled. Wait, am I breaking the law? Am I employing a minor? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. What did it mean to employ a minor? It was clearly about taking in a poor girl. As long as he maintained his integrity, everything would be fine. You don't understand what liking someone means. Go call your mother. Let us all eat together. I have something to attend to. As he spoke, Gao Yuan, accompanied by 3 robots laden with wine, made his way towards the Jia Yuan antique shop. Upon reaching the entrance, Li Qingmei emerged to greet him. Mr. Gao, you have arrived. A sense of trepidation filled her heart upon seeing Gao Yuan, for she had dispatched someone the previous day to investigate his background, only to be promptly warned to cease her inquiries. Terrified by the sensitivity of the situation, she realized that he bore the surname Gao, a name she presumed held significant weight in this formidable world, and she feared that Gao Yuan's powerful connections might lead to her demise. Unbeknownst to Li Qingmei, her attempts to uncover information about a young man with a two-character name placed her in the presence of someone of utmost prominence in Longjing, which was a stroke of luck that spared her from dire consequences at this early stage. Mistakenly believing she had been discovered by Gao Yuan, she stammered, "Mr. Gao, I apologize for my sister's actions yesterday. Yesterday's incident? I am unaware of what transpired. I have brought the wine. Have you prepared your items?" "Yes, yes. Here's the list." As she spoke, she pressed a button on her wristband, and a virtual screen appeared before Gao Yuan, displaying a detailed inventory. 100 units of silicon-based chip lithography machines, 500,000. 10 intelligent production lines for silicon-based chip lithography machines, 10,000,000. 1,000 units of intelligent research robots, 800,000. 10 production lines for intelligent robots, 20,000,000. 1,000 units of virtual 3D interactive communication wristbands, 20,000. 10 production lines for virtual 3D interactive communication wristbands, 30,000,000. 10 space tourism buses, 5,000,000. 1 production line for space tourism buses, 200,000. 1,000 tons of 100 pure silicon wafers. Complimentary. Gao Yuan was taken aback by the sheer volume of items listed. Why so much? And 1,000 tons of 100 pure silicon wafers? How is that even achievable? It is well known that the higher the purity, the better the chips produced. Nevertheless, he quickly reassured himself, in a world a millennium ahead, achieving 100 purity should not be an insurmountable feat. Akin to how ancient people could not fathom a vehicle traveling at 300 kilometers per hour. "Mr. Gao, should you find any of these goods unsatisfactory, I can arrange for replacements," Li Qingmei offered. While Gao Yuan was astounded internally, his expression remained impassive, reflecting the composure expected of a seasoned merchant. "No need. This will suffice. Mr. Gao, where would you like these items delivered?" Gao Yuan felt a pang of concern. He had not anticipated such a large quantity. With so many production lines, he had no space to accommodate them. The only property he currently owned was the small shop belonging to Lin Nanwu, which would certainly not suffice. "Please send the lithography machines to this address. I will inform you about the other items for delivery later." He provided Li Qingmei with the address of Lin Nanwu's shop, reasoning that the surrounding empty land could temporarily house the goods, as he intended to purchase the land eventually. "Understood, Mr. Gao. Thank you for your efforts, Li. Since the materials are ready, please accept the wine as well." With that, Gao Yuan gestured for the Dan Rushi sisters to begin unloading the boxes. A case containing 12 bottles, not yet 2 cases. Li Qingmei was somewhat taken aback to see Gao Yuan pushing a small cart. Such antiques had not been utilized for centuries. However, she dared not inquire, as the elite often exhibit peculiarities. "Boss Li, please inspect the goods," she suggested. "No need. I have complete trust in Mr. Gao." Gao Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "One matter at a time." As he spoke, he opened a box. Although the bottles remained sealed, the intoxicating aroma of the wine wafted forth immediately. "Mr. Gao, only you possess the ability to procure such an abundance of wine. This is not merely an antique, but a commodity," Li Qingmei exclaimed with genuine admiration. "This is not particularly rare," Gao Yuan replied. Li Qingmei felt a spark of inspiration. "Mr. Gao, if you have more, we could potentially establish a long-term collaboration." Gao Yuan paused momentarily. "Let us discuss it another time. We can connect via BrainLink. You can reach out to me directly if you need anything." "Certainly." Upon returning, the lithography machine had already been delivered, piled high at the entrance of the small shop. Lin Nanwu rushed over. "Boss, how did you acquire so many items?" "Nanwu, if I wish to build a warehouse here, whom should I approach to purchase this land?" Gao Yuan inquired. "Here? Is there a problem with construction?" "I have no idea." Gao Yuan chuckled softly. Lin Nanwu was merely a grassroots girl, and she obviously lacked such knowledge. It seemed prudent to consult Qin Mu Gyutan later. As he pondered, Lin's mother spoke up. "Mr. Gao, you intend to build a warehouse here?" "Yes. Do you know how to proceed?" Chapter 13. 100 million. No more Mr. Gao. This land was formerly an abandoned factory. My mother worked there. Our family was once middle class. However, The factory fell behind technologically and eventually closed, leaving the land worthless and vacant. If you wish to buy it, I can take you. I know who owns this land. There's no rush. Please inquire for me. I will come to negotiate soon. If this matter is resolved, I will raise your salaries. With that, Gao Yuan headed off with cigarettes in hand to find Qin Mugyutan. He realized that in this future world, he constantly needed money. Thus, he sought Qin Mugyutan to settle his debts with tobacco. In modern society, cigarettes and alcohol serve as hard currency among men, with alcohol often signifying status even more than cigarettes. Yet, in this future realm, tobacco is considerably more valuable than wine. After all, while alcohol, albeit diluted, still exists, cigarettes remain unattainable for the common populace. In terms of pricing, Gao Yuan offered Li Qingmei a small bottle of erguo for 1 million. In contrast, the cigarettes given to Qin Mugyutan, irrespective of brand, commanded a staggering 20 million per pack. That illustrates the disparity. 100 packs of cigarettes amount to a value of 20 billion. Gao Yuan casually carried a paper bag containing 10 packs of cigarettes, scarcely able to fathom that he was nonchalantly transporting goods worth 20 billion. It was utterly ludicrous. As he strolled along, an alert suddenly flashed before him, an unread message from Qin Mugyutan. It dawned on Gao Yuan that this was BrainLink. He silently intoned, "Open." Instantaneously, a message appeared before him. "Brother Gao, have you arrived?" Gao Yuan responded directly, "I will arrive shortly." Qin Mugyutan, in a desperate gamble for this transaction, was willing to risk everything. As a trader engaged in reselling, his net worth barely reached 10 billion. In order to gather the funds necessary for Gao Yuan's payment, he had mortgaged all his assets, resorted to borrowing from underground moneylenders at exorbitant interest rates, and even scoured his acquaintances for various supplies, all on credit, of course. At that moment, Qin Mugyutan's face was alight with excitement. Securing 100 packs of cigarettes from Gao Yuan would allow him to turn his fortunes around, not only lifting him from his current plight, but also granting him access to the upper echelons of society. It is crucial to understand that in the future world, social hierarchies were exceptionally rigid. Ascending even a single tier would be considered a stroke of extraordinary luck. From a distance, Qin Mugyutan spotted Gao Yuan approaching with a paper bag in hand. His eyelids twitched. Could that bag contain cigarettes? 100 packs of cigarettes? Such a valuable item being carried so casually? Qin Mugyutan's perception of Gao Yuan elevated to a new level. This was the essence of effortless grace, casually bearing 2 billion worth of goods with such composure. He even began to suspect that Gao Yuan might hail from an elite background. Otherwise, he could not fathom anyone so formidable. It was rumored that the global production of cigarettes did not exceed 1,000 packs. And yet Gao Yuan was delivering 100 packs in a single transaction. What sort of family background could he possibly possess? Gao Yuan greeted him from afar, prompting Qin Mugyutan to rush over. "Brother Gao, you've arrived." "Yes. Shall we find a place to talk?" "I know a restaurant," Qin Mugyutan replied. "Let's avoid the restaurant. Where are the supplies you prepared?" "I rented a warehouse," he said. "Then let us proceed to your warehouse." Upon arriving at the modest space, which was scarcely 50 square meters, Gao Yuan pondered what supplies Qin Mugyutan had arranged for him. "Brother Gao, take a look. Everything is here, worth 10 billion. And I will transfer another 10 billion in cash to your account." Qin Mugyutan chuckled. "Fortunately, you only require half the supplies. If you had demanded all cash, even if I were to be torn apart, I could not have managed it." "What exactly do you have?" Gao Yuan inquired. "Hee, Brother Gao. Observe this. It is a life-sustaining nutrient solution, of which I prepared 300 bottles, each valued at 1 million. This substance can sustain a person for at least 6 months as long as they have breath. With slightly better health, it can last a year." Gao Yuan looked at the small vial, his heart filled with astonishment. What a remarkable item. This is truly a life-saving elixir. And what else? This device is an electroencephalographic imager, a gadget used in the film industry. Once worn, it can directly project the images conjured in one's mind. Quite fascinating, and worth 300 million. Gao Yuan nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. "What more do you have?" Qin Mugyutan revealed a mysterious smile. "Brother Gao, I assure you, even those at the highest echelons have never seen this. It is the very first device of its kind in the world, which I managed to acquire." As he unveiled the final box, Gao Yuan beheld a small instrument within. "What is this?" "Take a guess." Gao Yuan picked it up, examining it for a moment. Yet he could discern no extraordinary features. "Brother Gao, look at me," said Qin Mu Gyutin as he fastened a device around his waist and pressed a button. In an instant, a holographic image materialized before them. Moments later, Gao Yuan watched in astonishment as Qin Mu Gyutin transformed into a tiger, exuding a lifelike aura. The scent emanating from it was strikingly realistic. Cold sweat trickled down Gao Yuan's back. This is called a shapeshifter, developed by a research group at Longjing University of Technology. However, due to their limited funding, I acquired it for 400 million directly. From what I gathered, it seems to be infused with animal genes. Once worn, it simulates transformation, although I am not entirely clear on the specifics. Gao Yuan, still mesmerized by the tiger that spoke in Qin Mu Gyutin's voice, finally regained his composure. What a remarkable item. Brother Tan, how long can this last, and how does one revert back? There is no need for any operation. Simply think of returning to human form, and it will happen. The transformation can last a maximum of 24 hours, but since this is an experimental product, it is advisable not to exceed 12 hours to avoid malfunctions. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. Very well. So, are we in agreement then? Absolutely. Gao Yuan said as he offered a cigarette. At that moment, Qin Mu Gyutin, unaware of Gao Yuan's true capabilities, likely lacked the audacity to attempt any deceit. Brother, I shall gift you an automated cargo flying vehicle. Just input the destination, and it will navigate itself. As Gao Yuan settled into the flying vehicle, he returned to the small shop where Lin Nanwu and her daughter awaited him. Sir, I inquired on your behalf, and the other party was quite excited to hear that you were interested in purchasing the land. The representative has already arrived. Good. Have the robot unload the items and place them here for now. Gao Yuan noticed a man standing beside Lin's mother. Hello. Greetings. You must be Mr. Gao. Are you truly interested in purchasing this land? Yes. What is the asking price? Mr. Gao, this land is not particularly large, but it spans 10,000 square meters. From the alley entrance to that store, all of which belongs to us. Currently, the market price in Longjing is 100,000 per square meter, totaling 10 billion for the entire area. As the man finished speaking, Lin's mother interjected, 10 billion is exorbitant. While it is true that Longjing's land prices are as stated, one must also consider location and condition. This land is situated in a remote area, and its elongated terrain diminishes its value. The man glanced at Lin's mother. What do you believe it is worth? Lin's mother looked toward Gao Yuan, who gave her an encouraging nod. To Gao Yuan's surprise, he had not previously regarded her much, merely intending to purchase her shop as a future office. He had not anticipated her knowledge of real estate. Not a penny more than 1 billion, Lin's mother asserted. The man grimaced. This is a severe undervaluation, reducing it to 10. To be frank, this land does have its shortcomings. It was originally used as a parking lot for our factory, but since all vehicles were converted to aerial parking, it has since been left unused. I can offer you a bottom price of 5 billion. Lin's mother remained silent, both waiting for Gao Yuan's response. 5 billion. This land is only worth 1 billion. I am willing to offer 2 billion. If you decide to sell, I am your buyer. If not, I am confident that no one in Longjing will offer more than I have. Gao Yuan spoke with unwavering confidence. According to Lin's mother, this piece of land had been idle for many years. If anyone had been interested, it would have been sold long ago. The man hesitated, but Gao Yuan was unwilling to wait any longer. 200 million. If you do not respond within half an hour, I may have to withdraw my offer, Gao Yuan declared. The man hesitated for a moment, then smiled wryly. Mr. Gao, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Gao Yuan extended his hand to a fruitful partnership. Soon, the two signed the land transfer contract. Lin Nao, assist me in finding a construction company to transform this place into a warehouse. And your store must also be renovated and expanded fivefold. It should be grand, as this will be the stronghold of our company. Gao Yuan transferred 500 million to Lin Na's account for the construction of the warehouse and the registration of the company. Once the warehouse was established, Gao Yuan would directly arrive there on his future visits, as he was wary of drawing the attention of those with ulterior motives by disappearing from one location repeatedly. Lin Na accepted the funds, her face a picture of gratitude. Boss, do you trust me this much? Aren't you afraid I might abscond with the money? The pressure is immense. I know nothing, yet you want me to oversee such a significant undertaking. Gao Yuan regarded the young woman seriously. No, I have faith in you. Besides, there are professional teams for the construction and renovations. What I value most is your and your mother's negotiation skills. And do expedite the company registration. I may be quite busy in the near future, and will not be able to come by often. Rest assured, I will fulfill the task." Lin Nao's heart surged with enthusiasm. Gao Yuan nodded and patted her shoulder. "Work diligently. In the future, you will occupy a prominent position in a modern context." Gao Yuan would never dare to entrust such a substantial sum to someone he had only known for 2 days. However, in this future world, the possibility of absconding with funds was virtually non-existent, as no one could escape. Everyone carried a chip. Moreover, Gao Yuan had his own contingencies, for he possessed numerous robots that were solely loyal to him. More importantly, he had no one else to rely on. Comparatively, Lin Nao and her mother instilled more confidence than Li Qingmei and Qin Migutan. Furthermore, Gao Yuan was essentially still in the modern world. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he could simply traverse the time-space portal. Now, he needed to figure out how to transport items back to the modern world. The lithography machine sent by Li Qingmei was located right at the time-space portal, and Gao Yuan intended to test how to bring these items back. As for the belongings from Qin Migutan, they were small enough to carry in without issue. The lithography machine, however, was the main concern. If he could not transport the lithography machine, he would be left with no choice but to remain here and learn the technology. Gao Yuan pondered, believing that since fate had granted him this opportunity, it would not be so unkind as to prevent him from taking his possessions across. Thus, he decided to give it a try. He instructed a robot to operate the cargo flying vehicle sent by Qin Migutan, loaded with 10 lithography machines, to collide with the time-space portal. Gao Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety. Would the portal sustain damage, or would the cargo vehicle crash directly into the wall? However, Gao Yuan felt compelled to give it a try. As the cargo flying vehicle hurtled towards him, he tightened his fists in anxiety, only to see it flash with a white light at the space-time portal before vanishing. Elated, Gao Yuan immediately stepped through, finding himself in his backyard. Indeed, a cargo flying vehicle was parked there. Marvelous. It could transport large items, which simplified matters considerably. For the time being, he refrained from transferring all the goods, as his backyard could not accommodate them. He instructed 100 robots to traverse the space-time portal, unload the photolithography machine, and place it in the backyard, before returning the cargo flying vehicle to the future world. In the front yard, Zhang Bai and Lin Mei were present. Zhang Bai wore a displeased expression. "Old Gao, where have you been? You've disappeared for half the day." "I've been here idly, and the lovely young lady has been ignoring me." Gao Yuan chuckled. "What are you so anxious about? There will be plenty for you to do soon. When is your company being registered?" With a smile, he added, "As soon as the funds are in place, the registration will happen immediately." Zhang Bai looked befuddled. What good are words without money? The two stood at the entrance of the front yard, and Gao Yuan offered a cigarette. This journey to the future world had yielded numerous transformative items, each one a groundbreaking product. A vague plan began to form in his mind. From Li Qingmei, Gao Yuan had acquired the photolithography machine, intelligent robots, a space tourism bus, and 3D interactive communication wristbands. However, the photolithography machine was too niche, and the space bus was overly advanced for immediate use. Gao Yuan also wished to use the robots to masquerade as his team, so mass production of intelligent robots was not feasible at this stage. Thus, the only viable option left was the 3D interactive communication wristband. Essentially, this device served as a mobile phone, albeit distinct from current models. This wristband featured a virtual light screen for both communication and entertainment. Remarkably, during conversations, the virtual light screen created the illusion of the other party standing right in front of you, so lifelike. Furthermore, the content on the screen could only be seen by others if the wristband's owner chose to share it. Otherwise, onlookers would remain oblivious to what was happening. Gao Yuan decided that his primary business would be the production of 3D interactive communication wristbands. If this product succeeded, it would usher in a new era of intelligence. Gao Yuan aspired to utilize the photolithography machine to generate sufficient funds to fulfill this ambition. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "Old Zhang, I remember you were acquainted with a senior executive at Xiaowei Company, correct?" "Yes, he's a good friend of mine, serving as the deputy director in the research department at Xiaowei. I had planned to work there, thanks to his recommendation, but fearing you might be disheartened, I declined. Now I owe him a personal favor. Now, I'm giving you a chance to repay that favor," Gao Yuan stated. Zhang Bai was taken aback. "What do you mean?" "Please contact him and mention that I have several 3nm photolithography machines." "Is he interested?" Zhang Bai, who had been casually smoking, suddenly choked on his cigarette upon hearing Gao Yuan's words. What did you say? Photolithography machines? 3 nanometers process? Gao Yuan reiterated. Zhang Bai stared wide-eyed. You possess photolithography machines? Gao Yuan nodded slightly, expressing his disbelief. His chosen target was Xia Wei, whose mobile phone business had been dwindling since the supply of high-end chips was cut off. In the latter half of last year, there were breakthroughs in chip technology. However, the performance still lagged significantly behind that of the world's leading chips. More critically, even if Xia Wei were to obtain lithography machines, they could not reclaim their business. If Gao Yuan desired, he could acquire more advanced lithography machines, higher purity silicon wafers, and superior chip designs at any moment. The primary objective now was to secure initial funding. Chapter 15. The super technology base. When have I ever deceived you? Gao Yuan remarked, looking at Zhang Bai. You once told me that following you would guarantee immense profits, and yet here we are, bankrupt. Gao Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Unexpected setbacks are a normal part of entrepreneurship. Are we not embarking on a new venture? This time, there is no reason for failure. Zhang Bai remained skeptical. We don't even have the funds to register a company. What a joke. Gao Yuan decided to broaden his horizons. Follow me to the backyard. As they arrived, Zhang Bai inquired, Old Gao, what are you up to? Is there a secret back here? Just then, he noticed several machines in the backyard resembling printing presses. What on earth is this? When did they arrive? I mentioned I had a secret base and a team. This is a lithography machine, Gao Yuan declared. Zhang Bai's eyes widened as he approached and touched the machine. You must be joking. I've seen KML's lithography machines. They are enormous, larger than a room. How is yours so small? Of course, it's because it is extraordinarily advanced. This device is the pinnacle of the global optical industry. Some scientists even claim that it is more challenging to create than a hydrogen bomb. Do you not believe me? Wait inside while I gather some people. Gather them for what? It's not like we're about to fight, Zhang Bai muttered but complied and stepped indoors. Gao Yuan swiftly traversed through a time-space portal, summoning 10 research-oriented robots, each resembling a highly sophisticated scientist. He instructed Li Qingmei to bring over the silicon wafers, and the robots collected some before returning to the present world. Old Zhang, come out. Zhang Bai emerged to find the 10 research robots looking utterly bewildered. Where did they come from? Allow me to introduce our Chief Technology Officer, Jia Yi, and his assistant, Jia Er. They are the ones researching the lithography machine and are here to demonstrate it. These silicon wafers were extracted using a novel refining method, achieving a purity of 100. Zhang Bai scrutinized the two machines. They can't be siblings, can they? Although they don't resemble each other, their demeanor is strikingly similar, and their names too. Gao Yuan chuckled. You are unaware of the names of the other robots, which are Jia San, Jia Si, Jia Wu, all the way to Jia Yi. You know that behind Muzha lies the Great Green Mountain. Our family is among the last houses in Muzha. In fact, our basement connects to a base in the Great Green Mountain where these individuals conduct their research. They simply prefer not to meet outsiders. The basement is so advanced that no one is permitted to enter, not even myself. Zhang Bai glanced at the door Gao Yuan pointed to. Are you certain that is a basement and not an abandoned cellar from your home? Gao Yuan felt a touch of embarrassment, but had no choice but to persevere. Old Zhang, do you understand the need for discretion? After all, we are engaged in a cutting-edge industry. He continued, let us not dwell on that. Aren't the cellar and basement essentially the same? Now, allow them to demonstrate how chips are produced. Can you manufacture chips? Asked Zhang Bai. Of course. The most challenging aspects are the lithography machines and silicon wafers. Chip design comes next. Jia Yi's team has already tackled the lithography machines. So isn't chip design merely a straightforward task? With that, Gao Yuan instructed Jia Yi and Jia Er to commence the demonstration. What followed was an astonishing scene witnessed by Zhang Bai in an old courtyard of a rural village situated in a backward province of Central Xia country. A group of scientists was producing the world's most advanced chips. Holding a chip in his hand, Zhang Bai exclaimed, Old Gao, you're incredible. We could simply sell chips. Gao Yuan shook his head. Sell chips? If we need to sell in the future, we must first sell lithography machines, as they generate revenue much quicker. Why is that? Selling chips has a long cycle, and we urgently require funds to establish a super technological base. Moreover, the chip market is vast, and our foundation is too shallow. We need to partner with someone substantial, Gao Yuan explained. So you chose Xia? Certainly. Selling lithography machines won't affect us adversely. Our silicon wafers and chip designs are our true trump cards. We will only sell 3 nanometers lithography machines and refrain from selling more advanced ones. You have more advanced ones? Zhang Bai was taken aback. Indeed, if necessary. We can phase out silicon-based chips. Old Zhang, please be reasonable. You're boasting without consequence. Zhang Bai was utterly unconvinced. Gao Yuan chuckled and said nothing. In the future world, silicon-based chips would indeed become obsolete. The mainstream would be carbon-based chips. Although the carbon-based chips of the future would differ entirely from those in the present reality. In the current world, the so-called carbon-based chips refer to graphene, which employs carbon nanotubes to form transistors. If mass-produced in the future, their efficiency would surpass that of silicon-based chips. However, the future carbon-based chips will evolve through 3 stages. The first stage involves carbon nanotube materials, which the current reality has only just begun to explore. The second stage is the carbon-oxygen active intelligent chips, marking the true dawn of the intelligent era. The so-called artificial intelligence in the present reality is merely a comprehensive application of big data. True artificial intelligence will only emerge with the advent of carbon-oxygen active chips. The third stage encompasses organic carbon chips, also known as biological chips, which would enable machines to mimic human behavior almost indistinguishably. The widely used robots today actually employ biological chips. Robots equipped with biological chips can learn autonomously, anticipate their owner's thoughts, and even perceive their emotions, experiencing anger and engaging in independent research and development. However, biological chips are not without limitations due to their advanced nature. They may not be suitable for certain applications, such as toys, which do not require such intelligence. Thus, the future landscape features a coexistence of big data chips, semi-intelligent chips, and biological chips. Big data chips encompass both silicon-based chips and graphene chips. Due to the affordability of silicon-based chips, they continue to linger in the market, not yet fully obsolete. At this moment, Zhang Bai inquired, "Old Gao, what is our main business?" "Smartphones. You intend to venture into the smartphone sector?" Zhang Bai appeared bewildered. The smartphone market has already been fragmented among several major manufacturers. Is it not a bit too late to enter this arena? Nowadays, various smartphone companies have shifted their focus to electric vehicles. Old Gao's intention to enter the smartphone domain seems akin to trailing behind others. Are you serious, Old Gao? Absolutely. My team is developing a novel intelligent device capable of 3D virtual imaging. Imagine when you're making a call. It feels as if the other person is standing right in front of you. Zhang Bai was momentarily stunned. If that were the case, there indeed seems to be potential. Is there any progress? Of course. In a few days, the first batch of products will be produced. I have a facility in Daqing Mountain where the photolithography machines are manufactured. I see, Old Gao. I was wondering why you would return to this remote area even if you faced bankruptcy. It turns out you've established a secret base here. Is the production cost of this technology high? Not at all. That simplifies matters. We can directly establish a presence on major e-commerce platforms and start selling. Gao Yuan shook his head. Old Zhang, you might need to revisit your old profession first. We need to create a plan. Our smartphone is revolutionary and will require a complete ecosystem. Entering e-commerce platforms would inevitably impose limitations. Therefore, we must produce everything ourselves and promote it both online and offline. Understood. The crucial aspect is funding, Old Gao. I will contact Xia Wei immediately. Zhang Bai dialed the phone number of Li Qingchuan, Deputy Director of the Research Department at Xia Wei. Qingchuan, it's me, Zhang Bai. I have some exciting news. Yes, don't tell anyone. Come to Linzhou. I'll send you the location. Yes, it's very important, immensely beneficial for you. The sooner, the better. At the headquarters of Xia Wei in Qingjing, Li Qingchuan was filled with skepticism. He knew Zhang Bai well, aware that though he often spoke nonsensically, he never hesitated when it concerned significant matters. This was also the reason Li Qingchuan previously invited Zhang Bai to join Xia Wei. Receiving his call, he did not hesitate and immediately booked a ticket, flying to Linzhou that very night. Upon arriving in Linzhou, he rented a car and headed straight to Linhai Muzha. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai, having toiled throughout the day, were ready to retire for the night. Suddenly, a noise outside interrupted them, and soon Zhang Bai's phone rang. Chapter 16. Give me a satisfactory response. Bai, I've arrived. Open the door. Zhang Bai and Gao Yuan went out to greet him, followed by 2 beautiful humanoid robots. Upon opening the door, Zhang Bai saw Li Qingchuan. Qingchuan, what brings you here at this hour? I thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Enough chit-chat. What's the urgent matter you summoned me for? Hee, good news. Does Xiao Wei want the photolithography machine? Li Qingchuan frowned. Is that the reason you called me? Naturally. Xiao Wei desired the photolithography machine. In fact, there are domestic manufacturers that produce photolithography machines. However, the resolution and alignment precision significantly lag behind those of top international manufacturers. Even though there were breakthroughs last year, they were not technical advancements, but rather shifts in thinking. Li Qingchuan does not believe that there are domestic manufacturers with processes superior to those of Xiaoxin International. Zhang Bai, you had better provide me with a satisfactory response. Otherwise, our friendship will be in jeopardy. At this moment, Gao Yuan stepped forward. Directorly, shall we discuss this inside? Who are you? Gao Yuan. As a close ally of Zhang Baiyun, Li Qingchuan was naturally familiar with Gao Yuan. Indeed, the entire world is aware that Xiao Wei desires photolithography machines. And I happen to possess a fully automated extreme ultraviolet photonic exposure system with electromagnetic rail-bearing alignment, uniform light intensity, and high-efficiency photon point exposure, a super-resolution lithography machine with a process of 3 nanometers. Upon hearing the mention of a photolithography machine, Li Qingchuan immediately deemed it implausible. After listening to Gao Yuan's claims, he promptly turned to leave. Don't jest. Xiaoxin International is already the most formidable enterprise in our nation researching photolithography machines. They have just begun mass production of 22 nanometers lithography machines and are tackling 10 nanometers. You, a bankrupt internet entrepreneur, claim to possess a 3 nanometers process lithography machine? Moreover, you speak of photon exposure and electromagnetic alignment. How could that possibly be true? Noticing that Li Qingchuan was about to depart, Zhang Bai grew anxious and grabbed him. Qingchuan, what's the matter? I have no time to indulge in your games. You internet folks revel in concepts while we at Xiao Wei focus on tangible industry. We cannot afford such frivolities. Gao Yuan anticipated this reaction. Although he had brought back numerous valuable items from the future world, he found himself unable to promote them. This was still Li Qingchuan, whom Zhang Bai had invited. Had he reached out to Xiao Wei directly, no one would have come. However, since he was present, Gao Yuan certainly would not allow him to leave without further consideration. Directorly, please wait. I am uncertain what misconceptions you hold about us internet entrepreneurs, but I am now engaged in industry myself. Since you are here, why not take a moment to examine the machines before departing? As a professional, you would surely discern their authenticity with just a glance. Li Qingchuan turned back. Do you currently have the machines? Yes, they are in the backyard. Gao Yuan did not beat around the bush. At this juncture, he presented the tangible evidence, which was far more persuasive than mere words. Li Qingchuan visibly relaxed somewhat. Then let us take a look. The 3 of them proceeded to the backyard, where 10 lithography machines were arranged in a corner of the yard, modest in size and resembling printing machines. All 10 machines were covered with tarps. Gao Yuan casually lifted the cover from one. This is it, Directorly. You may power it on and conduct a test. Although we lack silicon wafers, you should possess the capability to evaluate its performance, correct? Gao Yuan did indeed have silicon wafers, but he was not prepared to reveal them just yet. His intention was merely to provide Xiao Wei with an opportunity, perhaps to exchange a modest sum. Producing too much at once would inevitably invite envy from others. Even if it was only a lithography machine, the temptation was already considerable. Li Qingchuan furrowed his brow as he approached the machine, observing it casually placed in the yard. It did not appear large. Could such an apparatus genuinely produce chips with a 3 nanometers process? Nevertheless, having come this far, he was determined to give it a try. After connecting the power supply, Li Qingchuan activated the lithography machine. Typically, the lithography process involves several steps: cleaning and drying the silicon wafer surface, applying a base layer, spin coating photoresist, soft baking, alignment exposure, post-baking, developing, hard baking, and etching. However, the lithography machine that Gao Yuan brought back from the future world is undeniably far more advanced than any on Earth. Li Qingchuan merely glanced at it and could no longer maintain his composure. At that moment, he was completely engrossed, leaning over the lithography machine, observing its operational procedures. Although it lacked silicon wafers, it was in test mode, and Li Qingchuan was already in awe. The high-end lithography machine is reputed to be the most precise instrument in the world, a true marvel of modern optical engineering. Currently, the most sophisticated lithography machines employ a light source with a wavelength of 10 to 15 nanometers extreme ultraviolet light. The shorter the wavelength, the sharper the cutting edge of the lithography, and the more stringent the requirements for precision control become. In Li Qingchuan's understanding, 10 to 15 nanometers extreme ultraviolet light represents the pinnacle. Yet the machine before him does not utilize extreme ultraviolet light, but instead employs photons. This is akin to others using a chisel, while this machine has already adopted lasers. Photons are fundamental particles at the microscopic level, a type of gauge boson. Using photons as a light source theoretically allows for achieving any level of precision. Li Qingchuan looked up at Gao Yuan and inquired, "Can this machine be modified? Achieving 2 nanometers, 1 nanometer, or even 0.1 nanometer is conceivable." Gao Yuan nodded in admiration. Truly remarkable individuals can see that it is theoretically feasible. However, to ensure quality and enhance yield rates, we will limit ourselves to 3 nanometers. Such a lithography machine could indeed reach the 0.1 nanometer realm in the future. What does 0.1 nanometer signify? It is merely the size of a single atom, representing the ultimate pinnacle of human industrial achievement. With current technology, even granting the West 100 years, they could at most surpass the 1 nanometer process. Chips produced using the 0.1 nanometer process would elevate computational speeds to the zenith of physical mechanics. Furthermore, as precision increases, design processes must also evolve. Only quantum computers, still residing in the realm of science fiction, would necessitate chips of such high precision. Present silicon-based computers cannot even harness such capabilities, akin to installing a jet engine onto a tractor. Li Qingchuan cast another glance at the lithography machine and found himself reluctant to leave. He even contemplated guarding the machine through the night, fearing that a gust of wind might damage the lens or that dew might moisten the bearings. These components are high-precision instruments. Even a speck of dust could lead to vastly different outcomes. However, Gao Yuan remained indifferent to the matter of the 2 bottles of wine. He and Zhang Bai pulled Li Qingchuan inside. "Director Li, I assure you, the lithography machine is entirely secure. Such a machine would be considered trivial in the future, with no one cherishing it. If it were to break, one could simply replace it. Yet, in the present, it stands as the pinnacle of industrial optical wonders." Li Qingchuan steadied his thoughts and asked, "Gao, it is a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire about the origins of this lithography machine? Do you have any intentions of selling it?" Gao Yuan, of course, desired to sell it. Otherwise, how could he have possibly reached out to Li Qingchuan? "Director Li, who in the world do you think possesses the capability to manufacture such a lithography machine?" Li Qingchuan shook his head, remarking that the company had announced plans to venture into the realm of 3 nanometers chips, yet the lithography machines remained unchanged. This particular machine was beyond his comprehension. Chapter 17. 1 is insufficient. What of 10? Thus, since it could not possibly be manufactured by others, the only conclusion was that it had been produced in their secret base. The sale of lithography machines was merely a contribution to the technological advancement of Xia country. Moreover, it was evident that there was not merely one machine present. Li Qingchuan had long observed that there were a total of 10 machines in the courtyard. Although the others remained concealed, their shapes indicated they were identical. Still, Li Qingchuan found it hard to believe that Gao Yuan could produce lithography machines. There were but a handful of enterprises in the world capable of manufacturing such high-precision equipment. However, if neither Gao Yuan nor his team was the creator, then who was? There were no answers. Yet the reality was that the lithography machines belonged to Gao Yuan. Thus he had to concede that Gao Yuan was indeed the manufacturer. "Mr. Gao, you are aware of Xiaowei's situation. Though we have made breakthroughs in chips, our production capacity is limited, and we still lag behind foreign technologies in terms of performance. If we had access to sufficiently high-performing chips, the world would be filled with Xiaowei's devices and smartphones. This lithography machine should be highly efficient. Yet 1 is far from sufficient for our needs. 1 is insufficient. What of 10? 10 for us at Xiaowei. If you require, we could even procure 100 or 1,000. Li Qingchuan was taken aback, his face transforming with excitement. "Is there truly that many?" Gao Yuan nodded. "Quantity is not an issue. Let us discuss the price. What do you believe this lithography machine is worth?" Currently, the most advanced lithography machines on the market typically sold for around 1 billion. However, as you know, even if we were to spend 10 billion, no one would sell to us. To speak candidly, your machine is superior in both efficiency and precision compared to the technology of Yuan Dian. Based on my assessment, it should be valued around 3 billion. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. "Very well, I will sell it to Xiaowei for 2 billion per machine." How does that sound? But can you make decisions regarding the price? Li Qingchuan appeared quite embarrassed. Mr. Gao, please wait a moment while I report this to the company president. 2 billion is undoubtedly a fair price. Li Qingchuan stepped out to make a phone call. In the room, Zhang Bai looked at Gao Yuan. Old Gao, you wouldn't be trying to take advantage of Xiao Wei, would you? What are you thinking? How could I possibly exploit them? This is akin to providing timely assistance. In fact, I have calculated that 10 machines are already sufficient for Xiao Wei's usage, totaling only 200 billion. Isn't that a trivial sum to resolve a significant dilemma? The losses Xiao Wei incurs from being cut off far exceed 200 billion. While that may be true, I still find it hard to believe that you can produce lithography machines right here. Years ago, our ancestors fashioned firearms in caves, Zhang Bai retorted. Yet, that is not the same. How is it not the same? The firearms of that era were also considered high-tech industrial products. As they spoke, Li Qingchuan returned. Addressing Gao Yuan. Mr. Gao, our strategic department's president, Qin, will come personally tomorrow to discuss matters. Gao Yuan remained composed. Very well. With the lithography machines in his possession, should Xiao Wei hesitate or attempt to negotiate the price, Gao Yuan could readily sell them to Xiaoxian International or to smartphone manufacturers like Demi and Xiaoxing. In summary, Gao Yuan was certainly determined to raise his initial capital through this method. After that, things would be much simpler. That night, 3 grown men resided in the Gao family's old courtyard. The following morning, Gao Yuan was awakened by the sound of a horn from outside. Li Qingchuan went out to welcome Xiao Wei, the president of the strategic department. They exchanged a few words at the entrance. Although Gao Yuan did not catch their conversation, he could surmise that Qin Danian had been restless throughout the night after hearing Li Qingchuan's report. As a result, he decided against sleeping and had his driver take him on an immediate journey of 600 kilometers, arriving at Muzha by 8 in the morning. At that moment, Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai were washing their faces and brushing their teeth under the gentle care of Dan Dan and Mei Mei. Zhang Bai, in high spirits, remarked, "Old Gao, you are living a life of bliss here. There's a research team and beautiful subordinates. By the way, where is your team?" Gao Yuan replied, "They are resting at the secret base. My backyard cannot accommodate them all. Yesterday, you only saw 10, but in reality, the team comprises hundreds, if not thousands. Impressive. Your charisma is indeed remarkable, Zhang. A team of such caliber actually follows you into the caverns. Do you wish to join?" Gao Yuan inquired. "No. I'll stay up front. Just lending a hand is enough for me. As for research and development, I'm just a cog in the wheel." Zhang Bai did not pry further into the mysterious research base Gao Yuan mentioned. One could only imagine the prowess of a team capable of creating temperature-regulating clothing and lithography machines. Fortunately, this team was under Gao Yuan's command. As they stepped outside, Qin Danian and Li Qingchuan were just entering the courtyard. Qin Danian appeared somewhat anxious. "Where is the lithography machine?" Naturally, Li Qingchuan was aware of its location. But since Gao Yuan was the host, he looked to him. "Mr. Qin, let us not rush into work. We haven't had breakfast yet. Dan Dan, please prepare breakfast for 4. Qin Danian waved his hand dismissively. "Breakfast can wait. I've genuinely never seen a 3 nanometers lithography machine. Let us discuss work first." "Haha, Mr. Qin. You are quite the workaholic. Directorly, didn't you try it out yesterday? Why don't you take Mr. Qin to have a look?" Upon arriving at the backyard, Qin Danian was incredulous at seeing the lithography machine placed directly in the yard. Such a precious item left exposed? Was there no fear of theft or the elements? "Qingchuan, is this it? What about these?" Li Qingchuan's expression was fervent. "Indeed, this is it. And there are a total of 10. They are absolutely a generation ahead of the most advanced lithography machines in the West. Mr. Qin, you have a technical background. Please take a look." Qin Danian moved closer, with Li Qingchuan explaining beside him. This examination lasted a full 2 hours. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai were discussing where to establish their base once the funds were secured. Gao Yuan's requirement was straightforward. It must be in Muzha. As for certain mysterious reasons, he needed a vast base here. However, Zhang Bai preferred a location around Qinjing, the economic and political center of Xia country, boasting cutting-edge technology and swift information with comprehensive supporting facilities. Establishing a base in Muzha would pose logistical challenges. Their disagreement continued until Gao Yuan decisively stated, "My team is here, and they will not leave. Moreover, they already possess complete manufacturing equipment here." Zhang Bai was momentarily taken aback, but indeed, he ceased his protests. In comparison to the enigmatic team behind Gao Yuan, other concerns seemed trivial. As long as they maintained their lead, this place would undoubtedly become the epicenter of technology, drawing the gaze of the entire world towards Muzha. Having established their fundamental strategy, Zhang Bai posed another question. Lao Gao, what shall we name our company? What position do you intend to offer me? Global tech? Too commonplace. Future tech? Too cliché. Blackfish technology? Gao Yuan remarked. Zhang Bai was about to instinctively reject the suggestion when he suddenly heard that name. Chapter 18. We seek a nominal association. Blackfish. The blackfish is known for its ferocity, consuming anything in its path, possessing an insatiable appetite. It can even glide on land, dragging small poultry into the water for a meal. This name is quite formidable. Lao Gao, this name is fantastic. Thus, in the midst of their conversation, the name of a future world-dominating technology company was established, one that would become a nightmare for all tech magnates. Once the name was confirmed, Qin Danian and Li Qingchuan emerged from the backyard. Upon seeing Gao Yuan, Qin Danian's face lit up with enthusiasm. General Gao, it is truly astonishing. I never imagined there would be someone in Xia country capable of producing such a lithography machine. Mr. Qin, having viewed the product, it is time for us to discuss business. Are you satisfied with the product? Qin Danian nodded vigorously. Absolutely. If all products maintain this level of quality, we at Xiaowei have no objections. That is splendid. I discussed the pricing with Director Li yesterday, and I assure you, the price is quite reasonable. Qin Danian chuckled lightly. General Gao, since you have approached us at Xiaowei, it is clear you hold us in high regard for this high-end product. In truth, there aren't many clients for such machinery, but I must admit, the price you proposed is very sincere. Xiaowei has no objections to the pricing. However, could I ask you for a favor? Oh, what kind of favor? You are aware of the domestic situation. If Xiaowei suddenly unveils the lithography machine, it will certainly attract attention. Of course, this would also be advantageous for you, General Gao, as it may be a chance for your resurgence, right? This opportunity is mutually beneficial for both you and Xiaowei. Gao Yuan regarded Qin Danian with calm composure. What opportunity? We are in an era of visibility. Instead of allowing others to speculate, why not be direct? Let us declare that this lithography machine is a collaborative development under your leadership alongside Xiaowei. Naturally, you will be the primary force behind it. Xiaowei merely wishes to have our name attached. General Gao, we are not seeking undue credit. To be candid, Xiaowei is already quite prominent. Having our name associated would merely be a flourish. However, with Xiaowei's endorsement, your new company is bound to make a resounding debut. What do you think? Although Gao Yuan's new company had yet to be established, he harbored great confidence in himself. The lithography machine was merely a trinket, and even the 3D Smart Interactive Communication wristband was still just a small gadget. The true marvel lay in interstellar tourism buses. Gao Yuan shook his head. A mere trinket does not necessitate a joint development label. It is unnecessary. My apologies, Mr. Qin, but we do not require that. Any pressures? We at Blackfish Technology shall bear ourselves. Blackfish Technology? Your new company? Indeed, preparations are underway. Qin Danian furrowed his brow and said, General Gao, perhaps you should reconsider. If we were to collaborate under a joint development banner, our company would be willing to demonstrate a greater commitment. However, Gao Yuan shook his head, replying, President Qin, this is merely a straightforward business transaction. There is no need to complicate matters further. Qin Danian felt a tinge of regret, but refrained from being overly aggressive. After all, if he were to jeopardize this deal, it would be too late for lamentations. The clientele for lithography machines extends beyond his own company. Numerous domestic and even international enterprises are in need. Since General Gao is unwilling to discuss this, let us move on. May I inquire about the location of your production base and its capacity? Gao Yuan responded nonchalantly, President Qin, it seems you do not require that information. While I can forego inquiries about the base, I must inquire about the capacity. We desire more, Qin insisted. How many units does your company require? Gao Yuan countered. You are aware that we need 30 units. Our company has faced sanctions, and these past few years have been exceptionally challenging. We do not wish to relive history. I just conferred with Qingchuan, and while 10 units would barely suffice, 20 would meet our current demands. However, we must also consider the future. Hence our desire to order 30 units. Gao Yuan could deliver at any time, but such visibility would be too conspicuous. 30 units is feasible. Currently, we have 10 units in stock. Your company may inspect them, and our technicians will assist with installation and operation. The warranty period is 3 years. Subsequently, we will deliver a batch of 10 units every month, completing the order in 2 months, Gao Yuan stated. Qin Danian's face lit up with delight. The prospect of receiving 30 units in 2 months was extraordinarily efficient. Thank you, General Gao. With 10 lithography machines, our company can establish its own chip manufacturing plant, achieving complete self-sufficiency in high-end chips. Congratulations, President Qin, and congratulations to your company. Gao Yuan smiled, clearly pleased. To express our sincerity, we will pay a deposit of 10 billion, plus the cost of the 10 units, totaling 30 billion. I will arrange for the transfer immediately. Our company can also assist with tax reporting, Qin continued. The sooner we can take the lithography machines back, the sooner we can familiarize ourselves with them and train our staff. That's no problem, a trivial matter. They can be taken away at once, Gao Yuan replied. Subsequently, Qin Danian's assistant drafted an agreement, as Heiyu technology had yet to be established, and the formal contract would await the company's registration. Once the agreement was signed, the collaboration with Xiaowei was officially concluded. Gao Yuan's account had already received the 30 billion funds. Later that afternoon, Xiaowei's vehicles arrived at Muzha, cautiously transporting 10 lithography machines. Gao Yuan dispatched 10 research-type robots, including Jia Yi, Jia Air, and their mentor, to serve as technical personnel. The expertise of these research robots far surpassed that of ordinary specialists in this realm. Li Qingchuan was captivated after conversing with them for merely a few minutes, and said enviously to Qin Danian, President Qin, these individuals are exceptionally talented. I cannot fathom how General Gao managed to attract them. They willingly choose to follow him here. If only our company had 3 such talents, the lithography machine issue would be a non-issue. Qin Danian was astounded. Are they truly that remarkable? Li Qingchuan nodded, affirming that it was no exaggeration. Qin Danian, wearing a pensive expression, pondered aloud. Is there a possibility of luring 2 talents from here? With so many gifted individuals at Gao's organization, it seems a waste. It's astonishing that such a remarkable person is merely a technician. If we could entice Xiaowei, he would undoubtedly be capable of leading a project. Li Qingchuan shared the thought, but felt that such actions were somewhat unscrupulous. Qingchuan, in the business world, poaching is hardly considered out of the ordinary. It is a common practice. If we were to successfully recruit them, Gao Yuan would not be angered. Do you believe that? Li Qingchuan hesitated, uncertain how to respond. Perhaps. If an entrepreneur lacks even this modicum of confidence, they ought not to venture into business. Qin Danian's expression radiated confidence. When have you ever seen our director Ren take precautions against poaching? As long as you offer more than others, your employees will remain loyal. If your staff can be easily swayed by competitors, it is time to reflect on where you may be lacking. We are merely testing Gao Yuan's resilience. Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai set forth to register their company. Chapter 19. The perturbed Bai Moyu found herself receiving a reprimand at the Jinghai Investment Promotion Bureau. The supervising leader berated her vehemently. Are you jesting? Do you think everyone else is a fool? Investing 20 billion? We have investigated Gao Yuan. His Yuanyang group has gone bankrupt. How can he invest? With mere words? The director, still reeling from embarrassment, convened a meeting to discuss offering Gao Yuan the most favorable policy support. What a disgrace. If it were not for Wang from the Finance Bureau revealing the truth, we would have been humiliated on a national scale. As for this so-called production base, it appears to be a scheme to extract funds from us. Bai Moyu looked aggrieved. Director Li, even if he has gone bankrupt, he can still start anew. Start anew? Do you have any idea what entrepreneurship entails? Does he possess any funds? If Gao Yuan were to produce 20 billion now, the entirety of Jinghai County would undoubtedly treat him as a distinguished guest. Yet does he have it? Let us assume. For argument's sake, what technical expertise does he possess? What production base can he establish? Do you even know? Enough of the Gao Yuan discussions. Return and write a self-reflection on this matter. Submit it by tomorrow. As Bai Moyu exited the office, she contemplated calling Gao Yuan, but hesitated and ultimately refrained. She believed Gao Yuan was not one to jest. Their previous conversation had been thorough, even delving into land acquisition and relocation inquiries. Furthermore, Bai Moyu understood Gao Yuan. He was not one to pursue any endeavor solely for profit. However, Bai Moyu found herself unable to persuade her superiors. With a heavy heart, she sat at her desk, feeling quite disheartened. Nevertheless, she remained undeterred and began drafting a formal report regarding the construction of a large manufacturing base for Muzha. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai had become esteemed guests at the Business Administration Bureau in Linzhou. To facilitate the registration of their company, Gao Yuan directly purchased an office building in Linzhou, which would serve as the headquarters for the future Heiyu Technology Group. Subsequently, Gao Yuan invested 50 billion to establish the Heiyu Technology Group, which would encompass several subsidiaries, including Catfish Intelligent Equipment, Whale Heavy Industries, Jellyfish Biotechnology, Swordfish Automotive, and Salmon Entertainment. Due to the substantial investment made by Gao Yuan, the registration process, which typically requires considerable time, was completed in merely 3 days under the scrutiny of staff and leaders. With the arrival of the first batch of lithography machines, Xiaowei Company issued a press release announcing the establishment of its chip division, marking the commencement of independent design and production of high-end chips. Presently, Xiaowei Group has entered into a supply agreement with Blackfish Technology Group for lithography machines, and the first 10 high-end lithography machines have already arrived at Xiaowei's headquarters. The Blackfish X01 lithography machine surpasses international standards in performance, innovatively employing photon light sources to push the boundaries of human optical technology. 3 days later, all are cordially invited to witness the inauguration of Xiaowei's chip division and the unveiling of the Blackfish X01 lithography machine. Upon the release of this statement, it garnered immense attention. Many initially dismissed it as fake news. However, some provided screenshots indicating that Xiaowei's official website had also published the announcement. As of now, there has been no validation from official media, leaving the authenticity uncertain. Nonetheless, 3 days later, the first exhibition hall at the National Conference Center began construction, with netizens posting photos confirming that it is indeed a release event for Xiaowei. With the surge of interest surrounding this announcement, Blackfish Technology also emerged from the shadows. The newly established Blackfish Technology was scrutinized, with self-media outlets beginning to investigate. Bo Gu, a prominent figure in the tech field with 3 million followers, penned articles on various platforms questioning the true nature of Blackfish Technology and the authenticity of the lithography machines. Through his research, Bo Gu discovered that Blackfish Technology was founded merely 2 days prior, with a business scope encompassing smart wearable devices, robotics, machinery manufacturing, biotechnology, and even automotive manufacturing, boasting a registered capital of 50 billion. The announcement from Xiaowei garnered widespread attention, with many celebrating what they believe to be a monumental turnaround for the domestic semiconductor industry, resulting in a 10% surge in semiconductor stocks that day. Yet, is it truly the case? From Xiaowei's announcement, it is evident that Blackfish Technology claims to have developed and manufactured the lithography machines. However, upon investigating the executives of Blackfish Technology, it was found that the major shareholder is Gao Yuan, who was once the founder of an internet startup that has since collapsed. The executive president, Zhang Bai, is also considered a newcomer in the internet sphere. Thus, it becomes clear that the leadership of Blackfish Technology comprises individuals from the internet sector, adept at conceptualizing ideas but perhaps lacking in practical industrial execution. Bo Gu does not wish for Xiaowei's failure. Rather, he advocates for rationality. It remains unclear how Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai managed to sway Xiaowei, but it is certain that their so-called lithography machines remain merely theoretical, akin to the dreams of Jiada, who, despite possessing the capability to manufacture vehicles, has yet to achieve mass production. While the inability to mass-produce vehicles may not have significant repercussions given the abundance of automotive firms, the failure of Blackfish Technology to produce lithography machines would be detrimental, especially since the nation eagerly awaits breakthroughs in domestic lithography capabilities. However, progress must be made step by step. While Xiaxin International has just achieved advancements in 22 nanometers lithography technology, Blackfish Technology boldly claims to possess machines capable of producing 3 nanometers process chips. Does this not border on absurdity? Moreover, do we truly require a 3 nanometers process at this juncture? Perhaps not. While smaller chip processes undoubtedly offer advantages, it does not necessarily follow that smaller is always better. Currently, the majority of computers and smartphones employ 7 nanometers chips. If the process is reduced without adequate architectural design and optimization, what significance does a smaller process hold? A smaller process typically entails higher costs and reduced reliability. Is it genuinely feasible for domestic chip architecture design? A few months ago, Xia collaborated with a foundry to produce a chip named the Qinglong A9000, which utilized a 5 nm process. Although its performance was commendable, the actual difference from 7 nm chips was minimal. Should Heiyu technology indeed succeed in developing a mature 3 nm lithography machine, Xia would initiate a leadership position in the global semiconductor arena. After all, the industry has long proclaimed intentions to venture into 3 nm chips, yet none have achieved mass production to date. However, the likelihood of this occurring remains exceedingly slim. Bogu can only comment thus: "Everyone, we shall reconvene 3 days post-presentation." Under Bo Ge's article, netizens fervently commented, "I felt a surge of excitement upon seeing the news, but after reading Bo Ge's piece, I realized we had once again been misled. Those in the internet sphere often engage in grandiose claims. What is this Heiyu technology? Newly established? Could it be a mere shell company?" Bo Ge's analysis is astute. The probability of this event is indeed too low. I might as well contemplate how to win over Louis Fei. Amidst the fervent discussions among netizens, a segment of an interview emerged from the disaster-stricken area in Shannon, where a soldier engaged in rescue efforts appeared on screen. Clad in a one-piece suit, the material seemed to blend plastic, metal, and glass. Addressing the camera, the soldier stated, "After 3 days and nights of relentless effort, the breached section has been successfully sealed. Thanks to this suit, I have felt no dampness or chill. I am grateful to the domestic tech companies for developing such an excellent product. Whether in cold water, late at night, or by a fire, this suit remains eternally comfortable." Chapter 20. What were you doing before? The scene then shifted to over 100 soldiers standing in muddy waters, yet remarkably, their attire was immaculate as they collectively shouted at the camera, "Thank you for the donated thermoregulating clothing." The term thermoregulating clothing briefly trended on social media, with netizens speculating about its true nature. However, no information about it could be found online, prompting some to search the donor list from the Shannon disaster for clues. News regarding thermoregulating clothing and lithography machines began to circulate online. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan found himself in a futuristic world. It must be said that the efficiency of the future world surpasses that of reality. The export sector has transformed into a vast construction site, and the original small shop has been demolished. A multitude of prefabricated modules is being rapidly assembled by robots and automated machinery. Before Gao Yuan stood a colossal warehouse, the previous small shop having expanded into a 30-story luxurious establishment with a total area exceeding 100,000 square meters. Upon seeing Gao Yuan approach, Lin Nanwu excitedly ran over and linked arms with him. "Sir, how do you find it? We have engaged the finest construction company. This place can serve as both a warehouse and a factory. We have also reconstructed the shop, significantly expanding its area." Gao Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Lin's mother beside him remarked, "Sir, if you are not satisfied, adjustments can be made at any time. These are all modular." Gao Yuan waved his hand dismissively, "No need." The purpose of constructing this warehouse was twofold: to store items and to conceal his comings and goings. Originally, the entrance was situated in the alley, but now this land has transformed into his own domain, allowing him to emerge directly into the warehouse. He pointed to the location of his entrance and instructed, "Here, build a secret warehouse and leave a room for an office in front. This is top secret. No one is allowed inside. Not even you, understand?" Lin Nanwu and Lin's mother nodded in agreement. Understood. Subsequently, Gao Yuan inspected his assets in this world. The spot where the small shop once stood was now occupied by a building exuding a sense of futuristic wonder, leaving Gao Yuan awestruck. With a solid foothold established, he began to contemplate his future ventures in this new world. Naturally, engaging in trade meant serving himself. And what Gao Yuan desired was nothing less than the resources and technologies of the future. What did Gao Yuan possess? He had food, fruits, vegetables, various culinary delights, and beverages from the real world. Additionally, he had an assortment of natural fiber clothing and textiles, all of which held considerable value in this realm. However, there was a commonality among these goods in the future world. They all represented high-end consumption. Hence, Gao Yuan's clientele consisted of elite individuals, those with 2-character and 3-character names, along with a select few with 4-character names, all potential customers. Opening a shop felt somewhat lowbrow. Thus, an idea sparked in Gao Yuan's mind. In such a vast space, wouldn't it be splendid to establish a club? This venue would steer clear of illicit activities and instead offer the freshest air from the real world, along with seasonal fruits, the latest vegetables, and an array of pure meats. A dining area adorned with various landscapes could be created, featuring an assortment of pure cotton and linen garments, even minks. During meals, patrons would enjoy an abundance of chocolate, cigarettes, and diverse beverages. Just imagine, in the future world, who could resist such temptation? The more Gao Yuan contemplated, the more feasible it seemed. Was the purpose of establishing a membership-based club solely for profit? No, it was merely to forge friendships. He envisioned inviting those elite individuals to experience the unadulterated lifestyle of ordinary people from 1,000 years ago. By enticing the most powerful figures of this world, he aimed to extract the benefits he sought. Gao Yuan desired not only resources, but also technology, both civilian and military. If such a club existed, figures like Li Qingmei and Qin Migu would become irrelevant. Gao Yuan did not wish to rely entirely on any single individual or a select few, as that would pose excessive risk. Only by creating a world-class club and implementing a membership system could everything fall into place. Having determined the direction for future operations, Gao Yuan pulled Lin's mother aside to share his plans. He had an inkling that she was an extraordinary individual. The design and layout of this place could not have been conceived by Lin Nanwu alone. It was likely Lin's mother's idea. Lin's mother pondered, "Sir, if we are to construct according to your vision, should we not consider a temperature and humidity control system? Indeed, do you have any additional insights? If we are to establish a high-end club, how should we attract members? A grand promotion would certainly be ineffective. Perhaps we ought to prepare several gifts and invite them for a complimentary experience. However, membership must be rigorously vetted, besides referrals from existing members. We must conduct our own scrutiny. Yet, should a powerful individual seek to forcefully invest or gain membership, what course of action should we take?" Gao Yuan cast a glance at Lin Mu. "What was your previous occupation? Surely, you were not merely a small shop owner?" Lin Mu lowered her gaze. "I am indeed just a small shop owner. However, my mother was renowned." Gao Yuan understood. Their family had fallen from grace. Nevertheless, with Lin Mu's vigilance, Gao Yuan felt a measure of assurance. Her prior remarks were indeed a concern, should they aspire to grow larger. It would undoubtedly attract the attention of formidable forces, and he lacked a foundation in this realm. Thus, Gao Yuan realized he needed to seek a partner. He was willing to forego a portion of profits, for his ambition was not financial gain, but rather the acquisition of technology. A mere hint of technology could grant him significant influence in the real world. Moreover, Lin Mu's words reminded him that not only in this future world, but also in the present, he required a steadfast coalition to counter potential adversaries. "Aunt Lin, do you have any thoughts?" Gao Yuan inquired. Lin Mu hesitated. "I do not bear the surname Lin. My surname is Huangfu. You may call me Huangfu King Nanshan. Originally, my name was Huangfu Shan, but I sold it for the sake of survival. Should I then address you as Aunt Huangfu?" No, I wouldn't dare. Simply call me Huangfu Shan." "Very well, Sister Shan. The future's security is indeed a concern. I wish to find a partner. Do you have any recommendations?" Huangfu Shan pondered for a moment. "I happen to know someone, the president of the World Chamber of Commerce. If we could engage him, no one would dare to cause trouble." "A president?" Gao Yuan frowned. "This individual is named Qin Gang, whose enterprises span the solar system. Of the 10 asteroid mining vessels, 6 belong to him, and his son is the Secretary General of the Human Federation. Why do you recommend him instead of his son?" Gao Yuan asked. "Because his son is not in Longjing, and even if he were to come, it would be challenging to establish contact. Qin Gang, on the other hand, resides in Longjing, and he has certain predilections." Chapter 21. The Future World Club. Gao Yuan instantly grasped the implication. Individuals with particular inclinations could easily be managed if one knows how to cater to them. Furthermore, if one navigates the situation adeptly, backlash would be difficult to incite. If it were merely a coalition of interests, it would be perilous when stakes are sufficiently high. Gao Yuan increasingly found Huangfu Shan enigmatic, even momentarily questioning whether she might have been sent to approach him. Yet, as soon as this thought crossed his mind, he chuckled. It was implausible. He had only just entered this world. How could anyone have taken notice of him? Before encountering Huangfu Shan, his interactions had been limited to Qin Migutan and Li Qingmei, neither of whom would have the time to orchestrate such a scheme. "Sister Shan, what peculiarities does this Qin Gang possess? At such a stature, he certainly would not be driven by wealth or lust." "Sir, Qin Gang's eccentricity diverges significantly from that of ordinary individuals. He possesses an extraordinary obsession with flowers. It is said that his estate houses over 100 pots of rare floral specimens, which he personally tends to each day. Gao Yuan appeared perplexed. Isn't 100 pots rather excessive? Sister Shan, how do we define rare in this context? To put it succinctly, the least valuable among his collection is the pot hose, which can fetch an astounding price of 100 million at an auction. Gao Yuan was taken aback. Surely not. Is it truly the pot hose? In the real world, it costs a mere $5 a pot, available in abundance. How can the pot hose be so exorbitantly priced? Is it not regarded as one of the most inexpensive and common plants? Gao Yuan blurted out. Huang Fushan's expression became momentarily frozen. I almost forgot. You are indeed from the upper echelons. However, currently, greenery is exceedingly scarce, especially since the soil for cultivating flowers is valued like gold. Isn't soilless cultivation a complex endeavor? Gao Yuan inquired with curiosity. Well, sir, historical texts do record this. Centuries ago, people genuinely believed in such practices. Yet, after we lost vast tracts of arable land, we thought that soilless cultivation could sustain humanity. Unfortunately, those plants began to degenerate with each successive generation until they ultimately withered away. Now, most plant species have gone extinct. The entire city is shrouded in a gray haze. The air quality is artificially regulated by the federal government to control oxygen levels. Scientists are diligently researching plant species that will not undergo degeneration, but regrettably, not a single species has survived a century in soilless conditions. 100 years seems to be an ominous curse. Ordinary plants begin to deteriorate after a decade of soilless cultivation. Gao Yuan began to grasp the situation. Although soilless cultivation exists in the real world, it is typically short-lived, with seeds predominantly cultivated in soil. Thus, the issue remains largely unnoticed. In the future world, through generations of experimentation, history has proven that soilless cultivation is fundamentally flawed. Plants devoid of soil are akin to rootless weeds, destined for demise. All right, I understand now. Gao Yuan finally comprehended why flora is so exorbitantly priced in this world. Sir, if you can procure flowers and soil, you should be able to entice Qin Gang. Gao Yuan chuckled. No problem at all. Sister Shan, the hall of that clubhouse should be adorned in the style of a tropical rainforest, with each level showcasing images from historical texts, arranged according to various scenes: jungle, desert, snow-capped mountains, and grasslands. Let's create 10 distinct environments. Huang Fushan was taken aback. What? Sir, are we to utilize artificial trees? That may not be advisable, as artificial plants fail to captivate such esteemed guests. It would be best to use genuine flora. Even if fewer in number, authentic plants are undeniably superior. Huang Fushan's statement was abruptly interrupted by Gao Yuan, who said, I intend to use artificial plants. We shall employ only real flora, utilizing thousands of plant species and tons of soil to construct the most high-end, eco-friendly clubhouse in the world. Now, stop looking at me like that and go. Upon returning to his backyard from the future world, Gao Yuan found Zhang Bai engrossed in his phone. Gao Yuan approached him. Old Zhang, what are you busy with? Have you finalized the planning? The people online are absolutely ridiculous, lambasting us at Blackfish Technology. Just look at this comment. They outright accuse us of being frauds. Gao Yuan took a sip of the tea that Dan had brought over. Old Zhang, these netizens understand nothing. They are all adept at adapting to circumstances. And isn't it true that the current wave of gossip is rife with unexpected twists? Indeed, whether in black or red, Blackfish Technology has just registered and is already garnering attention. Once the lithography machine is implemented, our reputation at Blackfish Technology will surely transform. By the way, Lao Gao, Qin Danian has invited you to attend the summer launch event, emphasizing that your presence is essential as you are the star of the show. Going to Longjing? Gao Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded. Absolutely. By the way, Lao Zhang, please pay attention to the planning as we are about to commence. The planning is no issue, but regarding the client application you requested, I pulled an all-nighter last night and have only managed to write a little. Gao Yuan laughed. Don't you know how to hire people? Zhang Bai rolled his eyes. Hire people? There's nothing here. Who would come? And where would they stay? Gao Yuan was taken aback. Lao Zhang, are you out of your mind? Don't we have a building in Linzhou? Utilize it. Go recruit talent directly from Qin Jing and Mo Jing, offering double the salary. Zhang Bai lifted his head. That building is available for use now? Of course. What else would we do with it? Hurry up. You are now the vice president of Blackfish Technology. Where has your previous boldness gone? Zhang Bai slammed his keyboard. You're right. I need to find a renovation company to beautify Lin Mei's space. Shall we go together? Lin Mei looked at Zhang Bai warily and shook her head. I'm not going. But you are our design director. Help me decide on the renovation style. Lin Mei resolutely shook her head. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying here. Do you not trust me? Zhang Bai asked, somewhat irritated. Zhang Bai looked ready to explode. Lin Mei added, it's not just a matter of trust. I genuinely cannot leave. My mother's health is poor, and I need to be here to care for her. Going to Linzhou would make it less convenient for me to return. Zhang Bai wanted to say more, but Gao Yuan directly kicked him. Lao Zhang, stop dawdling. Take Dan Dan and Mei Mei with you. Zhang Bai's face lit up. That's generous of you. Let us go. Lin Mei looked at Gao Yuan. Brother Yuan, I don't like Zhang Bai. He is just like that, but he is actually quite a decent person. However, you are right. It's best not to get too close to him, especially lately. Thankfully, I've designed a logo for Blackfish Technology. Along with the cultural wall for the future headquarters, a set of office supplies visual identity, and the surrounding materials. Take a look. Gao Yuan leaned over beside Lin Mei, observing the images on her computer screen and sensing her dedication. Excellent. Send it to Zhang Bai. The Linzhou company can use it for now. Once the headquarters is established, we can utilize these as well. Really? Brother Yuan. Lin Mei's face beamed with joy. It was normal to revise designs dozens of times in the past. Of course. By the way, I have a piece of clothing for you. No need, Brother Yuan. Lin Mei blushed. It's nothing. Consider it a company perk. It's a temperature-regulating garment. Temperature-regulating garment? Where did you buy that, Brother Yuan? Lin Mei asked in astonishment. Buy? No. This is a small product of our company. A few minutes later, the robot delivered a set of women's thermal bodysuits. In this future world, official thermal suits are typically oversized to accommodate various body types. However, this particular batch, sold at Lin Nan's boutique, boasts a variety of styles. After changing into the outfit and experiencing its comfort, Lin Mei made her way back to Gao Yuan's old residence. Upon her arrival, Gao Yuan was pleasantly surprised by Lin Mei's petite figure, which looked stunning in the bodysuit. With her fair skin and large eyes, she resembled a protagonist from a science fiction comic. From now on, I can no longer call you Little Wenjik. You shall be known as Little Mei, Gao Yuan exclaimed, eliciting a shy response from Lin Mei. At that moment, Gao Yuan's phone rang, interrupting their exchange. With a displeased expression, he answered the call from Li Qingchuan, who informed him that the car to pick him up was nearly there. Tomorrow marked the day of the press conference for Xiao Wei, and as the primary person responsible for Blackfish Technology, Gao Yuan was obliged to attend. Now that Gao Yuan had wealth and resources, attending the press conference was an opportunity to garner attention. He turned to Lin Mei, saying, I will be away for 2 days at most, returning the day after tomorrow. Please keep an eye on my old residence. Lin Mei nodded. Understood, Brother Yuan. You can rest assured, I will take care of everything. At that moment, Gao Yuan felt a hint of unease, as if something was amiss. Soon, Xiao Wei's car arrived, and a vice president from the strategic department entered, wearing an apologetic expression. President Gao, our General Qin was supposed to come personally, but an issue arose at the press conference that requires his presence to resolve. Honestly, it's unnecessary. I could simply book a ticket myself. After all, we are merely business partners, Gao Yuan replied. That won't do. You are our benefactor at Xiao Wei. General Qin has arranged a welcome banquet for you tonight in Qinjing. All of our executives will attend, and without you, the press conference would lack its brilliance. This is your honor, the vice president insisted. Gao Yuan recognized the flattery, but found it difficult to refuse. After bidding farewell to Lin Mei, he locked the back gate and boarded the car. The journey was entertaining, as the vice president had clearly done his homework and was well versed in Gao Yuan's past experiences. Gao Yuan initially assumed they were heading directly to Qinjing, but after a short while, he realized they were en route to Linzhou City. Vice President Liu, where are we going? Gao Yuan inquired. We're headed to Linzhou Airport. Xiao Wei has chartered a plane for you. A chartered flight? Gao Yuan was taken aback. Recognizing the significant investment Xiao Wei had made, he couldn't help but feel a sense of comfort in this arrangement, though he was puzzled by Xiao Wei's motives. Wasn't the press conference meant to highlight Xiao Wei? Gao Yuan speculated that perhaps he was overthinking it, and that Xiao Wei's gestures were rooted in simple gratitude. Moreover, as the manufacturer of the lithography machine, his presence was indeed vital. The cabin was not overly spacious, yet it was well equipped with fine wine, gourmet meals, attractive flight attendants, and comfortable sofas, even featuring a gaming area to enjoy with the attendants. Gao Yuan felt that the flight duration was too brief. Before he could finish a game of foosball, they had already arrived in Qinjing. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, Qin Danian awaited outside, accompanied by several employees from Shaowei. As Gao Yuan emerged, they brandished a banner proclaiming, "Welcome back to Beijing, General Gao." Qin Danian approached, greeting him warmly, "General Gao. It is a pleasure to see you again." Gao Yuan nodded appreciatively. "Indeed, I appreciate your efforts." This statement resonated deeply. General Gao had resolved Shaowei's most significant dilemma, paving the way for its ascension. "Thank you, General Gao." The employees of Shaowei chorused in unison, evoking a sense of nostalgia in Gao Yuan. Had he not returned to his hometown and discovered the gateway to a future world, he mused, even his demise would likely pass without a ripple. The journey continued to Shaowei's headquarters, where the founder, Ren Yuanji, despite his retirement, emerged to greet Gao Yuan. Though he was in his 70s, his vitality was apparent, and a smile graced his face upon seeing Gao Yuan. "General Gao, you are youthful and accomplished." Gao Yuan humbly waved his hand. "I dare not compare myself. You, Mr. Ren, are the true entrepreneur. Your ability to create photolithography machines makes you a national hero." Gao Yuan chuckled. "Each has their own needs. I look forward to further collaboration with Shaowei." "Excellent, let us go." "The welcome banquet awaits your presence," Ren invited. At the reception banquet, Gao Yuan received the highest level of hospitality from Shaowei. However, he was acutely aware that the extravagant arrangements were not merely for pleasantries. Shaowei undoubtedly had ulterior motives. True to his instincts, after the meal, the current president of Shaowei, Zhou Lei, seated himself across from Gao Yuan. "General, what is your impression of Shaowei?" he inquired. Gao Yuan responded, "Shaowei is a responsible company with a strong ethos. It exemplifies the spirit of Xia State Enterprises. My selection of Shaowei for the photolithography machine reflects this belief." Being well-versed in the business realm, Gao Yuan anticipated Zhou Lei's true intentions. "General, you have a discerning eye. Indeed, Shaowei is currently encountering some minor issues, yet our overall business is expanding. The mobile phone sector constitutes merely a fraction of our operations." Gao Yuan nodded in agreement, recognizing that many associate Shaowei primarily with its mobile devices, given its previous understated presence. "General, may I inquire about the production capacity of your photolithography machines? Would you be interested in collaborating with Shaowei to establish a photolithography manufacturing facility?" Gao Yuan chuckled lightly. Shaowei was strategically maneuvering to control the source of photolithography production. This was a secondary approach following the unsuccessful joint research initiative. Unbeknownst to Gao Yuan, Shaowei's strategy had always been to first engage in joint development, followed by collaborative production of the critically important photolithography machines. Their eagerness to involve themselves was underscored by the high-profile reception, even Ren Yuanji's presence. Given the current performance of Gao Yuan's Blackfish X01 photolithography machine, it was poised to dominate the semiconductor industry, overshadowing traditional machines entirely. Partnering with Gao Yuan for joint research and production would enable them to control chip production from its very inception. However, Gao Yuan was not inclined to entertain such partnerships. He had no desire for collaborative ventures. "President Zhou, the demand for photolithography machines is not substantial. There are only a handful of manufacturers worldwide capable of designing and producing chips. Mass production seems unnecessary," he remarked. Zhou Lei understood that the path ahead would not be straightforward. He gazed into the distance. "Mr. Gao, I wonder if you have noticed the current global shortage of chips. Numerous companies are experiencing a deficit affecting automobiles, computers, smartphones, and even various smart devices. At Shaowei, we possess the capability for chip design, yet lack production capacity. Once we commence production, new chip designs will emerge swiftly. Presently, chip manufacturing is predominantly controlled by companies such as Yuandian, Gaotong, Intel, and Jiuxing, all of which operate under the auspices of the United States. Shaowei aspires not only to achieve self-sufficiency in chip production, but also to supply chips to the entire world." Gao Yuan comprehended that Shaowei was not merely contemplating future risks, but aimed to become a trailblazer, disrupting the international chip market and redistributing the pie within the semiconductor domain. Gao Yuan envisioned even further. Once Shaowei, equipped with advanced processes, superior designs, and competitive pricing, captured the chip market, other companies would undoubtedly face significant repercussions, possibly leading to their downfall. Once Huawei gained control over the chip market, it could reciprocate the actions the United States once imposed upon Huawei by suddenly halting supplies, delivering a substantial blow to the U.S. semiconductor industry. Zhou Lei's ambitions were indeed formidable. Chapter 23. On-site chip manufacturing. Zhou Lei observed Gao Yuan deep in thought. As fellow businessmen, he surmised that Gao Yuan was likely grasping the essence of his musings. He continued, "Mr. Gao, would you be interested in collaborating with Huawei to dominate the global chip market? I have heard from Qingchuan that your lithography machine, designed for a 3 nanometers process, is merely the most conservative of techniques. According to Qingchuan's estimations, your lithography machine could even handle a 1 nanometer process. With such technology, our supremacy in the chip market would be assured." Gao Yuan had contemplated controlling the chip market as well, recognizing that chips are the heart of contemporary technological products. Mastering chip production would bestow the power to influence global manufacturing capabilities. However, Gao Yuan possessed an abundance of valuable assets, and in comparison, chips seemed a laborious endeavor that yielded little profit. At present, he did not intend to pursue dominance in the chip sector. Yet he remained curious about Zhou Lei's proposed approach. Gao Yuan turned to Zhou Lei. "Mr. Zhou, what kind of collaboration does Huawei envision?" "Huawei will provide the land and funding, while you will contribute technology and personnel, with profits split 50-50. Haha, Mr. Zhou. To be candid, Huawei's offer is indeed alluring, and I am tempted to accept. However, my agreement would bear little weight, as the technology is not in my possession. I am an entrepreneur in the internet sector, as you know, and I lack technical expertise." Zhou Lei scrutinized Gao Yuan, eager to discern the veracity of his statement. Yet, Gao Yuan maintained an unwavering demeanor, gazing at Zhou Lei with sincerity. "Mr. Gao, you claim to lack technical knowledge?" Gao Yuan resolutely shook his head. "Indeed, I do not understand. My studies were in engineering management, and after graduation, I veered into the internet realm. Not only do I lack knowledge of lithography technology, but I am also unfamiliar with programming." Gao Yuan spoke the truth. He possessed minimal technical acumen. However, he had the capability to acquire it at any moment. For lithography technology in the future would be of little significance, akin to the modern design of steam engine technology, which is hardly a secret. As long as Gao Yuan desires it, he can effortlessly acquire the complete set of technology within moments. Regarding the technical personnel, Li Qingmei has provided Gao Yuan with 1,000 specialized research robots. It is not merely a matter of possessing technology, even in the absence of it. These robots are capable of conducting research. These highly intelligent research robots, crafted for a future world, are more than competent to undertake ordinary research and development tasks. To these robots, the R&D endeavors of the present world appear exceedingly simplistic. The Jia team operates as Gao Yuan's research group, displaying unwavering loyalty and exceptional technical prowess. However, Gao Yuan is reluctant to allow these robots excessive interaction with the outside world, restricting them to guidance and installation tasks. Despite their remarkable simulation capabilities, prolonged exposure could potentially reveal their true nature. Moreover, this team lacks an identity in the modern world. They exist as shadows in the system. Zhou Lei could discern nothing from Gao Yuan's expression and tentatively inquired, "General Manager Gao, what do you think about a 30-70 split?" Gao Yuan absent-mindedly tapped his fingers on the table, replying, "Mr. Zhou, please do not tempt me. A 50-50 division would be acceptable. Yet, my willingness is inconsequential. You know well that I am incapable of producing a lithography machine. I have a team behind me, but I cannot command them, and if they are unwilling, I am powerless. My technical skills are also lacking." Zhou Lei nodded repeatedly. "I understand. The researchers are the true treasure. However, researchers need sustenance too. I trust you have a way to persuade them, correct?" "Haha, Mr. Zhou, researchers can be quite stubborn. Nevertheless, I can offer you a promise. Once Blackfish Technologies' lithography machine is available for public sale, it will be prioritized for Huawei." Zhou Lei beamed with delight. Although a collaboration had not been finalized, he had gained something from this exchange. With Gao Yuan's promise, he felt a sense of reassurance and extended his hand, saying, "General Manager Gao, I look forward to our collaboration." The following morning, Gao Yuan awoke in the hotel. Checking the time, he noted it was 8 o'clock, just an hour before the press conference. He proceeded downstairs for breakfast. Upon stepping outside, he spotted Li Qingchuan pacing the corridor. Hearing the door open, Li Qingchuan turned. General Manager Gao, you are awake? Director Li, is there something you need? Yes, I am here to deliver the agenda to you, including some processes and attendees for the press conference, so you can familiarize yourself in advance. Gao Yuan nodded and accepted the documents that Li Qingchuan handed over. Arriving at the dining area, he ate while perusing the materials. Although this press conference was a last-minute decision, the lineup was impressive. The hosts were Kong Guang and Li Ming from CCTV, who rarely participate in such commercial events unless they are organized by official media with governmental backing. The fact that Xiao Wei managed to invite them in such a short time frame indicates that this event at least has official endorsement. Continuing to read, he examined the list of attendees, which included the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology of Xia Country, the Chairman of the Commercial Committee, and the Vice President of the Engineering Academy. Notable figures such as the founder of Xiao Wei, Ren Yuanji, and President Zhou Lei were listed, along with Chun Jiuge, Chairman of Xiaxin International, and Ji Haiyong, Executive President of Jingxi Fang. Additionally, Lei Jiangwo, founder of Dami Technology, and Xiu Run, Chairman of Guoxing Group, were present. There were also numerous experts and professors from related fields. Clearly, Xiao Wei was fully committed to this event. However, with 10 lithography machines firmly in hand, Xiao Wei indeed possessed a sense of confidence. After reviewing the participants, Gao Yuan turned his attention to the proceedings. The event commenced with a speech from Ren Yuanji, followed by Zhou Lei, who introduced the detailed specifications of the lithography machines, thus directly addressing the core topic. Subsequently, a series of prominent figures delivered speeches, culminating in a practical demonstration where Zhou Lei and Gao Yuan collaborated to manufacture the first entirely domestically produced chip from Xiagua. From silicon wafers to chip design, and then to the lithography machines, they achieved a commendable milestone of complete domestic production. Xiao Wei's chip production at the launch event was evidently aimed at dispelling the doubts of the nation. The tangible creation of chips held far more persuasive power than any words could convey. This conference was a declaration to the world that Xiao Wei had acquired lithography machines and was poised to produce chips independently, rendering concerns over supply chain disruptions trivial. Upon completing the chip manufacturing, the session transitioned to a QA segment. The entire event lasted approximately 3 hours. Gao Yuan perceived this launch as resembling an official symposium rather than a mere press conference. Nevertheless, this was of little concern to him. He was merely present to make an appearance. Following the event, he could return home. After breakfast, Gao Yuan descended the stairs, where Li Qingchuan awaited him at the hotel entrance. Mr. Gao, let us proceed to the venue together. I will guide you inside, Li Qingchuan said. As Gao Yuan settled into the vehicle, they engaged in conversation for about 10 minutes before arriving at the National Conference Center. From a distance, he spotted an advertisement for Xiao Wei prominently displayed, likely hastily prepared for this launch. The towering advertisement, several meters high, stood at the side entrance of the National Conference Center, proclaiming Blackfish Lithography Machine, guiding the era of power chips. Self-sufficient, Xiao Wei strides into the era of powerful chips. Gao Yuan, having just founded Blackfish Technology, was pleasantly surprised to see his company's name featured so conspicuously. It was a gesture of goodwill from Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei still harbored intentions of collaborating with him, though unbeknownst to them. Gao Yuan was contemplating the development of a revolutionary communication device that would challenge traditional mobile phones. Should Xiao Wei still wish to collaborate at that time, Gao Yuan would not hesitate to extend them an opportunity. Entering the venue through the VIP passage, the launch had yet to commence. In the VIP room, Gao Yuan mingled with various dignitaries. These were individuals he previously would never have had the chance to share tea with, yet now, upon seeing him, they greeted him with smiles and praise, remarking on his youthful achievements. This left Gao Yuan in a state of disorientation, as everything before him felt surreal. Soon, the launch began, and Gao Yuan walked from the VIP room into the main hall. The atmosphere was electric, filled with a throng of attendees and a multitude of cameras, with journalists from major media outlets jostling for position at the front. The first 2 rows were reserved for distinguished guests, each table adorned with nameplates. Gao Yuan located his designated seat, situated in the front row to the left, perhaps intentionally arranged by Xiao Wei. To his left sat Zhou Lei, while to his right was Chun Jiuge, the chairman of Xiaxin International. After taking his seat, Chun Jiuge greeted Gao Yuan with a smile. Mr. Gao, impressive indeed. After so long studying lithography machines, We have only just achieved a breakthrough at 22 nanometers, while your 3 nanometers lithography machine is already in mass production. One must say, the younger generation is formidable. General Chun is grounded and practical. In just a few years, the technology of Summer Semiconductor is bound to make remarkable strides. Chen Zhouge smiled, but remained silent. Nevertheless, he harbored deep skepticism regarding the collaboration between Xiao Wei and Blackfish Technology in developing the lithography machine. As an industry expert, Chen Zhouge was acutely aware of the formidable challenges associated with lithography machines. Such technology is an accumulation of expertise, and he would sooner believe in breakthroughs in controlled nuclear fusion than in the capability of anyone to produce an ultra-precise lithography machine in such a short span of time. A stroke of genius might indeed make controlled nuclear fusion achievable, but lithography is a different matter entirely. It cannot be realized merely by a brilliant idea. However, Xiao Wei's ability to assemble such a prominent audience for the occasion surely indicates some underlying confidence. Chen Zhouge speculated that the so-called 3 nanometers lithography machine might actually be an innovative approach, akin to the carbon-based chips being researched by Jingxi Technology, which theoretically could match the performance of 3 nanometers silicon chips. Moreover, the manufacturing process is considerably simpler than that of silicon chips. Yet, the technology for carbon-based chips has not yet reached a stage suitable for mass production. Even in laboratory settings, they have only achieved performance levels comparable to 5 nanometers chips, leaving a long road ahead before reaching 3 nanometers production. Thus, he merely exchanged polite greetings with Gao Yuan before immersing himself in the materials, eager to see how Xiao Wei and Blackfish would present their case. Kong Guang and Li Meng, embodying the quintessential style of CCTV, ascended the stage. It must be said that having only seen them on screen before, Gao Yuan was surprised to find Kong Guang's physique exceptionally well-proportioned and elegant, exuding an air of sophistication. Li Meng, too, appeared quite different from her on-screen persona. She seemed youthful and vibrant, her overall image easily rivaling that of first-tier female stars. Thank you all for attending the establishment launch of the chip division of Summer Group. I am Kong Guang. I am Li Meng, and together we will be hosting today's event. The lithography machine has long been a constraint on the development of our nation's semiconductor industry, and Summer Group has faced a crisis of supply shortages. Now, with the establishment of the chip division, the subsidiary responsible for chip production is also in the midst of intensive preparations. This is indeed a cause for celebration. Many of you may already know that Summer has acquired lithography machines from Blackfish Technology, with the first batch of 10 machines having been delivered to Summer. This signifies that our optical technology is now at the forefront of the world. Yes, when I first heard this news, I could hardly believe it. But upon visiting Summer Group and witnessing the lithography machines firsthand, I was left utterly astounded and exhilarated. This launch event is monumental. Over 300 media outlets are present, with a significant number of commercial and independent media being turned away, allowing only provincial-level official media and internationally renowned outlets to enter the venue. Countless eyes are fixed on this launch. As for the speeches from the dignitaries, they hardly garnered any genuine interest. Reporters merely performed their routine duties, recording snippets or snapping a few photos, all waiting eagerly for the main event to unfold. Soon, Zhou rose and approached the stage. Hello everyone, I am Zhou. I will now introduce the specific parameters of the Blackfish lithography machine. Just moments ago, I overheard someone questioning whether Xiao Wei truly received the lithography machine. I can affirm that the machine has indeed entered Xiao Wei's production workshop, and soon, a substantial quantity of chips will be produced. I am proud to declare that Xiao Wei has successfully mitigated the risk of supply disruptions. Without further ado, let us delve into the matter at hand. The Heyu lithography machine is a brilliant fusion of genius and exceptional imagination, meticulously crafted with rigorous techniques. Behold the Heyu X01 lithography machine displayed on the large screen, which boasts several remarkable features. First, its compact size. Second, the discontinuous exposure of photons, theoretically allowing the exposure light source to be reduced to 0.1 nanometer. Third, its precise alignment, as the X01 innovatively employs electromagnetic bearings to ensure zero error, with the clarity and magnification of its microscope eyepiece surpassing that of traditional lenses. Fourth, it offers effortless operation, being fully automated. And fifth, its efficiency is tenfold greater than that of conventional lithography machines. with every point made by Zhou Lei. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the audience. However, unlike the average individual, Chen Zhouge, seated beside Gao Yuan, was profoundly skeptical. Furrowing his brow, he questioned, "How can this be possible? Is it feasible to manipulate photons? How can they be captured and emitted? What alignment system can achieve zero error? What new techniques could lenses possibly employ? With such a precise instrument, can full automation truly avoid errors? Tenfold efficiency, indeed." While Chen Zhouge remained unconvinced, he wrestled with his inner conflict. His professional knowledge suggested that this data was dubious, yet he felt a pang of anxiety. What if it were true? If it were not? How could Xiaowei orchestrate such a grand spectacle, presenting detailed data? Was this not an affront to their integrity? Conversely, if it were indeed true, the implications would be terrifying. Traditional lithography machines might become obsolete within 3 years. Moreover, Chen Zhouge was increasingly suspicious of Zhou Lei's claim of having received the lithography machine, which starkly contradicted Gao Yuan's persona. Gao Yuan, a figure in the internet realm, would typically announce a press conference upon conceptualization. Yet here they were, in the midst of mass production, maintaining an unsettling silence. Any behavior that defies logic must surely conceal deeper secrets. Chen Zhouge suspected this was a coordinated effort to generate hype. At that moment, news from the press conference began to proliferate across the internet via the smartphones of attending media and guests. Numerous netizens, keenly following the developments, flooded various social media platforms with comments. "I initially held a favorable view of Xiaowei, but have they gone too far with their boasting this time? Why would Xiaowei engage in such conceptual theatrics without tangible evidence?" Chapter 24. The revolutionary constant temperature garment. I doubt it unless a lithography machine is thrust in my face. I certainly shall not believe it. I suspect Xiaowei has been deceived by Gao Yuan of Heiyu Technology. He is nothing more than a charlatan. I had just seen news about disaster relief efforts in Shannon, where a certain Gao Yuan was reported to have donated revolutionary constant temperature garments. Look at them, and then observe the stark contrast with this Gao Yuan's character. It's a disparity greater than that between a human and a pig. At this juncture, the press conference had transitioned into the practical demonstration phase. Apart from the esteemed guests, others remained oblivious to the agenda. Kong Guang stood on the stage, his face brimming with excitement. "I express my gratitude to all the experts for their speeches. The significance of lithography machines to our nation's semiconductor industry is beyond question. After hearing so many prospects, I am sure everyone is filled with curiosity about the legendary lithography machine. Without further ado, let us welcome President Zhou Lei of Xiaowei and President Gao Yuan of Blackfish Technology to the stage." The audience was abuzz with curiosity about the purpose of their appearance. Zhou Lei and Gao Yuan ascended the stage, accompanied by staff who wheeled in a machine draped in red cloth, measuring over 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height. At this moment, Li Meng began to speak. "I am sure everyone is eager to know what this machine is," he said. "To shed light on that, I would like to invite President Zhou to share his insights." Zhou Lei took the microphone and declared, "At Xiaowei, we do not indulge in empty rhetoric. Seeing is believing. I am thrilled to inform you that beneath this cloth lies a lithography machine that surpasses the pinnacle of international standards." Upon his proclamation, the audience erupted in excitement, with many whipping out their phones to capture the moment, some recording videos while others snapped photographs. Kong Guang raised his hand for silence. "Everyone, please calm down. Now, let us invite President Zhou and President Gao to unveil the red cloth. Let us behold the true form of the Blackfish X01 lithography machine." Zhou Lei gestured invitingly, and Gao Yuan understood the cue. Each took a corner of the cloth, exchanging knowing glances before pulling with all their might. The cloth billowed like the banners of ancestors charging into battle, and the crowd felt a rush of exhilaration. As the fabric fell away, a white square lithography machine revealed itself, prominently displaying the model name, Blackfish X01. All eyes were fixated on the machine. Seated in the audience, Chen Zhouge was wide-eyed. "Is this really a lithography machine?" A voice from the crowd called out, "President Zhou, is this a model or the real thing?" Zhou Lei smiled, responding, "Although we have not yet reached the QA session, I can assure you that this is a genuine lithography machine, not a model." Our Deputy Director of the Strategic Department, Li Qingchuan, along with Blackfish Technology's technical advisor, are currently calibrating the equipment. The audience began to stir, their gaze locked on the lithography machine, all pondering what Zhou Lei was about to do. Could it be that he would activate the lithography machine here? Would they directly produce chips on stage? The esteemed guests had perused the agenda and were aware that what followed would be the actual demonstration. Thus, Shinjoga looked on with eager anticipation. At this juncture, host Kong Guang smiled and remarked, "President Zhou, with the lithography machine now displayed, are you prepared to demonstrate how it operates?" Zhou Lei chuckled. "Indeed, Gao Yuan and I are here to accomplish a remarkable feat. This is an unprecedented achievement on a global scale." Li Ming, brimming with anticipation, inquired, "What is this remarkable feat?" Zhou Lei passed the microphone to Gao Yuan, who momentarily hesitated before addressing the audience. "This is President Zhou's vision. He intends to produce the very first Xiaowei Qinglong A9000 chip at this press conference. It is widely acknowledged that Xiaowei previously engaged in the manufacturing of the Qinglong A9000 2 years ago. The Qinglong A9000 is a chip that was modified from the A9000 specifically for the Heiyu X01 lithography machine, boasting a performance enhancement of 140 over its predecessor. This marks the first entirely domestically produced high-end chip with performance that surpasses all global counterparts. Mr. Zhou believes that producing the inaugural chip at the launch event holds profound significance, heralding the dawn of a new semiconductor era. Upon finishing his statement, Gao Yuan glanced at Zhou Lei, who continued, "We express our gratitude to Heiyu Technology and its researchers for granting us the opportunity to embark on this endeavor. Every endeavor carries its inherent risks, and Xiaowei has always been a company willing to embrace challenges. This is a core aspect of our ethos instilled by Mr. Ren. Next, Gao Yuan and I will personally oversee the trial production of the first chip. As Gao Yuan mentioned earlier, this chip is of monumental importance. Everyone is aware of the difficulties Xiaowei has faced in recent years. Due to certain circumstances, obtaining high-end chips has proven elusive. Last year, we achieved some breakthroughs. Yet we still lag behind in the realm of high-end chips. The purpose of this launch event's trial production is to demonstrate to those who have severed supplies that they cannot thwart our progress. They will merely serve as milestones guiding us toward success." After speaking, Zhou Lei turned to Gao Yuan, asking, "Shall we begin?" Gao Yuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Qingchuan presented a tray bearing silicon wafers. Zhou Lei accepted the tray, declaring, "These wafers are from the Mojing Xingxing group, with a purity reaching 999,999. Upon hearing Zhou Lei's statement, Chun Jioga furrowed his brow and remarked, "Domestic technology still has its shortcomings. Internationally, the purity of raw materials for high-end chips can reach 11N. Mojing Xingxing Group remains a leading domestic company, yet their purity only reaches 8N. Manufacturing high-end chips with 8N wafers poses considerable challenges." The audience, comprised of experts. It would be quite embarrassing. Ordinary netizens do not concern themselves with the purity of your materials. They only focus on the final result, which determines your capability. However, Zhou Lei appeared unconcerned. The Heiyu X01 lithography machine operates with an intelligent system that requires only the installation of the wafer. The lithography process commences with the slicing. As for the slicing technology, I shall refrain from elaborating, as it is exceedingly advanced. All processes of the chip occur automatically within the lithography machine. As you can see, this indicator light signifies that the coating process has begun. Gao Yuan stood alongside, overseeing the developing and etching processes. Time passed slowly, and Gao Yuan found the whole procedure rather dull. Yet the atmosphere remained hushed, with only the sound of breathing filling the air. Everyone's attention was fixated on the lithography machine on stage. Shinjoga was also observing intently. At this moment, Lei Jianjun from Dami Technology leaned in and inquired, "Mr. Chun, is it truly possible to produce a chip here?" Chapter 25. No need for testing. Chun Jioga hesitated for a moment, then shook his head resolutely. "It's impossible. I believe we should halt at this stage. After all, the next step involves wafer testing, a process that is exceedingly lengthy." Unless what?" Lei Jianjun inquired. At that moment, Zhou Lei, holding the microphone, addressed the audience. According to the standard procedure, the next step would be wafer testing. However, this process is incredibly time-consuming, and we possess unwavering confidence in our technology and design. Therefore, General Gao and I have decided to bypass this stage and proceed directly to packaging. Chun Jioga gazed at Lei Jianjun with a complex expression. Unless they have no intention of testing. Lei Jianjun appeared stunned. This is a demonstration of confidence in one's product. Even Intel would hesitate to forego testing. Gao Yuan nodded on stage. The Heyu X01 lithography machine boasts a yield rate of 99. So skipping the testing phase will not significantly impact us. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. Is this boast too grand? Soon, all eyes were on their performance. In no time, the chip packaging was completed. Zhou Lei had retrieved the finished product from the other end of the lithography machine. The first batch consisted of 10 units. Zhou Lei presented the first chip. This chip holds epoch-making significance. Typically, after packaging, testing is conducted primarily to eliminate defective units. However, as General Gao mentioned earlier, with a yield rate of 99, the forthcoming tests are not aimed at identifying flaws, but rather at assessing performance. As you can see, there are 10 chips here, and the one in my hand will be placed in the honor room at Xiaowei's headquarters following testing, while the remaining 9 can be distributed to our esteemed colleagues present today. With that, Zhou Lei instructed Li Qingchuan to conduct performance tests on the chip. Before long, the testing results appeared on the large screen. Zhou Lei personally introduced the findings. This is the first test of the Qinglong A9000. For certain reasons, we did not conduct performance testing after the design phase. However, we have the data for the A9000, allowing everyone to appreciate its capabilities. The Qinglong A9000 integrates 21 billion transistors, the highest number among all mass-produced chips globally. In terms of 5G capabilities and AI processing power, the Qinglong A9000 surpasses mainstream chips on the market by more than double. At this moment, Zhou Lei's excitement was palpable as he beheld the data displayed on the screen. It had been accomplished. Every individual at Xiaowei clenched their fists. Even if the world refused to manufacture for Xiaowei, what did it matter? In the audience, Ren Yuanji was moved to tears. It has been achieved. Gao Yuan could sense Zhou Lei's exhilaration, yet his own heart remained unperturbed. He had witnessed advancements far beyond this. Akin to someone who has seen an airplane, it is difficult to be awed by a bamboo copter. Such chips would be deemed obsolete in the future world. Nevertheless, Gao Yuan understood that Xiaowei had harbored a breath of determination over the past 2 years, and that breath had finally been released. Zhou Lei paused to steady his emotions. We once believed that the Qinglong A9000 would be the crowning achievement of Xiaowei's chips, and that for at least 5 years, further progress would be unattainable. However, I did not anticipate that Heyu Technology and the research personnel of Xiaowei's strategic department would swiftly develop a new generation of lithography machines, technically surpassing the highest international standards. The success of the Qinglong A9000 signifies that we, at Xiaowei and Heyu Technology, shall emerge as leaders in the global semiconductor arena. In the future, we will witness the creation of even more chips, as they are the most vital components of modern technological products. The enhancement of chip performance will undoubtedly bolster 5G capabilities and provide robust support for the forthcoming 6G technology. Zhou Lei spoke at length. Yet no one in the audience felt any tedium. They could all sense his excitement. Below the stage, both Chen Jiuge and Lei Jianjun were presented with an A9000 chip by the staff. Chen Jiuge's emotions were a tumultuous blend of exhilaration and profound disappointment. Witnessing the chip's creation was an overwhelming experience. Meanwhile, Lei Jianjun's thoughts diverged entirely from Chen Jiuge's. He had already begun to contemplate how to design the next-generation flagship smartphone for DAMI technology. Should it also incorporate Xiaowei's Qinglong A9000 chip? The spectacle of chip manufacturing left the audience in awe. Even after Zhou Lei and Gao Yuan had departed the stage, no one noticed when Kong Guang stepped forward and cleared his throat. Everyone must be utterly astonished, right? I, too, am in disbelief. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, I would have found it hard to believe that our nation's lithography technology could reach such heights in such a brief span. Thank you, Xiaowei, and thank you, Heyu Technology. Next came the Media Q&A segment. Dear media friends, due to time constraints, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Chun will only accept questions from 3 media outlets, with each outlet limited to 3 inquiries. Zhou Lei, now composed, sat in his chair and observed the eager 100 or so media representatives. He pointed toward a publication bearing the emblem of Xiaowei Daily. Let us begin with Xiaowei Daily. A young female journalist, her face alight with joy, hurried over. Mr. Zhou, may I ask how long the development of the Heyu X01 lithography machine has taken? Zhou Lei glanced at Gao Yuan before turning to respond. You should direct that question to Mr. Gao. as the lithography machine is the result of Heiyu Technology's endeavors. The microphone was then directed toward Gao Yuan. He understood that Zhou Lei was seizing the opportunity to promote Heiyu Technology. Heiyu Technology is a relatively new company. However, our core team commenced development 3 years ago. The process was immensely challenging, and just a month ago, my Yuanfang group faced bankruptcy. Fortunately, we withstood the pressure, and ultimately, the lithography machine was completed even sooner than anticipated. Mr. Gao, will Heiyu Technology sell the lithography machines externally? This question piqued the interest of the industry leaders present, all eager to discern Gao Yuan's perspective, as it was evident that, despite the collaborative effort, Heiyu Technology held the decisive authority. It's difficult to say at this moment, as our production capacity is limited. Xiaowei is our partner, and we must prioritize our supply to them, Gao Yuan replied, leaving the situation ambiguous yet strategically advantageous. Zhou Lei felt a sense of relief at Gao Yuan's response. It was a reassuring promise that even if a factory collaboration did not materialize, the lithography machines would be supplied to Xiaowei as a priority in the future. After addressing 3 questions, the reporter from the Summer National Daily was escorted away by security, paving the way for Gao Yuan's selection of the Southern National Weekly. This reporter, a middle-aged man exuding an air of sophistication, posed a rather peculiar question that shifted the atmosphere dramatically. Mr. Gao, I hope my question isn't too forward. But how can you assure us that the technology for the lithography machine originates from your research team and is not the result of intellectual theft from the West? Chapter 26. Do you admire Gao Yuan? Gao Yuan paused momentarily, contemplating the inquiry. Your question is rather intriguing. I, too, would like to ask how you can guarantee that you are indeed the biological offspring of your parents, and not the result of some borrowed seed from another man? His response elicited a wave of astonishment throughout the room. Some found his retort refreshing, while others deemed it lacking in decorum, feeling that such comments were inappropriate in a public setting. Although the Southern National Weekly reporter's question might have been somewhat abrupt, it did resonate with a portion of the online audience. However, Gao Yuan remained unconcerned, asserting his identity as an entrepreneur, not a celebrity. When faced with doubt, he believed it was essential to respond assertively. The reporter from the Southern National Weekly flushed with indignation, his previously elegant demeanor giving way to frustration. Mr. Gao, I did not expect you to be such a person, harboring such sordid thoughts, and I didn't expect you to be so presumptuous. Are there any further questions? If not, you may leave. The reporter, eager to depart but unwilling to concede, persisted. Yes, I have a second question. Mr. Gao, was that chip genuinely produced on-site, rather than merely a logo-removed version purchased from abroad? Given that you haven't conducted wafer testing, it seems evident that you were well prepared. Gao Yuan chuckled, recognizing the reporter's familiar tactics, laced with malice. Do you honestly believe the experts present are as naive as you? Can they not discern whether this is a newly created product or something prearranged? I find it amusing. If you return home to find your wife alone, can you truly be certain that she is alone, or has another man just left your abode? All right, let us not dwell on anger. It's detrimental to your health. Wouldn't you agree? Next question. The Southern National Weekly reporter, gritting his teeth, stated, I have one final question. As someone from the internet sector, adept at manipulating concepts and weaving narratives, with only one lithography machine available and its authenticity still in question, what do you consider to be the most vital trait for an entrepreneur? Sincerity or deception? Gao Yuan perceived that this inquiry was a direct affront. He was indifferent to his reputation. As long as the product was exceptional, admiration would follow. He gazed at the reporter. What is your name? Chenmu. Very well. Chenmu, let me clarify. The essence of entrepreneurship lies in the product. Yet, in life, the most crucial aspect is to speak truthfully. Do you understand? Chenmu appeared to have clashed with Gao Yuan, citing a new company, Blackfish Technology, which had emerged merely months prior, claiming to manufacture a new energy vehicle that could run on water. Ultimately, after reaping subsidies, loans, and policy support, it faced bankruptcy, despite having a product similar to Blackfish Technology. I have not received a single penny from the government. Are you suggesting that the leadership of Xiaowei is lacking in intellect? I did not intend to convey that. Xiaowei is indeed a magnificent company. However, Mr. Gao, you only declared bankruptcy a month ago, and now you are hastily stepping forward. As a member of the media, I have a duty to oversee this matter. I believe that the true exemplar of product development should be another individual, also named Gao Yuan. The temperature-regulating garments worn by the rescue personnel in the disaster-stricken areas of Shannon are the epitome of genuine innovation. I have obtained information through relevant channels that the individual donating these garments is also named Gao Yuan. His products were the first to be utilized for disaster relief. Rather than merely playing with concepts or seeking financial gain, Gao Yuan chuckled, thinking, is this person here to assist? Initially, he had no intention of excessively promoting the temperature-regulating garments. Yet, interestingly, their popularity has remained consistently high. He had contemplated whether he could leverage this opportunity to sell a batch of temperature-regulating garments, thus enhancing the reputation of Blackfish technology. Now, with Chun Mu proactively redirecting the conversation, this truly serves as assistance. You admire Gao Yuan? Indeed, but not you. It is the Gao Yuan who donated the temperature-regulating garments. Based on feedback from the rescue personnel in the disaster areas, these garments represent true technological advancement. They are temperature and humidity regulated, resistant to water and abrasion, ensuring that rescue team members can complete their missions safely and comfortably. This Gao Yuan is the genuine entrepreneur. Have you considered that this Gao Yuan might actually be me? Chunmu looked at him with disdain. You? Impossible. You are merely an uncultured opportunist who revels in vulgarity. You have just declared bankruptcy and have no time to develop such sophisticated products. Although I am unaware of how you managed it, it is certainly not your own accomplishment. At that moment, Zhou furrowed his brow, signaling the security personnel to escort the reporter from the Southern Country Weekly out. However, Gao Yuan waved his hand, preventing the approaching security. What a joke. I happen to need a foil for my act. This person has walked right into the trap. What if I send him away? You may not have brought your ears, but you certainly brought your prejudices. I have stated that I began developing this project 3 years ago, and I have also mentioned that I am not a technician. The credit belongs to my research and development team. Moreover, the temperature-regulating garments you refer to are indeed the first batch of new products that we, at Blackfish Technology, are about to release to the public. We sent them to the disaster areas for the rescue personnel to wear, and we at Blackfish Technology are preparing to donate a second batch of temperature-regulating garments. We cannot allow the rescue team members to come and go in discomfort. Gao Yuan's words left the media present brimming with excitement. This is splendid. Today was worthwhile. Not only did we witness the on-site chip manufacturing and see the photolithography machine, but we also received a 2-for-1 deal. Recently popular temperature-regulating garments are surprisingly a new product from Blackfish Technology. This press conference is also a buy-one-get-one-free event. Initially, we thought it was solely about the photolithography machine, but now we discover there are temperature-regulating garments as well. At this moment, Chun Mu was utterly bewildered. How could they be the same person? If there are temperature-regulating garments, why pursue the research of photolithography machines? However, it is evident that in such a setting, Gao Yuan could not possibly be lying, as the existence of temperature-regulating garments had already gone viral. Lying would be tantamount to throwing away money. Chun Mu's expression shifted, revealing a complex demeanor. He suddenly realized that Gao Yuan's expression was filled with mockery, and instantly understood that he had just unwittingly collaborated in the hype. This news would soon spread across the internet, and he would be seen as the fool in this publicity stunt. Not only did he endure humiliation, but he also found himself without any financial compensation. He no longer wished to remain in this place, while he could afford to lose some face. Losing dignity without any monetary reward was unacceptable. This time, not only had he lost his pride, but he had also suffered a significant financial setback. With a heavy heart, he turned and departed. Amidst a throng of jubilant peers, he felt profoundly isolated. Gao Yuan, however, was thoroughly satisfied. The temperature-regulating garment had reached a small climax at the last moment, and its future prospects were undoubtedly promising. Prior to the launch of the new smartphone, introducing the temperature-regulating garment to the market was an astute strategy. In the future, the price of such garments would be remarkably affordable, allowing Gao Yuan to either purchase them for resale or acquire a production line to manufacture them himself. This type of garment could, without much inconvenience, be worn until death. Even in the sweltering heat of summer, it would preserve its wearer. Gao Yuan's commercial empire was set to embark on its journey, beginning with the temperature-regulating garment. In essence, the commercial landscape can be encapsulated in 8 words: clothing, food, shelter, and transportation, along with leisure and entertainment. The temperature-regulating garment would directly revolutionize the way we dress. paving the way for various styles that would undoubtedly disrupt the textile industry, though not fatally. Moreover, this donation had prompted Gao Yuan to consider customizing temperature-regulating garments for firefighters across the nation. In Chapter 27, the 3 essentials of pig farming. Regardless of whether one faced fire or water, the temperature-regulating garment would allow them to experience the warmth of blackfish technology. With this thought, Gao Yuan felt an urge to leave. The upcoming press conference held little significance for him now. He intended to return to Linzhou and experiment with the transformer, a compact device he carried with him for unforeseen circumstances. This gadget could prove life-saving in critical moments. Gao Yuan found a secluded park and discreetly activated the transformer. As it initiated, he felt an unfamiliar sensation enveloping his body. The transformer lacked a screen or buttons, operating solely through brainwaves. Closing his eyes, he envisioned transforming into the largest eagle. In an instant, he felt his body undergoing a metamorphosis. His bones contorted, and feathers sprouted from his skin. Moments later, when he opened his eyes, the world around him appeared entirely transformed. Though he had yet to take flight, his perspective had shifted dramatically in the distance. He could see a bug writhing on a fruit high up in a tree, 500 meters away. Moreover, Gao Yuan had never paid heed to the subtle breeze around him, yet at this moment, he could distinctly perceive the slightest fluctuations in the wind. The majestic creature soaring above was none other than one of the largest eagles in the world, scientifically known as the Andean condor, also referred to as the South American god eagle, measuring an impressive 1.5 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters. Gao Yuan could scarcely contain his excitement. With a powerful flap of his wings, he ascended rapidly, buoyed by the currents of air. The sound of the wind rushing past his ears and the breathtaking scenery below entranced him completely. As he swept past a flock of swallows, their startled cries echoed as they scattered in all directions, leaving Gao Yuan's raucous laughter trailing behind. His enormous silhouette suddenly appeared in the skies above Qinjing, astonishing countless photographers and biologists alike. Qin Fan, a photographer specializing in avian subjects, inadvertently captured the fleeting image of Gao Yuan. Upon reviewing the photograph, Qin Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had witnessed an Andean condor, a colossal bird native to the New World, soaring over Qinjing. Even more astonishing was the peculiar device attached to the bird, which was none other than Gao Yuan's transformation apparatus, with a bag dangling beneath it. As for Gao Yuan's clothing and personal belongings, they had been neatly stored in a compression bag beneath the transformation device during the metamorphosis. Filled with enthusiasm, Qin Fan promptly shared the photograph in a photographer's group chat. "Everyone, take a look at what I discovered today. A genuine Andean condor. Did Xiaoqin travel to America? No. This was captured in Qinjing. I find it quite strange. Is this real? What incredible luck to photograph an Andean condor in Qinjing. Amazing. Is this eagle a thief that has stolen someone's bag?" As Gao Yuan continued his exhilarating flight, his figure was increasingly spotted by onlookers. However, he was lost in the sheer joy of his soaring experience. It was simply exhilarating. The sensation of the air gliding past his body was extraordinary, surpassing any prior experience. Gao Yuan finally understood why some people revel in roller coasters. The thrill was unmatched. Yet, at this moment, Gao Yuan's excitement eclipsed that of any amusement park ride as he executed various aerial maneuvers. Covering hundreds of kilometers, Gao Yuan arrived above Linzhou in just a few hours. Circling high above, it was his first time surveying his hometown from such heights, and he was pleasantly surprised to see its growth and development. He played in the skies until dusk approached, eventually landing in the western suburbs of Linzhou Park. After tidying his attire, he exited the park and hailed a taxi to the Linzhou building of Blackfish Technology. At that moment, Zhang Bai had already commenced renovations with remarkable efficiency. This building was situated in the Linzhou high-tech zone. When Zhang Bai originally purchased it, Blackfish Technology was an obscure company, but that morning, it had made a sensational debut in Qinjing, stirring excitement among the Linzhou leadership. They promptly visited Zhang Bai at the Linzhou office, as if time had reverted to the height of Gao Yuan's former glory, a period when he was also consumed by social engagements. Once the leaders had departed, Zhang Bai quickly summoned his old comrades from Qinjing, with some hastily driving to join him. As Gao Yuan stepped out of the taxi and entered the building, Zhang Bai let out an exuberant cry. "Old Gao, I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. You're back so soon." Gao Yuan extended a hand. Do not touch me. I'm exhausted. Lulu, come and massage my shoulders. Immediately, two beautiful robots began to knead Gao Yuan's legs and shoulders. Old Gao, what have you been up to in Xinjiang? It wouldn't be anything scandalous, would it? You're approaching 30. Take it easy. Get lost. Are you hiring? We've got quite a few familiar faces on board. Just wait. I'll bring them to meet you. With that, Zhang Bai left the room. Gao Yuan sat in his chair, feeling as though his body had fallen apart. He was utterly drained. He had not anticipated that a mere few hours of flying could leave him so fatigued. It seemed he would need to be more judicious in using the transformation device in the future. While the experience had been exhilarating, the aftermath was awkward. He would require several days of rest. Before long, Gao Yuan's former subordinates arrived. Upon seeing him, they appeared somewhat uncomfortable. President Gao, back to working under you again. Gao Yuan was unfazed. These were indeed his former employees. However, it was only natural that they sought new paths after his bankruptcy. If he were an employee and his employer went bankrupt, he too would have to leave. There is little camaraderie in this world. What truly matters is that these individuals can complete their work with quality and efficiency. That makes them good employees. I am truly glad to see you all here. Gao Yuan addressed them. They were once again joining forces. Although the former company was gone, they still had Heyu to support one another. Zhang Bai cheerfully interjected, Old Gao, enough of the pleasantries. We are old friends. Let us skip the formalities and discuss the tasks and plans. All right, let us talk about the future of Heyu technology. As everyone was aware, Heyu technology was fundamentally different from the previous Yuanfang technology group. It was a genuine tech company focused on products. I had mentioned to Vice President Zhang that we aim to create a client platform named Heyu Home, an exclusive platform for Heyu technology that integrates shopping, social interaction, and information. Gao Yuan envisioned establishing an ecosystem around Heyu. Currently, they sold temperature-regulating clothing, but in the future, they would offer 3D interactive communication wristbands. And an endless stream of products would be launched. By centering on products, he aimed to attract users and foster communication among them. Although many companies were pursuing similar models, few had succeeded in actual implementation. Consequently, when Gao Yuan concluded his statement, the employees exchanged glances, sensing that this might be another doomed endeavor. However, Gao Yuan refrained from elaborating further. He felt the urgency to accelerate his pace, for these individuals had little understanding of his vision. In the future world, there existed a notorious trio of essentials for pig farming, designed by the authorities for the underprivileged. Chapter 28. Youthful minds are agile originally. Gao Yuan intended to launch a futuristic mobile phone. However, after the unexpected success of the temperature-regulating clothing, he realized that products that provide comfort resonate more deeply with people. Thus, he decided to first introduce the pig farming trio, the temperature-regulating clothing, a gaming dream helmet, and a nutritional paste. This trio would ensure that even the most impoverished individuals could enjoy a life free from want. The thermoregulating clothing and nutritional paste enable survival, while the gaming dream helmet serves to alleviate the underlying resentment among the lower classes. Upon donning this helmet, one can choose between two modes, gaming mode and dreaming mode. In gaming mode, simply closing one's eyes transports the user into a gaming interface, specifically tailored by the authorities for the underprivileged, allowing them to unleash their prowess and revel in a sense of superiority. The immersion is remarkable. This helmet can even simulate tactile sensations and olfactory experiences within the brain, creating the illusion of inhabiting a tangible world rather than merely engaging in a game. Conversely, dreaming mode is even more extraordinary. The helmet emits a ray that facilitates rapid entry into slumber, affecting specific areas of the brain to induce dreams. Unlike gaming, which is constrained by scenarios, dreaming is boundless. One can experience any dream. Many awaken from delightful dreams, feeling a sense of loss, lamenting the abruptness of their awakening. However, with a dreaming helmet, one could simply close their eyes and continue dreaming. For those in the lower strata, who find no hope in their waking lives, dreams provide an escape into their own worlds, where they can indulge in blissful fantasies without restraint. This trifecta of sustenance, comfort, and escapism enthralls Gao Yuan. Should he successfully market this concept, perhaps to affluent nations or those struggling with intense competition, such as the United States or Japan, he believes the youth burdened by hardship would be grateful for the opportunity to exist blissfully as compliant pigs. With the gaming helmet, thermoregulating clothing, and inexpensive nutritional paste. These individuals could lead joyfully unremarkable lives. Gao Yuan grows increasingly convinced of his rationale, reflecting on the fundamental human needs for food, clothing, shelter, and leisure. The nutritional paste addresses hunger, while the thermoregulating clothing resolves issues of attire and shelter, rendering location irrelevant. The gaming and dreaming helmet satisfies the desires for enjoyment and a modicum of sustenance. Thus, this trio truly embodies the realization of many aspirations. Gao Yuan envisions promoting this trio in friendly nations, hoping to bring joy to their youth. Domestically, he has no intention of introducing the gaming dream helmet, as entertainment options abound and another edition seems unnecessary. His ambitions are globally oriented, steering clear of e-commerce platforms to avoid future constraints on his products. To establish an unencumbered ecosystem, Gao Yuan directs Zhang Bai and his team to continue their work while he drives Zhang Bai's car back to Linzhou, instructing him to procure additional vehicles for greater convenience and travel. On the road to Muzha, in the investment promotion office of Jinghai County, Bai Moyu paces outside the director's office, clutching a report. She believes in Gao Yuan's integrity. Yet reason cautions her that a young man who has just faced bankruptcy cannot possibly muster $2 billion for investment without incurring significant debt. How could he afford such an investment? Bai Moyu bit her lower lip. Fully aware of the risks she was taking by bypassing Director Li and directly approaching the bureau chief. Regardless of the outcome, she would inevitably offend Director Li, particularly if her attempt were to fail, which would likely lead to her complete marginalization. Nevertheless, Bai Moyu felt compelled to make one last effort. After being reprimanded by Director Li the previous day, she knew that even if she submitted her work, it would certainly not receive his approval. Thus, her intention of seeking the bureau chief was born. Just as she hesitated, the door opened, revealing Director Li emerging from the bureau chief's office. Upon spotting Bai Moyu lingering at the entrance, his face broke into a broad smile. "Xiaobai, what brings you here? I was just about to look for you." Director, do you need something from me?" she inquired. "By the way, have you heard from your old classmate Gao Yuan?" Director Li asked, his smile reminiscent of a wolf eyeing a little white rabbit. He had just been summoned by the bureau chief, who had mentioned Gao Yuan, Bai Moyu's old classmate who had developed a lithography machine and made an appearance at the press conference for Qin Jingxia. Furthermore, he had purchased a large building in Linzhou for office use. The bureau chief was concerned that Bai Moyu might harbor resentment towards Gao Yuan due to grievances she had faced at work, potentially leading to Gao Yuan's disappointment in Jinghai and his reluctance to invest there. Therefore, he instructed Director Li to employ any means necessary to bring Gao Yuan back. Of course, Director Li did not know Gao Yuan. He only recognized Bai Moyu, thus requiring her cooperation. Bai Moyu sensed that Director Li was acting a bit strangely. "Not yet," she replied. Director Li, slightly disappointed by her response, quickly donned a smile again. "Xiaobai, there is no misunderstanding between you and Gao Yuan, is there? I heard you two are old classmates, and he is still unmarried, correct?" Bai Moyu was momentarily taken aback. "Director, I don't quite understand your meaning." Director Li displayed a broad, benevolent smile. "Xiaobai, I regard you as my own niece, so please don't hide anything from me. Are you and Gao Yuan in a relationship?" Bai Moyu was at a loss for words. "Director, truly not. Are you absolutely certain?" "Absolutely not," she affirmed. Director Li seemed to express regret. "What a pity." Nothing much. Xiaobai, how many years have you been at the Investment Promotion Bureau?" "This is my 3rd year. By the 3rd year, you should have gained sufficient experience. Please prepare the report for the Muzha investment project. If it gets approved, you'll be the one liaising with Deputy Director Wei, who is set to retire. I've discussed this with the bureau chief, and we believe it's time to bring in some younger talent. Young people are quick-witted and innovative. Do you think you can handle it, Xiaobai?" Bai Moyu felt bewildered. What was Director Li up to? Was he hinting at a promotion? Just recently, he had seemed intent on berating her. Yet now he was offering her a chance to liaise directly? He even dangled the prospect of the deputy director position to entice her. What was going on? However, Bai Moyu had no time to ponder deeply. She handed over her materials. "Director, actually, I have already completed the report for Muzha. Please take a look." "Completed already?" "Xiaobai, you've matured in your role." "Very well, I'll review it. If Gao Yuan reaches out to you, you must report back promptly. Any requests from him should be conveyed without delay. If he returns, arrange for him to visit the Investment Promotion Bureau." Bai Moyu realized that something significant must have transpired. Otherwise, the leadership would not have undergone such a drastic change. Chapter 29. I am an interstellar tour guide. Bai Moyu returned to her desk, taking out his phone. Bai Moyu opened the news app to see the top 10 trending stories. The first headline announced a breakthrough in lithography technology. The second reported that Xiaowei had successfully produced chips. Bai Moyu, slightly disoriented, scrolled down past the first two stories and finally encountered a familiar name, Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan, constant temperature clothing, lithography machine. These three seemingly unrelated terms left Bai Moyu in a state of bewilderment. Intrigued, Bai Moyu clicked on the article to explore the related news. The more he read, the more astonished he became. It turned out that Gao Yuan's bankruptcy was indeed true. However, prior to this, he had been engaged in the development of lithography machines. The very technology that now topped the trending news was the result of the efforts of the team behind Gao Yuan. Moreover, the highly popular constant temperature clothing was also a product of Gao Yuan's company, the newly established Blackfish technology. At last, Bai Moyu understood the drastic shift in the leadership's attitude. If Gao Yuan's Blackfish technology were to settle in Jinghai, it would significantly enhance the overall strength of the region. Bai Moyu exhaled in relief, a smile stretching across his face. I knew you wouldn't deceive me. He took out his phone. Although he hadn't made any calls earlier, he now dialed directly. The call connected swiftly. Gao Yuan, where are you? On the road. I'll be in Jinghai shortly. By the way, what did your leaders say? It's regarding the construction at the Muzha base, right? Our leaders would like to invite you for a detailed discussion at the investment bureau. Not a problem. It's almost time to clock out. Isn't it a bit late? Not at all. Bai Moyu understood that Gao Yuan was now the most significant benefactor for the investment bureau. For years, the bureau had merely been a facade, but now, with Gao Yuan showing interest in investing in his hometown, it was clear that even if it were late, the director would likely rise from his slumber to welcome him. All right then, I'll head over now. Shall I send you my location? No need. It's a small place. I can find it without assistance. Just wait. I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Bai Moyu sought out Director Li to inform him of Gao Yuan's impending visit. Director Li immediately stood up, astonished. So soon? Well done, Bai. I'll go find the director right away. A few minutes later, the entire investment bureau buzzed with activity. Some were hanging banners. Others were cleaning, while a few went next door to the financial bureau to borrow dozens of potted plants. Bai Moyu was assigned to wait at the entrance for Gao Yuan. Standing there, observing the flow of traffic on the street, Bai Moyu found life to be quite fascinating. The same person who had been a con artist yesterday was now a revered guest and benefactor. Gao Yuan was still the same Gao Yuan. Before long, a car pulled up beside Bai Moyu. Little fish, Gao Yuan called out, leaning out of the window. Bai Moyu beamed with excitement. Gao Yuan? You were in Qinjing this morning. How did you return so quickly? Nothing of interest. I wanted to come back early since there's a lot to handle here. Bai Moyu led Gao Yuan into the investment bureau, where they were greeted by a banner proclaiming, "Welcome Mr. Gao Yuan back to invest in his hometown." Gao Yuan appeared bewildered. Did you arrange this? Before Bai Moyu could respond, a group of people emerged. Bai Moyu quickly introduced, "This is our Director Liu. This is Director Li, and this is Director Qin." Gao Yuan extended his hand and shook hands with everyone. I am truly humbled. Your reception is exceedingly grand. Mr. Gao is indeed the pride of Jinghai. The Xiaoguo Daily just published a commentary. What did it say? Mr. Gao has shattered the Western technological monopoly. He has ushered in the era of lithography machines. Director Liu, you flatter me. I only hope for your continued support. Of course, let us discuss this further. Xiaobai mentioned to me that Mr. Gao intends to invest in an industrial park in Muzha, correct? It's not merely Muzha. Behind Muzha lies the majestic Daqing Mountain range. In the past, many villagers cultivated fruit trees and grazed livestock there, but now it lies in near ruin. I aspire to lease those mountains as well. Gao Yuan was filled with confidence. A mere Muzha would surely not suffice. Yet, he was reluctant to stray too far from his ancestral home, for the portal of time was there. Hence, he could only expand outward from the portal. Upon hearing this, Director Liu furrowed his brow. That may pose a challenge. The national policy advocates for returning farmland to forest. The peaks of the Daqing Mountain range are also under the jurisdiction of the Forestry Bureau, which complicates coordination. However, does Jinghai not possess the Wangshuang Industrial Park? What do you think about that location? Gao Yuan shook his head. Director Liu, Wangshuang is too small. The prime locations have all been claimed. Have you considered delineating a new development zone in Muzha? Director Liu's eyes brightened. Indeed, with Gao Yuan's investment reaching several billion, It would not be an issue to grant special approval for a development zone to retain you, as long as that development zone encompasses those areas. The jurisdiction would naturally fall under the Investment Promotion Bureau, and the procedures would be much easier to navigate. Youth today truly possesses a vibrant intellect. Although Jinghai's name suggests a sea, it refers to the forest sea, having no connection to the ocean, as an inland and remote area. Securing such a formidable figure as Gao Yuan would be a significant achievement. I trust the county leaders will weigh the pros and cons wisely. The concept of this development zone began to excite Director Liu further. Moreover, with the exemplary role of Heiyu Technology, other enterprises would undoubtedly follow suit. A county with 2 development zones, and Muzha being associated with Heiyu Technology, would be a remarkable achievement indeed. The thought alone was delightful. Bai Moyu discreetly gave Gao Yuan a thumbs up from behind. This proposal had initially been mentioned by Bai Moyu during a conversation with Gao Yuan, which he had taken note of. The subsequent discussions became considerably more enjoyable, with Gao Yuan even raising the investment amount to 50 billion. Furthermore, he required no official loans, only some concessions regarding land and policies. Director Liu was nearly moved to tears. What a wonderful young man. Wholeheartedly committed to giving back to his hometown and fostering its development. Director Li even showered Gao Yuan with unrestrained praise. Mr. Gao, you are young and accomplished. And having conducted business in Qingjing, your vision is indeed grand. Jinghai takes great pride in you. We have prepared a banquet in your honor. You simply must try our Investment Promotion Bureau's signature dishes. Today, they had merely discussed the generalities. Tomorrow, representatives from the Investment Promotion Bureau would accompany Gao Yuan for an on-site inspection. While termed an inspection, it was, in fact, Gao Yuan guiding them to earmark the land. These neglected lands would become the future industrial park of Gao Yuan. This industrial park would later gain renown, as it would be the birthplace of the 3 essential components for pig farming. By the time they returned to Muzha, night had already fallen. Gao Yuan opened the door, only to find that Lin Mei was not present. She must have returned home, which was less than 50 meters away. The commute was quite convenient. After washing his face, Gao Yuan glanced at the time and deemed it too early for sleep. He decided to traverse the time-space portal to the future world. This marked Gao Yuan's inaugural glimpse of the nocturnal landscape of the future, which exceeded his wildest imagination. Chapter 30. The nightscape of Longjing. The spectacle was utterly breathtaking. Gao Yuan had initially believed that Qingjing was a city that never slept, bustling with vibrant nightlife and flashing neon lights. However, upon witnessing the future world's Longjing, he realized what a true city that never sleeps truly entailed. Enormous beams of light descended from above, illuminating the low-flying vehicles traversing the airspace. Towering edifices seemed to reach the heavens, resembling those very light beams. The shops lining either side of the pedestrian street were equipped with simulated sunlight systems, rendering the distinction between day and night virtually imperceptible. At that moment, the area outside the time-space portal was nearing completion. Gao Yuan had just emerged from the warehouse, marveling at the architectural craftsmanship and speed of construction in this world. In merely 3 days, not only had the primary structures been erected, but the internal decorations, various facilities, and even embellishments had been executed with utmost meticulousness. Gao Yuan sighed internally, wishing that such technology existed in the real world. If it did, his industrial park could take shape within a week. The sooner it was completed, the sooner it could be marketed. As Gao Yuan reveled in the night scenery, he suddenly felt a tap on his shoulder. Without needing to turn around, he responded directly. Nanwu, stop squatting and stand up. Sir. How did you know it was me? Lin Nanwu's voice came from behind. Gao Yuan turned to face the glum-faced girl and remarked, Here? Aside from you and your mother, everyone else is a robot. Do you think your mother would tap me on the shoulder? Or would a robot do so? Perhaps someone else has arrived at the construction site? Lin Nanwu retorted defiantly. Who would come? Gao Yuan questioned. The relevant department. The relevant department would never tap me on the shoulder, he replied. Gao Yuan then entered the newly constructed clubhouse, where Huang Fushan was busy working. Upon seeing Gao Yuan, she exclaimed, Sir, you're here? Look, these are the design blueprints for the 10 scenes. Gao Yuan observed the holographic images projected from Huang Fushan's wristband. Each image was a clear 3D representation. However, he furrowed his brow. Why are there so few plants here? We need to simulate an authentic tropical rainforest. Sir, this is already quite a lot. The tropical rainforest from 500 years ago looked just like this, she replied. Gao Yuan was taken aback. Even so, the cost of consumption is exorbitant. Adding more plants is simply unfeasible. He sighed, reflecting on the lack of understanding of what a true tropical rainforest looked like in the future world. Even if they saw pictures from 1,000 years ago, they would likely think they were artificial trees. All right, Shanjie, you can disregard the design blueprints. I will seek a design company in the real world to handle it. I'll bring the robots over to arrange everything. Understood, sir. By the way, what shall we name our clubhouse? Gao Yuan pondered for a moment and replied, let us call it 2024. 2024 Clubhouse? Huang Fushan queried, somewhat perplexed by the peculiar name. Let it be called 2024, she said, no words needed, just 4 digits. I want people to experience what the world of 2024 is truly like. Huang Fushan paused, uncertain of her employer's thoughts. It was now the year 3024. What significance did naming it 2024 hold? A commemoration of a world a millennium ago? Yet, Gao Yuan was the boss. Without delay, Huang Fushan sought out the design robots to commence the decoration of the entire club. Seeing Huang Fushan preoccupied, Gao Yuan instructed Lin Nanwu to assist her before he ventured alone onto the streets of Longjing. The security in this futuristic world was remarkably good. Incidents of violence were exceedingly rare globally, for there was simply no need for them. The underprivileged had little necessity for education. Most lacked even the awareness to rebel. Individuals like Huang Fushan and her daughter were exceedingly rare. The majority of the lower class resided within their own realms, either lost in a haze of intoxication, dreaming of conquering the world, or engaging in games where they wielded great power. Their basic needs were met, and even the dogs outside had more worldly experience than they did. Such is humanity. The less one knows, the more blissful one lives. Although the nutrient paste was unpalatable, without having tasted true delicacies, they had no basis for comparison and believed all food to be like this. The temperature-regulating garments ensured their comfort, and the authorities had arranged every aspect of their lives. Aside from the lack of upward mobility, everything was satisfactory. Gao Yuan contemplated how he might feel if he were among the underprivileged in this future world. He surmised he would likely harbor no other thoughts. The elite reveled in the scant natural resources available, while the most unfortunate were the middle class. They aspired to ascend to the upper echelons. Yet the path was fraught with difficulty. A step back meant descending to the lower class. Yet the middle class was unwilling to accept the role of a contented swine. As Gao Yuan strolled through the streets of Longjing, he observed the panorama of this future world. He casually extracted a cigarette from his pocket and lit it with a lighter. Upon inhaling, he noticed the attention of those around him. He had unwittingly become the center of focus. In this future society, most of the lower class seldom ventured outside, as there was little enjoyment in doing so. The streets were primarily populated by the middle class, who had only heard of cigarettes but had never seen one. As Gao Yuan exhaled a plume of smoke, those nearby began to inhale deeply, their faces reflecting a sense of rapture. Is this the essence of tobacco? How peculiar. It seems rather unpleasant. Have you noticed, esteemed elites? It is not the temperature-regulating fabric, nor the synthetic fibers. It is the breathable cotton and linen that allow one to experience the essence of nature. Gao Yuan had intended no such commotion, and yet it unfolded before him. Amused and bewildered, he thought it futile to linger to admire the nightscape. It was time to return, as the hour was late. However, just as he took a few steps, a young woman clad in a fitted temperature-regulating outfit blocked his path. Is there something you require? Gao Yuan inquired. May I have a puff? Or perhaps you could blow the smoke in my direction, she requested. Gao Yuan had not anticipated such a demand. In the real world, such an act might lead to violence. Even smoking in public would draw accusations of incivility. Yet here, he had inadvertently become an ambassador of accessibility. With a graceful flick, Gao Yuan tossed a cigarette towards a woman, who deftly caught it between her thumb and forefinger despite his throw being a tad off target. She held the cigarette beneath her nose and inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful." Gao Yuan shook his head, dismissing the idea of smoking. He flicked away the half-finished cigarette, sending it sailing in an orange arc to the ground. To his astonishment, several individuals lunged for the discarded stub. "That's mine. I was closest," one exclaimed. "Nonsense. Whoever gets it first claims it," another retorted. After observing this scene for several moments, Gao Yuan sighed, realizing the absurdity of the situation. These middle-class individuals, each worth at least 10 million, were scrambling for a mere cigarette, but it dawned on him that if he offered them a chance to experience the grind of reality in a 996 work environment, they would likely be overwhelmed with gratitude. As he strolled towards 2024, he paused at the entrance and turned abruptly, noticing that the woman clad in a form-fitting thermal suit was still trailing behind him. Chapter 31. Seeking a new job, what do you want from me? He inquired. Sir, are you the owner here? The woman responded, her face lighting up with excitement. What does that matter to you? It matters greatly. I wish to change jobs, boss. I am an interstellar tour guide, skilled in leading teams and managing groups. Do you see? An interstellar tour guide? Gao Yuan mused, recognizing the potential need for someone articulate, well-traveled, and strikingly attractive, someone who could navigate various personalities with ease. He scrutinized the woman more closely. She had a round face. Her eyes not particularly large, but brimming with spirit, her hair pulled back, and when she smiled, she revealed two charming dimples. She was tall, and standing near her, he felt a palpable sense of intimidation. What is your name? He asked. Wang Yifei Bingbing. She replied. Her name, consisting of 5 characters, suggested a status above the lower echelons, akin to Huang Fushan. The truly underprivileged typically bore names with 7 or 8 characters, while those of middle-class status often had 4 or 5. 6-character names could denote ambition or a descent into mediocrity. Why do you wish to change jobs? Gao Yuan inquired. Finding a job is akin to finding a boss, and you are unlike anyone else. She declared. How so? You possess greater wealth and a more grounded demeanor than the elite, whom we rarely encounter. Yet here you are, strolling in the streets, Wang Yifei Bingbing articulated. You are mistaken, I am not among the elite. My name is Gao Yuan, which is quite comparable to yours, he replied. Wang Yifei Bingbing flashed a proud smile. Boss, your aura is distinct. Just look at your attire. The way you casually discard a half-smoked cigarette and even offered me one. I noticed that even your underwear is made of cotton. This indicates that you belong to the pinnacle of society. You exude a natural essence, suggesting that your living environment is rich in plant life. Gao Yuan chuckled, impressed by her keen observations. He regarded Wang Yifei Bingbing with renewed interest. Even so, do you think I would employ you? You will, she confidently asserted. Although I am unaware of the nature of this place, my intuition tells me that it is anything but ordinary. I have observed that this place is filled with robots, save for a young girl and a mature woman. If you, Boss Gao, wish to conduct business, I would be a more suitable choice than they are. Do you believe you are more efficient than a robot? Gao Yuan inquired. Not necessarily, but employing robots when dealing with high-end clients would indeed be a desecration. Hence, it is evident that you require a team of individuals, particularly someone with managerial experience and keen observational skills, Wang Yifei asserted, standing tall to enhance her presence. Gao Yuan scrutinized Wang Yifei for a prolonged moment, causing her heart to race with anticipation. Suddenly, he broke into a smile. Congratulations. I am willing to offer you an opportunity. Please return here tomorrow at 9 in the morning, and I shall assign you a task. If you succeed, you will become the Vice General Manager of the 2024 club. Gao Yuan planned to appoint a General Manager, a Vice General Manager, and a Lobby Manager for the 2024 club, along with a manager for each floor and scenario, as well as personnel for human resources and logistics. Indeed, a substantial workforce was required. He intended for Huang Fushan to assume the role of General Manager, while Lin Nanwu would suffice as a mere server. The remaining positions were vacant, and depending solely on Huang Fushan would be quite challenging. With Wang Yifei's inclusion, the opening day of the 2024 club could be advanced significantly. Gao Yuan bypassed Huang Fushan and directly entered his office through the warehouse. Once this office was established, the portal to the realm of time and space led directly to it. He traversed through it and re-entered the real world. Reclining on his bed, Gao Yuan felt exhilarated, largely due to the thrill of soaring like an eagle in the sky. Once experienced, it was a sensation that could not be forgotten. As he closed his eyes, visions of the heights he had witnessed flooded his mind. The sound of the wind still echoed in his ears as a city rushed by beneath him. He even contemplated becoming an eagle, traversing the globe. Another part of his thoughts revolved around his enterprises, particularly the 2024 club and the Muzha base. The company had been registered. It was merely awaiting the launch of its products. The Blackfish Technology Group had 5 wholly owned subsidiaries, yet none had achieved true mass production. Gao Yuan possessed the technology and production lines. All that was lacking was a production base. The establishment of the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park in Muzha was paramount, as each subsidiary's production base would reside within this industrial park. Thus, the construction of the industrial park in Muzha was the foremost task at hand. Early the next morning, Gao Yuan was awakened by the commotion in the front courtyard. Donning his attire, he stepped outside to find Bai Moyu engaged in conversation with Lin Mei. Upon noticing Gao Yuan's presence, she greeted him promptly. Gao Yuan. Good morning, little fish. Why are you here so early? Gao Yuan queried. I had no choice. The leadership urged me to discuss details with you. The report for the Jinghai Muzha Development Zone has already been submitted, and it will be discussed in the standing committee this morning. This afternoon, the county leaders will come to conduct research in Muzha, Bai Moyu explained with a wry smile. Is that so? They certainly are swift in their actions. Gao Yuan remarked. Bai Moyu chuckled. Indeed. I've never seen our director so enthusiastic. Perhaps he fears you might evade his grasp. Gao Yuan chuckled in response. Evade? What would I run from? Thus, I wanted to give you a heads up. Our director intends to commence with the research, she concluded. The preparatory work commenced, and once the official approval is granted from above, we shall begin the project. Currently, my sole focus is to oversee this undertaking. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with me at any time. Gao Yuan is indeed quite anxious about this matter. However, the realities of the world cannot be rushed. Reflecting on the future establishment, Gao Yuan inquired of Lin Mei. Xiao Mei, are you acquainted with any distinguished landscape design firms or designers? Lin Mei pondered briefly. The most esteemed in landscape design in our country is undoubtedly the Craftsmanship Architectural Landscape Design Company. One of our former dormitory mates specialized in landscape design and has always aspired to intern there. Understanding her point, Gao Yuan began to search for craftsmanship. After acquiring their contact information, he instructed Lin Mei, Xiao Mei, please reach out to craftsmanship immediately and request the design of 10 landscape scenes that replicate natural environments indoors, each embodying a different theme. Pricing can be discussed later. All right. Once arrangements were made, Gao Yuan glanced at the clock. It was 8:30. He had scheduled to meet Wang Yifei at the Future World at 9 to assign tasks. Thus, he prepared to venture into the county town to purchase some flowers. Noticing Gao Yuan preparing to leave, Bai Moyu, uncertain of what to do, hurriedly followed him. Gao Yuan, where are you headed? Buying some greenery? Shall we grab a quick breakfast? You haven't eaten, have you? I've already eaten, no need for concern. You go ahead. I can buy for you if you have any preferences. Gao Yuan's intent in acquiring the greenery was, of course, for the future world, to establish a divine presence within his club. Therefore, he sought something exquisite yet small in quantity. Chapter 32. Filming a commercial as they walked. Gao Yuan continued to drive his friend's old Volkswagen Sagitter, clad in a white shirt. Bai Moyu expressed surprise. Gao Yuan, is this your car? Not at all. I don't own a car. This is borrowed from a friend. Bai Moyu stuck out her tongue. I read online that you sold a lithography machine to Xiao Wide for hundreds of billions. Is that true? Yes and nothing. Bai Moyu reflected, noting how the more accomplished individuals often cared less about appearances. Gao Yuan, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, drove a car worth merely 10,000, without a hint of discomfort. In contrast, the small business owners she had met, whose fortunes barely reached hundreds of thousands, insisted on driving luxury vehicles. The flower market was only a few kilometers from the county town, and they arrived in mere minutes. Parking outside the market, Bai Moyu ventured inside to browse while Gao Yuan ordered a bowl of old tofu and 2 youtiao from a stall at the entrance, savoring the meal. As he ate, he overheard 2 men at the neighboring table conversing. A television crew from a drama series has come to shoot here. Something about iron blood against the grate. They filmed in the courtyard where I used to live, and I ended up being pulled in as an extra for quite a while. Really? Which drama is being filmed here? Did you see any celebrities? The stars of the entertainment industry are utterly unknown to me. Gao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, contemplating that the wooden plaque base would be unusable for the time being. During this interval, he realized he could indeed embark on filming a movie. With over a month remaining until National Day, he recalled that when he first arrived in Qingjing, his roommate was a screenwriter. Perhaps he could find a suitable script. Once he had it, with the brainwave imaging device at his disposal, filming would pose no challenge. The post-production would merely require sound effects, as long as he acted swiftly. He could easily meet the National Day release deadline. By integrating his product company into the film, if it were to succeed, not only would he save on advertising costs, but he could also earn some revenue. considering his filming expenses were virtually non-existent. Furthermore, there would be no need to enlist a film company for post-production. He could simply procure a couple of robots in the future world to handle that. Thus, Gao Yuan found himself in need of only a script, relying on his imagination to conjure a grand cinematic masterpiece, with special effects costing him nothing. At that moment, Bai Mo appeared, pushing a small cart towards him. She approached Gao Yuan and inquired, "Have you finished eating? What do you think of the flowers I bought?" On the cart were 3 pots of flowers. Bai Mo began to explain, "Jinghai is a small town, lacking in rare blooms. This pot of black orchid costs 200. This smaller one is jasmine, $50. And the most expensive is the bonsai of the welcoming pine, 500. Gao Yuan regarded the flowers. While they held little value in the real world, in the future realm, they would undoubtedly be treasures. "All right, I can transfer you the money via WeChat." Upon returning to the wooden plaque around 9, Gao Yuan dragged the 3 pots to the backyard. Bai Mo, sensing the moment, refrained from following him. Gao Yuan then passed through the time portal. Upon exiting his office, he noticed Lin Nanwu glaring at Wang Yifei with palpable hostility at the entrance of the club. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see Gao Yuan. "Sir, this woman is lurking at the door with ill intentions." Gao Yuan chuckled. "Nanwu, just head back. This is not your concern." "Should I not drive this woman away?" she inquired. "No need," Gao Yuan replied, sending the robot Yu to fetch a few boxes to pack the flowers. He then addressed Wang Yifei. "You have but one chance. Should you fail, do not seek me out again." Wang Yifei, brimming with confidence, replied, "Understood. I will undoubtedly succeed. What do you need me to do? Do you see these 3 pots of flowers? Deliver them to Qin Gang. Are you aware of him?" "Yes. But it's more than just a delivery. If it were merely that, a robot could suffice." "Indeed, you must persuade Qin Gang to join the 2024 club. He is to attend the grand opening next week." "Understood." Wang Yifei took the small cart that Gao Yuan pushed towards her and gazed at the boxes inside, her face reflecting astonishment. "Are these real flowers? Genuine plants?" "Of course they are. These flowers are worth billions. Are you not afraid I might abscond with them?" Gao Yuan looked at Wang Yifei and replied, "Would you run away? Are you certain you could escape? Where would you go?" "I harbor a disdain for the unwavering confidence of those in high positions, though I must admit that it stirs a certain excitement within me. However, escape is not an option. Well then, I shall take my leave." Gao Yuan watched Wang Yifei and Bing Bing depart before turning back to the club, subsequently making a call to Li Qingmei to arrange for the previous supplies to be delivered to the warehouse of the 2024 club. Following this, he engaged in a conversation with Huang Fushan before returning to the realm of reality, for Bai Moyu awaited him. At that moment, Bai Moyu, armed with a map of Jinghai County, was deep in contemplation. Upon seeing Gao Yuan emerge, he beckoned him over. "Gao Yuan, come take a look. What do you think? How extensive should the development zone be?" Gao Yuan surveyed the map. The Muzha area was rather small, and combined with the remnants of the Daqing Mountain range, it could encompass around 5,000 to 6,000 acres. However, 70% of these regions consisted of mountainous terrain. Consequently, he shifted his gaze to the neighboring village of Lihuazhuang, which boasted better transportation conditions as it was adjacent to the provincial road. Ideally, the development zone should encompass both areas. Your leaders must have considered these regions, right? Our Heiyu technology does not require much, just a portion of Muzha, Lihuazhuang, and some of the Daqing foothills, roughly a little over 10,000 acres. I plan to construct a new village here, allowing all villagers to relocate. Gao Yuan began delineating land on the map, laying the groundwork for the future industrial park. Our director called earlier to inquire about your thoughts. As this development zone is primarily established for your benefit, Bai Moyu remarked. Gao Yuan understood that investing billions in a small city like Jinghai would surely garner the attention of local officials. Very well, let us proceed with this area. Encompassing Muzha and Lihuazhuang, along with a portion of the mountainous terrain, Gao Yuan circled the designated area with a red pen. By the way, Gao Yuan, your Heiyu technology wouldn't involve any heavily polluting projects, would it? Bai Moyu inquired, gazing intently at him. Certainly not. We only deal with high-tech products. However, we may need to produce additional projects for filing, and the Environmental Bureau will assess pollution levels. Rest assured, our impact will be significantly less than that of other enterprises. Gao Yuan maintained this confidence. After a morning filled with discussions, local officials from Jinghai County arrived in the afternoon, stirring excitement throughout Muzha village. Whispers circulated about the potential designation of this area as a development zone, with news that the grandson of the Gao family was set to invest in a high-tech base here. Chapter 33. Earth Rescue. The villagers flocked to witness the unfolding events as Gao Yuan and the local leaders ascended Daqing Mountain, beginning discussions on the embryonic form of the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park. Director Liu of the Investment Promotion Bureau radiated enthusiasm, his expression animated. Though they stood atop a mere mound of earth, it felt akin to the grandeur of Mount Tai. Xiao Gao, your return to invest in your hometown reveals your deep-rooted affection. The people of your homeland shall forever remember you. Director Liu, you flatter me. It's merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. I would also like to invest in Qingjing, but the land prices there are exorbitant. Indeed. Our Jinghai boasts rich mineral resources, convenient transportation, and favorable policies. Your choice is undoubtedly wise. That very evening, Jinghai County submitted a proposal to Linzhou City regarding the establishment of the Jinghai Muzha Development Zone, prominently noting that Heiyu Technology had signed an investment letter of intent, with initial investments exceeding 2 billion, and the total investment for the entire industrial park to be no less than 50 billion. In the entire Linzhou, there are no private enterprises of such scale. Even the city leaders have been moved, contemplating the possibility of bringing Gao Yuan to Linzhou. However, Gao Yuan has maintained a resolute stance. Procedurally, the pace has significantly accelerated. At this moment, Gao Yuan had just summoned the screenwriter Qin Jing had mentioned earlier. This screenwriter, Meng Wei, was of modest height with slightly squinted eyes. Upon seeing Gao Yuan, he beamed with a broad smile. Mr. Gao, it has been a while. Indeed. It's impressive that you still remember me. Of course. I recall the days we shared a rental. I always knew you were destined for greatness. Eventually, you founded the Yuanshan Group, though fate can be capricious. But you are indeed a dragon among men, and it was inevitable for you to rise again, wasn't it? Xiaomeng, I called you to discuss whether you have any hard science fiction scripts. We're looking for grand scenes and significant productions. At this, Meng Wei's eyes sparkled. As a screenwriter, he yearned to sell his script for a good price, and the higher the production quality, the better it would be. I actually have a story about a sun exploding, where a young man from a small town leads humanity to a new home. It's absolutely hardcore, with magnificent scenes. What is it called? The sun exploded, the whole world invites me out. Meng Wei replied. Let us delve into the details. Gao Yuan ordered a pot of tea. The two began to discuss the plot, and Gao Yuan learned the general premise. In the year 2045, the sun mysteriously vanished, throwing the entire solar system into chaos. With planets scattering in all directions, and humanity facing imminent extinction, a young man from a small town, having prophesied the sun's disappearance, was entrusted with the leadership of the Earth Federation's emergency disaster team. Subsequently, he constructed an underground city utilizing antimatter and nuclear fusion. When Earth became frozen, he launched a special electromagnetic projectile that compressed Jupiter hundreds of times, transforming it into a micro-sun to temporarily serve as a substitute for the sun. After the construction of the planetary engine was completed, the story follows their departure from Jupiter toward Proxima Centauri. The essence of this screenplay is that in times of crisis, there will always be someone to rise up. We must never abandon hope. Gao Yuan listened intently, finding it quite impressive, especially the grand spectacle of the sun's disappearance. The planet's scattering, the observable drop in temperature on Earth, leading to its eventual freeze, and the subsequent compression of Jupiter into a micro-sun, truly breathtaking. However, Meng Wei began to lose confidence as he spoke, having shown this script to numerous others. Even the top-tier film production companies in the industry had expressed doubts about recreating such a sweeping spectacle. Thus, he was uncertain of Gao Yuan's thoughts. After a while, he looked at Gao Yuan and asked, Mr. Gao, what do you think of the script? Quite good. Are you willing to produce it? Absolutely. Really? Meng Wei's face lit up with joy. That is wonderful. Mr. Gao, how much are you planning to invest? Who will star in it? When will production begin? When will it be released? Without hesitation, Gao Yuan replied, how does 1 million sound? We can start production immediately, and I will take the lead role, aiming for a release during the National Day holiday. Meng Wei was taken aback. 1 million? A million might scarcely suffice for a single special effects shot. Considering the vastness of the scenes involved, which encompass a multitude of astronomical and physical concepts, engaging an expert as a consultant might not even be adequate. What? Is 1 million insufficient to purchase your script? Meng Wei suddenly realized that the asking price for the script was indeed 1 million. Although Meng Wei is a screenwriter, he has yet to make a name for himself. Over the years, he has produced no high-quality films, with only a handful of successful children's short plays to his credit, each fetching only a few thousand. As for movies, he has sold but one microfilm script for a mere 20,000. Hearing Gao Yuan offer 1 million was astronomical. Meng Wei was eager to sign the contract. Initially, he had hoped to sell the script for a mere 100,000, considering his lack of noteworthy successes. 1 million exceeded his expectations by leaps and bounds. All right, I shall sell it. Mr. Gao, I was actually curious about your total budget. That is no concern of yours. We reserve the right to amend the script, and the title must be changed as well. It is too lengthy and unsuitable for a film title. Let us call it Earth Rescue instead. Excellent. That title indeed resonates more with the essence of a grand science fiction film. Meng Wei flattered. Now, let us proceed with the contract. After signing, you need not be involved in the filming. Payment will be made post-signature. Meng Wei felt a chill in his heart. Was this a message that once the script was purchased, it would no longer concern him? Nevertheless, seeing the million at stake, he unhesitatingly signed the contract. With the script secured, Gao Yuan instructed Zhang Bai to recruit some film industry personnel, for the process of releasing a movie entails numerous procedures: pre-release promotion, post-release marketing, script registration, and film approval. Too many tasks for Gao Yuan to handle himself, as he lacked the knowledge. While personnel were being recruited, Gao Yuan had already commenced filming. He procured several specialized robots from the future world, skilled in astronomy and physics, to assist him in modifying the visuals, as well as robots for film editing and post-production sound effects. In the future world, the film industry is accessible to all, with merely a brainwave imaging device. One can shoot films at a low cost. As long as one possesses a vivid imagination and a solid script, production is feasible. Thus, the film industry in the future world operates as a comprehensive service, with related robots available as packaged offerings, all professional. The quality of the finished film, be it visual fidelity, sound effects, or color grading, surpasses that of the real world by a considerable margin. With the personnel assembled, Gao Yuan brought Lin Mei on board. Lin Mei, an art school graduate and designer, could offer artistic insights. At this moment, she stood beside Gao Yuan, uncertain of his intentions. Chapter 34. The film's completion. Xiao Mei. Shortly, some visuals will appear on the screen. If you feel any of these images require enhancement, feel free to suggest modifications at any time. Lin Mei nodded with innocence as a dozen robots assisted Gao Yuan. One robot was reading the script, allowing Gao Yuan to vividly imagine the scenes in his mind. This script had been meticulously optimized by professional robots, enhancing the imagery within the text, while also ensuring the logical coherence essential for a science fiction film. Gao Yuan began to envision the unfolding scenes, aided by the robots narrating them. To Lin Mei's astonishment, as the experts provided commentary, corresponding visuals began to materialize on the screen, continuously evolving. The opening sequence depicted a grand spectacle, the sun being devoured by a black hole. Before the planets of the solar system could be consumed, the black hole vanished. With the disappearance of the sun, Earth lost its gravitational pull, and all celestial bodies within the solar system drifted away like untethered spheres careening into the void. Mercury, being the closest to the sun, was the first to escape, followed in succession by others. Venus and Mars collided, the collision's impact visually striking Lin Mei. Countless asteroids from the asteroid belt were flung into space like a shotgun blast, and Earth was similarly cast away. Sunlight rapidly traversed the distance from the sun to Earth, only to vanish entirely, plunging the planet into utter darkness. Viewed from space, Earth seemed to have vanished. The scene then shifted to a desolate street in a small town in the western part of Xia country, where an inconspicuous building stood out prominently. Outside, a sign read, Institute of Cutting-Edge Cosmic Technology. The protagonist appeared, sporting a wrist device adorned with a conspicuous logo of Blackfish Technology. He began to make a call using the wrist device, conjuring a virtual 3D holographic projection in front of him. Despite being separated by thousands of miles, it felt as though they were conversing face to face. This marked the first instance of product placement. As the plot progressed, the Earth's surface succumbed to freezing temperatures, plummeting to -100 degrees. At this juncture, a group of workers appeared, clad in temperature-regulating attire emblazoned with the logo of Blackfish Technology. Through their dialogue, It became evident that this clothing could be worn in temperatures ranging from 100 degrees to minus 100 degrees, featuring an internal miniature nuclear fusion reactor capable of adjusting the internal temperature, thereby maintaining a constant temperature and humidity. Several hours later, the first version of the film was complete. Subsequently, professional robots began to identify flaws and optimize segments, selecting subpar shots for revision. At the same time, Gao Yuan requested Lin Mei to share her thoughts on the shots that lacked aesthetic appeal and required adjustment. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan traversed the temporal gateway to the future world. Upon his arrival, Wang Yifei had already returned. "Boss, I have fulfilled my mission. Qin Gang has agreed to join the 2024 club and will attend the grand opening." "Is that so?" Gao Yuan inquired. "Indeed. Look, President Qin has added me to his neural network, and here is the message he sent," she replied. Gao Yuan indeed saw a holographic screen materialize before him, displaying Qin Gang's beaming visage. "Boss Gao, the 2024 club is extraordinary. I will certainly be there on time." Gao Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "Well, you have now been appointed as the vice president of the 2024 club, and your task is to assist General Manager Huang Fu in completing all the responsibilities of the club." Wang Yifei, overjoyed, leapt up, exclaiming, "Thank you, boss." Observing the delight radiating from this charming young woman, Gao Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. How innocent the people of the future world are, entirely unconcerned with salary, content merely to have employment. The preparations for the club were nearly complete, awaiting only the final touches of scene arrangement. The 2024 club boasts 30 stories, 5 of which are designated for office use, establishing Gao Yuan's future headquarters right here. The remaining 25 floors are dedicated to a variety of immersive environments, encompassing accommodation, leisure, gathering, fishing, and dining functionalities. Each scene is a simulation of some natural landscape from the real world. Gao Yuan had already enlisted Lin Mei to engage the most renowned landscape design firm in the country, and a proposal should be forthcoming shortly. Within these scenes, Gao Yuan integrated activities such as indoor fishing, equestrian pursuits, and gardening, projects that, if seen by individuals from the real world, would likely be met with derision. Yet, in the future world, these represent a rarefied form of leisure. One must ponder, who in the future world can relish the joy of gardening? However, all of this necessitates resources. Gao Yuan had set his sights on the Daqing Mountain range, and the construction of the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park should soon commence. The substantial earth excavated would be directly transported here, mixed with floral fertilizer, transforming it into a luxury in the future world. Some plants would be sourced from Daqingshan, while the majority could be procured directly. Returning to the real world, Gao Yuan urged Lin Mei to expedite the process with the landscape firm, preferably compiling a list of required materials, as he needed to accelerate preparations. The 2024 club was set to open in just 1 week. For the next 3 days, Gao Yuan found himself with little to occupy his time, merely awaiting updates. Thus, he settled at home to engage in filmmaking. Various breathtaking scenes, shaped by Gao Yuan's imagination, materialized into cinematic shots. If any particular shot fell short, robotic experts would elucidate the intricacies involved, prompting Gao Yuan to reimagine it. Initially, Lin Mei was perplexed by the purpose of this endeavor, but she had since acclimated, overcoming her initial astonishment. Now, her gaze towards Gao Yuan brimmed with admiration. Meanwhile, several specialized robots had commenced work on post-production sound effects and promotional materials. In recent days, Blackfish technology had rapidly risen to national prominence, thanks to the dazzling lithography machine. Moreover, Xiaowei announced via official social media that the subsidiary of the chip division had been fully established and was officially commencing production, with an annual output exceeding 50 million chips, sufficient for use in Xiaowei smartphones. Yet, the anticipated major developments from Blackfish technology had yet to materialize, unbeknownst to netizens who were unaware that the company's owner, Gao Yuan, was engrossed in filmmaking. In the span of 3 days, Gao Yuan stretched languidly. Having finally completed his work, the visuals were nothing short of breathtaking, surpassing all cinematic special effects on Earth. After all, imagination undeniably eclipses mere technical prowess. With the allure of robotic guidance and the ability to glean insights from futuristic films, the creative process was invigorated. Chapter 35. The 3 No films. Although Gao Yuan's Earth Rescue may not boast an exceptional plot or remarkable creativity, its special effects were truly astonishing. The technologies depicted within were indeed reflective of a tangible future, rendering the experience even more poignant. Gao Yuan admired his inaugural masterpiece with satisfaction. At that moment, he received several phone calls. The first was from Bai Mou, informing him that the Muzha development zone had received approval and formal documentation would soon follow. Gao Yuan could now proceed to sign a contract with the Jinghai County Investment Bureau. The second call came from Zhang Bai, who announced that the film crew had assembled and was ready to commence work. Subsequently, Gao Yuan entrusted the film to the robots for meticulous refinement. The third call was directed to Lin Mei, as artisans sent over a plethora of design blueprints and accompanying decoration lists. After reviewing the designs, Gao Yuan made swift decisions. The designs from the real world were far bolder than those from the future, showcasing a masterful application and arrangement of flora. For instance, a tropical rainforest-themed restaurant featured a massive tree, large enough for 3 people to embrace, with its canopy creating an expansive umbrella-like cover that exceeded the room's height. Notably, the designers had ingeniously crafted a mountainous protrusion above the rainforest theme. Gao Yuan was thoroughly pleased, promptly settling the bill and reaching out to domestic landscaping companies for the necessary plants. His schedule was about to become hectic again, as he had to juggle responsibilities in both realms, signing contracts and commencing land acquisition and demolition in the present, while preparing for the interior decoration of the clubhouse in the future. At the headquarters of Linzhou Blackfish Technology and the Salmon Entertainment Office, marketing personnel Yu Menglong noted that the script for Earth Rescue had been duly filed with the relevant departments. Being a science fiction piece, the script was remarkably complete, and with Salmon Films handling production, it swiftly passed the review process. At this juncture, Yu Menglong had just registered the official account for Salmon Films and began promoting their new film across various platforms. After releasing a few conceptual posters, she received notification that it was time to seek distributors. Bewildered, she wondered if it was too early to be looking for distributors so soon after filing. Her confusion deepened as she learned that the leadership had already received the complete film, ready for submission for review. What was happening? Had the film been shot ahead of schedule? The explanation from the higher-ups was that due to the nature of the grand science fiction production, most of it had been filmed indoors, and the project had been underway long before the recent filing. As she promoted the film, Yu Menglong sought out distributors. However, upon hearing that the film was produced by a new company, the major distributors dismissed her outright, refusing to grant her a chance to screen the film. The state of science fiction cinema in Xia country was indeed disheartening. Over the years, only a handful of films had managed to stand out, and without exception, they were all grand productions helmed by renowned directors and talented actors. The film featuring Yu Menglong is produced by Salmon Films. Although Blackfish Technology has recently gained significant notoriety, Salmon Films is a wholly owned subsidiary of Blackfish Technology. However, the film industry does not recognize this new entity. The director is Gao Yuan, who is also the primary force behind the film, while the screenwriter, Meng Wei, and the production team are virtually unknown in the industry. Consequently, few hold high hopes for Yu Menglong and her colleagues, who are continually facing setbacks. Upon opening the official Weibo account, Yu Menglong was taken aback to find dozens of comments, which turned out to be mocking her. Salmon Films? Never heard of it. I can only assume the grandest scene is that depicted on the poster. After viewing 3 posters, she felt she had grasped the essence of the film and decided to take her leave. A film devoid of merit is shamelessly riding on the coattails of Blackfish Technology's fame? Is this truly a company under Blackfish Technology? Gao Yuan, instead of focusing on technology, has ventured into the film industry? I will not watch it, absolutely not. We cannot allow Gao Yuan to taste success. He should concentrate on technology and the production of photolithography machines, which is far more significant than filmmaking. Earth Rescue. The very title makes me chuckle. Gao, perhaps you should rescue yourself first. Seeing these comments made Yu Menglong want to cry. She had watched the film, and the production quality was undeniably unprecedented. Be it the special effects, visual aesthetics, sound design, or editing, there were no dull moments. Perhaps the weakest aspect was the script. However, with such impressive special effects, a slightly weaker script would not detract from the overall quality of the film. Based on Yu Menglong's experience in the industry, this film should be a legendary science fiction masterpiece. Regrettably, it seems it may never see the light of day. If a distributor cannot be found, it might only be released online, which would be a tremendous loss for such a high-quality film. Yu Menglong felt like crying again. At that moment, Zhang Bai, The vice president of Blackfish Technology arrived. What happened? Why the long faces? Although Zhang Bai is now a vice president, his team is still small, and Blackfish Technology has been actively recruiting talent across various fields. Currently, the only operations in motion are Catfish Smart Devices and Salmon Entertainment, with Catfish Smart Devices being Gao Yuan's future plan to produce wrist devices. Zhang Bai had come to check on the work progress and immediately noticed the gloomy expressions on everyone's faces. President Zhang, we have visited the top 10 distributors in the country, but none of them are willing to give us a chance. What should we do? Zhang Bai frowned. None of them are willing to distribute. Are you all fools? Increase the cinema revenue share and see if anyone agrees. You have all seen the film. It is truly astonishing. This is our company's first shot, and if it misses, we may be doomed. President Zhang, the main issue is that these distributors view our film as an unknown entity, no established director, no star power, no buzz, and it's science fiction. Crafting a quality science fiction film is exceedingly difficult. Zhang Bai felt a headache coming on. Just then, Gao Yuan called. The Muzha development zone had been approved, and now the demolition and planning work could commence. As the vice president of Blackfish Technology, Zhang Bai needed to return to oversee the overall situation. Back in Muzha, Zhang Bai cursed, "Old Gao, those distributors are so short-sighted they won't give us a chance. Do you have any connections?" How could Gao Yuan possibly have connections? He was not familiar with the people in that circle. However, Gao Yuan was not in a hurry. Who is the largest distributor in the country? It must be Universal Pictures. They hold a 20% share of the national cinema market, predominantly in first and second-tier cities. Gao Yuan pondered. Universal Pictures is under the Universal Group, with Wang Daling as its owner. If I can secure a deal with Wang Daling, everything will be fine. Zhang Bai stared wide-eyed. Are you capable of dealing with Wang Daling? I can certainly give it a try, Gao Yuan replied. This film, Earth Rescue, is essentially an extended commercial for Blackfish Technology. Chapter 36. Formulating membership rules. Gao Yuan had no intention of profiting from the film, even if it earned billions. The effort would be immense. Selling just 2 lithography machines would yield far greater returns. The purpose of making the movie was solely for promotion. Earth Rescue features the ARM machine, a 3D interactive communication wristband. Gao Yuan found the name rather cumbersome. Previously, mobile phones were held in hand. Hence they were called mobile phones. Since wristbands are worn on the wrist, naming it ARM machine is quite fitting. In addition to the ARM machine, there were temperature-regulating garments, space tourism buses, low-altitude flying vehicles, intelligent robots, heavy fusion excavators, and antimatter spaceships, all adorned with the Blackfish Technology logo. While Blackfish Technology may not currently offer such a wide array of products, these are all items Gao Yuan plans to launch in the coming years. If this film succeeds, sequels could follow, maintaining its popularity. With each new product release, the audience will already be familiar with them. Therefore, it is crucial for this first installment to make a significant impact. Should this film succeed, any science fiction produced by Salmon Films will undoubtedly become a sensation. Gao Yuan contemplated. Lao Zhang, please request the planning map from the staff. The green areas delineate the boundaries of our Blackfish Technology Industrial Park. The Design Institute operates with diligence, so communicate with them. I'll handle the film's distribution, and the film company can continue its promotional efforts, purchasing some advertisement slots, such as subway ads and the like. Understood. After concluding the conversation, Gao Yuan returned to the future world. Currently, the 2024 club was being set up, with various ornamental plants, soil, and potted flora piled in the backyard. The research-oriented robots, initially intended for study, were now functioning as laborers, tirelessly transferring items to the cargo flying vehicles for transport to the future world warehouse. From there, the items would be moved into the club. Gao Yuan had even opened a door in his backyard, leading directly to the Daqing Mountain behind. The excavated soil, mixed with flower soil, was also transported to the future world. Presently, aside from Gao Yuan, the backyard was populated solely by robots, with no outsiders permitted entry. At the 2024 club, Wang Yifei and Huang Fushan watched in astonishment as truckloads of soil were hauled from the warehouse. Boss, where did you acquire so much soil? Is there any radiation? Wang Yifei inquired. It's sourced from outside. Lin Nanwu exclaimed, wide-eyed. The soil outside is radioactive. This won't be harmful to our health, will it? Wang Yifei chuckled. You are truly gullible. Just take a whiff of this soil. It's fresh and natural. How could it possibly be radioactive? This is premium topsoil. As the soil is prepared, the 2024 clubhouse will soon be adorned with specialized robotic horticulturists planting flowers, grass, and trees. These flora will be treated with a unique solution, ensuring a 100 survival rate. Gao Yuan also needs to procure additional items. Besides the plants and soil, animals are essential. In this future world, animals are rarer than plants, as flora tend to have longer lifespans and are seldom consumed, while the allure of exquisite animal delicacies is hard for anyone to resist. However, there is no rush for the animals. They can be transported before the grand opening ceremony. The 2024 clubhouse is rapidly evolving, featuring 10 dining environments filled with greenery and another 10 designated for activities, more aptly termed as recreational spaces. Activities such as fishing and gardening do not fall under traditional sports. Gao Yuan aims to create a living club reminiscent of a millennium ago, allowing the fortunate elite of the future to glimpse how their ancestors lived and the environment they inhabited. Only Gao Yuan can envision such a scene where the affluent, having spent considerable sums, flock to the 2024 clubhouse to partake in the simple joy of corn husking. Just the thought is amusing. The clubhouse operates on a point system, with membership tiers classified as diamond, gold, silver, and bronze. Diamond members enjoy complimentary food, drink, leisure, and accommodation. All floors are accessible to gold members, although they are required to pay, with monthly billing at a 50% discount. Silver members face restrictions. While they can also utilize monthly billing, certain scenarios remain off-limits to them. Gao Yuan has designated the 25th floor and above as the accommodation area, exclusively available to gold and diamond members. The 18th to 25th floors host rare scenarios such as fishing, equestrian activities, primitive forest dining, and tropical rainforest dining, accessible only to gold and diamond members. The 10th to 18th floors offer relatively rare experiences, prohibiting bronze members, yet permitting silver, gold, and diamond members. However, spending privileges vary. Silver members receive no discount. Gold members enjoy half price, and diamond members are free of charge. The 5th to 10th floors are open to all members, where silver members receive a 20% discount, while bronze members receive no discount. Below the 5th floor lies the office and storage area, where the clubhouse maintains a supply of daily greenery and resources. Membership levels correlate with social status, yet members can earn points through clubhouse tasks, allowing them to upgrade their membership. For instance, Qin Gang, already a notable figure with a son serving as the Secretary General of the Human Federation, is awarded a diamond membership directly by Gao Yuan. According to social standing, regional governors who join are also granted diamond memberships. Leading experts in their fields, regional governors, and heads of global industry leaders are classified as gold members. Well-known experts, scholars, and officials from first-tier cities are designated as silver members. Entrepreneurs, affluent individuals, and ordinary officials wishing to join must pay an annual fee of 10 million, thereby becoming bronze members. When Gao Yuan presented the membership rules to Huang Fushan, she was utterly amazed, and Wang Yifei and Bing Bing looked on with admiration. The boss is indeed exceptional. It appears that members above the silver tier are exempt from annual fees. However, the consumption generated yields substantial profits, so only diamond members truly enjoy this exemption. Diamond members were initially brought in to establish prestige. Others seeking connections must invest financially, while we contribute nothing yet still leave them satisfied. Gao Yuan nodded, emphasizing that our strength in 2024 sets us apart. If other clubs possessed our level of influence, they too would require no financial outlay. Bing Bing. Today, gather a list of publicly known top-tier individuals and classify them according to my membership system. Subsequently, send them invitations. Remember to highlight that our establishment features real scenery, authentic plants, and genuine animals. Moreover, Qin Gang has already joined. Begin with the diamond members. Once they respond, proceed to invite the gold members, including the list of diamond members in the invitation. Follow this pattern for the silver members, attaching the lists of both diamond and gold members. Wang Yifei nodded but soon inquired, what if some individuals have undisclosed identities, or if they do not respond? Are you foolish? Don't you have the video of Qin Gang in your mind? When sending invitations to those qualified for diamond membership, include footage of our club's real scenery, along with Qin Gang's video and the list of prospective diamond members. As for those with special identities who are not public, we need not concern ourselves with them. We aren't just allowing one-day memberships, apart from bronze members who can apply with payment. All other members must be jointly recommended by at least 2 existing members to gain entry. Huang Fushan interjected, "Sir, should we not first post some real scenery footage online to create a buzz?" Gao Yuan pondered briefly. "That seems reasonable, but do not include our club's name, understood? No textual materials should be present. We must maintain an air of mystery." After arranging future events in the virtual realm, Gao Yuan returned to the real world to continue his preparations. He purchased horses from an equestrian club in Linzhou and acquired chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and donkeys from the villagers in Muzha, offering double the market price for everything they owned. Muzha, once desolate, became lively after news of its transformation into a development zone spread, prompting many elderly residents to call their children back home in anticipation of impending relocation. Gao Yuan also planned to construct a new village adjacent to the provincial road, with each household comprising standalone homes for all villagers from Muzha and Lihua. The original homesteads would be compensated at a rate of 2,000 per square meter, while farmland would be compensated at 100,000 per acre. The villagers had never imagined that such a remote place as Muzha would face demolition. Although the compensation was not exorbitant, no one complained since the land had little value, with many homes lying abandoned for years. At its peak, Muzha boasted over 2,000 residents, but now only 200 or 300 elderly individuals remained. Had Gao Yuan not initiated the relocation, the area would likely have been entirely desolate in 10 years. Now, not only could they exchange their plots for better standalone residences, but they also received compensation. The villagers were immensely grateful to Gao Yuan. Furthermore, Gao Yuan had promised them that upon the completion of the industrial park, he would prioritize the employment of their children in the technology park. Thus, when they learned of Gao Yuan's intention to acquire the poultry and livestock they had raised, they eagerly offered them for free, refusing any monetary compensation. Lin Mei had a flock of chickens at home, specifically raised for their eggs. At that moment, she brought a basket over and said, "Brother Yuan, you wanted chickens, right? Here, take mine. Just settle the payment with Jabaju." "No need, Brother Yuan. I already have a job right at my doorstep, and you even gifted me thermal clothing. You allow me to have flexible hours at work." "I truly don't know how to express my gratitude," Lin Mei replied. Gao Yuan gently ruffled Lin Mei's hair and said, "Are you foolish? You haven't even received your first month's salary yet, and you're already giving away your earnings? What if I only pay you 300 to 500? Wouldn't that be a loss for you? 300 to 500? That does seem rather paltry. I would prefer at least 2,000. My demands are not excessive," Lin Mei said with a hint of grievance. "Fool, you are my very first employee, the design director of Blackfish Technology. If I pay you 2,000, I fear the backlash I would face. How about this? I will pay you 20,000 for now. After all, we haven't officially commenced production yet. Once the industrial park is established and you have dozens of people under you, we can discuss a raise," Gao Yuan suggested. 20,000? Really, Brother Yuan? There's no need for such pity. Back in Qinjing, my salary was only 5,000. We cannot compare our situation here with Qinjing. I can make do with 2,000 while looking after my mother." Gao Yuan playfully pinched Lin Mei's nose, saying, "Enough of that. I am the boss." Soon, Gao Yuan's backyard was teeming with chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, and dogs. He transported these animals to the clubhouse and awaited the arrival of the horses he had purchased. With the opening of the clubhouse in 2024 approaching, he needed to expedite the progress. Gao Yuan was eager for the 2024 launch to issue tasks. After all, the real world presented many challenges to be addressed, such as the construction of the wooden plaque industrial technology park. If built according to real-world timelines, 1 year would already be the limit, considering the numerous elements involved. However, Gao Yuan believed that the future world would undoubtedly present faster and more efficient construction methods. Yesterday, Gao Yuan had contacted Qin Mugu Tan, who informed him that the authorities possessed a type of supercoral that could be utilized for constructing large buildings. Corals are the architects of the seabed. Traditional coral outer layer cells secrete calcareous substances, while genetically edited supercorals can secrete various materials. By simply feeding them the appropriate substances, they can produce these materials in a remarkably short time. Supercorals function similarly to countless tiny 3D printers, controlled by biological computers, allowing for precision down to the millimeter level. While millimeter precision may not suffice in the aerospace industry, it is certainly adequate for construction. If Gao Yuan could acquire 100 billion supercorals, he could construct the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park within 3 days. However, such elements are regulated, and Qin Mu Gutin cannot obtain them. Thus, Gao Yuan intends to leverage the 2024 club to announce this task. Members seeking to accumulate points will endeavor to complete the task. Gao Yuan aims to attract the elite by offering entirely free and unique experiences, thereby transforming these top-tier individuals into the guardians of 2024. He will then use privileges to incite envy among members of lower tiers and entice them with the promise of points. Given that every item within the 2024 club is a rare treasure in the market, Gao Yuan feels there is no possibility of failure. By acquiring the super coral worm, he can not only resolve the construction issues of the industrial park, but also utilize it as bait to capture Wang Daling's attention. Wang Daling's core business revolves around real estate, and the super coral worm represents a groundbreaking technology that could disrupt the traditional real estate industry. Wang Daling will undoubtedly be unable to remain passive. As days pass, the villagers of Muzha and Lihua village have begun to relocate gradually. Gao Yuan has rented a building in Jinghai County as temporary accommodation for them. At this moment, Gao Yuan's Earth Rescue has passed review. The plot is exhilarating with grand scenes and cutting-edge technology, leading to an uncut approval. Following the approval, the employees of the film company have grown increasingly anxious. Gao, the CEO, has mentioned aiming for a release during the National Day holiday, yet there are currently no distributors, and only 20 days remain until the holiday. How can they compete with those blockbuster films under such circumstances? The employees dare not approach Gao Yuan with their inquiries and can only turn to Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai had asked Gao Yuan about this, who advised him not to worry or ask questions, but rather to focus on promoting the film, which is set to premiere on October 1st. They need not concern themselves with anything else. Gao Yuan traversed the 2024 club from the 1st to the 30th floor, and at this point, the project has been fully completed. Each scene has been crafted to perfection, blending art with reality, showcasing an impressive level of meticulous design. Even Wang Yifei Bingbing, who has witnessed it numerous times, remains awestruck. Any small decorative item here could fetch the value of an entire store, let alone the large plants and animals. Chapter 38. The grand opening of the 2024 club. What is particularly astonishing is the enormous tree in the tropical rainforest, which requires 3 people to embrace it. In the future world, people have encountered large trees, yet after the nuclear war, some areas have turned barren while others have seen rampant plant growth. However, these plants often bear lethal consequences. In contrast, this tree is entirely natural, untouched by any radiation. Any item entering human habitation zones must undergo inspection by a radiation protection system, and the city is equipped with radiation monitoring devices. Should excessive radiation be detected in any area, personnel will promptly arrive to conduct harmless processing. Consequently, opportunities for individuals in this world to witness large plants are exceedingly rare. In addition to these plants, there is a recreation area where people can engage in activities such as dog walking, hunting, horseback riding, fishing, gardening, and foraging, creating a veritable paradise on Earth. Each zone here is beyond Wang Yifei Bingbing's wildest imagination. However, it is said that a habitable greenhouse has already been established on the Mars base. However, establishing a living base on Mars entails immense expenditures, with mining tasks predominantly assigned to robots. The few personnel involved are not from the lower echelons. Wang Yifei, known as Bingbing, had not ventured far during her tenure as an interstellar tour guide, primarily traveling to the moon. The lunar regolith, akin to Earth's soil, is also rife with radiation. While Martian soil is marginally superior, it still necessitates intricate processing to become suitable for cultivation. Thus, any trace of pure, arable soil is exceedingly precious. Gao Yuan completed his review of the entire 2024 clubhouse. Well done, Sister Shan, Bingbing. How are the membership invitations progressing? Sir, as you requested to include a video of our clubhouse in the invitations, we just sent them out today. We have dispatched a total of 16 invitations to Diamond members. And so far, we have received a single response from Lu Ziyu, the director of the Human Federation Mineral Bureau. We are still awaiting replies from the others. Excellent. Expedite the invitations for gold and silver members. Remember to include the proposed list of diamond members when sending to the gold members. Understood, sir. Also, for the diamond and gold members, once we receive responses, we will arrange for dedicated personnel to deliver the membership chips. Gao Yuan instructed. Noted, sir. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Yuan decided to send a bronze membership chip, waiving the annual fee for 1 year, to Li Qingmei, the owner of Gao Yuan Antiques, and a merchant named Qin Mugudian. These two individuals were among Gao Yuan's initial business partners. However, their status was not particularly high, and waiving the fee was already a significant gesture. Moreover, those wealthy yet lacking influence are often eager to join, as the stratification of the future world is far more pronounced than in reality. They possess no channels to connect with the true elite, yet once they join the clubhouse, any member with a higher level than theirs can be perceived as a leader. Even a casual member might become a business associate. The 2024 clubhouse is not merely a venue. It is also a distinguished social arena. With the tasks arranged, Gao Yuan prepared to depart when Wang Yifei, Bing, inquired, "Boss, do we need to recruit service personnel for the clubhouse?" Gao Yuan pondered for a moment. Perhaps we should consider custom robots? However, let us not opt for fully intelligent robots. Simple, low-level automatons would suffice. But wouldn't using robots seem disrespectful? Moreover, relying solely on basic machinery might prove inconvenient. She responded. Gao Yuan gazed at the statuesque beauty before him. Bing, if we recruit human attendants, we would need to provide training, and the potential for human error exists. Our clubhouse emphasizes leisure, comfort, rarity, and an organic experience. Furthermore, our members are prominent figures. Would you feel at ease with someone standing beside you during conversations? Wang Yifei shook her head. Precisely, privacy is paramount. Whether human or intelligent robot, neither would provide the necessary confidentiality and could inadvertently disclose sensitive remarks from these esteemed individuals. However, low-level automatons would not comprehend such nuances, would they? Certainly, there is a need for intelligent robots. For instance, after the customers have departed, an intelligent robot is responsible for restoring this area to its original state. Gao Yuan concluded, at which point Huang Fushan interjected. The gentleman's intention is quite clear. In 2024, one should endeavor to be self-sufficient. Indeed, if customers have requests, they may even cook for themselves. Wang Yifei was struck with sudden enlightenment. How marvelous! These affluent magnates enjoy meticulous service wherever they go. Yet here, only rudimentary machines operate according to fixed protocols, devoid of artificial intelligence and human presence. The technological advancements in the future world far surpass those of the present. However, with the rapid proliferation of technological information, the internet has paradoxically fragmented humanity into isolated islands. Even in today's modern world, this trend persists. Previously, people could grasp the happenings of the world, but now, upon opening various applications, one is bombarded with content tailored to their interests. For instance, a gentleman, while perusing a short video application, is inundated with alluring visuals of attractive women. In the future world, this phenomenon will be even more pronounced. Although Wang Yifei and Huang Fushan have shared numerous videos from 2021 across various platforms, the actual viewership is limited to a select few who are attuned to high-end information, predominantly the elite and the middle class. Of course, Gao Yuan does not require the attention of those at the lower levels. Time swiftly passed, and the day of the 2024 club's grand opening arrived. However, the turnout was rather modest. The Diamond members, including Qin Gang, had sent out 13 invitations, yet only 6 attended. The Gold members dispatched 60 invitations and welcomed 40 guests. The Silver members distributed 300 invitations, resulting in 260 attendees. In total, just over 300 people. Nevertheless, Gao Yuan was quite content. He did not even make an appearance. The reception was managed by Wang Yifei and several intelligent robots. Gao Yuan aimed to maintain an air of mystery. Qin Gang, unable to contain his excitement in the days leading up to the event, being an ardent enthusiast of flora, found himself enamored with all things botanical. The videos he received were filled with an abundance of plants, driving him nearly to madness. As an expert, he could discern that these plants were genuine, entirely natural, and free from radiation, with many trees to boot. Thus, upon arrival, he paid little heed to the absence of the proprietor and made his way directly to the botanical-themed restaurant, guided by the directional map. Within these scenes, there were no service staff. When members approached the entrance, the intelligent device could detect their chip. Should their membership level suffice, the door would open automatically. Lu Ziyu, who had initially descended, felt a tinge of dissatisfaction upon realizing the owner had not come to greet them. However, upon spotting Qin Gang ahead, he sought to catch up and exchange a few words, given that Qin Gang's son was the Secretary General and thus his superior. Yet, before he could reach him, he observed the elder Qin hastily moving ahead. Just then, someone called out to him from behind. Turning, he recognized Niu Lanshan, the director of the Earth region, and paused to greet him. Director Niu, you have come as well? Indeed, with so much work to attend to, I couldn't resist the allure of fishing here. Especially with Elder Qin present, it seemed a splendid occasion to join the festivities. Both individuals were distinguished diamond members, journeying together. They were aware that Qin Gang would undoubtedly venture into the botanical zone, yet with its multitude of sections, they were uncertain which one he would choose. Thus, they began to explore each area, as the 5 lower floors were designated as office spaces and not open to the public. Their exploration commenced from the 6th floor. Upon entering, Lu Ziyu was momentarily bewildered. What was this area? Collection Zone 1, Peach Blossom Garden, exclaimed Niu Lanshan, noting the sign at the entrance. At that moment, it was the peak season for ripe peaches, with pink-hued fruits adorning the branches, accompanied by a notice. The hall welcomed diamond, gold, silver, and bronze members. Those who entered could indulge in the joy of fruit picking at their leisure. All flora within the hall was completely organic, free from radiation and pesticides. The fruits and vegetables were safe for direct consumption or could be washed with spring water before eating. A notice indicated the fee structure. Diamond members enjoyed free entry, while gold, silver, and bronze members were charged 500, 000, 800, 000, and 1,000, 000 respectively. Lu Ziyu and Niu Lanshan exchanged glances. Despite being among humanity's elite, having tasted fresh peaches and encountered peach trees before, they found this vast expanse of luscious peach trees to be a rarity. As they ventured further, they realized their initial assumptions were incorrect. While the exterior peaches were nearing ripeness, those within were merely beginning to bear fruit, and even deeper inside. They found trees that had only just begun to blossom, with the innermost peach trees just sprouting. These had been meticulously transplanted from external greenhouses to ensure that members could always witness peach blossoms and savor peaches at any time. Lu Ziyu paused in contemplation. Do you know who the owner of this establishment is? Niu Lanshan shook his head. I've looked into it. The name is Gao Yuan. Yet, it must be a pseudonym. A person with a 4-character name could not possibly possess the capability to procure such a multitude of peach trees. These must have been cultivated in private gardens throughout the city. Lu Ziyu nodded in agreement. It's not merely the peach trees. Have you noticed the soil? This vast expanse of earth. How much would be required? The market price for planting soil is 50,000 per pound. How many tons are present here? 1,000 tons, perhaps? That would amount to 100 billion. And this is merely the foundation of one hall. Both men recognized the astonishment mirrored in each other's expressions. Who could the owner be? Niu Lanshan pondered, considering that if he were to exhaust all his resources, he might be able to acquire such extensive planting soil. However, he would never use it solely to cultivate a peach grove. Lu Ziyu surveyed their surroundings. Since old Master Qin is not here, let us ascend. The 7th floor also featured a collection zone. Collection Zone 2, the desert. Upon entering, they were greeted by a scene dominated by arid sands, punctuated by towering cacti bearing fruit at their summits. Interspersed were jujube trees, sand cover, and sand onions, each plant accompanied by an informative description. Yet, this was not the most astonishing aspect. While harvesting was indeed possible, the sparse desert flora limited their numbers. Lu Ziyu harbored some initial doubts, but as he ventured further, he discovered a miniature lake nestled within the desert, teeming with fish. Lu Ziyu's face lit up with admiration. The scene had been crafted by a true master. Although this zone contained fewer items than Collection Zone 1, it offered far greater intrigue. He also observed fishing rods, nets, and even fish spears, shovels, and bamboo poles at the entrance, all of which were evidently intended for collection purposes. The entire scene was devoid of any service personnel. Lu Ziyu and Niu Lanshan ascended to the 8th floor, which revealed a restaurant. No longer a collection area, yet this establishment exuded opulence and charm. Set against a snowy mountain backdrop, it offered cotton coats and down jackets for patrons to don. Lu Ziyu was astonished. Here, one did not require temperature-regulating attire, but rather antique cotton garments. Notably, one could purchase a temperature-regulating outfit for the price of just a gram of cotton. And down was even rarer. More importantly, the flora within the restaurant was remarkable, featuring numerous cedar trees, plum blossoms, and a few orchids nestled in the corners. Lu Ziyu even spotted snow lotuses. Each one was exquisite. Not to mention, Extracting a single orchid or snow lotus could yield enough to trade for a small factory. Who was the proprietor behind such a magnificent establishment? Furthermore, Lu Ziyu and Niu Lanshan encountered Qin Gang. Qin Gang was crouched before a snow lotus, his face alight with excitement. It's a genuine snow lotus. Truly rare. Lu Ziyu and Niu Lanshan approached. Old Qin? Qin Gang turned. Ah, it's you. You moved quite swiftly. Did you not indulge in peaches below? Old Qin, is it true that you were the first to join this club? Qin Gang replied. Normally, he would scoff at such societal invitations, but when Wang Yifei and Bingbing visited with 3 pots of flowers, he immediately noticed the exquisite welcoming pine bonsai. It was so precious that he was deeply moved. This bonsai was unique in the world. Qin Gang believed that if he could acquire this bonsai, he would agree to any conditions, let alone merely attending the opening ceremony of a club. However, upon arriving today, he realized that the welcoming pine he had obtained was insignificant compared to the genuine cedars and snow lotuses present here. Qin Gang thought he might have to reside here permanently. Nowhere else in the world held such allure. Old Qin, do you know who the owner behind this is? Lu Ziyu and Niu Lanshan were now at a loss, having only explored 3 floors open to all members. They could hardly fathom what awaited on the 18th to 25th floors, reserved for diamond and gold members. Qin Gang waved his hand dismissively. How would I know? Besides, does it matter who the owner is? By the way, tell those rascals outside that anyone who dares to damage anything in here should not blame me for being unkind. The items within may be the last of their kind in this world. Indeed. Chapter 39. Such waste, such luxury. Qin Gang's words quickly reached the ears of all members. The higher the status, the smaller the circle. Especially among diamond members, they all belonged to a close-knit group, with Qin Gang at the pinnacle. Not only was his son the Secretary General, but he himself was also the president of the business association. All were elite individuals, fully aware of how challenging it was to create such a setting. Qin Gang was correct. Perhaps only here could one experience so much joy in one place. The air in the 2024 club felt sweet, pure, and pristine. Perhaps the proprietor of this place seeks to recreate a world from a millennium ago. The diamond members exhibit restraint, while the gold members also wish to maintain their dignity. Thus, since its inception, the 2024 club has adhered to an unwritten rule. No one is permitted to disrupt the scenes and props within. Today marks the grand opening ceremony. Though it is termed a ceremony, it lacks even a ribbon cutting, music, or a banquet. It is merely quiet, with members choosing their preferred scenes to unwind, relax, and indulge in experiences. Each scene within incurs a considerable cost, and there are no waitstaff. Even in the dining area, one must retrieve their own meals. Yet, no one voices complaints. They understand that the 2024 club is not unable to afford staff. Rather, in such an exclusive environment, these magnates can genuinely relax. Here, among their own, Lu Ziyu engages in fishing while conversing with Niu Lanshan. The two maintain a delightful mutual understanding, deliberately avoiding discussions of work. Time flies during pleasurable moments. And before they know it, it is already 8 in the evening. A notification chimes from all members' chips, a gentle reminder that, aside from the accommodation area, all other zones will close at 10 o'clock. Esteemed members are encouraged to manage their time wisely. The accommodation area is exclusively accessible to diamond and gold members. Almost everyone lingers, reluctant to depart, especially Qin Gang, who had already been enchanted in the Snow Mountain restaurant. Upon reaching the 19th floor, he discovers a cold-climate primitive forest gathering area. It is teeming with Siberian pines, with peat moss, crowberries, and wild yellow raspberries carpeting the ground, alongside the likes of saxifrage, black currants, and cherry trees. Venturing deeper, one may find German cypress, spruces, and firs. Here, he can forage for wild fruits. And the forest is home to hares that Qin Gang can choose to catch with a bow or a trap. There are even barbecue grills and seasonings available. Should he be fortunate enough to capture a hare, he could grill it right here. Additionally, various mountain delicacies such as pine mushrooms, wood ear mushrooms, and pine nuts abound. Qin Gang is truly reluctant to leave. He intends to spend the night here. Glancing at his watch, he realizes it is nearly 10 o'clock and reluctantly exits the gathering area, heading to the accommodation zone. The accommodation area consists of 5 floors. On the first floor, Qin Gang is astonished to discover a camping area, with thick grass underfoot where he can pitch a tent and rest. He hesitates for a moment before ascending to the next floor, which features a garden in a classic style reminiscent of summer's ancient lands, complete with small bridges, flowing water, pavilions, and a pond filled with sizable koi. Taking a deep breath, he thinks, now, this is the life of the immortals. As Qin Gang walks further in, seeking a room, he overhears voices and realizes others have already settled in. However, many rooms remain unoccupied, prompting him to continue his ascent. Upon entering the third floor, he furrows his brow. It is warm and humid, resembling a wooded area, with a thatched cottage nestled within. Such extravagance seems wasteful, merely to create a resting scene with so many plants. Clearly, this space is not suited for Qin Gang. He wishes to explore thoroughly. If none are suitable, he will return to the second floor's classical garden. Thus, he ascends to the fourth floor, and as he steps inside, a unique aroma envelopes him. Qin Gang's eyes widen in astonishment. What is this? A fairy tale kingdom? The vibrant cartoon-shaped trees and brightly colored cottages. Even the pathways are paved with stones resembling chocolate. Qin Gang shook his head, realizing there was only one last level left. If this didn't work, he would have to descend. Upon reaching the highest floor, he found himself surrounded by transparency in an expansive flat space filled with flower racks showcasing a variety of indoor plants and potted flowers. The flower racks divided the area into distinct, independent sections. Qin Gang exhaled deeply, a satisfied smile gracing his face. This was truly the ideal residence. Having just celebrated his centenary, Qin Gang found himself increasingly enchanted by flowers. In 20 years, he envisioned retiring here, never to leave. It was simply too beautiful. Downstairs, in the classical garden accommodation area of the Summer Kingdom, Lu Ziyu and Niu Lanshan reclined in a standard room, smoking cigarettes with a fruit basket placed at the bedside. Such comfort, Lu Ziyu exclaimed. Indeed, this cigarette feels superior to the special supply. The fruits are sweeter and more flavorful. I wish I could meet the owner behind this club. Meanwhile, Qin Mugutan looked back longingly at 2024. What a grand venture. Who would have imagined that such an ordinary-looking place could be so astonishing inside? Qin Mugutan's face was filled with passion. A man of distinction ought to live such a life. What had his previous existence been? Here, one could pick fresh, delicious fruits, and even fish for a delightful, braised meal, truly natural ingredients. The expenses were somewhat steep, but worth every penny. Beside him, Li Qingmei expressed her admiration. Mr. Gao is impressive. Qin Mugutan nodded. Indeed. Too remarkable. It's a pity we are merely bronze members, restricted to the 6th to 10th floors. I can only wonder what lies above. Li Qingmei gazed dreamily. The peach blossom garden on the 6th floor left me in awe. It's regrettable I didn't see it, but even these 5 floors make me feel I could live here for a decade. Mr. Li, today it's just the two of us as bronze members. Everyone else seems to be genuine moguls. Didn't you leverage any connections? Li Qingmei remarked with a pout. You're in business too. Why didn't you make a deal? Oh, I'm uncertain in my heart. I saw Lu Ziyu, Niu Lanshan, Li Lin, and Qin Gang, all big shots. I dared not disturb them. I wonder what status Mr. Gao holds for all these people to come and support him. I really want to upgrade my membership. I've heard that accumulating 100 points can elevate one to silver status and 1,000 to gold, while exceeding 10,000 grants diamond status. Qin Mugutan said, Who wouldn't he? I just don't know how to earn points. The only thing I know is that spending money and consuming doesn't add to the points. As they conversed, a sudden notification arrived via their membership chip. Task reward. This task is issued by the 2024 club. Within 3 days, all members who provide 100 billion super coral worms to the club will receive 10 points. The club will purchase the coral worms at 20% above the market price. This was the first task released by Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan wished to observe the outcome. Although super coral worms were controlled substances, such regulations typically applied to the lower echelons. These members were influential figures and would undoubtedly find a way to legalize their procurement. Soon after, Gao Yuan returned to the real world and heard that by MOU had arrived in the front yard. Gao Yuan stepped outside and inquired, Xiao Yuer, what is the matter? Now that the wooden plaques and the people from Lihua Manor have relocated, our director has asked me to inquire which construction company you are engaging for the technology park. Has the design blueprint been completed? It is primarily for reporting to the higher-ups. Gao Yuan asked Dan to fetch the design blueprint, which had just been sent over, showcasing the overall effect of the technology park designed by Qin Jing's masterful craftsmanship. However, They wished to undertake the construction themselves. Bai Mo frowned and replied, "Do it yourselves? Gao Yuan, are you short on funds? You could actually apply for a low-interest loan. I do not require assistance from other construction companies because they have been rather slow lately. Our research team has developed a new technology that will yield results very soon. If successful, it would represent a significant innovation in architectural history. Of course, if it fails, we will still consider outsourcing to a company." That is reassuring. The development zone has already welcomed its second resident. Bai Mo mentioned. Gao Yuan was taken aback. So soon? In such a remote place as Jinghai, where the national economy is struggling and Linzhou City ranks low within Haishi province. It is astonishing that a second company has settled here in such a short time. Gao Yuan inquired nonchalantly, "Which company has moved in?" Xiaowei Longxin. It belongs to the Xiaowei Chip Division, a wholly owned subsidiary of Xiaowei. Gao Yuan was momentarily stunned. It seems that Zhou Lei is still determined to establish a factory next door. Even if there is no collaboration, to outsiders, it may appear as such. However, this did not significantly concern Gao Yuan. He could sell an unlimited number of 3nm lithography machines as long as there were buyers. That is splendid news. Your leadership must be overjoyed. Indeed, although a formal contract has yet to be signed, it is nearly certain. Today, a vice president from Xiaowei came personally to discuss matters. He likely intended to meet you, but you were unavailable, and he could not reach you by phone. Bai Mo relayed. Gao Yuan understood that this was an inevitable progression. Moreover, Xiaowei Longxin was merely the first company, certainly not the last. That evening, he dined with Bai Mo and Lin Mei. The following morning, upon arriving at Future World, Gao Yuan was greeted by Wang Yifei, who approached him with a look of delight. "Boss, someone has taken up the task you posted. That was quick. Who is it?" "A silver member named Mo Lan, a top-tier architect and world-class expert." Gao Yuan was somewhat surprised to learn that it was an expert. "Has she contacted you?" "Yes. She mentioned that she can provide super coral polyps, and they are an upgraded version. They are faster and more precise. Instead of needing numerous super coral polyps, only a box of seed polyps is required, capable of splitting once per minute." Even if Gao Yuan was not a mathematician, he had heard of the story about placing grains on a chessboard. This was the allure of exponential growth. Splitting also leads to doubling. In 10 minutes, a box of coral polyps could yield 2 to the 10th power. Calculating further, if separated over the course of an hour, how many super coral polyps would there be? With such an abundance of coral polyps, his industrial park could be constructed in no time. Naturally, Gao Yuan had much preparation to undertake first, including the procurement of various building materials such as concrete, steel, wood, and other supplies. Moreover, of utmost significance is the supercomputer. Each coral polyp functions akin to a diminutive 3D printer, meticulously governed by computational precision. As the population of coral polyps proliferates, the computational power required escalates correspondingly. Should there be an abundance of coral polyps without the requisite supercomputers, the construction pace would remain far from ideal, perhaps even inferior to that of mechanical processes in the tangible world. Gao Yuan, of course, would not err in such a manner. Bing Bing. Promptly reach out to Mo Lan and request her to calculate the number of super coral polyps required, along with the corresponding control systems, to complete an industrial park spanning 10,000 acres within 3 days. As this is our inaugural task, I can offer her an additional 10 points, and of course, the compensation remains unchanged. Gao Yuan is not currently short of funds. The scenes within the 2024 club are all fee-based, save for diamond members, while others, like Mo Lan, spent nearly 100 million yesterday on the club's opening day. Although the attendance was modest, it still yielded Gao Yuan nearly 50 billion in revenue. He continues to maintain a low profile, shrouded in mystery, avoiding appearances even before Li Qingmei and Qin Migutan, as he is preoccupied with numerous affairs, spending only brief moments in the club's warehouse and his office. On the following day, robots arrived in the real world bearing super coral polyp seeds and the supercomputer control systems. Gao Yuan realized he needed to assemble a new team. After all, super coral polyps are entirely different from photolithography machines, and the Jia team must remain inconspicuous. Thus, Gao Yuan directly procured a batch of construction-specialized robots, naming them Wang Yi and Wang Air. Should a team be required in the future, it would consist of the Shi and Xue families. At that point, the 4 prominent families, Jia, Wang, Shi, and Xue, would be united. If that were insufficient, The Jiang, Song, Kong, and Chun families would join as well. In essence, each team would be represented by a surname. The future industrial park will be vast, capable of accommodating thousands without appearing overcrowded. This is hardly a concern. Soon, Gao Yuan issued an open letter, inviting titans of the domestic construction industry to witness a grand technological endeavor at the Jinghai Muzha development zone. Gao Yuan's reputation has transformed dramatically. His open letter was disseminated by major media outlets. Although the public remains uncertain of his true intentions, they are nonetheless intrigued by the spectacle. Some perceive Gao Yuan as a showman. For instance, Pan Bai, the owner of Hoso, explicitly stated he would not attend, as he had no desire to witness a clown's performance. Almost all netizens are keenly observing the reactions of these industry magnates. Wang Dalin has refrained from commenting. Yet his son indicated during a live stream that his father holds Gao Yuan in high regard. Even if he does not attend, he will watch the event online. Zhou Qishan, recently beset by negative scrutiny, declared he would be present in person. There is also Wang Shui, Sun Hongqi, and Lin Ku, who have yet to respond. However, Gao Yuan is evidently seeking attention, especially with the imminent production of Blackfish technology. As a technology company, nothing garners more credibility than cutting-edge innovations. Although Blackfish technology is currently making headlines, the general populace remains largely indifferent. The reason is simple. The lithography machines of Blackfish technology feel too distant from their daily lives. Chapter 41. This is mere hype. Gao Yuan's actions are aimed at demonstrating to the public that Blackfish technology can indeed impact their lives, not merely through the yet-to-be-released temperature-regulating garments, but also in housing. If the supercoral polyps are widely adopted, the costs of construction could be significantly reduced. Nevertheless, similar to Pan Bai, many netizens suspect that Gao Yuan might be engaging in self-promotion. Hype is a double-edged sword. If wielded skillfully, it can yield fame and fortune. If mishandled, one's reputation may be irreparably tarnished, necessitating immense effort to restore one's image and credibility. Yet, Gao Yuan appears unperturbed. He possesses a firm belief in the power of technology. Over the past 3 days, many have speculated about what Gao Yuan might unveil. Previously, such crucial items as lithography machines were sold discreetly, with the announcement made during a press conference by Xiao Wei. This time, Gao Yuan is inviting prominent figures from the construction industry to witness the event, complete with a live broadcast. Numerous media outlets have begun to conjecture about the new technology Gao Yuan claims to possess, boldly labeling himself as great, a rather audacious assertion. At an event venue, Pan Bai is attending a ceremony for a new project in Hoso, Summer Country. However, many reporters seem to stray from the topic. Mr. Pan, Gao Yuan claims to possess groundbreaking technology that could revolutionize the construction industry. What is your perspective? Pan Bai ponders for a moment. I refuse to comment. I do not know Gao Yuan. Mr. Pan, you previously mentioned you would not look back and referred to Gao Yuan as a clown. What are your true thoughts? Pan Bai, now visibly uncomfortable, realizes he has contradicted himself. With a stern expression, he responds, I apologize. This is the inauguration ceremony for Qin Jingyan's Hoso project. Please refrain from asking unrelated questions. However, the reporters, upon hearing his words, become increasingly excited. What constitutes news? A topic with intrigue, a potential scoop. If the interviewee appears distressed or even enraged, that is a good sign. It indicates that their facade may soon be shattered, revealing the truth. The reporters, undeterred, press on with their inquiries. Mr. Pan, did you know Gao Yuan previously? If he indeed introduces a groundbreaking technology, would you apologize? Pan Bai's expression darkens further. But as today is a celebration of his industry, he must maintain composure. I apologize, everyone. I do not know Gao Yuan, nor do I have any grievances with him. I simply have a disdain for those who engage in such hype. That is all. Mr. Pan, if Gao Yuan's company has developed an internationally leading lithography machine, do you still consider it mere hype? Do you believe your contributions to society surpass those of Gao Yuan? Pan Bai feels a surge of frustration. This is an affront. How can one merely be a businessman and claim expertise in lithography machines, which are, after all, the domain of scientists? Pan Bai felt it was time for him to leave. He discreetly signaled to his assistant, who promptly understood and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Pan has a meeting to attend. We have prepared a banquet for all the journalists. Please proceed to the dining hall on the 3rd floor. With that, he stepped in front of Pan Bai and departed. However, That evening, various news articles emerged. Pan Bai disparaged Gao Yuan, calling him merely a clown, expressing his disdain. Why did the real estate mogul Pan Bai harbor such animosity towards Gao Yuan? Pan Bai claimed to be unfamiliar with Gao Yuan, merely expressing an aversion. Was Gao Yuan a mere publicity stunt? Pan Bai affirmed that notion. Upon viewing these reports, his expression remained unperturbed, betraying none of the afternoon's ire. His assistant expressed concern. "Mr. Pan, could this be detrimental to you? What harm could it bring? It's merely opportunistic hype. In this era, what reigns supreme? Traffic. Our reputation is currently not at its best. This time we are merely leveraging Gao Yuan's straightforward persona. What if, perhaps, Gao Yuan possesses truly revolutionary technology?" Pan Bai chuckled. "The odds of that are minimal. Gao Yuan previously engaged in internet healthcare. He is merely a middleman. What groundbreaking technology could he possibly produce? Just like the previous buzz around the metaverse and the current excitement surrounding artificial intelligence, they are merely tales spun to attract capital. Artificial intelligence is indeed quite the sensation now. Nearly all major companies are vying for a stake, and the government is promoting it," the assistant remarked. Indeed, artificial intelligence is currently in vogue. Every few months, a new technology emerges, claiming to transform the world. Yet, what has truly changed? Whether in the United States or our own country, it is all nonsense. Artificial intelligence essentially boils down to the application of big data. The assistant appeared somewhat perplexed. "Mr. Pan, how does this relate to Gao Yuan's new technology?" "It doesn't, but the principle remains the same. Any significant technological advancement is rarely isolated. It is the result of numerous related technologies evolving in tandem. How could Gao Yuan, transitioning from the internet to technological industry, possibly rival us? Can he surpass the universal capabilities we possess? It's a fantasy. His development of lithography machines is merely riding on successful foreign examples and domestic policy advantages. It's a case of accumulated potential. Thus, I label him a clown. And my assertion that he is merely engaging in self-promotion is rooted in the belief that he cannot possibly deliver any groundbreaking technology. Now, let us quietly observe the spectacle. Even if he achieves a minor breakthrough, we can always temper it with a dose of reality. If his technology merely rehashes existing concepts, all the better. His current hype serves as a garment for us. At that moment, Gao Yuan sat atop the imposing Daqing Mountain, flanked by Zhang Bai, Lin Mei, and Bai Moi. Zhang Bai, visibly incensed, exclaimed, "Old Gao, does Pan Bai have a grudge against you? This fellow is rather unscrupulous. Previously, our distant venture in Qinjing rented his building, and half of our earnings went to him in rent. Now he is kicking us when we're down?" Gao Yuan gazed down at the wooden plaques and Pear Blossom Manor, his mind weaving together the terrain with the meticulously crafted design schematics. He pondered the approach to the super coral polyps when he was roused by Zhang Bai's voice. "Old Pan is quite cunning. Since we are in the countryside now, it's unlikely we will have any dealings with him. Thus, since our paths have diverged, he merely seeks to step on us as we rise. However, I wonder if they will find themselves tripping over their own feet this time." Zhang Bai nodded in agreement. "You make a valid point. Many journalists label Old Pan as reckless, and I can only laugh. If that fellow were truly reckless, there would be no shrewd individuals left in the world." The matter of Pan Bai was brushed aside, and Zhang Bai expressed great confidence in Gao Yuan. At that moment, Gao Yuan pointed to the land below and then back at the design plan. "Old Zhang, let us make a modification. The warehouse should be relocated to the foot of Daqing Shan." The warehouse was originally positioned here due to its proximity to the provincial road. If we move it to the foot of Daqing Shan, won't it complicate the shipping process through the entire industrial park? Chapter 42. Wang Dalan has arrived. Gao Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Bai. "What are our products? Currently, the lithography machine." "Indeed, the lithography machine. In the future, there will be the concept of wrist machines. You have seen the temperature-controlled clothing, which sells as well, but it is not our primary focus. Thus, our products possess a distinctive characteristic. They are compact, highly valuable, and technologically advanced. Therefore, safety takes precedence over convenience. What do you think?" Zhang Bai's understanding dawned. "That makes sense, but there are no buts. The warehouse will be relocated here, and the original warehouse site will become the expert building." "Very well." That morning, at the Muzha development zone, the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park base was adorned with fluttering red flags. A multitude of people had gathered, leaders from Linzhou City, Officials from Jinghai County, the county's Investment Promotion Bureau, as well as President Xiao Wei, Zhou Lei from Demi Technology, and Lei Jianjun, all congregated here. Zhou Lei stood alongside Lei Jianjun, surveying the land. It was their first visit to Muzha, and they found it hard to believe. Is this truly where Gao Yuan has developed the lithography machine? It should be, but what is the situation? I see no large machinery, and there aren't many workers. Is this a groundbreaking ceremony? Zhou Lei's face was etched with confusion. He had witnessed numerous large-scale groundbreaking ceremonies, yet had never encountered one so desolate. The villagers had already relocated, leaving behind only a handful of helpers. As Zhou Lei and Lei Jianjun conversed, they noticed Gao Yuan approaching and walked over. General Gao, what are you up to? Ah, Zhou, you've come too? Isn't your Xiao Wei Longxin manufacturing just next door? When do you plan to commence operations? Haha, General Gao. Your words carry a hidden meaning. To be honest, Xiao Wei is establishing a factory here precisely because we are following your lead. Wherever you go, we follow. Gao Yuan silently cursed while maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Zhou must be in for a loss. Haha, take a look around. More people are arriving. A procession of vehicles rolled into the Muzha Village Activity Center, and Gao Yuan recognized the lead vehicle as that of Wang Dalan. He stepped forward. Mr. Wang, you have come in person. Wang Dalan wore a broad smile, exclaiming his fear of missing out on something significant. Calm and composed, he delved into an analysis of Gao Yuan's endeavors, which encompassed not just lithography machines, but also the revolutionary concept of temperature-regulating clothing. While the lithography machine had Western precedents to follow, the temperature-regulating clothing represented a true marvel of technology. The researchers under the Universal brand had procured a set of these garments and, upon examination, discovered that what appeared to be merely clothing was, in fact, embedded with a plethora of advanced technologies. Firstly, the fabric was coated with a composite of various clean energy materials, featuring a unique layer that could absorb solar, wind, and even radiative energies, converting them into electrical energy stored within the garment. The collar housed a remarkably thin battery capable of storing more energy than that of a typical electric scooter. This innovative coating and battery alone had the potential to reshape the global energy landscape. If the Blackfish technology were to unveil this composite energy coating, it could undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of energy tycoons worldwide. Moreover, the presence of a super battery, boasting an efficiency 5 times greater than the most advanced batteries currently available, further underscored its significance. Crucially, the chip embedded within the temperature-regulating clothing was not silicon-based, but rather carbon-based. It is noteworthy that, globally, high-end carbon chips exist only in theoretical discussions and have yet to be mass-produced. This garment utilized the chip to intelligently regulate internal temperature and humidity based on the wearer's physiological state. After reviewing the analysis of the temperature-regulating clothing, Wang Dalan resolved to journey to Muzha, intrigued by Gao Yuan's solemn invitation to witness the unveiling of new technology. Logic dictated that Gao Yuan was poised to unveil something monumental. A cadre of robotic attendants catered to the esteemed guests, while Gao Yuan approached the local leadership, particularly Wang Xianyang, the deputy mayor responsible for economic affairs in Linzhou. Mayor Wang, everything is ready. Please initiate the groundbreaking ceremony. Wang Xianyang smiled. General Gao, what exactly are you planning? I've even brought the television crew. Please do not disappoint me. Gao Yuan responded with a subtle smile. Rest assured, though outwardly composed. Wang Xianyang felt a surge of excitement. Today was indeed a fortuitous day for Linzhou. Regardless of the outcome, Linzhou was bound to gain national recognition, especially with the presence of eminent business magnates, including the unexpectedly attending Wang Dalan, who had once held the title of the wealthiest individual in Xia country for several years. Lin Mei approached, cradling a device. Gao Yuan turned to Wang Xianyang. Mayor Wang, please proceed. Wang Xianyang rolled up his sleeves. All right. He pressed the initiation button, and a box in the open area before them opened automatically. Inside lay a viscous substance that suddenly began to move, slithering forward toward the old homes of the Muzha residents. As the mass advanced, confusion spread among the onlookers about Gao Yuan's intentions. Wasn't he supposed to be constructing buildings? Lei Jianjun, perplexed, looked to Zhou Lei. Do you understand what this is about? Zhou Lei shook his head in response, then turned to the newly arrived Zhou Qishan. Zhou, you are in real estate. Can you elucidate what is happening? Zhou Qishan wore a perplexed expression. He was unsure of what to make of the scene, where numerous media outlets were capturing the moment, alongside various social media influencers eager to bask in the spotlight, all focused on the patch of mud before them. At that moment, Gao Yuan stepped forward, addressing the crowd. Welcome to the Jinghai Muzha Development Zone. Today marks the groundbreaking ceremony for the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park. Allow me to introduce our lead researcher, Wang Yi, who will provide a comprehensive explanation. The intelligent architectural research robot, Wang Yi, wasted no time and began his elucidation. What you see here is our Blackfish Technology's innovative construction worm. This organism is genetically engineered from coral polyps. It possesses the ability to consume various building materials and, within 0.1 seconds, secretes the corresponding substances. Currently, these construction worms are in the process of proliferating, and once their numbers reach a certain threshold, construction will commence. The audience initially frowned, questioning whether this was truly the monumental technological breakthrough Gao Yuan had touted. Was it truly useful? However, 20 minutes later, the patch of mud had expanded a millionfold. The term construction worm was coined by Gao Yuan, a more fitting name than supercoral worm. When not secreting substances, these worms divide once every minute, resulting in 20 divisions over the span of 20 minutes, equating to an increase of over 1 million times. At this point, the patch of mud had engulfed half of Muzha, having consumed the dilapidated houses that once occupied the area. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Drones captured real-time footage, relaying the astonishing events back to the crowd. With a command from Gao Yuan, Wang Yi activated the construction worm control system. Chapter 43, The Emergence of a Building. Over 1 billion construction worms were set to begin precise construction under this supercomputer's control, a monumental challenge for computational power. Nevertheless, Gao Yuan remained unperturbed. Glancing at Mayor Wang Xiangyang, Mayor Wang, we are about to witness a miracle. The audience watched in awe as the vast multitude of construction worms, under the computer's guidance, began excavating. Within mere minutes, a significant portion of Muzha was dug down several meters, the edges of the pits perfectly aligned as if sliced by a laser. Others remained unfazed, but Wang Dalin squinted his eyes in disbelief. This process was exponentially faster than mechanical excavation, and the quality appeared exceptionally high. Soon, the construction worms commenced laying the foundation, the soil they consumed instantly transforming into a substrate 100 times denser. They devoured cement, sand, and steel. The patch of mud writhed continuously, and the burgeoning structure seemed to grow autonomously. Before the spectators' very eyes, the walls, columns, and floors of the basement began to rise, soon breaking the surface. The buildings grew at an astonishing pace, leaving everyone in a state of disbelief. What was this? Were they growing houses? No one dared to blink. So captivating was the spectacle. It resembled magic, akin to a computer animation, as a modern edifice visibly emerged from the ground where mere hours before a cluster of houses had stood. Now, those houses had vanished, replaced by a soaring modern skyscraper. Not only was the building's structure taking shape, but its interior and exterior walls were also impeccably smooth and gleaming, presented before the onlookers. Wang Dalin felt his body quiver in astonishment. Having spent a lifetime in real estate, when has one ever witnessed such a miraculous phenomenon? Initially, Wang Xiangyang maintained a semblance of composure. But as a building emerged from the ground, his tranquility dissipated entirely. While everyone had been standing calmly, they now found themselves gazing upwards, for the structure had already reached 5 stories. According to the architectural blueprint, this was to be the research building of the Technology Park, a towering edifice of 36 stories, the tallest in the Heiyu Technology Park. The live-stream video surged across the internet, capturing attention not only for its remarkable nature, but also drawing a host of influential figures to the scene. Soon enough, a multitude of netizens flocked to the live broadcast, initially hoping to glean insights from the prominent attendees regarding the completion of a modest goal. However, their focus shifted as they witnessed a building rapidly materializing from a mound of mud. The pace was astonishing. Wang Meng, who typically indulged in live streams featuring either attractive women or outdoor escapades, found himself utterly captivated by the spectacle of construction. The miracle, akin to magic, was irresistibly alluring. He began to fantasize. If he possessed such a building bug, might he not simply input a blueprint and, in a matter of hours, erect a villa on his ancestral land? The more he envisioned, the more enthralled he became, leading him to resolve to travel to Jinghai and apply to Heiyu technology. Experiencing the event in person proved far more breathtaking than watching it online. Wang Dalan, Lei Jianjun, and Zhou Qishan stood in silence, their gazes fixed upwards. Zhou Lei remarked contemplatively, "Indeed, President Gao is extraordinary. With the building bug unleashed, will there still be a need for large machinery in the future?" The live broadcast from the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park quickly went viral across social media. Initially indifferent, Pan Bai's demeanor darkened as his assistant replayed the video multiple times before him. "This is not innovation, it is annihilation," he declared. With the advent of the building bug, constructing cities would become as effortless as play. Similar sentiments echoed within the National Development and Reform Commission, where director Qin Taijun was also engrossed in the video showcasing Gao Yuan's live stream, with the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park continuing its astonishing growth. Qin Taijun expressed his genuine astonishment. With the building bug, constructing cities will indeed become child's play. "We must contact Heiyu Technology at once. I shall personally visit tomorrow. This technology must not be disclosed. Should the nation harness the building bug, we could construct cities in the South Seas, pave roads in treacherous terrains, and erect bridges on sheer cliffs." The building bug, unleashed by Gao Yuan, spread across the internet in mere hours. Meanwhile, Wang Dalan, present at the scene, was beset by mixed emotions. The emergence of the building bug signified more than mere innovation. What would become of the vast multitude of construction workers in the future? With building costs evaporating, how far off could an era of housing prices akin to leaks truly be? The construction worm, which requires no human intervention, can transform into a vast population covering thousands of acres within a mere 20 minutes. If it divides every hour, it could potentially blanket an entire city, provided there are sufficient materials and designs. The implications are terrifying. Wang Daling felt a chill run down his spine. As night fell, the main structure of the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park's research building had been completed, reaching a stage of basic decoration, save for the absence of windows and doors. The darkness enveloped the surroundings as Gao Yuan, stationed at the temporary command center in the development zone, arranged for dinner. It was a curious sight, a group of billionaires squatting, each holding a box meal, engaged in lively conversation while dining. This scene evoked a myriad of emotions among many. It revealed that even the magnates were merely ordinary individuals. Tonight, it seemed, I could fare even better than these titans. Despite the subpar conditions, no one left. Everyone remained gathered around Gao Yuan. "Mr. Gao, is the construction worm expensive? Do you have any plans to sell it? What is the underlying principle? I noticed even the minutest patterns on the exterior walls can be replicated." Surrounded by so many inquisitive faces, Gao Yuan wore a self-satisfied expression. "Mr. Wang, the construction worm is not costly, and I can sell it, but it may not be of much use to you." Zhou looked puzzled. "Why is that?" Gao Yuan elaborated. "As Mr. Su mentioned earlier, the ability to replicate even the finest details signifies that these numerous construction worms are, in fact, under precise control." Wang Daling suddenly understood. This indicated that the vast quantity of construction worms was indeed subject to meticulous regulation. Gao Yuan nodded, explaining further. "These construction worms function like minuscule 3D microprinters. Each worm operates as a tiny machine. Today, we deployed 6 billion construction worms, which necessitates a system to accurately control these 6 billion miniature robots. The position and the quantity of the substances they secrete must be precisely calculated." At this point, there was no need to elaborate further. Lei Jianjun gasped in astonishment. "How did you achieve this control system?" Gao Yuan smiled and replied enigmatically, "A secret." The billionaires present felt a surge of frustration. Suddenly, Zhou Lei realized a critical point. "Mr. Gao, is the team that developed the construction worm the same Wang Yi we discussed today?" Gao Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Mr. Zhou, your memory serves you well. Many may not be aware that Wang Yi's team is indeed the key contributor to the development of the construction worm." Furrowing his brow, Zhou Lei pondered the sheer number of talented individuals surrounding Gao Yuan. "Mr. Gao, please be candid with me. How many such teams do you have under your wing? How many researchers are there, and what are their research focuses? We would like to steer clear of them in the future." Gao Yuan chuckled. "Mr. Zhou, your inquiry puts me in a bit of a predicament. How can I know the details of what the experts are researching? I am not versed in technical matters. These esteemed individuals are not my employees. I merely serve as a spokesperson representing their work. Regarding the research direction, I am truly unaware of how many projects there are." Only when results emerge do I gain insight. At this moment, Wang Dalan has already realized that Universal Group's main business must undergo transformation, unless Gao Yuan's construction insect is merely for personal use. Even if the computing power required by the construction insect is substantial, given the capabilities demonstrated today. If Gao Yuan were to venture into the construction industry, he would face no competition worldwide. All would be crushed beneath his feet. Wang Dalan approached Gao Yuan and said, "General Gao, shall we have a discussion?" Gao Yuan was indeed inclined towards this idea. The two proceeded to Gao's old courtyard, where the entire wooden structure remained intact while others had been dismantled. Gao Yuan instructed Dan to serve 2 cups of tea. This tea, procured from a future world, was designed to invigorate, not a mere herbal beverage, but possessing a stimulating effect tenfold that of coffee. Upon taking a sip, Wang Dalan felt an immediate surge of energy. "General Gao, this tea is new, intended for revitalization. A remarkable find. As you know, I am in real estate, and your construction insect is truly impressive. What are your plans?" Gao Yuan naturally understood that Wang Dalan was inquiring whether he intended to enter the real estate or construction sector. The worst-case scenario would be Gao Yuan venturing into real estate, positioning Universal Group as his competitor. Wang Dalan had long contemplated a transformation, but lacked a suitable project. Although Universal Group had invested in numerous projects, none matched the scale of real estate. They were merely minor endeavors. The optimal outcome would be if Gao Yuan chose not to engage in real estate, focusing solely on construction, thus allowing for potential collaboration. A neutral outcome would be if Gao Yuan's research on the construction insect was purely for personal use, though that seemed unlikely. After all, it would be a tremendous waste to develop a product brimming with potential and then keep it unused. Furthermore, Wang Dalan believed that Gao Yuan's public invitation was undoubtedly imbued with intentions of collaboration. Gao Yuan chuckled at Wang Dalan's remarks. "Chairman Wang, the construction insect is indeed useful, but it is not suitable for widespread promotion. Why? The computing power is one issue. More critically, it is a matter of safety." Upon hearing Gao Yuan's serious emphasis on safety, Wang Dalan immediately understood. The construction insect differs from construction machinery. It is manipulated by computers, allowing for remote control, and it can consume any building material. If a malevolent individual were to acquire such a device, it could be said that any place in the world could be breached, transforming the construction insect into a weapon. Seeing the look of terror on Wang Dalan's face, Gao Yuan remarked, "Chairman Wang, do you comprehend? It is not a matter of whether I am willing to sell, but rather whether you dare to buy, and whether the higher authorities permit the sale." Wang Dalan nodded and asked, "Then why, General Gao, are you so publicly declaring this to the world?" Gao Yuan smiled faintly. "Because this technology is ultimately intended for the nation, do you understand?" Gao Yuan has now become a businessman. Unlike well-known technologies such as building insects and nuclear fusion, this endeavor seems rather unimpressive. Gao Yuan's ostentatious display serves 2 purposes: to showcase the technological prowess of blackfish technology and to garner national attention. Only by making this technology widely known can its significance be preserved. Additionally, Gao Yuan intends to utilize this technology to construct his industrial park, ensuring that the world is aware of its imminent completion and impending production. Of course, there is also a minor benefit: collaborating with Wang Dalan, who now approaches him rather than the other way around. Wang Dalan appears contemplative. At this moment, Gao Yuan shifts the conversation. "Chairman Wang, I've heard that Universal Group is undergoing a transformation. Is that correct? Does President Gao have any promising projects in mind? What do you think of temperature-regulating clothing?" Gao Yuan possesses an abundance of applicable technologies and is willing to share these consumer products to foster a coalition of mutual interests, ensuring that they advance together in the future. On the other hand, he prefers not to expend much effort on such projects. Although temperature-regulating clothing is indeed a commendable venture, Gao Yuan remains unimpressed. Wang Dalan, puzzled by Gao Yuan's intentions, reflects, temperature-regulating clothing is truly groundbreaking technology. Ultimately, products can be distilled into 8 essential categories: clothing, food, shelter, transportation, and leisure. This clothing has the potential to become a world-class monopoly. Last year, the global apparel industry's trade exceeded 10 trillion summer country currency. It must be acknowledged that marketing temperature-regulating clothing presents a highly lucrative opportunity. Then, Chairman Wang, are you interested in selling temperature-regulating clothing? ISNT that your project. President Gao? Indeed, it is mine, but we can collaborate. We can manage the online business ourselves, while for the offline sales, establishing our own distribution network would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Since Universal Plaza has locations nationwide, how about opening a temperature-regulating clothing store in each plaza? What do you think the outcome would be? Wang Dalan finally grasps Gao Yuan's intention. However, this idea perfectly aligns with Wang Dalan's interests, as temperature-regulating clothing is undoubtedly a profitable venture. What about the profit margin? We'll provide you with the factory price, and the profit will be divided 70-30, with us taking the smaller share. After some contemplation, Wang Dalan inquires, how will you handle the online business? We'll build our own platform and marketplace, with prices aligned to those of physical stores, a unified national price. A smile finally graces Wang Dalan's face. What is the price difference between the factory price and retail price? Double. Then that is acceptable. However, let us split the profits 50-50. Taking too large a share makes us uneasy. Gao Yuan chuckles. The temperature-regulating clothing, in essence, is set to become a future staple at negligible cost. Universal will profit from selling the goods, and Gao Yuan had not anticipated that Wang Dalan would concede 2 percentage points. Unbeknownst to Gao Yuan, Wang Dalan has studied temperature-regulating clothing and is in awe of its underlying technology. With such advancements, Gao Yuan is destined to rise. By conceding a larger share now, Wang Dalan may be jeopardizing future collaboration opportunities. Although it seems he has sacrificed quite a bit by relinquishing 2 percentage points, he has established a promising foundation with Blackfish technology. Having discussed the general framework of their cooperation, the specific details can now be addressed by their subordinates. Both Gao Yuan and Wang Dalan share satisfied smiles. At this moment, Gao Yuan asks, is Universal Cinemas also part of your enterprise, Chairman Wang? Chapter 45. Let it be banned. Is it true that Mr. Gao intends to venture into the film industry? Not exactly. I produced a science fiction film not for profit, but primarily to promote Blackfish technology. Recently, I have been seeking a distributor. Wang Dalan chuckled. No problem. I'll make a call. Mr. Gao's film must be screened at the Universal Cinema. I will certainly be there to support you. Then it's settled. The following day, the building worms trended on social media. Many netizens were initially unaware of what building worms were, but after watching the video, they discovered the existence of such marvelous creatures that could transform into construction machines. Numerous influential figures began to comment. Gao Yuan had previously published an article criticizing Gao Yuan, only to retract it after being proven wrong. Now, witnessing Gao Yuan trending, he couldn't resist writing another piece. What is Gao Yuan's intention in releasing the building worms? Upon analyzing Gao Yuan's experiences post-bankruptcy, I have noted that he has become more pragmatic than before. The emergence of lithography machines exemplifies this change. The international semiconductor industry is now focused on Xia country. Initially, it was presumed that Gao Yuan would continue to invest in semiconductors, but unexpectedly, he pivoted to develop the astonishing building worm technology. Xia country is already known for its infrastructure prowess, and with the addition of building worms, it will undoubtedly soar to new heights. Gao Yuan is likely to establish his real estate empire based on this innovation. Globally, the two industries that have produced the most billionaires are real estate and the internet. However, the internet's golden age has passed. We now live in an era dominated by capital. Gao Yuan previously engaged in internet education and training, but faced bankruptcy due to certain circumstances. Observing his trajectory, it appears he is temporarily abandoning the internet to pursue real estate. Although lithography machines are advanced, their demand is limited. Companies that produce lithography machines are merely fledglings compared to true giants in real estate and the internet. Gao Yuan recognizes this, which is why he has not continued to focus on lithography machines, nor has he ventured into popular products such as chips. Reliable sources indicate that Xiaowei has applied to establish a factory in the Muzha development zone, with the sole purpose of reaping the benefits alongside Gao Yuan. However, it is evident that Gao Yuan is not interested in such rewards. I boldly predict that Gao Yuan will not sell the building worms externally. Instead, he will embark on building his real estate kingdom. Acquiring land and constructing projects will be a mere showcase for Gao Yuan, whose costs are significantly lower than those of other domestic real estate developers. As long as his project prices remain competitive, he will swiftly dominate the market. Perhaps within 3 to 5 years, Gao Yuan will emerge as the largest real estate magnate in Xia country. Let us await this development. Under Gao Yuan article, Many netizens began to comment. Boj is correct. Gao Yuan's ostentatious display of the building worms serves this very purpose. Didn't Boj get proven wrong last time? Why is he making predictions again? What about the temperature-regulating clothing? Isn't that the flagship product of Blackfish Technology? The industrial park for Blackfish Technology is currently under rapid construction. That day, Gao Yuan received a phone call. Is this Gao Yuan? I am in Muzha. My name is Qin Taijun. Qin Taijun. Gao Yuan was completely unaware of the identity of the person before him and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "I would like to discuss a matter with you," replied Qin Taijun. Gao Yuan instructed Zhang Bai to fetch the individual. Soon realizing that Qin Taijun was indeed an influential figure, as he was accompanied by several individuals, one of whom was the deputy mayor of Linzhou, albeit carrying bags at the rear. From a distance, Gao Yuan also spotted leaders from Jinghai County peering at him, but hesitating to approach. Gao Yuan discreetly commanded the robot to conduct a brief inquiry and immediately discerned the identity of the middle-aged man before him. Qin Taijun was the director of the Reform Committee of the Xia country. Gao Yuan understood that the emergence of the construction insect would inevitably attract attention from higher authorities, yet he never anticipated that a leader of such stature would personally visit. "Director Qin, it is an honor to have you here. Please, take a seat," Gao Yuan said, maintaining a composed demeanor. Qin Taijun scrutinized Gao Yuan. "You recognize me? I have seen you in the news." Gao Yuan replied nonchalantly, though he had not genuinely perused the news in quite some time. "Gao Yuan, it seems you are quite the innovator, having developed the lithography machine, and now the construction insect, and the temperature-regulating clothing. By the way, someone wishes to express their gratitude to you. Who might that be?" Gao Yuan inquired. "The National Fire Administration of Xia country. Your company, Blackfish Technology, is in contact with them regarding a donation of temperature-regulating clothing for firefighters nationwide, correct?" Gao Yuan smiled. "Indeed, however, mass production has yet to commence. We will need to wait a bit longer. I assure you that within a month, all donations will be fulfilled. There's no rush. I merely came to see you, to discern just how remarkable Gao Yuan truly is and how you have managed to produce so much groundbreaking technology. Director Qin, you flatter me. The credit belongs to the research team. I am merely the figurehead," Gao Yuan replied modestly. Qin Taijun, exuding an air of sophistication and calmness, continued, "Gao Yuan, I am here to discuss certain matters with you. Is it regarding the construction insect?" Gao Yuan queried. "That is a minor issue. Let us converse about the temperature-regulating clothing. Are the technologies pertaining to the coating, the embedded variable battery, and the chip all developed by your team?" Gao Yuan was taken aback. He had not scrutinized the temperature-regulating clothing closely, as it was rather commonplace in the future world and not favored by the lower strata of society. Little did he know that so much advanced technology was embedded within it, and importantly, that the state had recognized it. However, how could someone from the Reform Committee possess such technical knowledge? Noticing Gao Yuan's astonishment, Qin Taijun extended his hand in reassurance. "Each of these technologies is revolutionary. Yet you have seamlessly integrated them into a single garment. I do not mean to imply that the temperature-regulating clothing is lacking. In fact, it is exceptional. If promoted widely, it could eliminate the extremes of cold and heat. However, there is even more potential to be unlocked." "More potential?" Gao Yuan regarded Qin Taijun intently. "Director Qin, these technologies are inconsequential. Our company, Blackfish Technology, harbors no such grand ambitions." Hearing this, Qin Taijun laughed. "No grand ambitions? The coating on the temperature-regulating clothing has the potential to revolutionize current renewable energy technologies. The battery could transform the global battery landscape. And regarding the chip, your lithography machine has not gone unnoticed by the state. You are merely downplaying your capabilities. Now, with the construction insect, you claim Blackfish Technology lacks ambition? Moreover, your forthcoming ventures are in smart devices, correct? A new type of smartphone." Gao Yuan was taken aback. Indeed, it seemed that ordinary individuals had no secrets when it came to the scrutiny of the state. Gao Yuan forced a smile. "Director Qin, you must have reviewed my profile. I do not come from a technical background. I am aware, yet the robots under your command are indeed of a technical nature." These words sent a chill down Gao Yuan's spine. Robots? How could Qin Taijun discern that those around him were robots? What other secrets does the nation hold? Surely, they cannot be aware of the time-space gate as well? Gao Yuan stared at Qin Taijun, astonished. "What else do you know?" "I know you have developed genuine artificial intelligence. These technologies are but a drop in the ocean. New advancements will continually emerge from the research of artificial intelligence, correct? All right, I am not here to expose you. I merely wish to discuss a collaboration. Some technologies are rather sensitive. I was approached by higher-ups prior to my visit. Higher-ups? Gao Yuan was taken aback. Given that Qin Taijun was a head of a ministry, the higher-ups he referred to were indeed significant. Essentially, it meant that the technology in your possession must not be leaked. Understand? At least for the next decade, it should remain confidential. You may utilize it yourself or sell products, but the technology must not be sold. Understood. Moreover, the technology of the building worm hinges upon gene editing and bioquantum computing systems, does it not? Qin Taijun inquired. Gao Yuan retorted, Director Qin, you are not merely the head of the Reform Commission on the surface. You must be the president of the Academy of Sciences, right? Qin Taijun laughed. You're quite astute. I also bring you good news. What is it? 2 distinguished appointments that you may find useful in the future. The higher-ups initially intended to send someone to protect you, but feared you might misinterpret it. Moreover, with your robots, your safety should be assured. Gao Yuan asked, what appointments? Why the need to protect me? What do you think? Qin Taijun glared at Gao Yuan. You are now a fountain of new technology. Protecting you is only natural. Gao Yuan was genuinely taken aback. It appeared that this visit was not solely Qin Taijun's initiative, but rather a decision made after comprehensive considerations by the higher-ups. Gao Yuan accepted the 2 documents handed to him by Qin Taijun. The first bore the emblem of the Academy of Sciences, listing his position as Chief Scientific Advisor. The second document was from the School of Science and Technology at Qingjing University, designating him as Honorary Dean. Gao Yuan scrutinized the documents. Director Qin, these cannot be fake, can they? Would I provide you with forgeries? Gao Yuan certainly did not suspect their authenticity, but did such special appointments no longer require personal attendance? Director, I need to report to work, will I? You need not report to work. However, if you wish to, they would certainly welcome you. This was initiated by the upper echelons of the Academy of Sciences and Qingjing University, seeking your expertise. Do not overthink it. Now, about the building worm technology, please hand it over. Gao Yuan was taken aback. Director Qin, are you serious? Not only have you bestowed upon me 2 positions without salary, but you also wish to take my technology? Surely, some supportive policies or interest-free loans should accompany this. What policies do you require for this technology? Are you lacking in cash flow? Nonetheless, you are correct. If I do not offer you something in return, I would appear rather domineering. Henceforth, I see that you are quite content here, so I will allocate the entire Daqing Mountain range, extending 300 miles, exclusively to you. The building worm is of great national significance. Remember, it must never be leaked, especially the control systems. Gao Yuan was still reeling from the shock of the special allocation of Daqing Mountain. Director, the entire Daqing? 300 miles. What's the matter? Afraid to accept? Of course not. After Qin Taijun's departure, Gao Yuan meticulously organized his documents, uncertain of when they might come in handy. At that moment, Pan Bai found himself in a predicament. With a reputation already tarnished, he had intended to leverage Gao Yuan's straightforward persona to regain favor, but was instead blindsided by Gao Yuan's unexpected revelation. The emergence of the construction bug rendered any attempts at retaliation futile. It was indeed the real deal, an impressive feat. Pan Bai sat in his office, utterly bewildered. He contemplated hiring online trolls to discredit the live video, but such an overtly malicious tactic seemed juvenile. With prominent figures like Wang Dalin, Lei Jianjun, and Su Dahing present, questioning the authenticity would imply their complicity in Gao Yuan's orchestrated publicity. Previously, Pan Bai had been Gao Yuan's landlord, which granted him a psychological edge. Yet, in the face of Wang Dalin, he felt diminished. Aware of his blunder, he chose to retreat like a turtle, allowing others to voice their opinions, whether in criticism or mockery, while he remained silent and hidden at home. A week later, the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park was completed. Spanning 10,000 acres, the park's inauguration attracted numerous local leaders and business magnates, all present to celebrate with Gao Yuan. However, to Gao Yuan's surprise, there were also several uninvited guests. The technical advisor from Beautiful Nation Intel, the president of the Daqing district from Member Electric, and the executive president of the Daqing district from 9 Stars were among the high-profile attendees. Almost every leading executive from the global semiconductor industry was there. Recently, Rumors had circulated that Xia country possessed a mature 5 nanometers lithography machine, which these executives had dismissed with skepticism. When Xia held a press conference, they were filled with doubt. Now, with Xia's high-end chips being self-sufficient and the flagship device for the latter half of the year featuring the Qinglong A9000 chip, their disbelief began to wane. Intrigued, they sought to witness firsthand the company behind the lithography machine, coinciding perfectly with the inauguration of the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park. Upon arriving at the technology park, the executive from beautiful nation Intel, BIC, gazed in awe at the sprawling complex. It was truly hard to believe that just a week prior, this area was nothing but a rural village and wasteland. Indeed, it was remarkable. Initially, I thought the videos were mere animations, but after seeing multiple versions, I realized they were authentic. Gao is a magnificent scientist. I was skeptical about such extraordinary construction technology, and lithography machines seemed inconsequential. The president of Member Electric's Daxia district expressed grave concern. We must thwart Gao Yuan. Otherwise, our market will be entirely overtaken by Xia nationals. A 9-stars executive countered. That may apply to you, but our business is extensive, and the impact on us is minimal. Chapter 46. Counter-sanction. When Gao Yuan encountered these individuals, he chose to ignore them completely. Since they had come of their own accord, he considered his silence a gesture of hospitality. As for the reception, do not dwell on it. Gao Yuan had never intended to be so ostentatious, yet President Xia Wei and Zhou Lei insisted on coming to offer their congratulations, even posting celebratory messages on social media, which prompted other notable figures to join. Consequently, the crowd grew increasingly larger, and Bai Moyu was even conscripted by Gao Yuan to temporarily serve as an attendant for Heiyu Technology. Ever since Qin Taijun astutely pointed out that Gao Yuan was surrounded by robots, Gao Yuan became more cautious about their usage. He was baffled by how Qin Taijun had discovered this, though he was certain there must be some flaw. The most glaring imperfection was that these robots appeared too flawless, coupled with the fact that the household registration system showed no record of them. As for their exterior, body temperature, and movements, Gao Yuan found it difficult to distinguish them. After a tumultuous day, just as Gao Yuan was about to rest, he noticed Zhang Bai approaching with an irate expression. Old Gao, these individuals are utterly unscrupulous. They attended our ribbon-cutting ceremony today, and I was still under the impression that guests should be treated with courtesy, even arranging for staff to provide them with bread and water. That was your folly. I told you not to mind them. Zhang Bai looked exasperated. Indeed, it was my folly. Those people went home and issued a joint statement accusing us at Heiyu Technology of stealing their technology. Now, the International Semiconductor Industry Association intends to blacklist us. Gao Yuan was taken aback. Blacklist? I had no intention of pursuing that. Since they have raised the issue, why not blacklist the traditional foreign semiconductor industry instead? Zhang Bai took a moment to respond. President Gao, that's quite audacious. Currently, the production line for the 3D virtual interactive communication wristbands at the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park was fully installed and ready for production. Gao Yuan intended to venture into the future world to procure several temperature-controlled garment production lines, having originally not planned to manufacture chips. However, now that someone sought to blacklist him and slander his name for theft of technology, it was intolerable. If they blacklist us, we shall do the same to them. Old Zhang, the industrial park has plenty of vacant factory space. Shall we proceed to produce chips and teach those foreign semiconductor industries a lesson? Zhang Bai expressed concern. What if our chips do not sell? Why must we sell them abroad? Let's cater to domestic manufacturers and let Jia Yi and his team design high-performance chips. We can offer them at a price 50 lower than the international market, directly impacting their smart device market. Zhang Bai remained skeptical. What if they prohibit domestic products? Gao Yuan bestowed a knowing smile. Are you suggesting we adopt isolationist policies? When Xiaogua's technology surpasses theirs, the more they restrict, the further behind they will fall. This strategy was employed by the Qing dynasty, and the outcome was evident. Zhang Bai appeared momentarily stunned, as if he began to comprehend the rationale. Gao Yuan then made his way to the backyard, where a massive warehouse had sprouted at the foot of the hill. He crossed through the time portal to arrive at the 2024 clubhouse. Upon seeing him, Lin Nanwu excitedly rushed over, linking her arm with his. Sir, can you guess how many members we currently have? 3,000. Gao Yuan guessed casually. Lin Nanwu looked astonished. Sir, you already know? However, Lin Nanwu's expression soon shifted. Sir, Our club has collected over 200 billion in membership fees alone, and with the income from our facilities, our account has now surpassed 500 billion. 500 billion? Gao Yuan felt no surprise. The 2024 club, with the passage of time, would only become increasingly prestigious, as the experiences it offered were truly unparalleled in this world. The mere cultivation of soil exceeded the imagination of ordinary individuals. In the future world, the population was concentrated in a few major cities. While other regions were largely afflicted by nuclear radiation, these cities had established magnetic barriers on their peripheries to absorb radiation. For centuries, every exposed surface within the cities had been harvested, and now, the entire urban expanse was encased beneath thick concrete, reaching depths of 10 meters, all to prevent nuclear radiation from infiltrating through the subterranean water systems. The city's water supply was treated deep-sea water, processed through special methods. Gao Yuan had come to procure lithography machines and high-purity silicon crystal production lines. In this future world, such items were considered the most basic of necessities, requiring no formal tasks to acquire. He directly approached Li Qingmei. As she walked through the office area of the 2024 club, she was awestruck. Since entering the establishment, she had been overwhelmed by its grandeur. Gao Yuan truly belonged to the upper echelons. Otherwise, how could he orchestrate such a monumental endeavor? This meeting was entirely different from their previous encounters. Li Qingmei's demeanor was markedly humble. "Mr. Gao, you summoned me?" "Yes, I require some materials. Could you assist me with the procurement? I can offer a 30 premium over market price, along with 10 club points." Li Qingmei's face lit up with joy. What does Mr. Gao need to procure? "The lithography machine production line and the silicon crystal production line." "Is that all?" Li Qingmei asked, somewhat astonished. Gao Yuan regarded her thoughtfully. "Li, there are certain matters I must handle personally, as they may invite unnecessary complications." Li Qingmei's expression grew serious. "I understand. Very well. Proceed with the arrangements. You can directly approach Wang Yifei for the billing. I will ensure she settles it for you. By the way, our transaction must remain confidential, understood? You haven't seen me. Why is that? Do you really need to ask?" Li Qingmei quickly surmised the implications. These items were low-end products. Gao Yuan, after all, was a figure of the upper echelon. It was akin to a wealthy heir dining at a street vendor. He could do so, but if it became widely known, it would likely cause discontent among the elite. "I comprehend, Mr. Gao. I shall prepare at once." Gao Yuan settled in his office, perusing the news from the future world, his mind racing. The 2024 club was a veritable cash cow, destined to grow exponentially. By year's end, surpassing $1 trillion would be a certainty. With such a substantial amount of cash at hand, failing to circulate, it would constitute a tremendous waste. Money must be set in motion to generate wealth. In the short term, his acquisition of these low-end products would attract no attention, but over time, it would be impossible to conceal. Eventually, complications could arise, and Gao Yuan would find it difficult to explain himself. After all, in the future world, he held no real status. Even his current identity was fabricated. With wealth in hand, he sought to cultivate connections within the club to forge an identity for himself. Otherwise, this fictitious identity with its four-character name will inevitably be completely exploited. However, one must exercise caution in its utilization, should others discover the absence of any foundational basis. It would be akin to walking into a trap. Chapter 47. This is big data. Wherever there are people, there exists a world of intrigue. To engage in the manipulation of information, it is imperative to ascertain that the involved parties will not confront each other directly. If we fabricate a narrative only to find that two individuals are seated together, the situation would become quite awkward. Gao Yuan summoned Huang Fushan, who, having previously occupied a high-ranking position, possessed a keen intellect and an understanding of the intricacies of such circles. "Sister Shan, how have you been these days? Thanks to your esteemed kindness, I am currently thriving." Gao Yuan noted that Huang Fushan appeared vibrant and considerably rejuvenated. In a future where the average lifespan extends to 200 years, her 40s still render her youthful. Yet, her previous struggles in life, having been acquainted with the lifestyle of the elite, made it impossible for her to settle into a mere existence of mediocrity. Such individuals often endure the most hardship. Thus, the 40-something Huang Fushan bore the semblance of a middle-aged woman. But since the opening of the 2024 club, her role as the general manager had swiftly elevated her status. Previously, even if Huang Fushan had not fallen from grace, she would have been someone to whom others looked up. Now, however, Many were approaching her with an air of deference, often bringing small gifts as tokens of esteem. Indeed, she was flourishing. "That is splendid, Sister Shan. I require your assistance. Please, do speak." Gao Yuan gazed into her eyes, affirming her trustworthiness. While such matters could be delegated to robots, the nuances of analysis and adaptability were beyond their capabilities. Gao Yuan intended to employ a dual approach, coordinating both Huang Fushan and robotic assistance to ensure accountability and verify her honesty. "Sister Shan, I need you to observe the club members over the next few days. Identify those who shared genuine camaraderie, those who are merely superficial acquaintances, and those who are quite evidently at odds." Huang Fushan nodded. "Sir, should we install cameras in the venue?" Gao Yuan shook his head. "No, absolutely not. Each setting must remain a private space. This is non-negotiable. Our lobby and hallways already have cameras, which is sufficient. We are an upscale establishment. If hidden cameras were discovered, our reputation would be tarnished. We are not here to pry into their secrets. We merely seek to understand some interpersonal dynamics. Dislike for someone cannot be concealed." Huang Fushan visibly relaxed, relieved that Gao Yuan was not being reckless. These individuals were the elite of the elite, and the 2024 club, as the venue provider, had to maintain transparency in all dealings. For instance, although more advanced invisible photon cameras were available, Gao Yuan opted for the most rudimentary optical cameras in the lobby, thereby demonstrating the club's commitment to honesty. Among the powerful, the greatest taboo is the leakage of confidential information. Gao Yuan, understanding this psychology, crafted a private space for them. As these magnates grew accustomed to the 2024 club, it might eventually become their chosen venue for negotiations. As one indulges in leisure, gathering information and engaging in discussions, there is no concern of an inadvertent remark being leaked. It is truly splendid. Beyond merely understanding the factions of these influential figures, Gao Yuan has also compiled the information of members who enter beyond the 18th level daily and entrusted it to a robot for analysis. The higher the probability of members entering the same venue, the more likely they share similar tastes. The 18th level is exclusively accessible to gold and diamond members, who are indeed the true elites, and their numbers are few, facilitating analysis. Gao Yuan instructed the robot to create an analytical chart. The current sensation mirrors the thrill of entrepreneurial ventures in the realm of big data, predicting preferences and dislikes, and mapping out relational trees for each member. Some members, bonded by friendship, may attend together, while others, despite being mere acquaintances, may not engage in the same venue even when coinciding. Additionally, by analyzing the timing of each member's arrival and their duration of stay at the club, one can discern their level of busyness. If the elites are preoccupied, it indicates that some, despite their high status, wield little power. For instance, Qin Gang has been spending nearly all his time at the club, not returning home. Gao Yuan aims to solidify his seemingly tenuous foundation by transforming these members into steadfast supporters. Although they outwardly display support, it remains superficial. Should they discover his lack of substance, the club could swiftly change hands. No one has taken action, primarily due to their ignorance of Gao Yuan's true nature. They have traced the club's ownership to Gao Yuan, a name he acquired temporarily, which leads them to suspect a powerful family is behind him, viewing him merely as a pawn, or possibly a mere fabrication. Gao Yuan conceals his identity and refrains from public activities for this very reason. The elites are aware of his existence and can trace him, yet they perceive him as nothing more than a marionette. Since the members are not a cohesive unit, they do not communicate closely, granting Gao Yuan the space to remain hidden. He now seeks to establish a genuine identity, maintaining connections with various factions, so that even if they discover he lacks backing, they would hesitate to act against him, as they all share mutual interests. While investigations are necessary, Gao Yuan is astute enough to avoid prying into personal matters or resorting to installing surveillance devices. Such actions would be tantamount to courting disaster. Provoking a powerful figure could lead to a crushing downfall. The current arrangement is satisfactory. Gao Yuan requires time to await results and to gather further information, perfecting the plans in his mind. After concluding his thoughts, he looked at Huang Fushan and stated, "Sister Shan, please pay attention to any shops or land for sale within a 10-kilometer radius of our club. Acquire them all." Huang Fushan did not inquire about Gao Yuan's intentions, but simply nodded, understood. With the tasks assigned, Gao Yuan proceeded to the warehouse, where a multitude of robots awaited. along with the supplies previously sent by Li Qingmei and Qin Magutan. The Muzha Technology Park has been completed and now directly connects to the warehouse in his backyard. Gao Yuan directed the robots to transfer the supplies into the physical realm. Previously, Li Qingmei possessed a lithography machine production line, albeit only 10 units. Gao Yuan, aspiring to market chips globally, required additional lithography machines, thus placing another order with Li Qingmei. In addition to the lithography production line, there was also an established wrist device production line, along with a smart robot production line and a space tourism bus production line. The physical space tourism bus, comparable in size to a large passenger aircraft, momentarily caused Gao Yuan to hesitate. He decided to leave these conspicuous items in the future world for the time being, as bringing them back now would attract undue attention, even if stored in a warehouse. Instead, he opted to return with silicon wafers of 100 purity, as he was soon to confront the International Semiconductor Association in a battle against dumping. Chapter 48. Brainwave Manipulation. Moreover, Gao Yuan acquired 100 finished wrist devices, instructing the robots to erase the existing logos and replace them with that of Blackfish technology. Once everything was settled, Gao Yuan returned to the real world. At that moment, Zhang Bai was overseeing Jia Shiwu and Jia Shilu as they trained the newly hired employees. In truth, only a few workers were necessary. Those recruited from Muzha and Lihua village were primarily tasked with cleaning, transporting, and performing minor duties in the workshop. Even for security, Gao Yuan did not trust the locals, deeming their role too critical. Seeing Gao Yuan's arrival, Zhang Bai approached him and offered a cigarette. "Old Gao, when do we start the work?" "No rush. How many people have you hired?" "A total of 300. Let us recruit a few more forklift operators and loaders. By the way, in the South District 1 factory, I plan to produce chips. In South District 2, we'll manufacture temperature-regulated clothing. Please arrange for the equipment to be moved from the warehouse and installed. Remember to have Jia Yi and Jia Air supervise. Don't attempt to install it yourself." Zhang Bai rolled his eyes. "Do I need to remind you? By the way, what is happening with the movie? The film company is anxious and has been inquiring again. Tell them to reach out to Universal Cinema. I've already spoken to Wang Daling." "Really? Great." With less than 20 days until the 11th, the staff at Salmon Film were vigorously promoting. After receiving Zhang Bai's call, Yu Minglong, still somewhat skeptical, reached out to Universal Cinema. And upon learning that the film was produced by a subsidiary of Blackfish Technology, they readily promised a 25 screening allocation. This news delighted Yu Minglong and his colleagues, alleviating a significant burden from their shoulders. One colleague promptly drafted a contract and rushed to Qingjing to sign an exclusive distribution agreement with Universal. Meanwhile, Yu Minglong posted the first trailer on the official account of Salmon Film. To his surprise, shortly after posting, he discovered that Wang Daling had even shared it. Although nothing substantial came of it, Wang Daling's prominence was undeniable. Soon, various media outlets picked up on the news. Wang Daling likes a sci-fi film produced by Blackfish Technology. Gao Yuan has ventured into filmmaking, and the trailer is explosive. Watching the preview, Salmon Technology's Earth Rescue undoubtedly boasts the finest special effects in domestic cinema. Initially, Salmon Technology had only a few hundred followers, remaining relatively obscure. However, after a single retweet by Wang Daling, it swiftly garnered significant attention. The 3-minute trailer for Earth Rescue showcases grand visuals, opening with the sun being consumed by a black hole. Just before the planets of the solar system are engulfed, the black hole vanishes, prompting the planets to scatter in different directions. The scene shifts to Earth, plunged into eternal darkness, where artificial lights flicker sporadically. Humanity discovers that the entire planet has been encased in ice. Once familiar metropolises have transformed into kingdoms of snow, with flora withering and fauna lying lifeless across the landscape. The camera transitions to colossal machinery laboring on the surface, where the protagonist, filled with determination, declares, "We have 3 months. We must construct 1,000 underground cities." The immense machines bore into the ground, excavating 5,000-meter-deep shafts, supported by innovative materials to sustain the underground cities. However, time is of the essence, and the surface has become uninhabitable. Suddenly, a massive missile is launched toward Jupiter, as Earth and Jupiter are aligned in their escape trajectories, with Jupiter being closest to Earth. Even in the absence of sunlight, the vastness of Jupiter is visible against the starry backdrop. Upon entering Jupiter, the planet begins to contract and collapse, leading to a miraculous event. As its density surges, nuclear fusion ignites within, transforming Jupiter into a temporary star. The ice and snow on Earth begin to melt, reviving life. Humanity glimpses the light once more, albeit in an orange hue. As the trailer concludes, the screen fades to black, revealing a caption, "On October 1st. Join us in saving the Earth." The closing scenes depict a thriving underground city. Meanwhile, the interior of Jupiter undergoes drastic changes, hinting at impending explosions. Lu Liang, an ardent enthusiast of science fiction films, found himself exhilarated after watching the Earth Rescue trailer. The film promised an extraordinary experience, leaving viewers in suspense about the protagonist's identity. As only their silhouette is shown, Lu promptly shared the trailer on his Douyin account, soon realizing that a multitude of others were also sharing or editing it. Captivated by the breathtaking and immersive scenes. Remarkably, Earth Rescue ascended to 5th place on Tomato Network's list of most anticipated films for the National Day holiday. Despite previously being relatively unnoticed. Compared to other films, it had lacked presence, offering only text and posters, leaving audiences in the dark about its content. Sci-fi enthusiasts were immediately drawn in upon their first glimpse of the trailer. Many expressed that even if all the spectacular scenes were revealed in the trailer, it would still be worth the price of admission. Furthermore, it is rumored that Earth Rescue will be presented in 3D, promising an astonishing visual experience. During the rapid fermentation of the Earth Rescue project, Gao Yuan, the producer, director, and lead actor, convened the inaugural mobilization meeting at the Blackfish Technology Park. At this moment, the executives present included Zhang Bai, the vice president, Lin Mei, the design director, and the newly appointed general manager of Catfish Intelligent Devices, Su Lin. Su Lin, a seasoned manager who was previously poached from Guiyang by Zhang Bai at a handsome salary, joined the ranks of Blackfish Technology's leadership. Given that the meeting primarily pertained to product production and sales promotion, it bore no relevance to salmon film and television, thus no representatives from that sector were in attendance. Gao Yuan glanced at the 3 solitary figures in the expansive conference room and chuckled lightly. Now that we are all present, let us commence our meeting. The Blackfish Technology Industrial Park has been completed and is ready for production. However, our previous wrist device project has been temporarily halted. Zhang Bai understood the rationale behind Gao Yuan's decision, stemming from the International Semiconductor Association's embargo against Blackfish Technology, which had provoked Gao Yuan's ire. Yet, Su Lin remained perplexed and inquired, "Gao, why is that? Didn't we just finalize the adjustments to the wrist device's production line?" Gao Yuan nodded, "Indeed. But the wrist device still possesses certain flaws that our technical team is diligently addressing. Our primary objective at this stage is to manufacture chips and market them. The team led by Jia Yi is ready to design new chip architectures for you. Our photolithography machines for chip production have been upgraded to the 20th version, capable of producing 2 nanometers and 1 nanometer chips at any moment." Su Lin had yet to respond when Gao Yuan continued. "However, Su, preparations for the wrist device's launch can proceed. Concept posters can also be released. I'm sure you can coordinate with the Jia team for that. Now, let us discuss the situation regarding the chips. Currently, high-end chips are exorbitantly priced, and due to various reasons, there is a global shortage of chips. For instance, the foundries for semiconductor manufacturing are booked for 3 years ahead. Our plan is straightforward: to flood the global market with high-performance chips at competitive prices. So, you can first capture the domestic market while simultaneously exploring international opportunities. Proactively reach out to major chip consumers. We must ensure that our prices are 50 lower for chips of equivalent performance. And our chips should exhibit 50 better performance at the same price point." Su Lin paused momentarily. "Gao, this. Rest assured, it will be fine. I have faith in our research and development team." Su Lin nodded, having never engaged in such a product before, truly offering exceptional quality at a reasonable price. At that juncture, Zhang Bai interjected, "Lao Gao, do we need to inform Xiaowei about this? His chip factory in the Muzha development zone hasn't even commenced construction. Is it prudent to sell chips globally before that?" Gao Yuan hesitated briefly. "Let me have a word with Zhou Lei. Su, you will oversee the sales. We must capture the global chip market within 2 years. I wish to witness the demise of those chip manufacturers." Su Lin pondered. What if they also lowered their prices? Gao Yuan chuckled. "If they reduce their prices slightly, it will not affect us. If they slash their prices significantly, I wonder how long they can endure. Now, go ahead and install and debug the equipment. By the way, we have also commenced small-scale production of the constant temperature garments. The first batch will be donated to the fire brigade. Understood, Gao? Gao Yuan returned to the backyard, where the room had recently undergone renovations. While its exterior did not impress, the interior was rather comfortable. He dialed Zhou Lei's number. Mr. Zhou, would you be interested in visiting Muzha? I have something intriguing to show you. Zhou Lei, having just concluded a meeting, was filled with ambition. Xiao Wei had now developed self-produced chips and was poised to make significant strides. The stability of self-manufactured chip production, coupled with their superior performance and reduced costs, positioned Xiao Wei to expand its smartphone production and reclaim market share lost over the past 2 years. Furthermore, employing high-performance chips in electric vehicles would enhance the value of Xiao Wei's intelligent driving technology, further solidifying its lead. When Zhou Lei received Gao Yuan's call, he was somewhat surprised but promptly made his way to Muzha. By the time he arrived, night had fallen. Gao Yuan instructed Dan Dan and Mei Mei to prepare a hot pot, and they sat face to face. After their meal, Gao Yuan asked Dan Dan to bring out 2 boxes. Zhou Lei remained composed, refraining from discussing any work-related matters during dinner. Gao Yuan handed Zhou Lei one of the boxes. Mr. Zhou, this is a gift for you. Zhou Lei, taken aback, inquired, what is it? Open it and see. Gao Yuan replied. As Zhou Lei opened the box, he found a wristband-like device. What is this? He asked. This is our Black Fish Technologies' future flagship product. A finished prototype from the lab, known as the wrist machine. Zhou Lei examined the wrist machine closely. Its casing was made of a lightweight metal with a smooth texture. Apart from the Black Fish Technology logo, it bore no buttons or screens. Zhou Lei looked at Gao Yuan and asked, General Gao, what exactly is the wrist machine? The full name is the 3D Intelligent Interactive Communication Device. You could think of it as the future of smartphones, requiring no hands to operate. It can be worn like a wristband, with no buttons and an integrated shell design. But General Gao, how does one use it? There are no screens or buttons. Zhou Lei's face revealed his confusion. Although he was familiar with smartphones, he had never encountered one like this. Gao Yuan pointed to his head, through brainwaves. In other words, you can operate it simply by thinking. Zhou Lei appeared bewildered. Brainwaves? While there had been news about brain-machine interfaces abroad, practical application was still a long way off. Yet here was Gao Yuan presenting a smartphone operable by brainwaves? Yes, Mr. Zhou, let me demonstrate. Gao Yuan took another wrist machine in hand. To activate it, one must grip it firmly. The surface of the device is made of a thermosensitive material that detects human presence and activates accordingly. Just as he spoke, a faint click signaled the activation of the wrist machine in his hand. He donned it on his wrist, and the clasp automatically closed. Once secured, the wrist machine appeared seamless, leaving no visible traces. Once worn, it began to detect brain waves through the pulse at the wrist. As you can see, when fully activated, the wrist machine changes color. It is white when inactive and turns gold upon activation. When the wrist machine shines in gold, it signifies that it is ready for use. Gao Yuan showcased his own wrist machine. Now transformed into a resplendent golden hue, the wrist device can seamlessly bind to a mobile SIM card without the need for installation. One merely needs to extract the SIM card and place it atop the wrist device. There are 2 methods of operation. One is through complete brainwave control, while the other involves using brainwaves to summon the interface. After articulating this, Gao Yuan fell silent for a moment, and suddenly, a luminous screen materialized in the air before him, revealing a complete interface. With a mere touch of his finger in the air, corresponding changes appeared on the screen. Gao Yuan navigated to the settings to bind the SIM card, took out his phone, extracted the SIM, and placed it on the wrist device. 3 seconds later, a beep echoed. Without hesitation, Gao Yuan snapped the SIM card in half and discarded it, then closed the operation interface. He glanced at Zhou Lei, who soon received a call on his phone. Indeed, it was Gao Yuan calling. Zhou Lei, filled with skepticism, answered hello. Gao Yuan responded with a hello as well. Zhou Lei heard Gao Yuan's voice, which was slightly delayed by about 0.5 seconds, creating an echo-like effect. Zhou Lei was utterly astonished, exclaiming, "What kind of black technology is this? This is astonishing." But it did not end there. Gao Yuan summoned the call interface using brainwaves, and a virtual 3D image materialized before him, less than 2 meters away. Zhou Lei was dumbfounded, as his own virtual likeness appeared in front of Gao Yuan. Any movement he made was mirrored by the virtual image, and when he spoke, the virtual figure echoed his words. Zhou Lei was engulfed in immense panic and shock. Pondering the implications of such black technology, was this an affront to the natural order? What did Gao Yuan intend to convey with this? If wrist devices were to be mass-produced, what place would ordinary smartphones hold? However, Zhou Lei quickly adjusted his mindset. While the wrist device was remarkable, creating a comprehensive ecosystem would not be an easy feat yet. Gao Yuan continued to elaborate. The wrist device is an ultra-intelligent system, capable of integrating with Android, iOS, and various computer applications. As he spoke, Gao Yuan began to manipulate the screen before him. Zhou Lei witnessed Gao Yuan open a video application, randomly select a film, and instantly, the screen displayed the movie. Returning to his seat, Gao Yuan adjusted the size of the screen using brainwaves, both near and far. Zhou Lei was left in a state of disbelief, slumped in his chair. Although mobile services were not Xiao Wei's primary venture, they had the most significant impact. Even 5G paled in comparison to the influence of smartphones in the minds of ordinary users. Furthermore, should the wrist device gain widespread adoption, it could likely give rise to an entirely new ecosystem revolving around it. Zhou Lei was stunned for quite some time before regaining his composure. A pressing question emerged in his mind. Gao, if people are still unaccustomed to using brainwaves, wouldn't such operations risk exposing their privacy? That is not the case. You can choose to conceal the interface from third parties. As Gao Yuan spoke, the space in front of him suddenly cleared. Yet, he continued to interact with the interface with great enthusiasm, his fingers dancing as he operated it, creating an odd spectacle that might appear eccentric to an onlooker. Gao Yuan turned to Zhou Lei and remarked, in truth, one only needs to master two actions for brainwave operation: summoning the light interface and concealing it from third parties. Following the closure, you may manually try it out yourself. It is quite simple. Zhou Lei took a deep breath. He certainly wanted to give it a go. Adopting Gao Yuan's method, he activated the wrist device, linked it to his phone, brought up the interface, and connected to Wi-Fi. He watched films, played games, listened to music, and made calls, experiencing each function in turn. The more he explored, the more astonished he became, questioning himself whether he could possibly resist purchasing such a phone if it were available on the market. The answer was undeniable. He simply could not resist. It was too advanced. This was akin to science fiction manifesting into reality. Mr. Gao, how does one charge the wrist device? I haven't noticed any charging port. What is the battery life? Such a luminous screen must consume a considerable amount of power, right? Gao Yuan took the box and replied, Mr. Zhou, take a look below. Is there not a base dock? He then retrieved the dock from the wrist device's box, placed it on the table, and took out a small plug from beneath the dock, connecting this plug to the power socket. Mr. Zhou, this allows for charging. Generally, if used for regular calls, it can last a week. If used for entertainment frequently, it can function for 72 hours. As long as the base is connected to power. Within a distance of 500 meters, it can charge automatically whenever the battery is below 50. Zhou Lei gazed at the small plug connected to the socket, puzzled. What is the principle behind this? The base has a wireless current transmitter, allowing the wrist device to receive power within a certain range. Thus, once plugged in, it charges automatically. Zhou Lei was now utterly astounded. With each feature showcased, he felt the demise of traditional smartphones drawing ever closer. It was a comprehensive obliteration, leaving no room for survival. At this moment, Gao Yuan turned to Zhou Lei and inquired, What do you think of our wrist device? Zhou Lei sincerely gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Incredible. This will indeed render traditional smartphones obsolete, just as smartphones once replaced non-smart devices. Zhou Lei had envisioned a day when smartphones would be surpassed, yet he had not anticipated it would arrive so swiftly. Gao Yuan then blew gently on the wrist device, causing the clasp to open with a click, and he held it in his hand. Mr. Zhou, this wrist device is a gift for you. Zhou Lei's expression turned somber. Mr. Gao, have you summoned me merely to inform me that the traditional smartphone industry is doomed? Gao Yuan nodded. Indeed, but the wrist device will not be released immediately. Xiao Wei still has time. All I can say is that within 2 years, Xiao Wei will entirely cease traditional mobile phone operations. We are beginning to clear inventory now, including chips. What about the chips? Zhou Lei inquired. You are aware that our black fish technology has been blacklisted by the international semiconductor industry. Zhou Lei empathized deeply, as Xiao Wei had previously faced similar unfair treatment. Mr. Gao, do not be disheartened. However, with the strength of black fish technology, it should not significantly affect you. True. But they have provoked me, and thus I shall retaliate against them. Who are they? Zhou Lei asked. The international semiconductor industry. Zhou Lei had encountered an overwhelming amount of shock today, yet this revelation left him momentarily speechless. The mindset of exceptional individuals is indeed different. While Xiao Wei faced a ban and sought breakthroughs towards self-sufficiency, Gao Yuan, faced with a blockade, aimed to retaliate against his adversaries. However, upon reflection, Zhou Lei realized that Gao Yuan genuinely possessed the capability to accomplish this. Mr. Gao, your assertiveness is truly remarkable, Zhou Lei expressed with genuine admiration. I am grateful for the gift from General Gao, though it was unexpectedly surprising. It serves as a stark reminder of the impending demise of traditional smartphones. Although Zhou Lei expressed a sense of despair in his words, his gratitude was genuine. After all, who among the competitors would openly announce their intention to disrupt the industry in prompt preparations? Prior to today, Zhou Lei had contemplated expanding production capacity and distributing products globally to reclaim lost ground. Had he pursued that course, the emergence of the smartwatch could have inflicted substantial losses on Shiwei. While the shift is undeniably challenging, it is far preferable to being blindsided in the future. Gao Yuan smiled, stating there was no need for thanks, as the smartwatch is not yet in mass production. Moreover, his meeting with Zhou was not solely about the smartwatch. Rather, he intended to discuss collaboration in chip production. Zhou Lei had long harbored a desire to partner with Gao Yuan in the realm of chip manufacturing, but had encountered reluctance on Gao's part. Unexpectedly, the opportunity now presented itself, yet Zhou felt a lack of exhilaration, instead sensing a hint of desperate madness. How does General Gao envision this collaboration? Zhou inquired. Our Heiyu technology will provide Shiwei with an additional 200 units of 3nm photolithography machines. While Shiwei will cooperate with us to lower costs, enhance quality, and flood the market, Gao Yuan explained. You could certainly manage this independently, Zhou asserted. Indeed, we could. But our resources are finite. We must also focus on producing more advanced nodes, such as 2nm or even 1nm. As you are aware, once the smartwatch is launched, demand for these chips will significantly diminish. We prefer to conserve our energy, and even if Shiwei expands production, once smartphones become obsolete, there will still be demand in computers, automobiles, and smart homes. This represents a long-term venture, which is not our primary aim at Heiyu Technology. Zhou comprehended the implications. High-end chips would eventually become redundant as smartphones fade from the market. Even as automobiles and smart homes reach their pinnacle, 3nm chips will suffice, rendering the need for more advanced technology unnecessary. Gao Yuan's strategy appeared to dismiss the chip industry as a mere sideline. Opting to separate the chip business, Shiwei would manufacture 3nm chips, directly targeting the international market, while Heiyu would produce higher-end chips. The two companies could collaborate to dismantle international chip enterprises, and once the smartwatch debuts, Gao Yuan could retreat unscathed, allowing Shiwei to monopolize the chip market, while he retains complete control over the smartwatch. This could also be perceived as a consolation for Shiwei in the aftermath of losing the mobile business. Undoubtedly, the chip market is not as expansive as the smartphone market, yet it boasts greater profitability, especially when monopolized, an enticing prospect indeed. This plan is exceedingly ruthless. Presently, the global chip market considers 5nm to be cutting-edge technology, with higher processes being somewhat superfluous. However, if Heiyu's 3nm chips are priced comparably to competitors' 5nm and Intel's 7nm offerings, the advantage becomes clear. Given Gao Yuan's track record, it is reasonable to assume their chip design technology is superior, as evidenced by the smartwatch's impressive capabilities. A device that boasts enhanced performance with a smaller process at the same price is an obvious choice for consumers. Capital seeks profit, and should all manufacturers adopt Heiyu's chips, the only outcome for other international chip firms would be closure. At this moment, Gao Yuan unveiled the wrist-mounted device, sending shockwaves through the global smartphone industry, as many manufacturers, having just expanded their production capacities due to enhanced performance and reduced chip prices, found themselves in a dire predicament. What they had once perceived as a close ally, Gao Yuan, unexpectedly launched this revolutionary wrist device, leading to the downfall of all traditional smartphones. The choices laid before the manufacturers were stark: either transform or await their demise. Zhou Lei gazed at Gao Yuan, his expression laden with meaning. Mr. Gao, Xiagua is currently the world's largest smartphone producer. Should the wrist device emerge, the ramifications would be monumental. Gao Yuan comprehended the weight of this statement. The wrist device would indeed dismantle numerous smartphone manufacturers and OEMs. The crux of the matter lay in their resolve, and Zhou suggested they should strategically pivot towards smart home technology. Although groundwork had been laid in smart home systems, widespread adoption remained low, thus presenting significant potential. The following morning, while many netizens were still asleep, an uproar erupted online as Hayu Technology declared war on the international semiconductor industry. Initially perceived as a mere jest, the situation escalated when Xiaowei emerged to not only support Hayu Technology, but also announced that they were open for online orders, intending to sell the Qinglong A9000 chip globally. More chip variants were on the horizon. Early in the day, Lei Jianjun was preparing for a meeting when he noted the developments involving Xiaowei and Hayu Technology, prompting a surge of inspiration. He immediately instructed his assistant to cancel the meeting and reach out to Zhou Lei, expressing his desire for a conversation. Lei Jianjun's keen intuition suggested that Xiaowei and Hayu must have forged a significant agreement, hinting at impending upheaval within the industry. He felt compelled to personally intervene to devise future strategies. By afternoon, Daqing Technology unveiled its plans for the upcoming months, announcing a halt on importing foreign chips, opting instead for the Qinglong and Catfish chips, the latter being a premium chip produced by Catfish Smart Devices under Hayu Technology. Following suit were brands like Popo and Vivi, driven by the simple allure of affordability and quality. In a single day, the entirety of Xiaogui's smartphone industry pledged to adopt domestically produced Qinglong and Catfish chips, leading to a significant downturn in international semiconductor stock prices. Chapter 51. A difficult decision in his office. Lei Jianjun convened a meeting with his subordinates. During this assembly, he not only announced the exclusive use of domestic chips, but also revealed the most significant resolution. Daqing smartphones would initiate a stock clearance, aiming for a complete inventory reduction within 2 years. This decision puzzled his subordinates, as Daqing's growth trajectory appeared robust, particularly in expanding foreign markets. Was it not overly cautious to reduce production and clear stock at such a pivotal time? Was Lei planning to shift focus towards automobile manufacturing, a sector rife with competition? Lei Jianjun found himself at a loss for words. Memories of the fear he experienced upon witnessing the wrist device with Zhou Lei haunted him. It stemmed from a profound respect for the future that lay ahead. In the presence of such an innovation, conventional smartphones seemed obsolete, heralding the end of the smartphone era. Apart from a few elderly models that might cling to existence, all other smartphone manufacturers faced inevitable extinction. Lei Jianjun felt grateful to Zhou Lei and Gao Yuan, as their actions afforded him the opportunity to reduce production, clear inventory, and redirect the focus of his business. However, foreign chip manufacturers are not as pleased. The Summer Nation stands as the world's largest mobile phone production hub, with over half of the global mobile phones manufactured and assembled there. The statements from these domestic manufacturers could trigger a chain reaction, leading to a swift abandonment of foreign chips across the entire nation. The repercussions of such a betrayal by chip manufacturers would be catastrophic. In response to the shifting landscape of the Summer Nation market, the International Semiconductor Association issued a statement. Our association has noted with regret the troubling developments within the Summer Nation's mobile phone market, where there are reports of chips being purchased from plagiarizers. This poses a significant risk and may result in exclusion from the international market. We urge relevant manufacturers to adhere to the association's regulations, or they will be considered to have automatically withdrawn from the association. Shortly after this declaration, Gao Yuan arrived in Qinjing, intent on convening a press conference in collaboration with the Summer Nation Daily. Previously, one of his subordinates, a vice president and seasoned manager with extensive connections, had transitioned to a role within the Summer Nation Daily's publications, focusing on business development and sponsorship acquisition. Given the financial pressures faced by the various publications under the Summer Nation Daily, they had begun to seek out capable individuals with networks to bolster revenue. Recognizing the decline of print media, although it is a state-run media outlet, it struggles to compete with commercial media online, prompting innovative collaborations with grassroots governments and major enterprises to generate funding. Fortunately, this press conference promised to be an exhilarating event, as the entire nation was keenly observing the developments involving Hayu and Xiaowei. Many speculated that the manufacturers in the Summer Nation would soon relent, for if they were expelled from the International Semiconductor Association, their component procurement on the international stage would face dire challenges, potentially leading to market contraction. Thus, The public was eager to discern Gao Yuan and Zhou Lei's perspectives. Now, Gao Yuan returned triumphant with a new chip, having connected through his former subordinate to a department within the Summer Nation Daily to co-host a press conference. The editors at the Summer Nation Daily were elated, particularly as Heiyu Technology demonstrated substantial generosity. At this juncture, Gao Yuan was liaising with Lin Kui, the deputy editor of the economic department at the Summer Nation Daily, a tall individual with long legs. In the conference room of the Summer Nation Daily, Gao Yuan presented a proposal. "Editor Lin, I have reviewed your plan and find it somewhat conservative," he remarked. "Mr. Gao, in what aspects do you find it conservative?" she inquired. "The manuscript. Given the current circumstances, this event is not merely a press conference. It is, in fact, a prelude to a grand mobilization. As we are on the brink of a significant confrontation with the international semiconductor industry," Gao Yuan asserted. Lin Kui appeared somewhat troubled. "Mr. Gao? The stature of this meeting is quite elevated, with national leaders in attendance. I believe the message need not be delivered in such an aggressive tone. Conveying the essence suffices. I understand your challenges, and while the speakers you invite may express themselves with subtlety, I cannot adhere strictly to the manuscript when introducing the products. Rest assured, I will refrain from making any inappropriate remarks." After several rounds of discussion, the press conference was held at the Summer National Daily's auditorium. This time, Blackfish Technology unveiled two types of chips, the Catfish Trident 01 and the Catfish Golden Cudgel 01. When the esteemed Gao Yuan concluded his presentation on the parameters of these two series of chips, both the online viewers and those present at the venue erupted in excitement. This was a bold challenge to the International Semiconductor Association, as the newly released Catfish Trident series is crafted using a 3nm process, featuring an entirely novel architecture that distinguishes it from any existing global frameworks, showcasing a three-dimensional chain architecture. While one might argue that the 3nm process could still be subject to imitation, the Catfish Golden Cudgel series chips are a definitive rebuttal to the claims of the International Semiconductor Association, which insists that Gao Yuan has appropriated technology. In reality, the global landscape indicates that the 5nm process remains immature, the 3nm process is still theoretical, and the 1nm process exists solely in the realm of imagination. Yet, Gao Yuan boldly introduced chips utilizing the 1nm process, further captivating the audience with the performance of the Catfish Golden Cudgel series, which surpasses the performance of the Yuan Dian's 5nm chips by a staggering 50-fold, far exceeding any chip available worldwide. Despite the remarkable prowess of these chips, their pricing is comparable to that of Yuan Dian's offerings, which has sent shockwaves across the globe. Foreign manufacturers have finally grasped why Summer Nation's smartphone producers have turned away from international chip manufacturers. The allure of Blackfish Technology's chips is simply irresistible. Gao Yuan announced at the press conference that Blackfish Technology possesses ample production capacity, capable of manufacturing 1 billion chips annually, catering not only to smartphones but also to a plethora of high-end digital products and smart devices, all available for contract manufacturing and customization. Zhou Lei also attended the press conference, and it was unsurprising given that Summerway and Blackfish are evidently aligned. During his address, Zhou Lei announced that Summerway would not only sell the Qinglong chips, but also offer competitively priced enhancements for chips used in smart automobiles and smart home devices, inviting manufacturers worldwide to place orders without price increases. It became clear to netizens that Blackfish and Summerway aimed to seize the chip market, one focusing on mid to high-end products and the other on mid to low-end offerings, both delivering exceptional value. This dual approach heralds a storm that will soon sweep through the entire international chip market. At this moment, although it was late at night in the beautiful nation, Beek remained awake, acutely aware that chips are the foundational business of Intel. Should Intel opt to forego Summer Nation's chips in favor of its own production, it risks falling behind as competitors could swiftly outpace its CPU performance. The crux of the matter is that importing high-end chips from Summer Nation is more cost-effective and yields superior performance than manufacturing in-house. After a difficult 3-minute deliberation, Beek arrived at a challenging decision to halt its own production of 7nm chips and exclusively adopt the Summer Nation's Catfish Trident chips. The mere thought of such a shift is exhilarating. If they fully implement the Trident chips, their CPU performance could soar by at least 50 times. All without a change in cost. An irresistible temptation. Intel is merely the beginning. The fruit company also faced a tough decision. opting to redesign new models to align with the Catfish series chips. In the absence of political influence, the choices driven by capital are invariably straightforward. Chapter 52. Let the bullets fly for a while as major manufacturers around the world discreetly dispatched representatives to the Summer Nation to place orders. The International Semiconductor Association found itself in an awkward predicament. Should these giants be excluded, it would effectively mean their own exclusion as well. Therefore, they chose to turn a blind eye, metaphorically retracting their necks like a quail. Meanwhile, to enhance the production capacity of Xiaowei, Gao Yuan employed construction insects to assist in establishing a new factory in the Muzha development zone. In a short span, the Summer Nation's chip industry appeared poised to dominate the global stage. Orders from prominent semiconductor companies plummeted by 90, plunging them into a state of panic. The leader of the beautiful nation initially dismissed the situation, but upon witnessing Summer Nation chips infiltrating their territory, he was thrown into disarray. Chips have long been a hallmark of high-end industries. They had consistently wielded chip supply cuts as a means to sanction other nations and manufacturers. Now, their own stronghold seemed at risk of being breached. Consequently, the beautiful nation announced steep tariffs on chips originating from the Summer Nation. However, what they failed to anticipate was that companies showing signs of returning to the fold were actually engaging in covert maneuvers. The primary production capacity concentrated in developing countries. And aside from the beautiful nation, factories in all other regions had adopted Summer Nation chips. Although this was merely a burgeoning trend yet to be fully realized, the beautiful nation recognized that failure to act could result in the complete dismantling of the high-end industrial chain they had nurtured for decades. The industrial chain forms a closed loop. If one link is severed, it triggers a chain reaction. Within a mere week, the beautiful nation announced once again, in light of the egregious theft perpetrated by Blackfish Technology, it had decided to impose sanctions against them, prohibiting any business dealings with the company. When this news reverberated throughout the nation, it sparked widespread outrage. Why was Blackfish Technology regarded with such disdain? Having been established for less than a month, it was already targeted by the beautiful nation. What were they so afraid of? Following the issuance of the sanctions, Blackfish Technology's momentum was abruptly curtailed. Numerous foreign companies ceased their collaborations, yet they were merely biding their time. Continuing to purchase Blackfish and Xiaowei chips might lead to sanctions, resulting in the loss of market access. Conversely, eschewing Summer Nation chips would widen the performance gap with domestic products, ultimately risking market share as well. It all hinged on the extent of the beautiful nation's enforcement. If they could indeed ensure that any company engaging with Blackfish Technology faced sanctions, the global situation could revert to its prior state. However, the beautiful nation of today is not the same as it was a decade ago. It lacks the ability to dominate completely. Aside from the Summer Nation, the Bear Nation's mobile manufacturers were exuberantly procuring chips in large quantities. Previously, Bear Nation's technological products barely made a ripple in the international market. Yet now, the Bear Nation smartphones, equipped with Catfish series chips, have surpassed the beautiful nation in performance. The domestic market of the Bear Nation was swiftly overtaken by Summer Nation smartphones and local models. Simultaneously, nearly all electric vehicle manufacturers announced their intention to utilize domestic chips, heralding a monumental transformation in the realm of intelligent driving. The domestic electric vehicle manufacturer Chery, which originally possessed advantages in battery technology, experienced a significant enhancement in performance upon adopting the Xiaowei chip. This development has placed considerable pressure on Tesla as they witness a steady decline in sales. In response, Tesla decided to procure high-priced 5nm process chips, resulting in a 10% increase in costs. To stabilize their market position, they have no choice but to reduce expenses elsewhere, leading to a growing perception of their vehicles as being low cost. At this moment, Gao Yuan remains indifferent to the measures taken by the United States. Sanctions? Blockades? Let the bullets fly for a while longer. Currently, Gao Yuan is preoccupied with two matters: the impending National Day holiday and the upcoming release of his film. Moreover, the first batch of temperature-regulating clothing has been produced, and he plans to sign a formal donation agreement with the fire department in Xinjiang, which has organized a grand ceremony in his honor. Accompanied by Zhang Bai, he arrived in Xinjiang. During the signing event, he unexpectedly encountered a familiar face, Lin Kui, the editor-in-chief of the Summer Country Daily. "Editor Lin, it's good to see you again," Gao Yuan greeted. "Indeed, Mr. Gao." After exchanging pleasantries, Gao Yuan was ushered into the VIP room by the staff. Upon entering, the staff introduced him. Mr. Gao, this is our fire department chief Lu Quan. Chief Lu, this is Mr. Gao. Gao Yuan observed that Lu Quan appeared to be around 50, in excellent spirits, and was extending his hand. Mr. Gao, thank you for everything you've done for our firefighters. I've seen the temperature-regulating clothing. It truly is remarkable. With this, our firefighters will be much more comfortable while working. We have also tested it, and its fire-resistant properties are excellent, weighing only 1/5 of conventional fire suits. Lu Quan spoke extensively, clearly expressing his satisfaction with the temperature-regulating clothing. Indeed, Chief Lu, the clothing is exceptional. Every executive at our company has one. However, our current production capacity is limited. We will ensure that the first 50,000 firefighters receive them before making them available to the public. Wonderful. At this moment, Zhang Bai stood behind Gao Yuan, feeling overlooked. After a lengthy conversation, Gao Yuan finally remembered, oh, by the way, this is our Vice President Zhang Bai from Blackfish Technology. Zhang Bai felt like crying, thinking, finally, he remembers me. I am supposed to represent Blackfish Technology at the donation ceremony. Yet why is no one paying attention to me? Lu Quan paused for a moment, then laughed. How rude of me. Vice President Zhang, please have a seat. Blackfish Technology is truly impressive, especially in research and development. I am aware of the developments surrounding lithography machines. Mr. Gao, our fire department fully supports you. Let us show them who truly excels in the realm of chips. Gao Yuan smiled slightly in response. Thank you. Their attempts to impose blockades are destined to fail. Over the years, have we not faced numerous blockades? Yet, which challenge have we not overcome? Well said. Let's go. The ceremony is about to commence. Gao Yuan felt that this donation ceremony was even more prestigious than his previous chip launch, as the venue was teeming with people and the media presence was overwhelming. Unbeknownst to Gao Yuan, despite the Semiconductor Association's attempts to suppress his news, it had garnered little attention from the public. However, following his last launch, the topic had gained considerable traction, with various media outlets incessantly discussing the intricate relationship between Blackfish Technology and the Semiconductor Association. Much of the discourse was laced with irony, as it highlighted the absurdity of someone who barely passed claiming that a top scorer had plagiarized from them, and even demanding sanctions. This resonated deeply with the public. Now, Gao Yuan and Blackfish Technology had become the kings of media traffic. Any news or articles related to them resulted in a surge in viewership. Media outlets had discovered the secret to gaining traction, leveraging Gao Yuan's popularity. Thus, what was ostensibly a mundane donation ceremony attracted a multitude of attendees eager for first-hand information. Chapter 53. The Power of the Constant Temperature Suit. The donation ceremony commenced promptly. The fire brigade specially selected 10 exemplary firefighters from across the nation to don the blue constant temperature suits custom-made by Gao Yuan, standing proudly at the forefront. Brigade Chief Lu Quan delivered a speech, first expressing gratitude for Gao Yuan's generosity and extolling the remarkable qualities of the constant temperature suits. Zhang Bai, representing Blackfish Technology, then took the stage to demonstrate the suit's features. The initial focus was on its fire-resistant capabilities. The demonstration involved not only using a flamethrower to directly ignite the suit, but also exposing it to flames for an extended duration. Zhang Bai, wearing one of the suits, placed his arm in the fire for 10 minutes. When he withdrew his arm, it was astonishingly unscathed, showing no signs of redness whatsoever. This left the guests and journalists in awe. With the constant temperature suit, the safety of firefighters was indeed assured. Subsequently, Zhang Bai showcased the suit's temperature regulation by enclosing a thermometer within the suit and submerging it in ice water and then in flames. Yet the thermometer consistently registered a temperature of 26 degrees. After these experiments, Zhang Bai removed all props and began his address. As you have witnessed, this is the constant temperature suit from Blackfish Technology, a true marvel of modern innovation. Some may wonder how the suit maintains a constant temperature and humidity. Allow me to enlighten you. Within the suit lies a temperature control layer crafted from a novel nanomaterial, containing nanocarbon tubes that connect to the suit's central control device, which automatically adjusts based on the internal temperature sensed. These nanocarbon tubes not only provide cooling but also heating, ensuring a stable internal temperature. Each suit contains over 1 billion such carbon tubes. The precise control of these nanocarbon tubes is managed by an intelligent chip located within the central control device of the suit. specifically utilizing the Catfish Goldenrod series chip discreetly installed in the collar. Rest assured, the chip is impervious to damage and can be used with confidence. Of course, there is another crucial aspect of this advanced technology. Whether for cooling or heating, energy is required. So how does the constant temperature suit supply this energy? This brings us to the formidable research and development prowess of Blackfish technology. The surface of the temperature-regulating garment features a layer of sensory coating, which is not only waterproof and fireproof, but also remarkably resilient. This innovative coating possesses the ability to harness light energy, wind energy, and even thermal energy present in the air, acting as a composite new energy material. The energy absorbed by the surface coating is converted into electrical energy through an intermediary transformation layer, which is then stored in the batteries housed within the central control device. Some may question, where are the batteries? But the batteries are cleverly concealed within the collar, measuring no more than the thickness of 2 sheets of paper, yet capable of storing an energy capacity that surpasses that of a conventional battery used in 2-wheeled vehicles. As long as one remains active, the temperature-regulating garment can maintain a perpetual supply of power. The more Zhang Bai elaborated, the louder the gasps of astonishment became, as the audience was taken aback by the sheer volume of cutting-edge technology integrated into such a simple garment. Particularly, those in the battery manufacturing sector recognized a new breakthrough opportunity. With an array of advanced technologies at its disposal, Blackfish technology has made it clear that any of these innovations could revolutionize an existing industry, depending solely on the company's willingness to pursue such endeavors. At this juncture, someone from the audience inquired, Vice President Zhang, when will Blackfish Technology's temperature-regulating garment be available for public sale? Zhang Bai responded, I can only say it will be after the National Day. For specific timing, please follow Blackfish Technology's official WeChat for the latest updates. With that, Zhang Bai exited the stage, leading to the most significant part of the ceremony, the signing of the donation agreement. Gao Yuan ascended the stage to express his gratitude. We intended to make this donation quietly, yet Captain Liu organized this ceremony, asserting that doing good should be done with fanfare. The audience was aware that Blackfish Technology had recently faced challenges, as certain organizations alleged that the company's 1-nanometer chip technology was derived from their 7-nanometer chip technology. This revelation elicited a wave of incredulity from the audience. It was almost comical. While everyone was cognizant of the situation, hearing Gao Yuan articulate it stirred feelings of frustration. Consequently, Blackfish Technology faced a ban. However, I must emphasize that if such bans were effective, the Qing dynasty would not have met its demise. At that time, in an effort to shield the domestic market from foreign industrial products, the Qing dynasty resorted to isolationism, with disastrous results. In any case, we learn that there are a total of 500,000 firefighters and professional fire personnel nationwide, prompting Blackfish Technology to donate 500,000 temperature-regulating garments to the fire brigade. The first batch of 100,000 pieces has already been delivered to the Qingjing Fire Brigade, with the remaining 400,000 to be dispatched over the next 2 months. Regarding the sales of the temperature-regulating garments, we are expediting preparations and hope to introduce them to consumers soon. Upon concluding his speech, Gao Yuan signed the official donation document. Lu Quan then presented Gao Yuan with a bronze plaque honoring him as a cooperative partner of the Fire Brigade. Following this, the event came to a close. After the ceremony, Gao Yuan did not return to Muzha, but chose to remain in Qingjing. He understood that in this ongoing chip battle, he must secure the robust support of the state to truly unleash his potential. Thus, he set out to meet a key individual. The primary challenge in countering the sanctions imposed by the United States lies in the fact that trade rights are predominantly controlled by them, with the U.S. dollar serving as the international trade currency and their system being used for settlements. Thus, those international giants remain cautious, refraining from utilizing the chips produced by Blackfish Technology. Even domestic manufacturers, unless they wish to forego international trade, hesitate to openly adopt Blackfish chips. This illustrates the underlying strength of the sanctions imposed by the United States. However, certain nations maintain a contentious relationship with the U.S. and do not engage in trade with the Summer Kingdom using the dollar, such as the Bear and Persia. In this scenario, Blackfish Technology's chips continue to be sold unabated in Bear and Persia. Nonetheless, given that these nations do not possess robust manufacturing capabilities, the quantity remains limited. If one intends to penetrate the Western market with technology products manufactured in Bear and Persia, the timeline would be excessively prolonged. Gao Yuan aspires to disrupt the Western chip market and obliterate their chip industry. Therefore, he must resort to dumping chips in these countries. The pressing question arises, how can Gao Yuan break through the U.S. blockade? One approach is to compel the U.S. to revoke its sanctions, while the other involves cunningly circumventing the embargo. Many might deem it utterly implausible to force the world's leading nation to confront its own hypocrisy. Even if the U.S. acknowledges its errors, it would likely persist on its misguided path. Gao Yuan now seeks to implement the second strategy to achieve the first. For in the face of absolute interests, anything is conceivable. Gao Yuan plans to acquire a foreign trade household appliance factory in Xinjiang, perhaps one that produces shavers. The Summer Kingdom is the world's largest producer of daily necessities, with an enormous volume of products shipped globally each year. If a shaver were to incorporate 100 Blackfish chips, priced at $50,000, without any branding from Blackfish technology, Gao Yuan is confident that foreign corporations would be keen to purchase it in bulk. After all, the daily necessities are not produced by Blackfish technology. They are not purchasing chips per se, and repurposing the chips from within the shaver constitutes waste utilization. Should the U.S. attempt to prohibit the importation of small appliances, it would be tantamount to self-sabotage. The U.S. itself does not manufacture many of its products, and barring Summer Kingdom goods would leave domestic consumers devoid of options. The integration of chips into small appliances is hardly objectionable. It merely indicates a slight increase in usage. What of it if I utilize more chips? I prefer to use so many to maximize the performance of this shaver. Moreover, Gao Yuan need not venture into new channels, for the acquired foreign trade appliance manufacturer already possesses established distribution networks. He merely needs to disclose the underlying secrets to the original distributors, who will naturally seek buyers for him, as they too stand to gain financially. Crucially, the manufacturers utilizing the chips are largely situated outside the confines of the U.S., rendering regulation exceedingly challenging. Previously, the effectiveness of U.S. sanctions stemmed from its hold over the most advanced technologies, but the tides have now turned, with high-end products residing at Blackfish technology. Once international semiconductor manufacturers become accustomed to utilizing Blackfish chips, the original chip manufacturers may face closure due to a lack of orders. At that juncture, should Gao Yuan cease supply, the only recourse left for the U.S. would be to lift the sanctions. After all, even sanctions have failed to yield tangible results, making regulation even more challenging. If the sanctions were lifted and legitimate channels were pursued, they could collect higher taxes and oversee operations more easily. However, by that time, it is likely that the distributors would be reluctant to lift the sanctions. In the face of self-interest, sanctions prove futile. Meanwhile, Gao Yuan has begun to strategize. On the other hand, the highly anticipated first advertisement from Blackfish Technology is set to premiere. As the sole creator, Gao Yuan, fully equipped with a mask and hat, arrives at the Xinjiang Universal Cinema. The premiere of other films boasts a formidable lineup, with the creative teams inviting renowned film critics for screenings and roadshows. In contrast, Earth Rescue remains rather desolate. Fortunately, with Wang Daling's prior endorsement, ticket sales for Earth Rescue are still relatively promising. By the time Gao Yuan purchases his ticket, 2/3 of the seats have already been sold. He chooses a corner seat and enters the screening room. With 10 minutes to go before the show starts, the audience gradually fills the space. Gao Yuan can overhear their conversations. In front of him sits a young couple. The girl, disinterested in science fiction, expresses her discontent about the film being a low-budget production. It fails to pique her interest. She complains, "Why are we watching this? Everyone else is going to see three youngsters. It's your fault for not booking tickets in advance. Now they're all sold out." The boy counters, "What is so great about three youngsters? Haven't you seen the trailer for Earth Rescue? It's thrilling. The special effects are explosive. But what about Gao Yuan? He is both the director and the star. You don't know who Gao Yuan is? What about lithography machines? No. What about temperature-regulating clothing? You must know that. Weren't you just saying you wanted to buy one? The very temperature-regulating clothing you envy is produced by Gao Yuan's company, which is quite impressive. Moreover, Gao Yuan is set to challenge the global chip industry, though it's not just him. Xiao Wei is involved too. The girl remains evidently uninterested. So he is a businessman? Instead of focusing on producing temperature-regulating clothing and launching it sooner, he is making movies. Ridiculous. Gao Yuan, sitting behind, rolls his eyes. Advertisements, you see? You have to promote products, right? Earth Rescue will comprehensively showcase all of Blackfish Technologies' products for the next decade. The girl scoffs. Gao Yuan turns his face away. And at that moment, two more audience members arrive, also a man and a woman, but they don't appear to be a couple. They engage in conversation. I wonder if Gao Yuan will surprise us. The reputation of Chinese science fiction has been abysmal. Over the years, only The Wandering Earth stands out. Who knows? But judging from the trailer, at least the special effects look promising. Are you guys from Film Weekly covering Earth Rescue? The man inquires. Our editor sent me here to write a review. Whether it's a bad film or a masterpiece, watching it is essential for writing. By the way, aren't you working at Economic Figures? Why are you here for the screening? The man replies, I'm different from you. You came for the film, but I came for Gao Yuan. He is gaining quite the momentum. We've tried to meet several times, but couldn't make it work. I guess watching his film might yield some insights. Upon hearing this, Gao Yuan understood that the initial audience for his film comprised either science fiction enthusiasts or members of the media. In any case, the average viewer, at this hour, had a plethora of cinematic choices available and would certainly not prioritize a science fiction film. With his eyes closed, Gao Yuan awaited the commencement of the movie. Soon, the lights in the theater dimmed, and the screen flickered to life. First came the dragon insignia, followed by the animated logo of the production company, Salmon Film Entertainment. Next, the distributor was revealed, Universal Film, the sole distributor. In an instant, the screen went dark. A colossal fireball emerged, and as the camera zoomed out, Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and Jupiter sequentially graced the screen. The entire scene exuded an aura of tranquility and mystery. This film was presented in 3D. Yet the audience sensed a distinct difference from previous 3D experiences. Whereas earlier iterations merely enhanced depth, Earth's Rescue seemingly enveloped the viewers within its narrative, making them feel as though they stood in the cosmos, gazing upon the solar system and the singular sanctuary of humanity, Earth, resplendent in its beauty. Suddenly, a wormhole abruptly manifested at the heart of the solar system. Without warning, the sun was ensnared by the wormhole's gravitational pull, its immense form disintegrating into fragments within mere seconds, as if it had transformed into a viscous liquid. Gasps of amazement erupted from the audience. It was astonishingly lifelike, profoundly impactful. They could even see Earth being drawn toward the wormhole by the overwhelming gravitational force. Yet, in the next moment, the wormhole vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, as if it had never existed. With the wormhole's disappearance, the planets of the solar system instantaneously lost their gravitational tether, careening off in tangential trajectories. Venus and Mars, caught in the chaos of orbital imbalance, collided with a resounding explosion, creating a magnificent display of cosmic fireworks. The camera then panned to Earth, which was hurtling into the abyss of deep space, its fate uncertain. Chapter 55, Betrayed Qin Jun, a film critic, entered with little faith in the film, intending to find fault. However, upon witnessing this segment, he formed his first impression. The cinematography and special effects were meticulously crafted, offering an immersive experience. The scene shifted to a small town on Earth, where a dilapidated building bore a comical sign, Cutting-Edge Cosmic Technology Research Institute. Inside, a young man gazed skyward, declaring, "The sun has vanished. Earth will succumb to eternal darkness in 8 minutes." Beside him, a young woman nestled close, asking Yuan, "Will the sun return?" "Not unless we find a new sun." Qin Jun furrowed his brow. This was Gao Yuan. Although the performance was commendable, it felt somewhat dissonant. After all, just moments ago, I had seen him brimming with vitality on the news, yet in the film, he appeared rather downtrodden. Lin Mei was also present at the premiere, witnessing the birth of this film before her very eyes. She observed Gao Yuan, equipped with a device, as images continuously materialized on the screen. Whenever he encountered implausible elements, the experts beside him would credibly elucidate what those elements ought to resemble, prompting Gao Yuan to close his eyes, after which the revised visuals would reappear. Lin Mei had never witnessed such a filmmaking process before. At that moment, as she watched the female lead emerge on screen, she was struck by the uncanny resemblance to herself, stirring a peculiar sensation within her. Could it be that Brother Yuan was hinting at something? Other employees of Blackfish Technology also recognized the female lead as Lin Mei, their gazes towards her reminiscent of admiration for a matron. As the plot unfolded on screen, it became apparent that 6 months prior, The protagonist Gao Yuan had predicted the sun's disappearance. He had detected subtle changes in the particles of sunlight reaching Earth, indicating the approach of a wormhole. He even calculated the size of this wormhole. Once it absorbed the sun, due to chaotic energy within, the wormhole would vanish, re-emerging 10 light-years away. Soon, the protagonist found himself unexpectedly tasked with the monumental responsibility of saving humanity. While the ordinary audience engaged with the narrative, professionals discerned the underlying intentions. Why did Gao Yuan choose to create this film? The story is set 20 years hence, yet the depiction of life within it ignites the imagination. In 2045, every individual dons temperature-regulating attire. Intercity transport is no longer conventional cars, but low-flying vehicles, and distinct lanes have been designated at varying altitudes. When the protagonist gazes skyward, the heavens swarm with flying cars, as people flock to major cities in anticipation of impending calamity. Communication devices have evolved beyond ordinary smartphones to wrist-mounted gadgets. And even the reclusive gamers engage not with mobile games, but with headsets, reclining in bed while immersed in their virtual worlds. Every futuristic device showcased in the film prominently bears the logo of Blackfish Technology. This advertising motif persists until the protagonist embarks on his quest to save the Earth. Antimatter drilling vehicles craft underground cities, and interstellar tourist buses ferry humanity toward the moon, where a cutting-edge base is constructed. The grandeur of the scenes, the authenticity of the settings, and the omnipresence of Blackfish Technology's advertisements weave the fabric of this cinematic work. 2 hours later, Earth had completed the transformation of its underground cities and the construction of planetary engines, setting course for Proxima Centauri, 42 light-years away. The final shot depicted a solitary Earth gliding through the vast, desolate expanse of space. As the credits rolled, Qin Jun appeared somewhat disheartened. How to describe this film? The plot was rather ordinary, adhering to a superhero archetype, albeit distinct from the Western model. The heroes of Earth rescue rely on advanced technology, while those in Western science fiction typically depend on mutations or equipment, engaging in battles against monsters. Earth rescue is about construction. Perhaps this divergence stems from the contrasting cultural backgrounds. Beside Gao Yuan, Gao Jinfei, a journalist from the Economic Daily, observed the conclusion with palpable excitement and turned to the woman beside him, exclaiming, "Did you comprehend it?" The plot was not intricate. In fact, one might argue it was rather straightforward, devoid of twists or secrets. It methodically narrated the tale of a young man from a small town in the Summer Kingdom who endeavored to save the Earth. However, the remarkable special effects and the exquisite music truly elevated the experience. It was anticipated that many classic elements would emerge from such simplicity. The woman, a journalist from Film Weekly, analyzed the film from a cinematic perspective. Yet, Gao Jinfei shook his head. "You have merely scratched the surface. Consider why Gao Yuan chose to create this film." "Why?" the woman countered. "Advertisements," he replied. "Did you not notice the product placements throughout the film? All from Blackfish Technology." He continued, "It wasn't until the end that I comprehended. This is not solely about advertising, but rather Gao Yuan's declaration of his ambitions to the world." The protagonist of the film embodies Gao Yuan himself. His hometown is in a remote mountainous region, neglected after his bankruptcy. Moreover, did you not notice the thermostatic clothing, wrist devices, interstellar buses, low-altitude flying cars, antimatter drilling machines, 3D printers, and even architectural insects? 2 of these technologies are eerily familiar. They have already been developed by Blackfish Technology. Thus, I am inclined to believe that this is Gao Yuan's blueprint for the future. The cutting-edge technologies depicted in the film will gradually materialize over the next 2 decades. The woman paused, astonished. "Is that possible?" "I do not know, but it is undoubtedly how Gao Yuan envisions it." He chuckled. "I now have a clear direction for my article tonight. By the way, I might as well rate it. Earth Rescue should be regarded as one of the finest science fiction films in recent years, primarily due to the explosive special effects and impressive 3D technology. Wearing the glasses felt as though one was genuinely immersed in the cosmos. Particularly the segment featuring the compression of Jupiter, simply astounding. The immense planet began to collapse from within, diminishing in size by 80 times, and then, due to immense pressure, initiated fusion, transforming a colossal planet into a star. The imagination is remarkable, but the technology behind the special effects is even more impressive. The woman nodded in agreement. Indeed, while there are flaws, they do not overshadow the brilliance. I would rate it 5 stars. After hearing their conversation, Gao Yuan quietly rose and exited the cinema. It appeared his objectives had been met, advertising and a grand exhibition of future Blackfish technology products. Those discerning manufacturers would swiftly pivot to avoid decline, while those who remained oblivious would face bankruptcy. Upon returning to his hotel, Zhang Bai entered. "Old Gao, are you still here resting? We've been sabotaged. Look at the ratings, over 30,000 votes, with more than 20,000 one-star ratings. This army of trolls is utterly insane." Gao Yuan was completely unaware of this. Who did this? Though there is no evidence, I have my suspicions. Currently, only one other science fiction film is in competition with us, the commercial blockbuster Interstellar Rescue from Hollywood. The title bears a striking resemblance. Interstellar Rescue is produced by the esteemed 30th Century Productions, featuring major stars. However, after today's premiere, the reception has been lackluster. The special effects are underwhelming, and the plot has significant flaws. It is undoubtedly them attempting to suppress us, fearing we might surpass them. Surely, they could not be behind this. You are correct. The 30th Century Film Company is prestigious, and as newcomers in the film industry, our actions may not serve us well. Gao Yuan contemplated before speaking. However, Zhang Bai clearly remained unconvinced. Who else could it be? Even before the first-day box office figures are released, there are already those attempting to undermine us. This trend is unsettling. Our overall screening rate is not high, only showing in Universal Cinemas, accounting for merely 72 nationwide. We lack the capacity to compete for the box office champion. Who could possibly be maligning us? Perhaps it's the public intellectuals? Public intellectuals? Zhang Bai exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. You're right. It is highly plausible that a film confined to Universal theaters domestically, which is yet to garner both reputation and revenue, poses no threat to anyone, yet is still being disparaged. It seems their loyal defenders are overly zealous. Chapter 56. Evidence in video. Gao Yuan nodded. The likelihood is substantial. So, how shall we retaliate? Zhang Bai inquired. Retaliate? Naturally, we should target their masters for not managing their dogs properly. Zhang Bai's face lit up with excitement. Is that advisable? How should we proceed? Won't it provoke trouble? Gao Yuan chuckled. Why not? After all, the United States is already attempting to suppress us, so our retaliation would not be unwarranted. What trouble could arise? By the way, how is the acquisition of the electronics factory coming along? The paperwork is complete. I am both the legal representative and the factory manager. You are the major shareholder. We can commence production of the upgraded razors at any time. Although Zhang Bai often spoke nonchalantly, Gao Yuan felt confident in his ability to get things done. Excellent. Let us produce the first batch. As for our retaliation, we can proceed in this manner. Gao Yuan whispered a plan to Zhang Bai. Zhang Bai's face was alight with surprise. Old Gao, you are truly devious, but I like it. Let us do it. Gao Yuan remained composed, stating, regardless of whether this is the work of public intellectuals, we shall attribute it to the United States. They employ cyber armies. We shall do the same. The key is that only magic can defeat magic. Now off you go. All right. I shall await the spectacle. The following day, a video unexpectedly surfaced online. The backdrop featured the federal news of the United States, with a renowned American host, her smile barely concealed. A tragedy occurred last night at 11:36, 12 p.m. as the leader of the United States succumbed to a myocardial infarction, and resuscitation efforts were unsuccessful. The scene shifted to the ICU of a federal hospital, where the leader lay pale and lifeless. Beside him, the vice leader wore a smile. Mr. Leader, how do you fare? Soon, the footage changed again, this time showing the vice leader addressing the camera. Mr. Leader has departed. May the Lord bless him in his eternal paradise. Subsequently, various high-ranking officials from the federal government appeared on screen, mourning the leader. The realism of the footage left viewers with no doubts regarding its authenticity. The video rapidly circulated on international social media, spreading across the globe within mere hours, with exaggerated rumors gaining momentum, particularly those fabricated by Gao Yuan asserting that video evidence revealed the truth, unbeknownst to the United States leader, who was oblivious to his own digital demise. Some leaders of smaller nations had already sent condolences to the American government. Upon waking, numerous supporters of the leader gathered outside the presidential office, bearing flowers. The leader of the beautiful nation was startled when his assistant rushed in, visibly flustered. Leader, something has gone awry. There's news online proclaiming your death. What? The leader exclaimed, his expression darkening as he watched the video. If I am dead, then who am I? What is the meaning of this news? Who authorized the broadcaster to spread such falsehoods? And what of the vice leader? Is she truly that pleased at my demise? Why are these high-ranking officials declaring my death on camera? I am very much alive. The leader, incensed, declared, I must tweet to prove I am still among the living. This is utterly absurd. Why must I engage in such foolishness to validate my existence? Meanwhile, Qin Jing, Gao Yuan, and Zhang Bai had spent the previous night diligently working with a brainwave imaging device, correcting accents, gathering information, and recording multiple takes until they achieved a satisfactory result. Seeing the world ablaze with rumors of the leader's untimely demise, they could not help but chuckle. Any displeasure regarding their film's criticism had long since dissipated. Yet, countries continued to send condolences to the beautiful nation, infuriating its leader further. What ill omen was this? Were these nations truly so foolish as to believe the circulating news? Soon, a tweet from the leader's personal account emerged. I am still alive, consisting of merely a few words. In no time, the comments surged into the hundreds of thousands. Mr. Leader, may you rest in peace. Indeed, you shall forever live in our hearts. I truly hope this was authored by you. We know, though your tenure has been lackluster and you have accomplished little, you have indeed been quite disappointing. What is this? A preparation for resurrection? The leader, upon reading these comments, felt utterly disheartened. This cannot stand. He even began to suspect it was not a mere prank, but rather a meticulously orchestrated coup by the vice leader. If nations around the world believed him dead, then even if he stood up to declare otherwise, no one would accept that he was indeed alive. At that point, he would be truly dead. A shiver ran down his spine as he resolutely stood up. I must deliver a televised address. Immediately, another video surfaced online, this time featuring the vice leader speaking to the camera. According to the Constitution of the beautiful nation, I hereby formally assume the role of acting leader. I pledge to maximize economic development, improve the underprivileged environment, promote the return of manufacturing, and strengthen trade relations with the world. Furthermore, I announce the immediate lifting of the blockade on Blackfish technology. You can confidently utilize their advanced chips. After finishing the video, Gao Yuan stored away the brainwave imaging device. Zhang Bai looked on enviously. Lao Gao, this gadget is marvelous. Is there any chance you have a spare for me to play with? Not a chance. This device is too precious. There is but one in existence. If another is ever produced, you shall be the first to receive it. All right, splendid. With this, who needs to watch movies? Get lost. You are insufferable. Have you never pondered? I refuse to believe life is without regrets. The girls I've missed can never be reclaimed. Must I not indulge in imagination as a source of solace? Let us not dally any longer. How fares our film? Zhang Bai inquired as he accessed the website. Lao Gao, yesterday's total box office reached 32 million. Quite commendable. Indeed, it ranks 8th in the National Day release. He continued. However, the sentiment online appears to be shifting. Just look at the trending topics. The first is the demise of the leader of the beautiful nation, and the second is Earth rescue. Gao Yuan leaned in, casting a glance at the screen. Indeed, the top two trending topics were both his creations. He noticed two articles beneath, each garnering significant readership. They dissected Gao Yuan's motivations for creating Earth rescue, revealing that his vision was even grander than anticipated. The film showcased a complete portrayal of a futuristic world, rich with poignant details. Gao Yuan nodded in agreement, finding their observations astute. He casually shared the two articles with the caption, "Someone understands me." He then prepared to return to Muzha. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed the beautiful nation as throngs gathered before the leader's residence, demanding to pay their respects. Yet, upon the leader's appearance, many felt deceived. This is outrageous. The rating is far too low. Friends, for those of you who have yet to rate, could you kindly bestow a 5-star review? Thank you, thank you. Chapter 57. Embracing the mistake. Oh my. Is this merely a cruel jest? Who are you? Where is our leader? Have I lost my sanity? How can I see the leader standing when he should be lying down? The leader of the beautiful nation emerged, shielded by numerous guards. Gentlemen, please remain calm. Regarding the rumors circulating online, I can only express my regret. I am indeed alive. I do not know the origins of these tales, but I assure you, I am alive. Yes, I am alive. The crowd, filled with anger, shouted, "What liars!" I clearly saw the video. Not only were you lying down, but so was the vice leader and many of our ministers. We came here in sorrow, and yet you stand before us alive? Fraud. Who is responsible for this? Step down. We do not need a resurrected leader. The leader felt a sense of injustice. Fraud. I too wish to comprehend the situation. Yet I understand that the figure in the video is not me. The high-ranking officials depicted may not be genuine either, perhaps mere actors. But if they are actors, how did they find themselves on television, in my office, within the National Assembly? He felt aggrieved, yet an explanation was imperative. At this moment, the vice leader arrived. Initially incensed by the rumors in the video, she soon became alarmed, for she knew the person depicted was not herself. Yet the world perceived her as eager for advancement, prompting her to rush to the leader's residence to clarify. Upon her arrival, she witnessed the leader being vilified by the people. Once there to pay tribute, the crowd, now bereft of flowers and flags, hurled them aside, and some even threw shoes onto the stage. They cried out, "Step down, step down." The vice leader suddenly hesitated to step forward to explain. Given the circumstances, why not embrace the error? If she were to assert that the leader was merely an actor or a stand-in, perhaps some would believe it. After all, the leader's approval ratings were low. Why not seize the opportunity for herself? Once this idea took root, it became impossible to suppress. She urgently contacted several ministers who had appeared in the video, seeking to unify their stance. This was far less arduous than ascending to power through an election, with shared interests and collective authority. While the commander was still attempting to explain himself, a troop of soldiers suddenly appeared, led by none other than the newly appointed five-star general, Charles. With an imposing demeanor, Charles pointed an accusatory finger at the commander. Arrest him. Initially, the commander believed that this subordinate, whom he had promoted, had come to help maintain order. However, the next moment revealed the soldiers binding his guards and advancing towards him, leaving him bewildered. "What the hell are you doing?" "I am the commander," Charles sneered. "The performance is over. The commander passed away last night. You are merely an actor who bears a striking resemblance to him, attempting to impersonate the true leader. Mr. Actor, you are under arrest." "How dare you?" "I know it was the vice commander, wasn't it? I knew it had to be her." "Don't let him speak," Charles shouted. The scene quickly fell silent. Although the onlookers understood what was transpiring, the absurdity of the situation was overwhelming. An actor brazenly appeared in our commander's residence, and so many guards believed him. At this moment, the vice commander and several ministers approached with solemn expressions. "Regrettably, ladies and gentlemen, what you have just witnessed was a farce. However, we must inform you that our esteemed, wise, and sagacious commander has unfortunately succumbed to his ailments." Gasps erupted among the crowd, and some began to mourn, while the majority exhaled in relief, realizing they had suspected the commander was indeed dead. Gao Yuan was perusing reviews of Earth Rescue when a notification suddenly popped up. A spokesperson from the beautiful nation's command confirmed that the commander had passed away last night. The vice commander addressed the public. Gao Yuan initially thought it was a rumor, but upon seeing that the message came from an official media outlet, he was stunned. The commander of the beautiful nation was truly dead? Could it be so coincidental? Before he could comprehend what had transpired, his phone rang. It was Su Lin from the technology park, declaring that she had received a deluge of chip orders from manufacturers worldwide. Currently, orders had been scheduled according to existing production capacity for 3 years ahead, totaling 100 billion chips, with deposits exceeding 1 trillion. With a 20% deposit, that equated to a 5 trillion market. Gao Yuan was flabbergasted. "Su, aren't we under sanctions? Have these companies gone mad?" "Mr. Gao, haven't you seen the news? The commander of the beautiful nation has died, and the vice commander is now in power." She released a video announcing the lifting of sanctions against us. Although the procedures are not yet complete, the manufacturers can no longer wait. Gao Yuan hung up the phone, his expression one of disbelief. He looked at Zhang Bai and asked, "Do you think the world has gone mad?" Zhang Bai paused for a moment. "Perhaps. It's quite exhilarating. What did we do last night? Did we alter the global landscape?" "Indeed, we successfully intervened in the beautiful nation." Zhang Bai also found it hard to fathom. Had the issue of sanctions been resolved, just like that? The vice commander of the beautiful nation was remarkably audacious, turning a blunder into an opportunity. Is it possible that in the future, if I wish to pursue her, I could simply send a video? Moreover, how did this deputy leader manage to appease the influential factions behind the scenes in such a brief time? Not to mention the leader's family, the numerous staff at the leader's office, and the incredible hospital. At this moment, Zhang Bai squinted his eyes and said, "Lao Gao, I have a bold idea." "What idea?" "Could you lend me that brainwave imaging device? I wish to engage in a little game." "No way. I know what you're thinking. Are you referring to that Hermione? What's her name, Watson?" Hee hee, you can't hide anything from me. I'm just announcing it. She's going to marry me. Then we'll see the outcome. Gao Yuan hesitated momentarily, but the flames of gossip ignited within him made it impossible to refuse. Lao Zhang, I can lend it to you. But on one condition, you must have her promote our film. Agreed. After all, we are all on the same side, hee. Soon, a new account on foreign social media, claiming to be Watson's secondary account, posted a video. In the video, the enchanting and graceful Watson, clad in loungewear, appeared against the backdrop of a hotel room, with a man affectionately draping his arm around her shoulder. Watson, with a blissful smile directed at the camera, declared, I have an announcement to make. I am in a relationship with Zhang from Xia country. Dear fans across the globe, congratulate me. By the way, there's another thing. Zhang's company has released a science fiction film titled Earth Rescue. It is truly captivating. Everyone should rush to the theaters. Chapter 58. The video is a fabrication. Watson's fanbase is immense. The video was soon circulated widely, eliciting a myriad of reactions. Some wept inconsolably, others reveled in schadenfreude, while many sought a confrontation with Zhang Bai. My goddess, why has she succumbed so swiftly? This must be a hoax. After all, she turned down a prince. I thought she was destined to be mine. Why would she choose a man from Xia country? Who is this man? I will destroy him. The video's influence was colossal, swiftly ascending the trending topics on social media. Watson announces relationship. Earth Rescue film. Tens of millions of netizens were captivated by these two subjects, eager to discover who had stolen their goddess and what the film entailed. A film company identified it as a newly released science fiction movie from Xia country and urgently booked tickets to introduce it into their own nation. Before long, while filming, Watson stumbled upon the video, her expression one of bewilderment. Who was the man embracing her in the video? She had never seen him before. Furthermore, when had she ever traveled to Xia country? In the past, she would have ignored such rumors, but the current impact was too significant, especially with the video as evidence. Furthermore, the video appeared remarkably authentic, having been verified by experts who found no signs of editing or manipulation. Therefore, it was imperative for her to address this matter. Watson was uncertain how the video had come about, but she was aware that she had never visited Xia country, and her entire film crew could attest to her whereabouts. Consequently, she issued a clarifying statement to the crew. I am Watson. In light of the rumors circulating online, I hereby declare that I have never visited the Summer Kingdom, nor have I ever been romantically involved with a man from there. The individual in the video is someone I have never encountered. Recently, I have been engrossed in filming with the crew, spending my days in their company. Upon the video's release, my devoted fans were overwhelmed with joy, and I knew my goddess would never betray my trust. Thank heavens, it is merely a rumor. The individual who created the video is utterly despicable. How could they have orchestrated such a deceit? Regardless of the time, there is no shortage of bored yet astute individuals. Jack is one such person. He is not only bored but also technologically savvy. He discerned that the video featuring Watson bears a striking resemblance to a previously announced footage of the Commander's ineffective resuscitation, not in content, but in the technique, color grading, and cinematographic style. This revelation sparked intense analysis, particularly regarding the original video's publisher ID, which was traced back to a virtual IP address. This discovery filled Jack with uncontainable excitement, as if he had unearthed a monumental secret. He continued his investigation and found that the earlier video of the Vice Commander also shared this commonality. All three videos employed a similar technique. Ordinary individuals filming with cameras typically produce slight distortions due to the optical characteristics of the lens. As a tech expert, Jack is capable of analyzing nearly every mainstream smartphone and camera lens on the market, yet these three videos exhibited near-perfect precision, devoid of focal distance, as if a real person were standing before the viewer and speaking. Coupled with the same IP address, Jack was convinced that the video was fabricated. He began to scrutinize Watson's itinerary and even infiltrated the Bureau of Aviation in the beautiful country, discovering no records of Watson traveling to the Summer Kingdom. It is plausible that Watson could have transferred through another location, but upon analyzing the Watson in the video, Jack noted that the appearance matched that of Watson's public appearance from last month. Individuals naturally undergo subtle changes over time. However, the romantic announcement video featuring Watson was a recent occurrence, and there have been no records of her traveling abroad in the past 2 months. This strongly indicates that the video was a forgery. All three videos originated from the same address, employing identical filming techniques. Thus, if Watson's video is false, It stands to reason that the other two must also be fabricated. He compiled this conclusion into a video and uploaded it to social media. It quickly garnered attention, as Jack's reasoning was sound and his analysis thorough, convincing the online community. Soon, a report emerged stating that this morning, the commander had even made a televised address and appeared publicly in the square outside the commander's residence. But this news quickly vanished. Doubts arose that the commander had never died and that the announcement was a falsehood. The vice commander was still navigating the formalities to assume her role, while the commander was being confined in a secluded house in the countryside. As she eagerly prepared to deliver her inaugural speech, a secretary approached her and whispered something in her ear. Her expression shifted dramatically, signaling to her assistant to postpone the ceremony temporarily. Upon returning to her office, the vice commander wore a grim countenance. What on earth is happening? Some have analyzed that the video is fabricated. Many supporters of the leader are clamoring for the truth, urging the authorities to clarify the circumstances surrounding the video. The vice leader, plagued by a toothache, finds themselves in a predicament where they must act decisively. Alas, had these individuals uncovered the truth earlier, this morning, the vice leader would certainly not harbor such thoughts. However, the authorities have publicly issued a notice of death. The leader is fated to demise, and the vice leader has already reached an agreement with the consortium behind them and the ministers of the authorities. Given the leader's advanced age, their time was increasingly difficult to manage. Moments of mental lapses led to numerous blunders, causing discontent among some, who had no choice but to endure until the end of the term. Now, with this pretext, they can unceremoniously replace the leader. Everything was proceeding smoothly until, unexpectedly, someone stirred the pot. The vice leader is well aware the video is false, yet it has been crafted so convincingly that even the experts fail to detect flaws. This emboldens her to carry out the coup and secure her position. Yet now, the tide is shifting. Even the leader's old rival, Dong Wang, has emerged, demanding an explanation of the leader's whereabouts. This complicates matters significantly. Dong Wang has been forsaken by the elite, who stand firmly behind the vice leader, rendering her fearless. What are you doing? Seek out those magnates and silence their accounts at this critical moment. Allowances can be made for unforeseen events. In any case, this matter must be quelled. This topic must not resurface online, understand? Understood. Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai are enjoying skewers on the streets of Qingjing, filled with joy. The popularity of Earth Rescue has surged, with today's attendance nearing 100%. Tomorrow, the screening rate is set to rise to 35%. It occupies more than a third of the Universal Cinema's screens, and discussions for joint distribution with other theaters are underway. As the fervor for Earth Rescue escalates, the notoriety of Blackfish technology rises in tandem, with various high-tech innovations becoming hot topics in the media. Gao Yuan intends to wait until the excitement peaks before seizing the opportunity to unveil the concept of the wrist device. Although it won't be released just yet, it will leave an impression on customers, making them aware that what exists in science fiction will ultimately be developed by Blackfish technology. Chapter 59, A Conversation with President Gao. Old Gao, I am truly enlightened. While others spend money on advertising, you manage to profit from it. Earth Rescue is essentially an extended advertisement, yet people are utterly captivated. Gao Yuan beams with pride. What is so remarkable about advertisements? Just ask if the special effects are dazzling or if the scenes are breathtaking. You have contributed significantly as well. Although Watson's matter was debunked, we achieved our objective. The fact that numerous foreign distributors are now seeking us is clear evidence of our success. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bai reveals a mysterious smile. Old Gao, you might be speaking a bit prematurely. Indeed, the rumors have been dispelled, but now the videos debunking the rumors have been deleted. Of course, our videos have also been erased, but do you realize what this deletion signifies in the eyes of the onlookers? Gao Yuan's eyes brighten, a classic case of wanting to cover up, but instead drawing more attention. Indeed, it is as you say. If not for the deletions, my video would merely be a fleeting interlude. However, now that it has been erased, it implies that I have become, in the minds of many across the globe, the boyfriend of Watson. Is that not exhilarating? The affairs of a minor celebrity hardly warrant such excitement. Your words provoke curiosity. I wonder if the video we previously shared regarding the leader of the beautiful nation has also been banned? Gao Yuan inquired. Surprisingly, it seems not, but it matters little. Gao Yuan displayed a knowing smile, suggesting intrigue. It appears that the elite of the beautiful nation have reached a consensus regarding the ascension of the vice leader. Whether the leader lives or perishes, it is certain that he will not make any public appearances. Nevertheless, matters concerning the beautiful nation feel rather distant from me. As long as I can profit from them, their potential turmoil is of no concern to me. Zhang Bai concurred. Indeed, it seems the higher echelons of the beautiful nation are already aware of that video. At this juncture, Zhang Bai's complexion suddenly paled. Gao Yuan instantly comprehended. Goodness, you revealed your face. They could trace it back to us in no time. We can no longer stay in Qinjing. We must return to Muzha. Muzha's Blackfish Technology Industry Park is filled with robots purchased from a future world, utterly loyal to Gao Yuan. He intended to procure a batch of security robots upon his return to bolster their safety measures. Previously, engrossed in the thrill, he had failed to recognize the lurking danger of Zhang Bai's exposure. So swiftly, individuals from the beautiful nation had discerned that these videos originated from the same source. And Zhang Bai's presence had rendered the situation rather awkward. As the vice president of Blackfish Technology, Zhang Bai was now likely on the radar of the higher-ups in the beautiful nation. It was only a matter of time before someone would come knocking. Gao Yuan abruptly tossed his skewer onto the table. Old Zhang, let's go. Zhang Bai's expression turned grave. How do we leave? By car? No. That vehicle will likely be exposed soon. Let us leave it here. We should book a flight back to Linzhou. The flight at 3 in the morning was sparsely populated. Nearly deserted. Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai boarded the plane. Yet Gao Yuan felt a persistent unease within. He internally chastised himself, realizing that such video antics could not be indulged in excessively in the future, and certainly, he must refrain from featuring himself and those close to him in such recordings. Before long, the plane took off, and the journey from Qinjing to Linzhou would take just over an hour. In such a brief span, Gao Yuan believed that nothing untoward would occur, especially with the airport security being so stringent, and both he and Zhang Bai being quick to react. Gao Yuan closed his eyes, preparing to rest momentarily. Suddenly, he heard commotion in the cabin. 3 young men of Asian descent were moving about, feigning the need to use the restroom, making their way from the last row towards the front. They scrutinized each passenger, seemingly searching for someone. A sense of foreboding washed over Gao Yuan as he nudged Zhang Bai. Something seems amiss. Look at those 3 men. As Zhang Bai turned, his eyes met those of the 3 individuals. Cursing his misfortune internally, he recoiled slightly, attempting to blend in, only to see the 3 men briskly approaching their direction. Directly approaching Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai, the cabin was so confined that there was no place to hide, and any movement would undoubtedly attract their attention. The 3 individuals advanced to stand before Gao Yuan, exchanging glances with him and Zhang Bai, before checking their phones and nodding to one another. One of the young men extracted a notebook from his bag, deftly removing a cylindrical object from the battery compartment. With a swift bend of his hand, it transformed into a handgun. The young man directed the weapon at Gao Yuan. Mr. Gao, Vice President Zhang, it is an honor. Although he spoke in Mandarin, Gao Yuan could discern the man's southern dynasty origins. Nearly every neighboring nation surrounding the Xia kingdom bore distinct ethnic characteristics. Observing the young man, Gao Yuan recognized that any attempt at denial would be futile. He felt the reassuring presence of the concealed device at his waist, which calmed him somewhat. Whom do you serve? He inquired. Just as he finished his question, a flight attendant noticed the unfolding situation and approached to inquire. At that moment, another young man dismantled his belt buckle, transforming it into a knife, and pointed it at the flight attendant. Stay out of this. It does not concern you. The flight attendant turned pale with fear. The young man then advanced, pressing the blade against her waist. Take me to the cockpit. You know what to say and what not to say, right? The flight attendant nodded vigorously. Do not be anxious. As long as you comply, we will not harm you. The young man urged her to move forward, evidently intent on controlling the pilot and altering the flight path. After all, if they landed at Linzhou Airport, they would be unable to take Gao Yuan with them. The 3rd young man brandished a firearm, moving about the cabin. Everyone remained calm. This does not concern you. It is best not to make any sudden movements. Misunderstandings could lead to dire consequences. The trio operated with clear roles, evidently well prepared. Gao Yuan's thoughts turned heavy. He had boarded this flight on a whim, not anticipating being targeted so swiftly. Who were these Southern Dynasty individuals serving? The government of the beautiful nation? Or were they associated with the Jiuxing? Gao Yuan fixed a cold gaze on the young man before him and asked, Are you after money or technology? The young man returned his stare, forcing a chilling smile. Mr. Gao, we have no ulterior motives. We simply wish for you and Vice President Zhang to have a discussion. Where to? Surely not the Southern Dynasty? That would be tantamount to seeking death, Gao Yuan retorted. The young man smirked mockingly. You know quite a bit, don't you? Do you think I would divulge anything? It is futile. We are on a plane. If you do not cooperate, the best outcome will be a crash. And you, along with them, will perish. He gestured toward Gao Yuan, Zhang Bai, and the other passengers in the cabin. Gao Yuan chuckled. Of course, I will cooperate. There is nothing that cannot be discussed, is there? I am a businessman. That is good to hear. The young man then shouted something toward the front. However, Gao Yuan did not understand, as it was likely rapid Korean. The response came swiftly, and the young man smiled. From now on, do not speak or move unless I permit it. Understood? Chapter 60. Transformation into a pterosaur. Time ticked away, and at this moment, the crew had been taken hostage, and the plane had altered its course, flying past Linzhou toward the border. The Ground Command Center has detected that flight ZQ-2501 has deviated from its designated route. Immediate attempts to contact the crew have proven futile, as the lines remain busy, leading the command center to suspect that an incident may have occurred with ZQ-2501. According to satellite navigation, the aircraft is still traceable. However, as ZQ-2501 is a short-haul passenger plane with limited fuel reserves, crossing international borders poses a grave risk. Should the neighboring country lack an appropriate airport for landing, an accident may ensue. Consequently, the Ground Command Center analyzed the aircraft's trajectory to predict potential landing sites, reaching out to nearby airports to arrange for law enforcement and medical personnel. Onboard flight ZQ-2501, though the passenger count is minimal, a sense of agitation begins to spread as the distance from Linzhou increases. One passenger, summoning his courage, inquires, "Brother, where are we headed?" The young man guarding the group shoots him a glare, prompting the inquirer to shrink back behind his seat. At that moment, Gao Yuan casts a glance at Zhang Bai, whose complexion has turned ashen, seemingly resigned to their fate. Gao Yuan discreetly nudges his waist, and Zhang Bai's eyes flicker with understanding. Having been roommates in college, they share an unspoken bond, and he immediately comprehends Gao Yuan's intent, sensing a call for collaboration. Zhang Bai's mind begins to race. Despite his initial doubts, he resolves to follow Gao Yuan's lead. Gao Yuan persistently attempts to glean information, hoping to uncover the identity of the mastermind behind their predicament. Yet, the young man remains tight-lipped, revealing no valuable information. Gao Yuan can discern that the plane is likely heading south, toward a notorious region where the three countries converge amidst chaos. It stands to reason that these individuals aim for that area, as openly hijacking hostages in Summer Country would be exceedingly reckless. Gao Yuan mentally places himself in the shoes of his captors. If he were orchestrating such an act, he would certainly avoid leading hostages to Muzha, opting instead for a location that would facilitate a clean escape. After all, the influence of Summer Country looms large over its neighboring nations. Any abduction could invite their wrath. Only the Golden Triangle offers sufficient disorder to conceal their actions. Throughout the ordeal, Gao Yuan remains cooperative, driven by his dual motives, to uncover the identity of the orchestrator and to devise an escape plan. However, he harbors the hope that Zhang Bai can survive alongside him, unless circumstances dictate otherwise. Sensing Gao Yuan's signal, Zhang Bai steels himself, preparing to assist. At that moment, the armed young man receives a phone call, opting not to use the speakerphone. Although Gao Yuan cannot discern the conversation's content, he surmises that it likely involves the individual pulling the strings behind the scenes. Soon, the aircraft begins its descent. The young man has ordered the window shades closed, shrouding the cabin in darkness despite the bright morning light outside, leaving Gao Yuan to rely on instinct and conjecture. A few minutes later, the young man addresses Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai. "Mr. Gao, Mr. Zhang, it's time to go." Zhang Bai immediately asks, "Where to?" "Down," the young man replies. "What?" Zhang Bai's face pales. "Don't worry, my brother and I are experienced in parachuting. We'll ensure Mr. Gao and Mr. Zhang are safe." Now, they must have crossed the border. As they prepared to skydive into the dense forest below, the cabin door swung open, and a fierce gust of wind surged inside. Gao Yuan felt as if he might be swept away. He and Zhang Bai were pulled to the door's edge by their captors, each retrieving a parachute from their belongings. This method resembled tandem skydiving, where each robber was tethered to a victim. Given the altitude, the young captors were confident that Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai could not escape. Gao Yuan signaled to Zhang Bai to cooperate and allow himself to be bound to the robber without resistance. The robber, pleased with Zhang Bai's compliance, smirked mockingly. However, when it was Gao Yuan's turn, he suddenly wore an expression of sheer terror, gripping the handrail inside the cabin with all his might, refusing to let go. "I won't go out. I refuse to jump. I will die. Do you wish to perish?" The robber tasked with Gao Yuan growled menacingly, pulling out a handgun. Gao Yuan quickly dodged and stealthily maneuvered behind the robber, holding Zhang Bai. In a sudden burst, he lunged forward, propelling Zhang Bai and the robber out of the aircraft. Gao Yuan followed suit. "What the hell?" The robber, responsible for Gao Yuan, stared in disbelief at the falling figure of Gao Yuan, thinking to himself, "This fool is seeking his own demise." As Gao Yuan exited the plane, he was met with a torrent of wind that made his eyelids flutter. The intense sensation of weightlessness rendered him breathless, and he fought to suppress his discomfort. His hands found the transformation device at his waist. "It's time to end this." Transform. Using his mental waves, Gao Yuan selected the creature he wished to become. Initially overlooked, he now discovered that the device could even transform him into a dinosaur while suspended in midair. He promptly chose to morph into a pterosaur. In an instant, his form shifted, and a pterosaur with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters emerged in the sky. This was a Quetzalcoatlus, capable of reaching a wingspan of up to 15 meters. Though the transformation had its limitations, preventing him from becoming either too large or too small. This was the moment Gao Yuan had anticipated. Previously, fleeing had been perilous, fraught with the risk of injury. Additionally, he could not allow the straps to bind him, uncertain of how the transformation might affect him. The last thing he wanted was to become ensnared mid-transformation, discovering too late that his wings were trapped. At the same time, for Zhang Bai's safety, Gao Yuan needed him to remain bound, as neither had ever jumped from a plane before. Gao Yuan felt his body surge upward, buoyed by the air beneath his wings. After a brief period of acclimatization, he pursued the robber ahead, the parachute clearly visible. Soon, as he approached within mere meters of the ground, Gao Yuan caught up with the robber. He struck the back of the robber's head with his formidable beak, the force rendering the robber instantly unconscious. Gao Yuan then grasped the parachute with his talons, altering its descent trajectory. After traveling approximately 20 miles, he released his grip, allowing Zhang Bai to land safely. Throughout the ordeal, Zhang Bai had been face down, utterly unaware of the chaos that had unfolded. As he finally turned his head, he beheld a colossal pterosaur screeching behind him and instinctively attempted to flee, only to realize that the robber had, at some point, lost consciousness. What in the world is this place? Have I crossed into another realm? How can there be dinosaurs? I am on the brink of despair, a tragic fate indeed. Where is Lao Gao? I wonder if he has traversed through time. How unfortunate. After much effort in unbinding myself, I heard the immense pterosaur call out to him, "Lao Zhang." Good heavens, could it be that Gao Lao has already been devoured by the pterosaur? If I manage to escape, I shall erect a memorial in his honor, though I possess nothing to honor him with. Lao Gao shall forever reside in my heart. Chapter 61. The ecological patrol team. Gao Yuan did not hear what Zhang Bai had to say, yet the jungle was fraught with danger, and they needed to leave swiftly. Gao Yuan took a few steps forward, exclaiming, "Lao Zhang, for heaven's sake, do not run. It is I, Gao Yuan." In doing so, he located the bandit, rummaging through his belongings until he found a phone, a firearm, and some identification. After completing this task, he noticed that Zhang Bai had still not approached. "Lao Zhang, what on earth are you doing?" Zhang Bai paused for a moment, turning around with a face full of hesitation. "You are Gao Yuan." "Indeed," Gao Yuan replied. "Good grief. Brother, you have truly suffered. We have traversed time together. I am human, and you are a pterosaur? Fear not, I shall treat you well." Gao Yuan silently cursed, pondering whether Zhang Bai had sustained a head injury. He thought about controlling his body through brainwaves to regain composure. As Zhang Bai was walking, he suddenly noticed that the pterosaur before him had vanished, and Gao Yuan now stood before him. He was at a loss for words. "Lao Gao, where exactly are we? Not only are there dinosaurs, but they also possess the ability to transform into humanoid forms." Gao Yuan slapped Zhang Bai on the forehead. "Are you awake now? Let us go." "Where to? Surely you have not forgotten? We were hijacked on the plane and have only just escaped." If it were only Gao Yuan, it would be a simple matter. He could transform into an eagle and fly back. However, with Zhang Bai in tow, that was quite impossible. Moreover, having been kidnapped once, Gao Yuan was reluctant to leave it at that. He understood that not far from here, there must be the lair of the mastermind behind it all. If he could infiltrate that place, he could trace the roots of this ordeal. Gao Yuan was aware that during this period, black fish technology had been rather ostentatious. But it would become even more so in the future, and now someone was plotting against him. If he could not sever the first hand that reached out for him, there would be many more who would covet him in the future. Gao Yuan felt a pang of regret. Alas, if the time-space portal were here, he could easily procure a batch of robots and some equipment from the future world. Lost in thought, Gao Yuan suddenly spotted, not far ahead, the time-space portal located in his own backyard. He was momentarily stunned. What is happening? Is there a time-space portal here as well, or has it always been mobile, and I simply never attempted to explore it? This time-space portal evidently only opens for him. Could it be a conduit of a fourth-dimensional space? In such a realm, the concept of three-dimensionality does not exist, only tailored to his presence. Perhaps the time-space portal has always followed him, manifesting in response to his brainwave activity, appearing when he requires it. In that moment, Gao Yuan had an epiphany. He realized he had been too young and had never contemplated such matters. Now, with the time-space portal before him, he gazed at Zhang Bai, who had just approached. Please wait for me here. I shall return shortly. Lao Gao, where are you going? Before Zhang Bai could finish his sentence, he realized that Gao Yuan had vanished. A tremor coursed through him. What in the world is this? Just moments ago he could transform, and now he is teleporting. Cautiously, Zhang Bai crouched down, striving to maintain a low profile. Upon traversing the portal of time and space, Gao Yuan discovered that he was no longer in Longjing. Instead, he found himself in a desolate wilderness, albeit one with a landscape entirely unlike the Golden Triangle. It appeared to be a jungle by the sea. Gao Yuan comprehended that the portal could shift locations. However, with each transition, the destination would alter as well. Though the method of calculating these positions remained a mystery, he resolved to experiment further to discern a pattern. As he surveyed his surroundings, a voice called out, "Hey, what are you doing over there? Hurry up and come here." Gao Yuan spotted a team of individuals clad in protective gear waving at him from a short distance away. He approached them, and a woman handed him a suit of protective clothing. A wealthy individual? What brings you here? What about your subordinates? Gao Yuan scrutinized the group. Who are you? We are the Ecological Patrol Team. What are you doing here? Am I not allowed to be here? What exactly does the Ecological Patrol Team do? Gao Yuan inquired. The jungle is filled with radioactive plants. Some of them can be hostile to humans, even without direct attacks. The radiation emitted by these plants can harm your body. You really are reckless. Every year, individuals are mutated by radiation in the wild, often leading to their demise. We are the official guardians of the wilderness, primarily tasked with rescuing those found in the wild and monitoring real-time environmental changes. A wave of apprehension washed over Gao Yuan. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He recalled Qin Mu Gudian mentioning that the wilderness had become uninhabitable for humans due to nuclear warfare, yet centuries had passed. Surely, the radiation must have dissipated. He voiced his concerns. The woman frowningly replied, "Have you never ventured outside?" Initially, humanity thought the same, but over the decades, countless plants have mutated. The flora of today generates its own radiation. They absorb radioactive elements from the soil, which leads to their mutation and eventual decay, returning to the soil in an endless cycle. After all these years, the radiation must have dissipated, right? Gao Yuan questioned. The woman scoffed. Dissipated? How could that be? The radiation in the wild has been intensifying in recent years. These plants, after years of mutation, undergo intricate chemical changes that can convert ordinary elements into radioactive ones, which they then absorb. Gao Yuan was taken aback. The flora of this future world possessed such extraordinary capabilities, it was almost unfathomable. However, this was not the time for botanical inquiries. He had come to procure supplies to arm himself for self-defense and to confront adversaries. Clearly, I have been woefully uninformed. By the way, I wish to purchase some robots. Where might I find them? The woman pondered briefly. Purchasing items can only be done in the city. It's not feasible in the wilderness. However, we patrol the area with some spare supplies. I can offer you double, no, 5 times the price for your purchase. What supplies do you have? Gao Yuan inquired. In the wilderness, unexpected situations abound. We possess security robots, intelligent road openers, protective suits, laser guns, nutritional paste, and flying vehicles. What do you require? Can you provide me with a complete set? Gao Yuan inquired. Are you certain about paying 5 times the price? In truth, we can return you to the city. You need not spend so much, the woman replied. No worries, I relish staying in the wild, Gao Yuan insisted. The woman furrowed her brow, expressing disbelief. I truly do not comprehend the mindset of affluent individuals like you. I have encountered several such people who prefer the wilderness. Since you are willing to spend more, I see no reason not to sell to you. After all, these are merely common supplies. They can be replenished upon returning. Come, let us exchange contact information. My name is Wang Chunjia. What is yours? Gao Yuan replied. Gao Yuan, a rather lofty name, wouldn't you say? Perhaps it's best not to inquire further about your identity, as you would likely remain reticent. Very well, I will compile a list for you. Peruse it at your leisure. Chapter 62. Speaking the truth, Gao Yuan glanced at the list, which enumerated more than a dozen items. All were standard gear utilized by ecological patrol teams. In the wilderness, one faces not only harsh environments, but also frequent attacks from mutated flora and fauna, necessitating robust protective measures. In addition to protective suits, there were armed self-defense surveillance devices, protective spheres, and tools such as road openers, automatic capture devices, collectors, flying vehicles, and portable single-person aircraft. Besides these tools, provisions, water, and airborne suspended tents were also included. Gao Yuan's eyes sparkled as he comprehended the value of these items. He had been troubled by the prospect of being stranded in the wilderness with these supplies. He could not only leave at any moment with Zhang Bai, but also investigate who was orchestrating his troubles. Upon receiving the supplies, Gao Yuan looked at Wang Chunjia and asked, If I take these items, will there be consequences for you? Just report the loss. The total cost is 28 million. Let us round it off. You can pay 1 billion for 5 times the price. Gao Yuan, with over 100 billion in his personal account, transferred the funds directly. Thank you. Next time I'm in Longjing, I'll treat you to a grand feast. Gao Yuan declared. Very well, we must continue our patrol. Since you are no longer in danger, we shall take our leave. Farewell. Wang Chunjia stated before boarding the flying vehicle, and the ecological patrol team swiftly departed. All supplies were stowed in the vehicle's compartment, with only 2 security robots remaining outside. Gao Yuan invited them to join him as they once again traversed the temporal gateway. At that moment, Zhang Bai crouched in the grass, cradling his head. Where's old Gao? This is too unnerving. I heard something, perhaps a beast? He muttered to himself, attempting to muster courage. Suddenly, a loud cracking sound echoed as a tree was snapped. Zhang Bai gasped in shock. Could it be a Tyrannosaurus Rex? At that instant, Gao Yuan's voice called from behind him. Old Zhang, get in the car. Zhang Bai stood speechless, gazing at a vehicle hovering 10 meters ahead, 10 meters long and 3 meters wide. Gao Yuan leaned out, beckoning him. He rubbed his eyes, convinced it must be a dream. Even if old Gao had returned, how could a vehicle possibly be present in this jungle? What kind of car could navigate such terrain, let alone a flying one without wings or propellers? Surely, he was hallucinating. What are you waiting for? Get in, Bai. Help him aboard. 2 security robots were named an E and an Air by Gao Yuan. Upon hearing Gao Yuan's words, an E dashed over, wrapping its arm around Zhang Bai's waist and tossing him aside, while an Air effortlessly caught him, pressing a button that placed Zhang Bai beside Gao Yuan in the car. Old Gao, is that really you? Nonsense. Ever since you went skydiving, you've seemed rather unhinged. Did you injure your brain? Zhang Bai felt on the verge of tears, nearly collapsing under the weight of his confusion. Normal? This world is anything but normal. The moment I descended, I encountered a pterosaur merely meters away that could speak. And then, the bandit behind me was left uncertain of his fate. Suddenly, that pterosaur transformed into you. Just as I was beginning to settle down, you vanished and reappeared in a car, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. Tell me, who is the one that is not normal, me or this world? After his outburst, Zhang Bai noticed Gao Yuan's calm demeanor and suddenly felt as though he might have overreacted. Gao Yuan patted Zhang Bai on the shoulder. Old Zhang, I can explain everything, but we must be on our way. Where to? To the Golden Triangle, to confront those who kidnapped us. Are you suggesting that we Haven T actually traverse dimensions? That everything prior was orchestrated by you? Of course. The pterosaur you saw was indeed me. Gao Yuan revealed a device at his waist. This is a transformation device. It can simulate transforming into other animals. It's a high-tech metamorphic apparatus, Zhang Bai looked incredulous. Are you saying that with this device, one can become whatever they wish? Not exactly. It can only transform into animals. If you wanted to turn into a pile of dung, I doubt that would work. Gao Yuan joked. How could such a thing exist? Isn't that akin to the Monkey King's 72 transformations? How could it possibly be real? Zhang Bai struggled to accept this revelation. Gao Yuan regarded him. And yet you find the brainwave imaging device credible? Isn't that rather absurd? You believed it the first time you encountered it, and even wanted to try it out. Ahem, that's different. After all, brain-machine interfaces are in development worldwide. But this transformation device, what of the transformation device? It's merely a different form of genetic mimicry. Human scientists have been collaborating on genetic research for ages. Where did this car come from? Zhang Bai interrupted, waving his hand. Never mind. Just tell me how you plan to locate those people. Gao Yuan retrieved a phone he had confiscated from the bandit and handed it to the security robot. This vintage communicator contains their number. You can hack into their location and deploy a scout to relay the visuals. Understood, boss. While Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai sought the mastermind behind their predicament. Flight ZQ-2501 safely landed at Bagula Airport. The scene was heavily fortified, with both Bagula and Xia country police ready to spring into action. The moment the plane touched down, they rushed in to rescue the hostages and apprehend the bandits. 2 bandits were captured, one positioned at the cabin door, prepared to parachute. When he saw Gao Yuan fall and cursed his luck, calling to his companion to prepare to jump. However, in the next moment, he witnessed Gao Yuan transform into a pterosaur, pursuing his companion, which left him utterly bewildered. At that precise moment, he was subdued by 2 students from the physical education department. Another individual, who had initially taken the captain hostage in the cockpit, relaxed his guard when he heard his companion call for him to jump from the aircraft. As he turned to exit, the co-pilot apprehended him from behind, and several flight attendants bound him securely. Thus, the crisis on Flight ZQ-2501 was successfully resolved. However, while cross-referencing the passenger list, the police discovered that 2 individuals were missing, executives from Heiyu Technology. Consequently, they promptly interrogated the hijackers in Lashy. Yet, during the questioning, they encountered a conundrum. The hijackers confessed to orchestrating the abduction of Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai, admitting that they had been monitoring them since the donation ceremony, although they had not intended to act at that time. Later that evening, they received a notification prompting them to proceed with their plan, leading to the hijacking incident. However, they were unaware of Gao Yuan's whereabouts, with one hijacker adamantly claiming that Gao Yuan had transformed into a pterosaur. This left the police both amused and perplexed. The crucial matter was that even the most esteemed experts could not ascertain whether he was lying. Their analysis of his micro-expressions, heart rate, and brainwave patterns suggested he was speaking the truth. Chapter 63. Being a fool isn't so bad. However, such a statement was clearly implausible. How could a person possibly transform into a pterosaur? Nevertheless, one thing was certain. Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai had likely encountered an accident. Even if they had not, they were likely lost in the dense jungles of the Golden Triangle, with their chances of survival exceedingly slim. Given Gao Yuan's unique status, the government promptly coordinated with the Burmese police to form an international joint search and rescue team, initiating a search in the bordering wilderness. In the National Government Affairs Center of Xinjiang, several high-ranking officials convened to discuss the ZQ-2501 flight incident. Gao Yuan was an esteemed entrepreneur in our nation, and this hijacking event was an exceedingly heinous and detrimental occurrence that necessitated swift and stringent measures to uncover the masterminds behind it, ensuring that such incidents would not recur. The speaker was the National Minister of Government Affairs, Zhou Zhengli. Present were also the Minister of Reform, Qin Taijun, the Director of the Aviation Administration, Lin Wei, and Lu Xilin from the Xinjiang Municipal Committee. Minister, we have just received word from Lashy that Flight ZQ-2501 has successfully landed, and 2 hijackers have been apprehended. With interrogations underway, however, progress has been limited. Zhou Zhengli's expression was grave. We must act swiftly and resolutely against the masterminds behind this. Lin Wei, please explain how their weapons were smuggled onto the aircraft. Lin Wei, drenched in sweat, replied, Minister, the hijackers were exceedingly cunning. Their weapons were specially crafted to resemble batteries, and the belt buckles were nearly impossible to detect. Furthermore, the ammunition was not conventional. Given current technology, it is difficult to identify without disassembly. Are you implying that we cannot uncover the truth? Lin Wei felt the pressure. No, no, no. We will immediately devise new security strategies to ensure that such incidents do not recur. Zhou Zhengli's face was grim. This is outrageous. In our capital, brazenly boarding a plane to abduct our entrepreneurs. What is our Xiaogua? Who would dare to conduct business here in the future? How can we guarantee safety? Taijun, what is your impression of Gao Yuan? This incident had little to do with Qin Taijun. It was merely a coincidence that he was present to discuss matters with Zhou Zhengli when he heard that Gao Yuan had met with him, leading to his involvement. Qin Taijun furrowed his brow. I have met Gao Yuan. How should I put it? He is composed and calm, possessing numerous valuable assets. The architectural insect technology has already been provided to our Reform Commission, though it has yet to be utilized. I still owe him a favor. I can confidently say that Gao Yuan is worth more than the entire Academy of Sciences. Zhou Zhengli regarded Qin Taijun. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Indeed, it is somewhat hyperbolic. What I meant was, comparing him to the Academy of Sciences. The technology contained in his constant temperature clothing can be said to rival the achievements of nearly 2 decades of global scientists. Each piece is a groundbreaking innovation. Qin Taijun asserted. Zhou Zhengli fell silent for a few seconds. So, you mean his significance is comparable to that of national treasures? Lu Shilin, who had been keeping a low profile, perked up at the mention of his name. Yes, sir. Strengthen security checks on outsiders, especially foreigners. Understood. Sir, I will ensure the task is completed. At this moment, Qin Taijun spoke again. Sir, you need not worry too much. Gao Yuan is quite steady. How should I say this? He should be able to extricate himself safely from this incident, but I cannot guarantee the safety of his deputy. Zhou Zhengli inquired. How can you be so certain? Qin Taijun smiled. As a technology enthusiast, he undoubtedly has contingency plans. If Gao Yuan were present to hear Taijun's words, he would undoubtedly feel a pang of guilt. He had indeed considered safety issues, but he never anticipated being targeted so swiftly. Moreover, he had been rather arrogant, thinking that with the transformer on him, he could traverse anywhere in the world without fear. At that moment, Gao Yuan, adhering to the status of an E, surged towards his destination. The path-clearing device swept through, sending tree debris flying to the sides like waves of green foam, occasionally revealing scales of giant pythons and dismembered insect limbs that were unable to evade. Behind the path-clearing device lay a smooth, expansive corridor extending forward. Following the path-clearing device was an armed self-defense reconnaissance unit, equipped with laser weapons capable of detecting any threats to humanity and automatically neutralizing them. Zhang Bai sat in the vehicle, at a loss for how to express his emotions. Old Gao, aren't you going to explain this to me? Where did all these miraculous devices come from? Gao Yuan paused for a moment. Would you believe me if I said I have a base here? Zhang Bai shook his head. Do you think I'm foolish? We lack even the most basic trust between us. Why should I explain anything to you? Zhang Bai stared at Gao Yuan in disbelief. Old Gao, honestly, where did you learn to speak like this? Is it from your ex-girlfriend? With great fervor. I came to assist you, yet you remain silent. Are you planning to leave? Do as you wish, alight from the vehicle. Dream on. I refuse to exit. The comfort within this carriage is too inviting, and I am determined to discover precisely who intends to abduct me. Perhaps it is indeed an abduction. You may be merely an accessory. Zhang Bai, feeling reticent, turned away, gazing enviously at the armed reconnaissance device and the road-clearing apparatus ahead. He mused. Perhaps being a fool isn't so bad after all. 5 kilometers away, there lies a village, guarded by armed personnel. Within the village stands a bamboo house, where 2 individuals occupy the uppermost room. One appears to be a Bago person, while the other hails from the southern dynasty. The Bago individual, with a disdainful countenance, speaks in Mandarin, declaring, "Your people have failed. Why do you still linger?" The southern figure, named Li Zhengji, is the illegitimate son of the president of the Jiuxing Group, masquerading as the executive president for the Bago region. However, he displays none of the demeanor befitting his title at this moment. Li Zhengji's expression darkened. Leave? Why should I? That Gao Yuan is lurking in the jungle ahead. I sent your men to search. What prevents you from doing the same? Searching requires additional remuneration. Moreover, we can observe quite clearly from here. Only 2 individuals descended, and they were assaulted by a colossal flying beast. What use is there in searching? Yet, my men have informed me that Gao Yuan has jumped down. The Bago individual eyed the phone in Li Zhengji's hand. You would do well to dispose of that device. It could easily reveal your location. I've heard of a technology that can pinpoint your whereabouts simply by activating the device, based solely on a number. Location tracking? This is a specially encrypted phone from Jiaoxing Group. It cannot be intercepted or traced. As he spoke, a sudden cacophony erupted from the front, and Li Zhengji beheld a swirling green mist advancing rapidly toward them. Chapter 64. 3 questions. Li Zhengji's face turned pale with terror. What is that? The Bago individual before him, a private militia leader named Lupo, had been entrenched in the narcotics trade for over a decade. Although experienced in combat, Lupo was bewildered by the sight of the green mist. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Could it possibly be a monster? The jungle had indeed become a realm of oddities. He had spotted a creature resembling a pterosaur that morning, and now this strange entity appeared. Monster! Monster! The guards outside, gripped by fear, shouted as they retreated toward the village. Lupo fired a shot into the sky. Open fire. Shoot. Soon, gunfire erupted. However, the moment the shots rang out, the armed reconnaissance device identified it as a threat, unleashing a barrage of lasers, leaving the guards sprawled on the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lupo felt his teeth grind in frustration. Yet, he uttered not a word, instead leaping down with agility, grasping a vine to descend swiftly. Having encountered peril countless times in his life, he had always managed to save himself through prompt decisions. Though he remained unaware of the identity of their assailants or the nature of their weaponry, he understood one thing. If he did not flee now, death would surely follow. Li Zhengji had yet to comprehend the situation when he beheld the guards strewn across the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. What is this? He exclaimed, just as his bodyguard rushed in from below. Young master, we must leave. Gao Yuan, spotting a stronghold ahead, promptly deployed an automated capture device. This contraption was capable of autonomously locking onto targets, connected to Gao Yuan's chip, which could directly sense brainwaves. The thought of capturing individuals sparked in Gao Yuan's mind, and the automated capture device responded to the signal, locking onto all humans within a radius of several kilometers for apprehension. Half an hour later, Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai found themselves within the stronghold, where the capture device had ensnared 5 individuals, 2 from the Boga tribe and 3 from the Southern Dynasty. These 5 were thoroughly restrained, ensnared by an electrical net, twitching occasionally yet without any life-threatening danger. Gao Yuan sat before them, inquiring, "Do you recognize me?" Li Zhengji gazed at Gao Yuan, while Lu Bo's eyes widened in shock. "Excellent. It appears you both know me. Are you the masterminds behind this? Then these 3 individuals can be dealt with harmlessly. Ani, handle it." Ani nodded and approached, reaching into the electric cage to seize one individual and nonchalantly tossing him aside. The clearing device activated, and a spray of blood mist filled the air. Li Zhengji's once fierce gaze was now filled with terror. You. Gao Yuan remained unperturbed, as though he had merely squashed an ant moments before. These individuals were desperate criminals, potentially responsible for the suffering of countless innocents through their illicit dealings. Thus, Gao Yuan bore no psychological burden. Moreover, their audacity to assault him only solidified their enmity. What is the matter? Isn't there no law here? Surely, you won't object to fertilizing a tree? Now, let us save each other some time. Look up at the sky. Isn't there a helicopter passing by? A rescue team should arrive shortly. How about we engage in a little QA game? I ask, you answer. If you cannot respond, it means you're of no further use, correct? Lu Bo immediately faltered. Gao, please spare me. Gao Yuan chuckled. Now you know who I am, don't you? Just a moment ago, no one uttered a word. Since you've spoken first, you shall answer 3 questions. If you succeed, you may live. Lu Bo nodded vigorously. The more desperate a criminal, the more prone they were to fear for their lives in their final moments. Who orchestrated my kidnapping? Without hesitation, Lu Bo pointed at Li Zhengji, speaking in broken Mandarin. It was him. He is the illegitimate son of the 9 Stars chairman, named Li Zhengji. Gao Yuan smiled. Very well, on to the second question. What was the purpose of my abduction? Lu Bo hesitated momentarily before responding. I'm not entirely sure. I only just met Li Zhengji. Last night, he approached me, requesting a favor to wait here. Once we captured you, he planned to send you to the port of Maedanmian in southern Bogu, where I have a small boat ready for the sea. He promised me a substantial sum and assured that my goods could travel through the 9 Stars network. Gao Yuan glanced at Li Zhengji, observing the ashen pallor of his face. Ignoring him, Gao Yuan continued to question Lu Bo. At last, the response was satisfactory. And now you may depart. Lu Bo hastily bowed his head, acknowledging, I certainly know. What is your mother's surname? Lu Bo appeared bewildered, gazing at Gao Yuan, seemingly failing to comprehend his intent. After a brief pause of 3 seconds without a reply from Lu Bo, Gao Yuan sighed. Look, I've granted you an opportunity, yet you refuse to cooperate. Shall we proceed? No, my mother's surname is Meng. Too late. In the electric cage, only 3 individuals remained, all evidently from the Southern dynasty, characterized by their typical Southern features. Gao Yuan surveyed them. Now, it is just the 3 of you. Shall we continue? Li Zhengji suddenly shouted, Yuan Ti, let us go, will you? Yes. Li Zhengji's eyes were bloodshot, having turned scarlet in mere minutes. You will surely kill us. I want to say a word. Really? You could take a gamble, considering I have already acquired all the necessary information. However, if you refuse to cooperate, then it's game over. Li Zhengji's body weakened. I will speak. See, isn't this much better? You are a devil. Gao Yuan chuckled. You conspire with a drug dealer to kidnap a citizen of the Summer Kingdom, and now you label me a devil? Huh. The logic of your Southern Dynasty consortium is quite remarkable. All right, let the game commence. The first question, does the kidnapping align with the intentions of the 9 stars or those from the beautiful nation? At this moment, the 3 living individuals included 2 of Li Zhengji's bodyguards. The bodyguards exchanged glances, quickly understanding each other's intent. They rushed to answer. Before Li Zhengji could utter a word, one bodyguard interjected, speaking in Southern dialect, which displeased Gao Yuan. Soon, only 2 individuals remained in the electric cage. You may answer, but it is preferable to speak in Mandarin. If there is no response, I will randomly select one of you. Those who answer well shall survive. Of course, it would be wise not to fabricate stories. Do you see this individual? Should he deem you untrustworthy? Gao Yuan gestured towards an E. Li Zhengji trembled, gazing at his bodyguard with imploring eyes, yet his bodyguard ignored him entirely. Instead, he hesitantly began to respond in Mandarin. Our people in the Summer Kingdom aim to seize some technology, but last night we received a call from the beautiful nation, from the Morgan Consortium, which is a major shareholder of 9 stars. They instructed our personnel to infiltrate the Summer Kingdom and seize control of you, ideally to acquire the latest technology of the lithography machine. After obtaining the technology, then, I comprehend. You intend to eliminate me, am I correct? The bodyguard nodded. Gao Yuan noted the name Morgan. It seemed the principal target had been identified. Excellent. I can offer you a concession. You may now exit the confines. Upon finishing his statement, the electricity surrounding the bodyguard dissipated. After a moment's hesitation, the bodyguard swiftly emerged from within, finally liberated from the intermittent electric shocks. Gao Yuan continued. Now, for the second question, who knows the contact details of the 9-star CEO? The bodyguard and Li Zhengji exchanged glances, each retrieving their phones. My phone is specially designed, resistant to eavesdropping and tracking. Ahem, I possess the number and can dial it immediately. Li Zhengji, in his eagerness to speak, bit his tongue until it bled. As the electric current coursed through him, certain parts of his body involuntarily twitched. His bodyguard, wielding his own phone, was equally determined. All right, I shall grant you an opportunity. Whoever connects first wins. How does that sound? After all, Li Zhengji was the son of the chairman of Daqing, and his bodyguards were meticulously chosen. They were not only adept in security but also in business, serving as professional security managers to assist his endeavors. Consequently, this bodyguard had the capability to directly contact the chairman of Daqing. At that moment, both men frantically dialed numbers. The bodyguard attempted several times, but due to unstable signals, all were unsuccessful, leaving him in a state of agitation, sweat pouring down his face. Li Zhengji continuously changed numbers until, at last, a long-awaited series of beeping sounds resonated. His face lit up with joy. It's connected. It's connected. Hurry, answer it. Gao Yuan gestured for an E to release Li Zhengji. As for the bodyguard outside, realizing he had no chance, he suddenly lunged at Zhang Bai, attempting to seize him to threaten Gao Yuan. However, just as he moved, an air unleashed a beam of laser from his palm. Gao Yuan, observing Li Zhengji, awaited the moment his call was answered. After a few rings, someone on the other end picked up. Li Zhengji spoke urgently. Though Gao Yuan could not comprehend, Zhang Bai understood. Old Gao, this brat is calling his mother. He is asking if his father is around. Oh, what luck! The old man of Daqing is indeed present. Li Zhengji let out a sigh of relief, respectfully lifting the phone with both hands towards Gao Yuan. An E approached and took the phone from him. For safety's sake, Gao Yuan refrained from touching the device, allowing an E to hold it instead and set up a voice transfer so he could communicate in real time through his own phone. I am Gao Yuan. Your son is in my custody. Upon uttering those words, Gao Yuan suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. On the other end, Li Bingxing was seething with rage. Are you from Xia country? Release my son immediately, or you will be responsible for any ensuing troubles. Please, speak plainly. If you continue in your gibberish, we have no reason to continue this dialogue. Li Zhengji, witnessing the conversation on the verge of collapse, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that if it fell apart, he would be finished. He hastily spoke into the microphone several times. Soon, a woman's voice came through. Mr. Gao, I am Zhengji's mother. Bingxing's Mandarin is not very proficient. Please do not take offense. We can discuss this matter now. Indeed, there is no issue in this world that cannot be discussed, am I right? You are correct, Mr. Gao, and it is not as though you are lacking in funds. This incident was indeed Zhengji's fault, and we apologize on his behalf. What compensation would you desire? We can discuss it openly. Compensation? I wish for Jiuxing to exert its full effort in dominating the global mobile phone market, and I will assist Jiuxing in penetrating the Xia country market. How does that sound? Gao Yuan's demand left Li Bingxing and his companion utterly bewildered. What was happening? The hostage was actually offering to assist the captor? Had he lost his mind? At that moment, the woman cautiously inquired, What do you require from us? Help me establish a sales terminal channel in the beautiful country. I am confident that you are capable of achieving this, correct? Of course. You also have the option to decline, yet Li Zhengji has spoken at length, and that suffices. Beside him, Li Zhengji appeared anxious, aware that if the conditions were agreed upon, his chances of survival would significantly increase. The thought of a potential collapse made him recall the pervasive scent of blood in the air. He shouted, Uncle, please. On the other end of the line, the two individuals might have been deliberating. Gao Yuan remained unperturbed, gesturing for an E to escort Li Zhengji away. A few moments later, the woman spoke. Mr. Gao, is what you say true? How can we trust you? Of course it is true. You may send a representative to the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park to sign a resource exchange agreement with us. Would that be acceptable? Is that really so? The woman inquired. 9 stars had become nearly invisible in the Xia country market. Although they had not completely withdrawn, their presence was minimal. Now, an opportunity to re-enter the Xia country market had arisen. Xia country was not only the world's largest producer of smart devices, but also its largest market. After losing their foothold in Xia, 9 Stars Mobile Division plummeted from the first tier to the third, with the Blackfish chip in hand. They were ambitious to reclaim their former glory, and with Gao Yuan's assurance, there was little reason to refuse. As for Gao Yuan's conditions, they perceived it as a minor matter. 9 Stars had established itself in the beautiful nation, and assisting Blackfish Technology in creating a sales channel, there was hardly a burden. Mr. Gao, is Zhengji all right? Rest assured, we are partners. Zhengji is naturally my junior. As his uncle, how could I harm him? However, I hope this incident will be the last of its kind. Thank you immensely, Mr. Gao. Upon ending the call, Gao Yuan noticed that the rescue helicopter was drawing closer. He turned to Zhang Bai. Old Zhang, prepare yourself. Prepare for what? Old Gao, you can't be seriously considering a partnership with 9 Stars, can you? Of course, why not? After all, our wrist device is set to launch. We can hand over the domestic mobile business to them, which would help mitigate losses for local manufacturers while selling equipment channels at a premium. Zhang Bai gave a thumbs up. You are remarkable. But what about that person beside us? What will he do upon hearing this? Gao Yuan smiled. Do you know how to ensure someone keeps a secret forever? Zhang Bai was aware. That phrase had been uttered by antagonists in various dramas, often implying a fatal outcome for the protagonist. But we are not dealing with 9 Stars. Initially, upon hearing that an agreement had been reached, Li Zhengji straightened his posture. Yet upon hearing Gao Yuan openly discuss such matters in his presence, he gradually shrank back, crouching on the ground as if he were a mere shadow. Indeed, I meant to ensure Li Zhengji's survival, but I did not specify which Li Zhengji. An E and an Air, the 2 security robots, sensed Gao Yuan's intentions and began to converse among themselves. In no time, they transformed their appearance. Stealth and disguise were well within the purview of security robots. At this moment, an E transformed into Li Zhengji, standing beside him like a pair of twin brothers, while an Air took on the role of Li Zhengji's bodyguard. Gao Yuan waved his hand, instructing, proceed with the memory replication. The replication of memories is an advanced application of the electroencephalogram imaging device. An E approached Li Jingji, extending several lines from his palm and attaching them to key points on Li Jingji's head, then began the reading process. These lines emitted a special ray, stimulating Li Jingji's brain to operate at high speed, while an E read the brainwaves, processing and storing them in his central processor. The entire procedure was remarkably swift. At that moment, Gao Yuan stood nearby, removing his protective gear and stowing the equipment into the flying vehicle, leaving only 2 portable single-person flying devices. Zhang Bai observed his actions and inquired, "Lao Gao, what are you doing?" "No time for chatter, just follow my lead," he replied. Subsequently, Gao Yuan instructed an heir to return the flying vehicle to the future world for safekeeping, given the plethora of advanced technology within. He then returned to the village with Zhang Bai, directing an heir to bind both of them. After an heir departed, an E had already completed the reading of Li Jingji's memories. At this point, Li Jingji appeared completely dazed, akin to a vegetative state. Once the memories were extracted, Li Jingji had outlived his usefulness and was rendered harmless by an E. An E looked up to see the rescue team's helicopter arriving, the wind from the rotor blades making it difficult to stand. Consequently, he and an heir strapped on the portable single-person flying devices and made their escape. Approximately 10 minutes later, the rescue team burst into the village, rescuing the lethargic Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai. Meanwhile, the rescue team discovered Li Jingji and his bodyguard fleeing and commenced their pursuit. However, surprisingly, the single-person flying devices, of unknown origin, exhibited remarkable speed and agility. Eluding the helicopter entirely after half an hour of chase, Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai were transported to Lashu, where, after undergoing a comprehensive medical examination, they met with the overall commander of the rescue operation, Commander Gao. "Vice President Zhang, I am Captain Zhang Jiuqi of the Special Operations 3rd Team of the Fire Rescue Brigade. It is a pleasure to see you both safe and sound." "Hello, Captain Zhang. Could you recount the circumstances surrounding your abduction?" "Some reports suggested that Commander Gao you jumped from the aircraft. How were you captured?" Gao Yuan steadied himself, seemingly reluctant to revisit the past. He took a deep breath and responded, "Captain Zhang, it is partly my fault. I never anticipated that these foreign hostile forces would be so audacious as to hijack an aircraft in the capital. As you know, my company possesses sensitive technologies. And at that moment, I resolved that, even if it meant death, I could not allow them to fall into enemy hands. Thus, I jumped from the aircraft without hesitation. I truly believed I was destined to die. However, to my surprise, the enemy was waiting below. They possessed a type of portable flying device strapped to their backs. I only saw 2 individuals ascend and apprehend me mid-air before bringing me here." Zhang Jiuqi nodded, having already witnessed that type of portable flying device. Indeed, it was remarkably swift, and Gao Yuan's account was coherent. "So, Commander Gao, after your capture, did anyone communicate anything to you? What was the purpose of your abduction? Who orchestrated this affair?" Chapter 66. The Chip Alliance of Xia. Gao Yuan hesitated for a moment, saying, "2 individuals visited. One appeared to be from Bogu, while the other seemed to hail from the Southern Dynasty. However, I am unaware of their identities. They requested that I surrender the lithography technology. And then? The lithography technology constitutes a highly intricate system. Naturally, I cannot carry the entire set of technical documents with me. Moreover, these technologies are the culmination of my research team's efforts, and I would never part with them." Later, I heard a cacophony outside, reminiscent of a crushing machine. They subsequently exited. "Following that, you saved me." Zhang Jiuqi furrowed his brow, reflecting. Upon their arrival, they discovered a broad passageway, where trees and wildlife had been obliterated, as if by some large machinery. Yet, no relevant equipment was found at the scene, and it was evident that neither Gao Yuan nor Zhang Bai could be responsible for such destruction. This raises questions. Perhaps capturing those 2 individuals who fled with a personal flying device could unravel this mystery. "President Gao, Vice President Zhang, please take some rest. We have already arranged your flight back to the country for tomorrow morning. I shall personally escort you home." "Thank you, Captain Zhang," replied Zhang Jiuqi as he departed. Zhang Bai cast a glance at Gao Yuan, a silent understanding passing between them. Zhang Bai had witnessed the peculiar and extraordinary technologies in Gao Yuan's possession, which were indeed beyond explanation. This outcome was, in fact, the most favorable. Furthermore, both men were aware that their adversaries were Jiuxing and Morgan. What remained was merely to seek vengeance. Such matters could undoubtedly not be disclosed. Even if they were, it would likely be futile. After all, these were not enterprises of Xia. As long as the beautiful nation remained steadfast, Jiuxing and Morgan would be secure. The most the country could do was sever business ties with them. Zhang Bai firmly believed that should Gao Yuan take action, their demise would be far more tragic. Now, Gao Yuan had deftly set a trap for Jiuxing, waiting for them to leap into it. Subsequently, no one else disturbed Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai. However, the two did not seek out trouble and instead remained peacefully in the hospital, boarding a flight home the following morning. Upon their return to Linzhou, Gao Yuan entered the technology park, feeling entirely at ease. The park, surrounded by villagers, was populated internally by reliable robots. At that moment, Su Lin arrived with a team of staff to welcome Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai. President Gao, Vice President Zhang, welcome home. Indeed, we are home, Gao Yuan replied. How has the technology park fared lately? President Gao, it is going well. The chip production capacity has been increased by 120. We, along with Xiao Weilangxin, now command a 65 share of the chip market. That is excellent news. However, we must continue to expand our market share. Which enterprises have yet to utilize our chips? Su Lin produced a document, stating, currently, our clients are primarily high-end smartphones, computers, and luxury automobiles. Ordinary smartphones, computers, and mid-range smart cars have opted for Xiao Weilangxin. Those not using our chips are foreign traditional smart devices, along with a segment of low-end smartphones and vehicles, as their performance requirements are not high, relying instead on conventional 22-nanometer process chips. Although our chips are reasonably priced, they still exceed the cost of 22 nanometers process chips by 50. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired, which manufacturer produces these 22 nanometers process chips? Most are sourced from Gaotong, the remainder from Yuandian, and a scant few from Xiaxin International. After contemplation, Gao Yuan decided to contact Chun Jioga of Xiaxin International. His ambition was to monopolize the global chip market. He had no desire to delve into the minutiae, focusing solely on the mid to high-end sector while delegating the low-end market to Xiaowei. However, a significant void remained in the low-end sector. Thus, Gao Yuan resolved to enhance Xiaxin International's manufacturing capabilities and performance. If the pricing were lower than the international market, yet the performance superior, it would be evident where the choice lies. Since Xiaxin International already held a portion of the market share, there existed the potential to capture the entirety of that share. Gao Yuan aspired to rally a sufficient number of allies to confront the world's capital. Moreover, achieving a 90 monopoly in the international market would grant them significant bargaining and pricing power. At that juncture, the United States would hesitate to impose arbitrary sanctions or blockades. Meanwhile, internal turmoil brewed within the United States. Although Jack's video had been deleted, it had nonetheless planted a seed of dissent among the populace. While the president's approval ratings continued to decline, a faction of loyal supporters persisted, demanding accountability from the vice president. However, the vice president was solely focused on consolidating power. And with the former Eastern king fanning the flames, the situation had devolved into chaos. In stark contrast to the political unrest, the stock market in the United States reached unprecedented highs. Yet, amid this robust market, the semiconductor chip industry experienced a significant downturn. The announcement of short selling by industry giants exacerbated the decline of these companies' stocks. Gaotong and Yuandian were in a state of self-preservation, not only developing newer chips, but also slashing prices. Nevertheless, this was insufficient to compete with the remarkably low costs of Blackfish technology. At this moment, Shinjoga arrived at the Blackfish Technology Industrial Park for the first time. Upon witnessing the grandeur of the facility, he marveled. Is this truly constructed by the bug builder? One cannot discern the prowess of your CEO, Gao. Su Lin walked beside Shinjoga and affirmed, indeed, our CEO Gao is a legend. However, Director Chin previously bore the weight of the lithography machine's banner as a pioneer. What significance do these words hold? Currently, chips from Blackfish technology are utilized globally. Shinjoga recalled his initial encounter with Gao Yuan, perceiving him as insincere and ostentatious. Never anticipating that Gao Yuan would soon be manufacturing chips. How swiftly the landscape of global chips has transformed. Although he remained uncertain of Gao Yuan's intentions in inviting him, it likely pertained to chips. Before long, he found himself in the meeting room with Gao Yuan, who stood and extended his hand, saying, Director Chun, it is a pleasure to see you again. Indeed, witnessing your remarkable rise last time left me deeply moved. Gao Yuan chuckled, please have a seat. Ru, prepare a cup of tea. Currently, Gao Yuan lacked a dedicated secretary. His aides were the trio of Ru Qiushui sisters, Dan Dan and Mei Mei, accompanying Zhang Bai. Gao Yuan, foregoing pleasantries, stated, Director Chun, I have a proposal and would like to invite you to join the Xia State Chip Alliance. Chen Zhoga had never heard of this name. Is there such an alliance? What is its purpose? It did not exist before, but now there is Heiyu Technology and Xia Weilai Longxin, along with your Xiaxin International. As you are aware, our Heiyu Technology and Xia Weilai are strategizing to conquer the international chip market. However, we have realized that a significant piece of the puzzle is still missing. As a veteran in the chip industry, Chen Zhoga naturally pays close attention to the international market. Upon hearing Gao Yuan's proposition, he immediately comprehended. The low-end market? Indeed, many smart devices do not demand high-performance chips. Chen Zhoga felt a subtle excitement within. What does Gao intend to do? To monopolize over 90% of the international market share, thereby granting us considerable influence. The chip is the heart of smart devices. If we join forces to control the chip market, we can confidently say no to any enterprise or nation in the world. What do you think? Chapter 67. Boss, you are truly wise. Chen Zhoga was profoundly moved by Gao Yuan's words. Is Mr. Gao willing to assist me? Chen Zhoga understood that achieving this solely by his efforts would be impossible. Perhaps in 10 years it might be feasible, but certainly not at present. Gao Yuan extended a hand. I will spare no effort. Let us strive together. Excellent. Let us work in unison. Mr. Chen, we need to sign an agreement to stand united in the chip sector, including pricing strategies and market control. You, Xiaxin International, and Xia Weilai Longxin, along with our Heiyu Technology, must maintain a consistent stance in the chip market. Otherwise, I may terminate our collaboration at any moment. Of course. Chen Zhoga replied with utmost seriousness. Very well, I will provide you with more efficient lithography machines and send experts to design new chips for you. We must aim to control at least 90% of the global chip market in the shortest time possible. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Following this, Gao Yuan called Zhou Lei. Xia Weilai had already aligned with Heiyu Technology, and now with Xiaxin International joining, the three companies would cover the entire spectrum of the market, high, medium, and low end. They signed an agreement at the Heiyu Technology Industrial Park and established the Xia Country Chip Alliance. The headquarters of the Xia Country Chip Alliance is located in Qingjing, with representatives from each company forming the alliance's committee. The regulations state that the alliance aims to enhance the cohesion of the Xia Country chip industry, bolster the voice of the Xia Country semiconductor sector, unify the chip market, and promote harmonious and rapid development of the Xia Country chip industry. After the alliance's establishment, relevant departments began the review process. However, approval was merely a matter of time, as both Xia Weilai and Heiyu Technology, along with Xiaxin International, are well-known companies in the Xia Country. Nevertheless, when the news of the alliance's formation spread, it sparked considerable discussion online. The most significant reaction came from the neighboring Yuan Dian, which had already been struggling to survive, relying solely on low-end chips. The few high-end chips they offered, due to price reductions, not only failed to yield profits, but also resulted in losses. Even so, the market continued to dwindle. Upon hearing that Xiaxin International was now collaborating with Heiyu Technology, they panicked. This was tantamount to cutting off their livelihood. Consequently, Yuan Dian appealed to the International Trade Organization, accusing the Xia Country Chip Alliance of attempting to achieve market monopoly through dumping. However, this complaint fell on deaf ears. Gao Yuan's response to Yuan Dian was merely a scornful smile. I have orchestrated so much just to see your downfall. Let us see how long you can endure. Having secured the chip market, Gao Yuan instructed Su Lin to reach out to Jiu Xing and engage in legitimate collaboration. Although Jiu Xing harbored ulterior motives, they could not resist the temptation and promptly promised to send executives for discussions in Muzha. At this juncture, Gao Yuan traversed through the temporal portal. Having experienced the hijacking incident, he discerned the necessity of a security team, as his future endeavors would become increasingly numerous. Although Li Zhengji was the first to act against him, he would certainly not be the last. When Gao Yuan arrived at the 2024 club, Li Bingxin of Jiuxing was conversing with young Morgan, the head of Morgan Enterprises. The Morgan family is a renowned conglomerate in the United States, a financial titan on Wall Street, holding significant stakes in several global semiconductor manufacturers. Gao Yuan's sudden emergence had caused the value of their stocks to plummet. Moreover, eliminating Gao Yuan was not solely his desire. Other conglomerates concurred, as the presence of Gao Yuan and Zhang Bai was akin to a ticking time bomb. Should they acknowledge the fabricated news surrounding the death of their former leader and release the engineering documents of the forged video, it would undoubtedly become the gravest scandal in American history. Those conglomerates involved would find their executives branded as historical criminals. However, if Gao Yuan were to perish, there would be no evidence, and by silencing those who spread rumors, the matter would gradually fade into oblivion with the passage of time. Young Morgan had not anticipated such a blunder on the part of Li Zhongji from Jiuxing. Li Bingxin was now reluctant to take action against Gao Yuan and was attempting to persuade young Morgan. My Lord Morgan, Gao Yuan is a businessman. If we can bring him into our fold, our success is assured. Furthermore, allying with Gao Yuan would be advantageous for us. Not only does he possess superior chip design and manufacturing technology, but he also has better resources in Xia country, which could help us re-enter that market. Young Morgan felt exasperated. He understood the logic but questioned Gao Yuan's trustworthiness. Unless he can allow us to invest in blackfish technology, he remains untrustworthy. Do you comprehend? Li Bingxin replied, I understand, but we cannot expect everything to materialize at once. Let us collaborate first, and later we can discuss equity exchanges. Besides, isn't your country adept at manufacturing financial crises? During the next financial downturn, we can simply acquire blackfish technology. To achieve an acquisition, they must first go public, and preferably on Nasdaq. Xia Wei is a case in point. Without an IPO, we have no leverage over him. Li Bingxin frowned slightly. That is indeed a concern. But it is manageable. I can reveal that Gao Yuan is setting his sights on the American market, presenting an opportunity within your territory. I trust you have the means to infiltrate, correct? Very well, we can attempt this. However, should Gao Yuan fail to align with us, he shall simply be a casualty. Naturally, at that moment, Gao Yuan sat in the office of the 2024 club, where Wang Yifei Bingbing was reporting on the club's operational status during this period. Just then, Lin Nanhua peeked in. Sir, are you still busy? What is it? Speak if you have something to say. Lin Nanhua glanced at Wang Yifei Bingbing, hesitated, and then shook her head. It's nothing. I will come back later. Gao Yuan waved his hand as Lin Nanhua dashed out. At that moment, Wang Yifei continued, Boss, we have added another diamond member, 12 new gold members, 201 silver members, and 853 bronze members. According to my calculations, due to the limited privileges of bronze members, they can only access the lower tiers. However, as the number of members increases, certain scenarios become overcrowded, diminishing the overall experience. How do you intend to address this? We could implement a capacity control system. I have calculated that to ensure an optimal experience, each individual requires at least 20 square meters of space, meaning no more than 150 individuals should occupy each level. We can set a maximum limit in the access control system. Once it reaches capacity, it will no longer open until someone exits. Additionally, we could introduce a reservation feature for bronze members, requiring them to book at least 24 hours in advance to check for available slots. The daily attendance of bronze members should not exceed 500 concurrently. Wang Yifei's eyes sparkled with excitement. If the slots are full, they could pay to jump the queue? Gao Yuan nodded with a smile. Indeed, not only can they pay to skip the line, but if higher-tier scenarios have ample availability, we could allocate 10 slots daily for each premium scene, allowing bronze members to purchase a one-day upgrade experience, albeit limited to a single scenario. Wang Yifei beamed with pride. Exactly. Bronze members would surely clamor for the opportunity to encounter higher-tier members, enjoying not just the amenities, but also the chance to meet true influencers. Boss, you're quite cunning. I'll give you the chance to reconsider your wording, Gao Yuan replied playfully. Wang Yifei stuck out her tongue. Boss, you are truly wise. All right, go take care of it. And please procure some items for me. Security robots, that armed reconnaissance device, and some protective spheres, buy a few of each. Wang Yifei hesitated. Boss, these items are actually restricted goods. Restricted goods? How could that be? Gao Yuan protested, recalling that he had purchased a set from the Ecological Patrol team just the day before, only to have left it in the jungle. He'd need to venture back into the Golden Triangle's wilderness to retrieve it. Boss, they are indeed restricted goods. All security items are only available to government personnel and officials. Although the restriction level is relatively low, they are not accessible to me. Then let us issue a task. That makes things much easier. Gao Yuan had two objectives for his visit to the future world: to procure security items and to begin laying out his upper echelon plan based on the information recorded by Huang Fushan. After all, his current identity in this world was precarious, and this awkwardness would inevitably be exposed. If he did not establish a foundation soon, he would likely find himself without a foothold here and would have to resort to becoming a small vendor elsewhere. Thus, Gao Yuan instructed the robot, Yu, to summon Huang Fushan. Before she arrived, Lin Nanwu rushed in first. "Sir, I have discovered a secret," Lin Nanwu said mysteriously. "What secret?" Chapter 68. You must be one of the underground city dwellers. Gao Yuan did not regard Lin Nanwu as capable of revealing anything of significance. In his heart, Lin Nanwu was merely a cynical girl before she joined him. Since becoming part of the 2024 club, she spent her days immersed in its activities, catching rabbits and picking fruits. She now found great satisfaction in life. Routine matters at the club were managed by robots, while significant affairs were handled by her mother and Wang Yifei. She only lent a hand to her mother when the mood struck her. Gao Yuan observed the enigmatic Lin Nanwu and inquired, "What is it? Is it difficult to articulate?" Lin Nanwu cautiously approached the door, ensuring no one was around before coming closer and whispering in Gao Yuan's ear, her breath causing a tickling sensation. Gao Yuan instinctively leaned back. "If you have something to say, speak without standing so close." "Ah, sir, will you tell me or not? If not, I'll leave," Lin Nanwu teased. "I have discovered something." She lowered her voice. "Wang Yifei seems unusual. She knows Li Qingmei." Gao Yuan, puzzled, responded, "Is it abnormal for her to know Li Qingmei? Surely you must know, sir." Li Qingmei is a prominent figure. She belongs to the Li family, the esteemed Li family from Mojing. The Martian mining bases are predominantly controlled by them. They own vast enterprises there. Gao Yuan gestured for Lin Nanwu to continue. He was unaware of Li Qingmei's background, having assumed she was merely a simple antique dealer. And then, he prompted. Lin Nanwu elaborated, Li Qingmei was originally betrothed to Qin Gang's son, Qin Jun, but for reasons unknown, the engagement fell through. This incident left a murky situation between the Qin and Li families. Longjing is within the Qin family's sphere of influence, and Li Qingmei's presence here is certainly not without ulterior motives, as she operates a small antique shop. Wang Yifei, with her 5-character name, likely has no connection with Li Qingmei. Do you think she was sent by Li Qingmei? At this, Lin Nanwu paused, her large eyes fixed on Gao Yuan, seemingly awaiting his praise. Gao Yuan regarded her with curiosity. "How do you know all this? You shouldn't have access to such information." Lin Nanwu hesitated. "Well, my mother was once classmates with Li Qingmei." Gao Yuan understood. "Ah, that explains it. Very well, I appreciate your effort. You've done well. Now return for the time being. Next time, I shall bring you a gift. Keep up the good work and avoid causing any trouble." Just then, Huang Fushan arrived, and Gao Yuan gestured for her to sit. "Sir, did you summon me?" "Shanjia, have you been keeping an eye on what I mentioned last time?" Gao Yuan inquired. "I have documented all members of gold tier and above during this period, when they arrive, when they leave, who they come with, and which floors they visit. I also have records of silver members who interacted with gold and diamond members. Furthermore, sir, you previously asked me to observe nearby shops and land, correct? In the past few days, I have purchased 3 shops not far from our club. They are not yet connected, but would you like to take a look?" Gao Yuan nodded. "Let us go check them out together." As they walked side by side down the street, Gao Yuan declined to ride in a flying car, preferring the clarity of the true scenery that only walking could provide. Although he had seen Longjing Street before, he discovered something new each time. Gao Yuan observed a group of individuals clad in what appeared to be exoskeleton protective suits emerging from a spherical object on the street. Are they Shanjia and her companions? He pondered. "Sir, these are members of the human heavenly army rotating duty, recently returned from Earth's orbit. There is a military base nearby," explained Huang Fushan. "Their attire is not only equipped with life support systems, but also possesses mobility and offensive capabilities to ensure Earth's safety." Huang Fushan elaborated in detail, and Gao Yuan exchanged a meaningful glance with her, discovering she was also studying him intently. In truth, Gao Yuan was not averse to utilizing a search, but his sensitive identity rendered the internet a realm devoid of secrets. Any action he took would leave traces, and anyone investigating him could easily access his online information. Although inquiring about Huang Fushan might raise her suspicions, it was still a more straightforward approach than searching alone. "Shanjia, who exactly are you? By the way, why did Li Qingmei choose to remain in Longjing?" Huang Fushan paused momentarily before regaining her composure. "Sir, You must not be from this world, are you? Her words were startling. A cold sweat broke out on Gao Yuan's back. He had always feared being discovered by those in power. Yet the danger had been lurking nearby all along. In his years of entrepreneurship, while he may not have mastered many things, he had become adept at concealing his emotions. A fundamental skill he had perfected. Despite the sweat trickling down his back, his expression remained as calm as a still pond. Do you believe in time travel? Huang Fushan shook her head. I do not. Science has long proven that time can accelerate or decelerate, but it cannot reverse. While I do not believe in time travel, I hold firm in my belief that there are still mysteries within the solar system unknown to humanity. Sir, I have heard that before the nuclear war, a small group of people escaped Earth aboard spacecraft. You must be a member of an ancient family that has returned to Earth, correct? Gao Yuan was taken aback by this revelation and found himself at a loss for words. Then where do you think I come from? He asked. From underground, she replied. Gao Yuan was astonished. Ahem, but didn't they escape Earth? How could you surmise that I hail from underground? Huang Fushan slightly lifted her gaze towards the sky. Indeed, I shall boldly speculate that your ancestors escaped Earth aboard a spacecraft. However, given the limitations of space technology at that time, humanity had few options, namely, the Moon and Mars. Yet, now that humanity has been mining and constructing bases on both celestial bodies for many years without discovering any human relics, it suggests that your ancestors deemed the environments of these planets inhospitable and the construction of bases too challenging, thus returning to Earth. And then, Gao Yuan found the conversation intriguing. Then, at that time, nuclear fusion technology had already matured, providing the means to construct underground cities. You chose to build survival bases underground. And after many years of mundane life there, you now seek to return to the surface. Sir, each time you leave, there are no records of your entry or exit from Longjing. You must have accessed the underground city, which implies there is a passageway nearby, correct? What more could Gao Yuan say? He could only acknowledge Huang Fushan's vivid imagination. All right, now let's discuss you. Since you have deduced my secret, why have you not exposed me? Sir, why do you think I would reveal you? I am currently thriving, and I foresee the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle once more. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I shall do my utmost to assist you, Huang Fushan remarked. Gao Yuan was somewhat taken aback. Are you not tempted by the offerings within the establishment?